The affluent elder has returned. The affluent elder has returned. Quickly inform the clan leader the affluent elder has come back. This is the Uchiha clan territory. A young man with ebony hair wore an expression of resignation as he observed the clan members bustling about due to his return. Ultimately, he shook his head and sighed, choosing to disregard the commotion. He removed his shoes and stepped into the traditional wooden house, treading upon the tatami mat. In front of him sat a serious-looking man with arms crossed, and he took a seat directly opposite, shrugging his shoulders. "Brother, please don't wear such a grim expression, it's rather intimidating." However, his words failed to elicit any change in the demeanor of the man across from him, who remained stoically handsome and aloof. Uchiha Fugaku, his brother, the current clan leader of the Uchiha family. From birth, he had been a stern, serious man, often perceived as expressionless. Yet those who truly knew him understood that Uchiha Fugaku simply struggled to convey his emotions. Moreover, most members of the Uchiha clan shared this proud, expressionless demeanor. Aside from a hereditary predisposition to eccentricity, they were largely untroubled. As for him, Uchiha Fuyou, a most unfortunate soul, upon his arrival, upon discovering his identity, he contemplated fleeing to avoid becoming a casualty at the hands of his own nephew. Alas, naively unaware and unfamiliar with the world, attempting to escape without formidable power would be tantamount to folly. At least within Konoha, his father was the clan leader, and even after his father's departure, his brother would assume the mantle. Though it must be noted, he had already been expelled from the family tree. "What are you back for?" Uchiha Fugaku grunted, arms crossed as he regarded Uchiha Fuyou with a complex gaze. Despite the nearly 10-year age gap, he could not deny that this was his brother. He recalled the day when his brother had just graduated, and, as the elder sibling, he had prepared a graduation gift, only to have that moment marred by the realization. Being a ninja cannot save the Uchiha, that he had shouted in anger at their father, voluntarily withdrawing from the ninja ranks and resolutely left home, embarking upon a path deemed disgraceful by the ninja community. This was a dishonor to the Uchiha clan. "You have been expelled by our father and are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. You must leave at once." "Brother, do not be so cold." Uchiha Fuyou shrugged, unfazed, pouring himself a cup of tea and graciously offering a cup to the unfortunate soul across from him, that he did not perish at the hands of the assassination squads in the village, but instead met his end at the hands of his own son. Although at the time he did not complain, feeling a sense of liberation, or perhaps welcoming death at his son's hands, it remained a tragic affair for the family, comparable to the Akatsuki clan's maternal tragedy. Furthermore, when he was expelled from the Uchiha clan, his eyes were not gouged out. His name was merely struck from the family register. Who among the Uchiha clan was unaware of their plight? Although the Uchiha clan continuously dispatched ninjas to the battlefield in hopes of being reintegrated into the village, even taking children along, they were unfortunately branded as a malevolent clan following the second generation's rise to power, leading to their isolation. Thus, the fate of the Uchiha clan does not hinge on the number of their casualties, but rather on the existence of their bloodline limit. Consequently, being expelled from the Uchiha clan may well serve as a form of protection. "My situation is known to you. Dear brother, I have managed to earn some money, and with the village in turmoil and the ninja world in chaos, I thought I might return to see if there was any way I could assist the clan. Despite the Uchiha clan's numerous shortcomings, particularly with the hawkish faction, sharpening their knives against the Hokage, dreaming of producing a genius who could rival the legendary Uchiha Madara and usurp the position of Hokage. The reality is that those with strength often end up betraying their kin, leading to the clan's downfall. After all, I too bear the Uchiha name. Should the Uchiha clan meet its demise, it is likely that I would not fare well either." Uchiha Fuyou vaguely recalls the moment he received a substantial graduation gift, which ultimately activated the system. Once a mere impoverished dreamer yearning to become wealthy, he found himself entangled in a business simulation game, The Wealthy Tycoon. This game, centered around commerce and financial success, transformed into a system for him. Earning money and leveling up would enhance his attributes, such as stamina, energy, and business acumen. Thus, should he attain level 100, his abilities would surely improve, and perhaps even quite optimistically so. Under the allure of accumulating wealth and upgrading his financial prowess, he relinquished his initial aspiration of becoming the new god of the ninja world. Of course, the absence of a suitable golden opportunity also played a role according to clan predictions. He could reach the level of an elite jonin, yet he remained far from the strength of a Konoha genin, let alone a god of the ninja world, without advantageous circumstances. Being an elite jonin would amount to little more than a mere dish, leaving him to witness familial tragedies unfold while himself leading a life of wandering as a rogue ninja. From the outset, the Uchiha clan has been scrutinized through tinted lenses by the elite. Only those who achieve the stature of Uchiha Madara can instill fear in others and prolong their legacy. Regrettably, the Uchiha clan is cursed to never produce true geniuses, as such individuals are doomed to a grim fate. Perhaps it would be wiser to venture into commerce. After all, being a ninja has proven to be of no salvation for the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku. As of now, I own nearly 30 bubble tea shops scattered across major cities of the Fire Country. My personal income alone surpasses what others might earn from running dozens of shrank enterprises, employing hundreds of workers, many of whom belong to prominent families within the village. If the prominent clans are unable to become ninjas or lack the requisite talent for such, their status inevitably diminishes, relegating them to the role of subordinates within their families, a fate not unknown among the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's hand trembled slightly as he held the tea, yet his expression remained impassive as he regarded Uchiha Fuyou. That is your affair, and it bears no relevance to the Uchiha clan. What is wealth without strength? Ultimately, it is not but an empty pursuit. One must return home in glory after amassing wealth, to give back to the village. Uchiha Fuyou retorted, dismissing Fugaku's derision with ease, for he had witnessed the dire consequences of evading taxes. Did a mere ninja comprehend the grandeur of his aspirations? Indeed, the path ahead was arduous and fraught with peril. Discreet actions were essential, for any misstep could lead to the downfall of the commercial empire he had painstakingly built, vulnerable to the shadows of ninjas. Moreover, amidst the tumult of the Third Great Ninja War, chaos reigned, and business was far from lucrative. The notion of profiting from war was not as simple as one might envision. Thus, I have resolved, having heard of the many orphans and elderly left behind by the ravages of war in our village, Uchiha Fuyou declared, thumping his chest as if embodying the benevolent wealthy returning to revitalize rural life, that I shall allocate a portion of my funds annually to aid our clan in caring for the vulnerable. However, Uchiha Fugaku scoffed. The Uchiha clan does not lack for such trifles. We shall take care of our own. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Fuyou interjected, it must be at least 100 or 200 million each year. Fugaku choked on his words, falling silent before crossing his arms, his expression remaining inscrutable as he gazed at Fuyou. Virtue. Ninjas engage in conflict primarily for monetary gain. Uchiha Fuyou smiled faintly, sipping his hot tea with an air of nonchalance, exuding the demeanor of the affluent. There was nothing that could not be purchased with money, except for life itself, and even then, it was merely a matter of how much one was willing to spend. Of course, I shall also retain the authority to oversee the allocation of these funds, as I am well aware of the clan's circumstances. A faction of hawks, a group of fence-sitters, and a cadre of traitors. When faced with injustice, the fence-sitters would swiftly align with the hawks, while the traitors would unsheathe their blades against their kin. Thus, it was likely that if this money were to be distributed directly, it would merely serve to train more ninjas for the hawkish faction. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his calm fod, yet the tremor in his hand revealed the turmoil beneath his composed exterior. A sudden windfall of 100 or 200 million. How many strength missions would one need to undertake to earn such a sum? Were this to be presented before the third Hokage, he would undoubtedly urge his old friend to safeguard the funds, all the while expressing his admiration. Truly, you embody the will of fire. I sense its fervent essence within you, followed by grand praises and the bestowal of a flag as a token of recognition. This is the reality. Ninjas may scorn ordinary merchants, yet it is the allure of wealth that compels them to serve. At this moment, as the two individuals quietly sipped their tea, a graceful and enchanting woman entered, accompanied by a charmingly innocent child. Uchiha's eyes immediately sparkled with delight as he hastily retrieved a thick stack of high-denomination bills from his ninja pouch, placing them into the small child's hands. "Here, call me uncle, and this money shall be your pocket money." Upon his return, in addition to bestowing happiness upon the Uchiha clan and distributing wealth to foster a sense of familial warmth, thereby alleviating their unfounded worries, he harbored another intention: to meet his nephew, whom he had never laid eyes upon since birth. There was no ulterior motive, nor was he inclined to indoctrinate the child at such a tender age. Rather, it was simply to bestow him a sum of money, in hopes of nurturing him into a prodigal son. The eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, what was he to ponder over trivial matters? It would be far better to squander wealth instead. It is likely that your generosity would elevate your reputation among the populace more than executing an S-rank mission. Spend freely. Purchase whatever your heart desires. If not, forsake the life of a ninja and come to assist your uncle here, where you need only to indulge in extravagance. Just as he finished speaking, the child, bewildered and clutching a hefty stack of banknotes, gazed at this unfamiliar older brother. Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand on the table, admonishing, "You disgrace of the Uchiha, do not lead Itachi astray. He is destined to become an exceptional ninja. Brother, heed my counsel. Being a spendthrift is undoubtedly preferable to being a ninja." Uchiha Fuyou sighed deeply, regarding Uchiha Fugaku with earnestness, shaking his head in resignation. Safety and freedom, devoid of any complications. Truly, you should listen to your younger brother. Why can't you comprehend this? As your uncle, would I ever wish harm upon my own nephew? Please trust your brother. Silence. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Uchiha Fuyou, incredulous that an uncle would endorse such a path for his nephew. His younger brother's mindset had always diverged from that of others. He faintly recalled how adorable Fuyou had been in their youth. Filled with a fervent desire to become a ninja, even before attending school, he would follow his elder brother around, pleading, "Onaikin, may you teach me ninjutsu?" When his brother was preoccupied, he would independently peruse ninja scrolls. Upon entering school, he excelled as a ninja student, mastering taijutsu, ninjutsu, and theory with distinction. Even the Hokage praised his indomitable spirit. After graduation, he was poised to join the Umbu. Initially, Fugaku believed he would serve as a unifying force for both the Uchiha clan and the village, but unexpectedly, on the day of his graduation, he chose to venture into business. That day, he declared, being a ninja will not save the Uchiha. This proclamation infuriated their father and the elders, who could not fathom his intentions. Despite their earnest pleas, they resorted to threats of expulsion from the Uchiha clan, yet it proved futile. The young man resolutely severed ties with the ninja ranks and his family. To the astonishment of all, within just a few years, he had established a thriving business. Although Fugaku felt immense regret that such a gifted individual as Fuyou did not become a ninja as an elder brother, he also felt a sense of pride in his brother's success. Leaving the Uchiha clan may have been for the best. Yet now, Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened, and he ordered, "Get out of here at once." "Fugaku, it seems like wealth is merely a jest." The lovely woman beside him smiled helplessly and hurriedly returned the money held by Itachi, reminding him that he was still a child and shouldn't possess too much money. These two brothers, it is perplexing how their relationship has deteriorated so suddenly, especially considering they were once so close as children. "Makoto, dear sister, you remain as beautiful as ever." Fugaku accepted the money and handed it back to the innocent child, Itachi, saying, "Do not heed your father's words. This is a gift from your uncle. Feel free to buy whatever you desire, as long as we do not bully others or act arrogantly. What's the harm in spending a little? If it's not enough, simply ask your uncle again. I'll kill you, you Uchiha disgrace." "Calm down, brother. Your demeanor has changed. And as the Uchiha clan leader, surely you would not take money from a child?" Fugaku, who had been reaching to take the money, froze momentarily, letting out a cold snort before resuming his stern expression. "What is your intention? To bestow such a sum upon a mere child? Even my salary as the Uchiha clan leader does not amount to this much. It is merely a small token from my nephew, as I am happy to see Makoto married." After all, Makoto had cared for him quite well in the past. Alas, in the end, she too became a pitiable figure. Fugaku Uchiha smiled and patted Itachi's head, saying, "It matters not if you become a spendthrift, but do not harbor your troubles within. Speak more with your parents. And if it becomes unbearable, come to your uncle. I will take you out for some fun to help you forget your woes. Just remember, you must always protect your parents. Neither of them are poor parents. Aside from his somewhat stoic demeanor, Fugaku is quite commendable, and Makoto is undoubtedly a devoted mother. However, such words made Fugaku Uchiha feel a sense of annoyance. Taking a child who is yet to attend the ninja academy out for fun? Where exactly? Should I accompany you as well? Fugaku let out another cold snort. Hurry and leave. Do not corrupt Itachi. Fugaku, please do not speak so. It is rare for Fugaku to return. Makoto shook her head helplessly, inviting him to stay for dinner, suggesting that he might as well spend the night. Deep down, Fugaku was indeed quite pleased. Although Fugaku lived in the village, and it was easy to hear news about him, it had been many years, and he was finally home. Upon hearing Makoto's words, Fugaku snorted again. I am extremely irritated. He crossed his arms and sat back down, refusing to look at Fugaku. Unfortunately, this time I have merely returned to see my nephew and sister-in-law. Fugaku stood up, brushing off his pants, saying, I have matters to attend to later. It is time for me to leave. Glancing at Fugaku with a smile, he added, Brother, this is how it stands. I will arrange for someone to come later. With that, Fugaku Uchiha, expressionless, snorted once more, Get out. Do not return. Understood. Until next time. I will bring gifts with me. Uchiha Fuyou nodded with a smile, gently ruffled Itachi's hair, and said, If you lack money, come find your uncle. Children should be a bit happier. If you're not happy, still come to your uncle. Next time, I will bring you gifts. After finishing his words, Uchiha Fugaku quickly urged him to leave. Listening to Fuyou's hearty laughter, he shook his head helplessly. Then, looking at the stack of money in Itachi's hands and recalling Fuyou's earlier remark about being a prodigal, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He turned to Makoto and gave her a gentle nod. As a couple sharing the same bed, Uchiha Makoto understood her husband's intentions. With a resigned smile, she bent down and stroked Itachi's head, saying, Come, Itachi, put the money here with Mama. I will save it for you, and when you grow up, Mama will give it back to you. Upon hearing this, the innocent and naive Itachi believed her wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Fuyou stepped out of the Uchiha clan grounds, he noticed a girl with Byakugan approaching him and smiled. Hinata Susan. She was a classmate of his. Unfortunately, her talents were insufficient, and she would have originally been sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. However, thinking it a pity to waste her potential, he decided to hire her instead, and she agreed. Initially, the Hyuga clan opposed the idea, as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had long vied for the title of the strongest clan. How could they allow their clan members to serve the Uchiha? Yet eventually, he hired a significant number of Hyuga clan members who had retired from the battlefield and could no longer serve as ninjas, in addition to himself, a Uchiha traitor. Consequently, the Hyuga clan remained silent. Although there were many stubborn old-timers in the Hyuga clan, they ultimately could not escape the influence of wealth, especially during this war period, where all clan ninjas were obligated to participate in warfare. Even though the village provided some subsidies, they were merely a drop in the bucket. Now that someone was willing to bear the burden of supporting the disabled, many clans were agreeable to it. It could be said that while this was not a time of quiet and significant profit, war indeed served as an opportune moment for the clans to bridge their divides. He gazed at Susan beside him, admiring her flowing hair, beautiful face, and the elegant professional attire that highlighted the unique wealth of the Hyuga clan girls. With a slight smile, he thought, Later, I will send someone to the Uchiha clan according to my plan. There will be assistance for your work. Pausing for a moment, he then spoke with conviction. By the way, has the 300 million been sent to the Hokage? If the village perishes, how can I continue to conduct my business in peace? In these war times, even as a merchant, I am a merchant who graduated from the Ninja Academy. How could I not do my part? After all, he cherished the persona of a merchant who loves the village. It has already been delivered. Moreover, as per your request, I have also sent along your handwritten piece titled Without the Leaves, How Could I Exist? Hinata Susan nodded slightly, her smile sweet and natural. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage couldn't help but laugh heartily, exclaiming his approval. Is there any mention of confidentiality? Otherwise, if other clans hear about it, we shall become the target of their ire. It is not favorable to be the first to stand out, if you contribute. Will not other clans feel compelled to do the same? Indeed, with your presence, I feel utterly reassured. Thank you, Susan. No, it's unnecessary. I am simply glad to assist you, Fugaku. Hinata Susan blushed slightly and smiled, her joy evident. Hiki. Uchiha Fuyou chuckled, watching the still bashful Susan. Feeling a sense of helplessness, just as he was about to offer some encouraging words, he noticed a boy with a hedgehog hairstyle wearing goggles nearby, squinting his eyes. Right. Suzune, please arrange for someone to go to the Hokage building later to assign me a few tasks, preferably with higher rewards. Today marks my debut as a ninja. Furthermore, I have become teammates with Rin, and that bothersome fellow is returning as well. What a joyous day. Uchiha Obito strode forward with an air of arrogance, his shoulders bouncing as he walked. However, he suddenly felt a darkness enveloping him, as if someone was obstructing his path. Being a promising youth, versed in civility and courtesy, Uchiha Obito stepped aside to clear the way. Yet, upon doing so, he found himself blocked again. Do you require assistance? Uchiha Obito looked up in confusion, only to be met with the sight of a handsome young man with black hair standing before him, lacking a ninja headband, suggesting he was not a ninja. Despite his youth, he did not appear to be in need of help. Before he could inquire why he was being stopped, "Young man, I have not eaten for many days. Could you lend me some money for a meal?" The young man spoke weakly, expressing his gratitude in advance. What? Uchiha Obito was taken aback, staring at the youth before him, astonished. You haven't eaten in a long time? Yes, I am on the verge of fainting from hunger. That won't do. You must eat properly. I have. Obito bashfully pulled out a few coins. This is all I have left. Here you go, brother. This is too little. It won't even cover a bowl of Ichiraka ramen with an egg. And you still want to eat Ichiraka ramen? And with an egg? What a scoundrel. I have never even indulged in that. Feeling deceived, Obito's expression stiffened as he took a closer look at the newcomer. Tall, clean in appearance, he was slightly less attractive than Obito, but certainly not someone who looked like he couldn't afford a meal. It dawned on him that he had likely been tricked. Hey you. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone speaks of Uchiha Obito as benevolent and eager to assist, a true benefactor of Konoha and a bearer of the will of fire. Little did I expect he would refuse to treat a famished soul to a mere bowl of ramen after days of hunger. How disheartening. I must share this revelation with others. It is all a deception. Obito, feeling aggrieved, could hardly fathom how such shamelessness existed in Konoha. Yet, taking a deep breath and recalling his virtuous reputation, he could only lament, "Allow me to take you home for a meal. My grandmother's cooking surpasses even Ichiraku ramen." What a detestable individual. He clenched his fists. But if you deceive me, I shall show you the might of a future Hokage. Just as his furious declaration left his lips, the young man before him smiled faintly, nodding in approval. Well done. You are most deserving. Your kindness and noble spirit have truly impressed me. Young one, you possess a sincerity that is rare. I admire you greatly. Abandon the path of a ninja and join me instead. For now, I shall offer you a position as a staff member after a year. You will be promoted to manager, in 3 years to owner, and in 10 years, I shall make you my vice president. Who would wish to work for you? I am destined to become Hokage, Obito retorted. And you, a pauper, what are you pretending to be? I will not be deceived by you. Do not be hasty. Simply call me father, and I shall adopt you as my son, treating you like my own. In a century, my entire fortune will be yours. Who would call you father? Obito exclaimed incredulously. Do you even grasp what you are forfeiting? My assets exceed your wildest imagination. The annual returns require you to complete dozens of S-rank missions. Currently, they are thriving, and soon, they shall multiply exponentially. If you inherit, you will possess wealth beyond measure, allowing you to help others, buy gifts for your beloved, reside in a luxurious home, and live without one alongside her, raising 3 daughters and 2 sons to inherit your vast fortune. Obito inexplicably chuckled, and then fell silent, murmuring to himself, that sounds absolutely splendid. Then, do you agree? Abandon the tiresome life of a ninja, running about aimlessly. Come work for me, and call me father now. Uchiha offered temptingly, and you shall have it all, along with ample time to spend with your grandmother and beloved. Come, I shall adopt you. Who would want to be your son? Obito snapped back to reality, shouting, I have sworn to become Hokage. Rin is watching me. How could I so easily forsake my dreams? And you, who cannot even afford a bowl of Ichiraka ramen, do not attempt to deceive me. Young man, do you comprehend what you are missing out on? I will undoubtedly become Hokage. Very well. My admiration for you grows stronger. I offer you a chance. You may return whenever you feel regret. Uchiha Fugaku patted his shoulder and walked past him, earnestly advising him not to wait until I regret it. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, however, with unwavering determination, raised his kunai and declared that he would keep his word without any regrets. This is my path of the ninja. As he spoke, he gazed at Uchiha Fugaku's departing figure. What a lunatic! He snorted coldly and made his way back to his residence. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku let out a long sigh, pondering whether that was indeed the case. Fugaku has a fondness for children, does he? Hinata Swearin, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and remarked seriously, however, I believe Fuyo's own children would undoubtedly be even more adorable. No, I'm merely seeking a bit of amusement. Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile and a shake of his head. If Obito were truly to engage in business with him, he would actually feel somewhat intimidated. After all, he had backing. At this moment, he could not afford to provoke anyone. His enterprise was flourishing. Relying on the system, he possessed absolute confidence. Take, for instance, his current bubble tea shop. Anything produced by the system comes with special abilities. Not only is the taste consistent and delightful, but it also possesses an alluring quality that draws in customers. As he advanced, his ability to attract patrons grew ever stronger, almost like a psychological suggestion. Upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, one would suddenly feel an irresistible urge to step inside, not to mention the guaranteed income. Thus, how could bankruptcy occur? Unless he were to perish or the shop were demolished. He contemplated for a moment, recalling that he needed to head to the Hokage building later to assign missions, those arduous, filthy, and unpleasant tasks, to the team of Minato Namikes, with a promise of higher rewards. Very well. Although he felt some confusion over why Fugaku would commission such peculiar tasks, Swearin obediently complied without question, offering a gentle smile, I will take care of it. Arrangements with the elderly have also been made, particularly concerning health checkups and fitness activities. I will devise a plan for you later. Understood. Hinata Swearin nodded but hesitated for a moment, asking softly, Are you planning to leave Konoha soon, Fugaku? May I? Her words trailed off. I also have some business affairs to arrange outside. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a smile. I entrust you with matters here in Konoha. I will ensure everything is well taken care of for you, Fugaku. Hinata Swearin paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. Please do not worry. It's nothing. If anything unexpected happens, just disregard it. Your safety is paramount. After a brief pause, Hinata Swearin softly replied, Thank you, Fugaku. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building. Good. Saratobi Izashi exclaimed thrice, carefully folding the paper before him. He sighed, lamenting that it had been quite some time since he had encountered a piece of writing imbued with such fervent will of fire. Yet, shaking his head, he regretted, alas, he could have become a ninja of remarkable prowess. How can a coward, lacking in courage, ever aspire to be an exceptional ninja? Beside him, the somewhat aged yet still vigorous Danzo snorted disdainfully, noting that one who could have graduated early chose instead to delay, only to abandon the path of a ninja altogether after graduation. He recalled the Uchiha Fugaku, a fellow he had observed, who penned splendid articles that even he, as a shadow of a ninja, could not help but applaud, showcasing notable talent. Yet, regrettably, he was a coward, fearful of becoming a ninja, opting instead to venture into commerce. Of course, it was merely an observation. A mere Uchiha capable of becoming a Jonin was hardly worthy of his regard, unless he possessed the ability to awaken those fearsome eyes. However, with such temperament, how could one possibly awaken those eyes? All right. I too harbor some regrets. Saratobi Hizashi remarked, seemingly unfazed, cheerfully adding, Yet, so much time has passed, it is likely too late for him to return to the life of a ninja. By the way, you have not yet disclosed the purpose of your visit. Oh, nothing much. Danzo retorted with another cold snort. I simply heard that you received 300 million. Fugaku sneezed and rubbed his nose, oblivious to the fact that the third Hokage and the leader of Root were currently praising him. He lowered his gaze to the data of this year. The development of his milk tea shop had reached a plateau. Particularly in recent years, as the wars intensified, it was anticipated that a full-scale war would soon emerge, making business increasingly difficult, unless he could expand his milk tea shop throughout the entire ninja world, which at this stage seemed impossible. In the midst of war, how could the various ninja villages allow someone from the Uchiha clan to establish shops freely within their territories? What if he were a spy with ulterior motives? What? You say he has been disavowed by the Uchiha clan? Who would believe that? Even if his eyes had been removed, it was likely that no one would accept such a claim. Thus, while bearing the Uchiha name made conducting business in the land of fire less troublesome, venturing into other nations would inevitably lead to complications. Fugaku gazed at the interface of the wealthy contemplating the upcoming venture into a barbecue restaurant. Once constructed, according to the system's parameters, it was certain to yield profits. Therefore, the question was not whether to build, but rather how to construct it to maximize benefits. The matter of land is relatively manageable. Even if he cannot purchase it, he can certainly lease it. As one of the two founding families of Konoha, despite the current unfavorable perception of the Uchiha clan within the village, the Uchiha still possesses substantial landholdings as long-standing landowners. Surely, when he speaks, his stoic elder brother will acquiesce. There is little cause for concern. Resources and labor are readily available. As long as the construction is sufficiently adequate, it can later be integrated into the system through modification. It is fair to assert that he is destined to amass great wealth. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, as well as Uchiha Obito, warrant careful consideration. Their propensity for extreme reactions in moments of discord is a dangerous trait. Uchiha intends to utilize wealth to corrupt their innocent hearts, making them cognizant of the myriad temptations present in the world. Becoming a wastrel is far preferable to evolving into a terrorist. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at the document titled First Version of the Uchiha Family Elder Support Plan. This shall suffice for now. Any deficiencies can be addressed later. Then he called out, "Ring, ring. Grandmother, today's dinner is splendid. It is a celebration of Obito's graduation." Sitting beside Obito, the elderly woman beamed with a kind smile, ensuring that they celebrate Obito's achievement as a remarkable ninja. "Indeed, grandmother, I shall become an exceptionally powerful ninja." Seeing his grandmother's joy brought forth by his accomplishments, Obito stood with hands on his hips, laughing heartily like a child, envisioning how it would infuriate Kakashi. "Today you regard me, the genius, with indifference, but tomorrow you shall find me unattainable. Come now, Obito must be hungry too." The grandmother smiled and nodded, reminding him, "But remember, you must get along well with your companions, Obito. That insufferable fellow only knows how to mock me. Who is he to be my companion?" Obito grumbled as he took a bite of rice, then cheerfully added, "By the way, grandmother, today I encountered a peculiar individual. He intends to recruit the Uchiha clan's prodigy to be his." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a series of knocks at the door. Both the grandmother and Obito were taken aback, completely unaware of who might be visiting at such a late hour. They exchanged glances. "Is it one of Obito's friends?" "No, it cannot be." "Could it be?" Obito's excitement surged. "Is Rin here to see me? Even at this late hour? She must have missed me." He hurriedly dashed to the door. A middle-aged man dressed in Uchiha clan attire stood at the threshold. "Is there a matter concerning the clan?" Obito was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Is there something you need?" The man frowned, his expression grave as he scrutinized Obito. "Is your grandmother home?" "What business do you have with my grandmother?" Obito inquired, his brow furrowing. It seemed rather peculiar for someone from the clan to come looking for his grandmother without reason, and at that moment, "Are you looking for me?" Grandmother approached, gazing at the family ninja at the door with a puzzled expression. "Is there something you need, esteemed ninja?" "Good news," the middle-aged ninja replied, casting a glance at grandmother. Once he confirmed she was the person he sought, he produced a bag of rice, a bag of vegetables, and a piece of meat. "Here, take this. It is all yours." Grandmother and Obito exchanged bewildered looks, staring at the unexpected offering of rice, vegetables, and meat. "Esteemed ninja, there seems to be a mistake. This does not belong to us. We did not purchase it. It is indeed yours. This is the chief's benevolence, specifically allocated for the elderly and lonely within the clan." The ninja explained impatiently. "Additionally, you must rise by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to gather at the clan square. We will take you for a health examination. And in the afternoon, there will be designated personnel to engage you in physical activities, including badminton, singing, and dancing. How the arrangements will unfold, I do not know. So do not ask. Inquire with the appropriate individuals tomorrow. For now, simply sign here. Hurry up. I have many more people to notify, honestly. To be summoned for such matters at this hour." With that stern command, grandmother was startled into signing her name before she could gather her thoughts. And the ninja promptly departed, clearly in a hurry. "Grandma?" Obito blinked, staring at the rice and meat on the ground. "What is going on?" I do not know," grandmother responded, regaining her composure with a wry smile. "It is said to be a gift from the chief for the elders. What shall we do now?" "Let us bring it inside," grandmother replied. "Obito, remember, we have always received care from others, so when the opportunity arises, you too must lend a helping hand." "Understood," Obito affirmed. The following day, the elderly members of the Uchiha clan, under the guidance of the ninja, began their journey for health examinations. To ensure the success of this endeavor, Uchiha Fugaku had even sent Rin to the Hokage building to request several medical ninjas. Initially, The Hokage declined, as medical ninjas were scarce during wartime. However, upon learning it would only require 1 day and offered substantial compensation, they agreed to send 3 ninjas. Of course, the strongest medical ninja, Tsunade, who was stationed at the rear of the battlefield, was not available. Otherwise, Fugaku had intended to summon her as well. Early in the morning, Uchiha Obito set out with his grandmother. Upon encountering a large gathering of elderly Uchiha, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was evident that the chief had made special arrangements for the elders. Indeed, Fugaku was a genuinely kind-hearted man. Being part of the Uchiha clan filled Obito with profound pride, and as he walked, he felt as though the very ground beneath him surged with energy. He held his head high, proudly displaying the emblem of the Uchiha clan, until they arrived at the designated meeting point. This looks quite unpleasant. And you are late again. An irritating sound suddenly pierced his ears. Mind your own business. Uchiha Obito glared at Kakashi, exclaiming, "You are the one who is repulsive." Just then, a soft voice chimed in. "Did something good happen to you, Obito?" Yes, it's a family matter." Obito's expression transformed again, and he chuckled. "I'll tell you more about it later, Rin." No sooner had he spoken than, All right. You all passed my test yesterday." Minato-sensei appeared before them, offering a gentle smile. "Today, we shall commence our mission. Whatever the task may be, I shall complete it flawlessly," Obito declared, regardless of whether it was an A or S rank. "Fool." Kakashi shot him a glance before turning to Minato-sensei. "Shouldn't this be a D rank mission? Are we supposed to find a cat or clean up trash? How infuriating. Why is it a D rank mission? It hardly befits my stature." Kakashi, with a stoic expression, cast a disdainful look at Obito. He was the one who deserved sympathy. While actively engaged on the battlefield, he found himself returned to relax only to undertake this tedious D rank mission with this idiot. "Fool. Hey Kakashi. Who are you referring to?" "All right, everyone quiet down. As Kakashi mentioned, it is indeed a D rank mission." Minato chuckled lightly, but rest assured, the reward is quite substantial. "So," Sensei Rin looked at Minato curiously, "what is the mission?" "You must be aware of the famous rich milk tea shop at the village entrance, right?" Rich milk tea. A burgeoning tea shop in Konoha is said to have branches throughout the Land of Fire. Being a part of Konoha, they were certainly aware that it was second only to Ichiraka ramen. Especially on its opening day, the queue stretched all the way to the village entrance. With countless individuals fighting over a cup of milk tea, some even reselling a cup for staggering profits. At the time, Obito had scoffed. Those silly people actually queued for so long to buy milk tea. Oh, right. Later he heard that Rin wanted to try it too. So this still fellow had eagerly rushed to queue early in the morning. However, he never anticipated that now I'm back. How outrageous. Having the future Hokage deliver milk tea for them, it's simply intolerable. "You've worked hard, Obito." "Not at all." Upon seeing Rin, who was dressed in a red and white work apron and a cute red hat, Obito instantly felt invigorated, sitting up straight with newfound enthusiasm. This D-rank task is incredibly simple. Rin looks quite adorable in that outfit. Suddenly, he felt a thought arise. Working here isn't so bad after all. Glancing around, he noticed Kakashi had not yet returned, and his eyes lit up with delight as he laughed heartily. "Look, I'm the first one back. Did you see that, Rin? Kakashi is lost to me." Obito. Rin hesitated, her expression indicating she had something to say but held back. However, lost in his own self-absorption, Obito remained oblivious to Rin's expression. "Rin, Kakashi lost to me," he exclaimed. Just then, a chilling voice interjected, "Idiot." Kakashi entered, carrying a takeout box, casting a disinterested glance at Obito before ignoring him entirely. "You lost, Kakashi. Did you see that? I returned before you." Despite the taunts, Obito felt no anger. He perceived Kakashi's demeanor as that of a defeated dog. He approached, enunciating each syllable, "Ka. Sure. You lost. Idiot. You lost." He continued, seething, "What an infuriating guy." At that moment, Rin, unable to stand by any longer, carefully pulled Obito aside, about to speak when he interrupted, "Let go of me. I want to duel him." "Obito, actually. Kakashi has already delivered 3 times. 3 times? I want to challenge him." Pausing, Obito stared at Rin, bewildered. "Huh? He has already delivered 3 times? He then turned to Kakashi with disbelief. "Impossible. How could he be so fast? Idiot. You must be lying to me. Idiot. Arg. I want to duel you." At that moment, the shopkeeper, exasperated, shouted, "Quiet down. I've just received 2 deliveries. You 2 need to hurry and deliver yours. Those who finish can enjoy free milk tea." How infuriating. I've even lost delivering milk tea to Kakashi. Obito lamented, covering his eyes in despair. Yet moments later, his eyes blazed with determination as he took the prepared milk tea. This time, I shall not lose, Kakashi. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out. What an idiot. Kakashi sighed, exasperated, as he observed the shopkeeper's equally resigned expression. He took the milk tea, assuring, I will deliver it safely. One must understand that delivering milk tea requires not only speed, but also the caution of not mixing it up. If that fool runs so fast and spills it, he would have to make another trip. Meanwhile, are you not going, Minato? Uchiha Fugaku leaned against the railing, observing Minato, who was sipping his milk tea. Minato smiled slightly. As the team's instructor, it wouldn't be prudent for me to indulge in leisure here. Gazing down, he could see his milk tea shop. His current business philosophy was to expand wherever possible, striving to reach every town in the shinobi world. How delightful it is to take a break without worrying about their mishaps, and to enjoy free milk tea on this mission. I am utterly satisfied. Minato laughed heartily, radiating warmth and cheerfulness, which undoubtedly earned him the nickname Little Sunday. His smile was irresistibly contagious. On the way back, please order a strawberry smoothie. Kushina is quite fond of it. Also, do include a strawberry mousse box. Remember to pack some ice in the bag. By the way, you haven't visited Kushina lately. She is rather upset. Have you been busy? And please make sure to settle the payment. No problem, you can deduct it from my earnings. All of your compensation has already been given to Lord Hokage. Fuyou remarked with a hint of irritation, but did not dwell on it. He was merely jesting. Observing Kakashi, who was running quite steadily below, he added, why not entrust your student to me? He possesses a remarkable aptitude for delivery. After just 2 years, I could promote him to the head of the delivery department. It's far more interesting than being a ninja. With a sheepish chuckle, Minato shook his head in resignation. Fuyou, please refrain from joking. You are well aware of Kakashi's situation. Indeed, aside from Uchiha Fugaku, who would transition from being a ninja to a businessman, he has become a source of shame within the ninja community. However, it matters not. When he goes to deliver money, doesn't he, the third Hokage, greet him with a smile? As for Kakashi, during the tumultuous rumors surrounding Shumo, he had not yet risen to prominence. Thus unable to pursue other avenues, particularly at that time. Being a member of the Uchiha clan was exceedingly perilous. If it were now, he could easily throw down a hefty endorsement fee, persuade him to retire from being a ninja, and recruit him as an ambassador. One wonders if he would acquiesce. With a wry smile, he thought to himself, I must strive harder. Perhaps my financial prowess will exceed his expectations? Indeed, they must continue to persevere. Minato, sipping his mango iced tea, sighed with sentiment before resolutely stating, but I believe they will undoubtedly become exceptional ninjas. At this point, he turned to the somewhat exasperated Fuyou and inquired, and what about you? Are you truly foregoing the path of a ninja? Fuyou, a year younger and a prodigy well known in the academy, could have graduated early but had declined, asserting, I am not yet mature enough. There is still much knowledge I need to acquire from my teachers. His commitment to the will of fire is profound. It is said that the new textbooks in the academy now include several of his representative essays, each reflecting his unwavering spirit of the will of fire. He is indeed a diligent, dedicated, and talented ninja. Everyone once believed this, thinking a genius had emerged from the Uchiha clan, only to discover he had ventured into business. Today, I even heard Lord Hokage praising you. Even as a businessman, you have not forgotten the will of fire. After all, I am a merchant of the village, Fuyou said with a natural smile. Yet deep down, he mused, praise me? They must be referring to my wealth. Is this the way it is? Minato smiled brightly, likely deducing why Uchiha Fuyou refrained from becoming a ninja. After all, the Uchiha clan. Fuyou merely wished to alter the clan's fate in his own way. He patted Fuyou on the shoulder, exclaiming, let us strive together to transform all of this. Fuyou, I hope to see you donning a ninja headband and becoming a true ninja one day. With the task time concluded, it was time for him to escort them back. With that, he effortlessly leaped over the railing, clapped his hands, and called to his subordinates who had just returned after completing their deliveries. Only Uchiha Fuyou gazed helplessly at Minato below, thinking, who wants to be a ninja? Isn't being the wealthiest in the ninja world far more appealing? I'm back, Obito exclaimed, utterly exhausted from racing against Kakashi. Yet, vexingly, he had lost once again, supporting his weary body and clutching a fruit tea in hand. He opened the door and was immediately met with the sight of his grandmother changing her shoes at the entrance. She wore a peculiar blue and white fitted sports outfit, her gray-white hair tied up, as if she were preparing to go out. Taken aback, Obito curiously inquired, "Grandma, where are you going?" "Oh, is Obito back?" she replied. "Dinner is ready. I've left it in the pot. Just serve yourself. Tonight, the elders of the clan have an event, apparently something to do with dancing. I'm going to see what it's about. After dinner, just put the dishes away, and I'll wash them when I return." With that, she opened the door and walked out, leaving Obito in a state of confusion, pondering her departure. Dancing? What sort of dance? Recently, he had assigned a considerable number of D-rank missions to Minato's team, but this would not last long. Obito had someone watching his back. He couldn't remain a delivery boy in Konoha indefinitely, even if during these days, Rin worked as a waitress while he played the role of a delivery boy. It felt as if the two were happily running a milk tea shop together. Yet, once the time came, he would have to venture out to undertake more perilous missions. Currently, at the onset of the war, the battleground was not yet overly tense, as evidenced by Kakashi's temporary recall. Thus, they would soon be thrust back into the fray. Kakashi, the prodigy, was under the watchful eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, especially the third Hokage, who feared that the village's geniuses might harbor darkness within. Meanwhile, in the office, after issuing a paycheck to the esteemed Might Guy, Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly and inquired, "How has your recent work been, Guy-senpai?" "Thanks to the assistance of Lord Fugaku, both my son and I now enjoy a stable income." The ever-kind Might Guy was always cheerful, unfazed by the ridicule he received despite possessing an unusual strength. Radiating positivity nonetheless. He lowered his gaze to his envelope, and his expression shifted to one of shock. "Lord Fugaku, this must be a mistake." Upon saying this, he took only a portion of the money, bending down to return the excess to Uchiha Fugaku. "Lord Fugaku, please take this back." "No, please keep it. This is your bonus for the quarter, and congratulations on Kai's graduation." Uchiha Fugaku pushed the money back, feeling apologetic for not celebrating with Kai. "However, this is still quite a lot." "No worries, take it. You have performed exceptionally well in your delivery work this quarter. Temperature, taste, and timing have all been excellently managed, earning you 5-star reviews from clients. Hence, the extra is well-deserved." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a faint smile, adding that he had another task for you. Might Guy, due to his specialization in taijutsu, is unable to utilize ninjutsu, and thus, his abilities are not particularly outstanding. Over the years, his team has either been promoted to Chunin or Jounin, or has long since disbanded, leaving him isolated. The tasks he could accept have been scarce, compelling Might Guy to juggle odd jobs alongside his training, yet such gigs ultimately yield little income. Recognizing his tenacity, the delivery role suited him perfectly, allowing him to train while subtly corrupting his heart with money, which is why he has come to appreciate this job. It is said that during this time of delivering, he has developed the ability to balance milk tea without spilling or shaking it. Therefore, it is indeed accurate to say he has garnered widespread praise from clients. Fugaku stroked his chin, smiling as he remarked that it is not a particularly difficult task, albeit somewhat bothersome. "Please, do tell, Lord Fugaku." Might Guy stood tall and serious, assuring that he would complete any task given to him. "Are you aware of the activities at the Uchiha Elderly Center?" Fugaku, observing Might Guy's earnestness, admired this quality in him. A small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Thus, any task assigned would be taken with utmost seriousness. It is not a troublesome matter, however, due to the large number of elderly, there are many trivialities, and managing them without the use of ninjutsu is challenging. Therefore, it is hoped that a taijutsu ninja could assist, providing patience to ensure they do not wander off, fall, or encounter problems that would necessitate a trip to the medical department. "Is that so?" "Rest assured, Lord Fugaku," Might Guy exclaimed earnestly, pledging to protect them well. "I appreciate your help. If possible, could you report today?" "No problem. As long as there are no significant tasks in the village, Might Guy prioritizes this work. For he is a ninja. Deep down, he feels immense gratitude towards Lord Fugaku, when the entire village mocked their father-son duo, even prioritizing tasks for teams. Only Lord Fugaku extended a helping hand, providing them with a well-paying job that allowed for training. "Guy's on his way now." With that, he turned and dashed out swiftly. "Apologies, Senior Dai." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in resignation. Hearing the commotion outside the office, he furrowed his brow and stepped out. Why on earth was the shopkeeper losing his temper inside the store? Due to issues within the village, the shopkeeper had only hired ordinary individuals, not members of the prominent clans, merely a common uncle who had retired from being a ninja due to an injury. As Uchiha Fugaku emerged, he observed the shopkeeper reprimanding a black-haired boy who was keeping his head down, causing Fuyu's lips to twitch. Uncle Sato, do you dare to scold even Toby? Are you not afraid he might annihilate your entire clan? Sighing at the sight of Uchiha Obito, who looked wronged and was biting his lower lip in despair, he patted Uncle Sato on the shoulder. Uncle Sato, what has transpired? Glancing at the still crestfallen Obito, he added, the young man has just begun his work. It's natural to encounter some issues. Kindly guide him and ensure he does not repeat the mistakes in the future. Fuyu boss. Uncle Sato quickly responded with respect upon seeing Uchiha Fuyu, then helplessly glanced at Obito. I have already instructed him several times these past few days. But the lad keeps forgetting. Due to some competition, he rushes out hastily, causing several cups of milk tea to spill, and in his haste, he muddled the milk tea, leading to customer complaints. This time, he even delayed the delivery by helping an elderly lady cross the street. Indeed, you are truly a thunderous force, Obito. Uchiha Fuyu's lips twitched again as he approached Obito with a smile. Lift your head, Obito. Hearing another voice, Obito, who was already curious, felt embarrassed to look up, especially since he knew he had made a mistake. Upon raising his head, he was momentarily taken aback by the familiar face. It's you, that deceiver, Obito. Rin's anxious voice echoed. Fool. Kakashi lamented, covering his head in exasperation. You little rascal, what are you saying? The boss is your employer now. And he is also the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader. You must address him as Lord Fuyu. Uncle Sato playfully punched Obito on the head. Doesn't the current ninja academy teach you these things? It's all right. No harm done. Fuyu waved his hand, smiling at Obito. Do you regret it? If you do, you may call me father right now. Before he could finish, the people nearby were left in shock. Obito as father? So young, so wealthy. Even Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. Aren't Obito as parents no longer around? Who would want to call you father, you despicable man? Obito shouted defiantly. I am destined to become Hokage. Rest assured, I shall await your return. The esteemed Fuyo beamed with a paternal smile, gently tousling his head. Yet, predictably, all attempts were evaded. With a serious demeanor, he remarked, due to the delayed delivery, damages occurred, resulting in a complaint from the client. I shall address this matter thoroughly with Senior Minato. Obito, he continued, as a ninja, one must execute tasks with utmost caution, regardless of their nature. One must not be overly carefree or negligent. If this were an escort mission, and your competition led to harm befalling the employer, what then? Upon hearing that he had mentioned speaking to their teacher, Obito's demeanor fell, his head bowed in discouragement as he muttered, it wasn't intentional. It's just that a few minor accidents keep occurring. However, Fuyo was not finished, patting his shoulder with a smile. But there is a reason behind every occurrence. It is for the sake of aiding others. Hence, to encourage your benevolent actions. We shall bestow upon you a certificate of commendation along with a reward of 30,000 ryo. Remember, it is vital to retain this spirit of altruism. Yet do not be so naive in times of war. With that, he turned to Sato, saying, I shall step out for a moment. I entrust the shop to you. He then walked out amidst the curious, excited, and bewildered gazes of those present. After a brief moment, Rin exclaimed, Is that your father, Obito? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed his retreating figure. He seems so handsome and youthful. He appears hardly older than us. Not at all. He is just a lunatic. Obito retorted without hesitation, a hint of pride in his tone. I don't even know who he is. But he wants to adopt me as his son and have me inherit his fortune. Truly, he is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Kakashi rolled his eyes. It was merely a jest. Does this fool truly believe it? Fuyo, the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader and a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had inexplicably declined to become a ninja and instead ventured into commerce. The perplexed gazes following his retreat were indeed intriguing. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, both Rin and Obito stared at him in astonishment. Kakashi, you know him? Inquired Rin, filled with curiosity. You mean he is a member of the Uchiha? Questioned Obito, equally shocked. Instantly, Kakashi shot him another exasperated glance, while Rin looked at Obito with exasperation. Obito, did not the shopkeeper Sato just mention this? Rin whispered. Ninjas must learn to gather useful information, Obito. Thank you, Fuyo. Minato expressed. It is nothing. Brother Minato, they are all the hope of Konoha. Fuyo replied with a gentle smile, regarding Minato. Yet, being overly naive or extreme is not beneficial. You too have your struggles, Brother Minato. Indeed, Obito is rather naive and excessively sentimental. When faced with unexpected circumstances, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with sorrow. Minato sighed, acknowledging this, while Kakashi, preoccupied with matters concerning Lord Shikaku, has always believed that the mission is of paramount importance. This belief is precisely why the third Hokage decided to summon him back at this juncture. I recall that on the day of his return, the third met with him to discuss Kakashi's situation in detail, hoping to guide him towards the right path and deepen Kakashi's bonds with his comrades. Perhaps this is why Obito was paired with Kakashi. Obito, too, is a ninja who embodies the will of fire. Reflecting on this, Minato turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan, possessing both Obito and Fugaku, two ninjas who embrace the will of fire, is sure to reintegrate into Konoha seamlessly. At that moment, a red-haired kunoichi bounced over, seemingly delighted to see Minato. Kushina. Sister Kushina. Uchiha Fugaku greeted with a faint smile, acknowledging Kushina before turning to Minato and stating, "I shall not hinder your time together." Back when he was still a student, he had been quite familiar with both Sister Kushina and Senior Minato. "Shall we not join? I invite you for ramen." "No, your subordinate will keep an eye on things at the shop. Do not be deceived by how Sato-san appears now. He was quite an accomplished nin in his time. I shall not interrupt your date." He winked playfully. "What a bother." Minato's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his cheek. "Come on, Minato, let us hurry." Conversely, Kushina appeared unfazed, jovially tugging at Minato, then turned to Fugaku, exclaiming, "Well done, Fugaku. It's been ages since you last visited your sister, you naughty little brother. I shall not intrude further." She playfully winked and added, "By the way, are we still having strawberries today? I will arrange it with the shop." Fugaku smiled wryly, watching as Kushina waved goodbye and Minato wore a face of regret. Should I call this luck or misfortune? Senior Kushina and Senior Minato make quite the pair. A chime of bells echoed nearby. Fugaku glanced at the serene face of Hinata Rin, who bore a slight smile as she watched Minato and Kushina depart. He nodded in agreement. "It is still early. Shall we take a stroll?" "Certainly, Fugaku." Hinata Rin's Byakugan seemed to glimmer slightly as she nodded, walking alongside Fugaku. The two ambled quietly forward. At this moment, with the third great ninja war looming, the commercial trade within Konoha was not particularly prosperous. Rather, the entire shinobi world was in a phase of development, brimming with opportunities yet fraught with risks. Consequently, there were not many amusements within the village, and a simple walk sufficed. For instance, Minato and Kushina would likely seek a secluded spot in the wooded hills to spend some intimate moments together. Yet the surveillance of the third Hokage's jutsu encompasses all of Konoha. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is destined to garner more attention than others. By the way, due to the senior activities of the Uchiha clan attracting considerable notice, the elders from the Hyuga clan are also eager to participate. "My elder brother has asked me to discuss this with you." Lingyin appeared somewhat embarrassed, playfully sticking out her tongue. In truth, the old-timers in her family are rather stingy. They refuse to spend money and are hesitant to approach the Uchiha clan leader. Thus, they wish to seek assistance from the affluent. Should I decline? "No, that sounds splendid." The affluent's lips curved slightly, unfazed by others taking advantage of him. After all, it was merely a trifling amount, and he could easily open a few more stores. His only concern was that others might regard him with trepidation. However, given the current wartime context, caution is imperative. Any clan is welcome. Let them all come together, accompanied by dedicated personnel. It's beneficial for the elderly to engage in more physical activity. By the way, what is the Hokage's stance on this? After all, we are amidst a war. Recently, Kakashi's guilt-driven suicide, although ultimately honored as a hero of Konoha, has inevitably created a tense atmosphere in the village. Would initiating festivities at this juncture be perceived by the village leader as lacking foresight? The third Hokage is quite supportive of this notion, believing that the village's atmosphere remains overly strained. Although we are still in a state of war, he hopes for a more relaxed environment. Lingyin smiled, asserting that this would invigorate the village. She gazed at the handsome profile of Uchiha Fuyou, recalling her deep admiration for his talent, which often left her feeling inferior. During those times, she would train alone, yet Fuyou, even as a child, would comfort and encourage her, training together. Little did she expect in the end. Fuyou did not become a ninja. With a firm tone, she declared, "No matter what path you choose, I will support you." Fuyou, taken aback by Lingyin's sudden declaration, smiled and nodded appreciatively, thanking her. He acknowledged that his current success was largely due to Lingyin's support, remembering how everyone else had mocked him, while she remained steadfast. Selecting locations together, establishing stores, and working his waitstaff alongside him, navigating the challenging early days of entrepreneurship. Speaking of which, your elder brother, the head of the Hinata clan, must be nearing marriage. Uchiha Fuyou seemed to recall something. his brow furrowing in distress. I fear I will be unable to attend his wedding. Lingyin, please ensure my gift is delivered to the head of the Hinata clan. Lingyin Hyuga, sister to Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, had not possessed sufficient talent, and thus, after her elder brother inherited the main family's leadership and her second brother took over the branch family's leadership, she was relegated to the status of an ordinary ninja in the branch family, the ordinary bloodline of the branch family. To protect the main family's bloodline comes with a significantly high mortality rate. She remembered being a shy, self-conscious girl with no friends and little strength, often ridiculed. Yet, who could have imagined that she would evolve into an accomplished professional woman today? With a glance at the distinctive pride of Hinata, Fuyou thought to himself, indeed remarkable. However, as the words fell, Suina paused in silence before offering a subtle smile. She would remember. When was Fuyou planning to depart? Would he require an escort mission? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. The shinobi world has been rather tumultuous lately. The sooner one leaves, the sooner one returns. As for the guards, they are unnecessary. The escort from the merchant caravan will suffice. Fuyou sighed in reflection, gazing at the setting sun, which was nearing the horizon. Allow me to escort you home. Meanwhile, on another front, after receiving some insights into ninja knowledge from the shopkeeper Sato, and after completing several errands, Obito returned home, weary and exhausted. I'm back, he announced. Yet today, as on many previous occasions, silence greeted him. It felt as though days had drifted by, with his grandmother absent upon his return. It seemed she spent her mornings and evenings dancing with friends. Although they did not share meals together, Obito felt a sense of joy knowing his grandmother was happy. It was not ideal for her to remain cooped up at home. Observing the already prepared dinner simmering in the pot, he sighed resignedly. Concluding that he would have to dine alone once more. He could not fathom what could hold his grandmother's interests so deeply. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan grounds, an elderly Uchiha leaned on his cane as he regarded Uchiha Fugaku before him. Chief, I have heard that our clan has squandered considerable funds on those inept elders recently. We have not squandered the clan's resources, elder, Fugaku replied. Fuyou has already been disowned by the Uchiha. He is a disgrace to our clan. As for the funds, it was merely his own offering in gratitude for the clan's upbringing. Fugaku, arms crossed, continued, I have no authority to intervene. He will arrange his own affairs. Foolishness. If we possess such wealth, we could enhance the treatment of our Uchiha ninjas. Instead, it is wasted on such trivial matters. The elder, known as the Grand Elder, flickered with determination in his gaze. I shall personally seek out that boy Fuyou for a discussion. Remember, he once cared deeply for the Uchiha clan's interests. As night fell and the evening breeze whispered softly, the Uchiha clan concluded their nightly discussion. The outcome was less than favorable as the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, did not concur with the others' desire to allocate all resources toward Uchiha ninjas. The elders watched Fugaku's retreating figure, sighing heavily in disappointment. Turning to the Grand Elder beside him, one asked, What shall we do now, brother? Do not be hasty. The esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shiryen, leaning on his cane, with a face etched with wrinkles and a gaze that appeared rather indifferent, slightly squinted his eyes. Allow me to first meet with that young man. Uchiha Fuyou. In his youth, Uchiha Fuyou was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, showcasing extraordinary talent far beyond his years. He was diligent and inquisitive, often immersing himself in the clan's vast library and training grounds to the extent of neglecting his meals. He possessed the will of fire, often spoken of by the third Hokage. Although the Uchiha clan merely regarded this so-called will as mere talk, Fuyu's recognition by the third Hokage, along with his eloquent writings reflecting the will of fire, was indeed commendable. It held the potential to serve as a bridge between the clan and the village, perhaps restoring the Uchiha clan to the center of power within Konoha and gaining acceptance from the village. They even invested considerable resources to groom Fuyou as a direct successor to the third Hokage, intending for him to become a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin. Fuyou proved to be exceptionally promising, even earning the acknowledgement of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as an elder sister. And he achieved the graduation requirements at the academy in a remarkably short time. Although he ultimately did not apply for early graduation, his talent was evident. A genius of the Uchiha clan, a genius recognized by the third Hokage. At that time, everyone believed that Uchiha Fuyou might lead the Uchiha clan into a new future. Uchiha Shiryen shared this belief. Alas, fate took an unfortunate turn. On the day of graduation, everything unfolded as anticipated, and everyone was joyfully prepared to celebrate the genius of the Uchiha clan. However, that evening, The words of that wretched boy, Uchiha Fugaku, echoed in the presence of the elders and the clan leader. Being a ninja cannot save the Uchiha. He even seemed indifferent to being cast out from the Uchiha clan. It was a profound disgrace to the Uchiha lineage. At that moment, many contemplated severing ties with Uchiha Fugaku, wishing to expel him and let him fend for himself. Yet, it was indeed a regrettable situation. Uchiha Shurien gazed at the moon in the sky, sighed in melancholy, shook his head, and lightly tapped the floor with his cane. After much deliberation, the elder resolved to grant the boy an opportunity. Believing that a period of living outside would impart the understanding that ninjas are the future of the shinobi world. Without strength, any fortune would merely become a garment for others. Unexpectedly, the boy managed to achieve some notable feats. Although the sums he acquired were insignificant for the ancient Uchiha clan, the fact remained that it was unearned wealth, and the prospect of receiving it annually constituted a substantial figure. Even the Uchiha clan could not consistently allocate such an amount without some impact on sustaining the clan's operations. If this sum of money could be utilized for the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly elevate their prowess to an entirely new echelon. What does elder brother intend to do? The elder Uchiha, with his similarly silver hair, inquired, should we summon that wealthy young man directly? Let us wait for the time being. You all know how stubborn that young man is, or rather, how every genius believes themselves to be correct. Alas, it is a lamentable situation. Uchiha Shurien shook his head in regret, tapping his cane upon the floor. After a moment of reflection, he decided to first investigate what the elders were up to. Were they dancing? Singing? Is this what a ninja ought to be doing? With a sigh, he turned away, assuring himself that he would unearth the so-called evidence necessary to enlighten that young man on what is truly right. A ninja who wields absolute power. That is the sole path for the Uchiha clan. Therefore, since that insufferable brat claims that ninjas cannot save the Uchiha, let him, as the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, convey to that insolent youth that a mere handful of coins cannot rescue the Uchiha. They would merely be seen as a plump target. At this stage, being regarded as a plump target is preferable to being viewed as a village threat. After escorting Hinata Susan back to the Hyuga clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku wandered alone through the streets of Konoha, reflecting on the somewhat desolate lanes, shaking his head. For instance, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, both revered as the two leading clans of Konoha with striking eyes, have always been at odds with one another. Especially the Uchiha clan. Though they once reached the pinnacle of power, since the reforms initiated by the second Hokage and the subsequent changes under the third, the Uchiha clan has fallen into decline. As a result, the Hyuga clan has grown increasingly arrogant and proud in the presence of the Uchiha, believing themselves to be the foremost clan of Konoha. However, upon seeing him, Uchiha Fugaku, they still greeted him with smiles, calling him Boss Fugaku. There is no other reason. He, Uchiha Fugaku, is simply naive yet affluent, and has always attracted people with his wealth. Furthermore, he believes that in a few years, he will attract even more admirers. Upon arriving at the orphanage on Konoha streets, Uchiha Fugaku contemplated for a moment before stepping inside. Brother Fugaku, Boss Fugaku. The children welcomed him with great enthusiasm. Originally, according to the initial plan, Uchiha Fugaku was meant to embody a fervent will of fire, making numerous friends at the academy, fostering camaraderie among classmates, and showcasing his strength to ensure that the higher-ups would not underestimate him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He became a wealthy man who merely attracted people with his affluence. There was no other choice. At that time, he reasoned that without a foundation, even if he engaged in research, delved into bloodlines, or developed ninjutsu, it would take a considerable amount of time. He might barely begin to shine before becoming a rogue ninja. It was far too perilous. It is far better to find solace in the present. As everyone assumes that Uchiha Fugaku has relinquished the path of the shinobi, disregarding him entirely. Otherwise, to seek the Elder Third's approval solely through the so-called will of fire is nothing short of farcical. Whenever Danzo contemplates taking action, what does the Third say? Allow me to ponder. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps there exists another solution. Do not act rashly. Yet, in the end, how many ashes of regret and guilt did the Third accumulate? Uchiha Fugaku remains oblivious. With a casual ruffle of the heads of a few children, he made his way toward the office of the orphanage's director. A light knock on the door was met with a gentle invitation, "Please, come in." Upon entering, he beheld a bespectacled woman draped in a white cloak, seated at her desk. Seemingly aware of his arrival, she turned from her documents, her golden hair framing a warm smile as she regarded him. "Is that you, Fugaku?" Sister Yanai nodded slightly, settling into a chair beside her. It appeared that Sister Yanai was also troubled. Had she encountered some predicament that required assistance? It's nothing of great concern, she replied, tidying her files with a smile and shaking her head. Pouring a cup of tea for Fuyou, she added. Just some minor issues at the orphanage. No cause for alarm. Have there been more orphans recently? Fuyou inquired. Although the early stages of the war had not been particularly fierce, with the primary focus on defending Sunagakure, casualties were inevitable in wartime. After a moment of contemplation, he observed Sister Yanai's puzzled expression as she considered his thoughts. He smiled and said, in a few days, I will be opening several barbecue establishments and will require numerous apprentices. Sister Yanai paused, her eyes widening in surprise before she broke into a gentle smile, visibly relieved. That would be immensely helpful. Just what I need. I am aware, she replied with a resigned shake of her head, pouring another cup of tea for Fuyou. Grateful for his support. Otherwise, the orphanage's situation might have been. Suddenly, Sister Yanai's brow furrowed, as if recalling something. Are you planning to leave the village in the coming days? Indeed. Fuyou confirmed with a nod. There are business matters to attend to outside. The war seems to be escalating in an unsettling manner, and it would be prudent to resolve everything while the situation remains calm. Is that so? Sister Yanai murmured to herself, then looked up earnestly at Fuyou. Please remember, you must employ as many ninjas as possible, and, pausing for emphasis, she lowered her voice, be cautious of root ninjas. Root ninjas? Could Danzo possibly be seeking a loan? Uchiha Fugaku could only ponder this, as he struggled to comprehend why the root ninjas were fixated on him, an ordinary wealthy individual. Surely, it could not be due to his proximity to the elite spy within their ranks. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. If he had committed no wrongdoing, Danzo would surely not take action against him. As for creating rumors like Ma, he was merely an ordinary owner of a few bubble tea shops. The following day, in the morning, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at his bubble tea shop, observing the commotion among the patrons, which left him somewhat astonished. Why were there so many people today? He certainly did not recall commissioning so many to assist with the task. Moreover, it appeared that Minato was not leading them today. Had he overexerted himself last night and failed to rise? He watched as Obito, brimming with energy, once again declared war against Kakashi, displaying an audacious demeanor in front of their friends. Uchiha Fugaku bestowed a paternal smile upon Obito, affectionately ruffling his hair. Obito, have you invited so many friends to play today? Come. Uncle Sato, please serve some snacks and treats to the little companions. Under the bewildered and irritated gaze of Obito, he tenderly patted his head again. Today, you have the day off. I shall speak with your teacher later. Remember to enjoy yourselves. With that, he disregarded the wide-eyed children and entered his office. He aimed to shower Obito with fatherly affection, allowing him to revel in the extravagant lifestyle of a privileged youth, hoping to see whether his innocence would withstand the trials of love. After all, with wealth, a certain frog would introduce him to more young ladies, teaching him that the sweetness of first love resides within, that it is acceptable to feel anger and sorrow. Yet there is no need to destroy the world or commit fratricide, nor harm the innocent. I am your godfather. As Fugaku made his entrance, apart from the already familiar Kakashi and Rin, the other young companions were taken aback. Obito, your dad? Asuma, with his thick beard at such a young age, embraced Obito's shoulders, expressing a mix of envy and resentment. No wonder while we were cleaning the sewers, you were here sipping bubble tea. Is this what fatherly love looks like? Sigh. Why couldn't my old man treat me with such kindness? And you should have mentioned sooner. If I had known this was your shop, I wouldn't have had to wait 7 hours in line to buy tea for Kurenai. I could have gone through the back door. Wait, and don't call me Obito. Obito's mouth twitched in annoyance. So frustrating. Though they possess wealth, who is Uchiha Obito? A man destined to become Hokage. Would he ever casually refer to someone as father just because of a few filthy coins? Wouldn't he? He recognized that gaze all too well. Asuma furrowed his brow. Your father also displays such a look, but it is usually just to scold you. Moreover, if that were not the case, why would he be so good to you? He is nothing short of a lunatic. Obito held his head high with an air of pride, considering my talents, wishing to take me as his son and have me inherit his wealth. Asuma cast a skeptical glance at Obito, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. How could they not doubt him? What talent could this fellow possibly possess? Fire release? Cutting his own fingers with kunai? Tripping over his own feet in taijutsu? Indeed. He could not possibly be Obito's father. At that moment, the gentle Rin seemed to perceive Obito's confusion and softly explained, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. It's just that. For some reason, She glanced at Obito, perhaps merely jesting. As soon as she finished speaking, Sato cheerfully announced, "All right, kiddos. I've brought out the refreshments. So let's dig in." He cast a curious glance at Obito, shaking his head in mild disbelief before retreating to the kitchen. "Today, you can take a good rest. I wonder what the wealthy boss sees in you." With that, everyone fell silent, once again directing their attention to Obito. After a moment, Asuma thoughtfully stroked his chin and said, "Obito, why not just accept it? Then we can enjoy free milk tea." For some reason, every time he passed this place, as long as he had money in his pocket, he felt an irresistible urge to buy a cup. "Scram!" Obito shouted, exclaiming, "Who wants to call him dad? Are the children of Hokage this shameless?" Under Kakashi's indifferent gaze, the group continued their banter for a while before they began to relish the milk tea. This is delightful. And it even has pudding and taro," remarked Shikamaru, wiping his mouth. "To treat so many of us to milk tea and snacks, Obito. Is he really not your father?" "I told you he is not," Obito retorted petulantly, then lazily rested his head on the table. Lately, his grandmother had been leaving early and returning home late. He had no idea what she was up to. Even the elderly crossing the street seemed to have diminished significantly. "Are the elderly active?" Asuma nodded in response, mentioning that they merely sang songs and played some feathered ball game, which appeared rather dull. Moreover, there was something he did not mention, a group of elderly folks dressed in peculiar attire. To be honest, he had spent a long time washing his eyes that evening. With a tone of complaint, he wondered who had concocted such a thing. Shouldn't the elderly be sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun and leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea? "I think it's quite lovely. Everyone seems happy," Rin timidly interjected. But her words fell on deaf ears. The group was now solely focused on voicing their complaints. At that moment, the handsome youth, Mizuki, remarked, "I heard it was something concocted by the Uchiha clan." Following this, everyone once again turned their silent gaze towards Obito. In silence, Obito nodded helplessly. "I have inquired. And indeed, it is he, Uchiha Fugaku. That fellow organized the clan. It has even come to the point where he cannot dine with his grandmother. Yet, it seems she appears quite cheerful every day." His annoyance surfaced as he exclaimed, "Honestly, I haven't had freshly cooked, warm dishes in many days." At that moment, a sudden stillness enveloped the surroundings. Raising his head in confusion, he observed the group beside him, all in a state of astonishment. "What is it?" Asuma raised an eyebrow, seemingly incredulous as he gazed at Obito. "Uchiha Fugaku." Obito pointed to the name as if it were self-evident. "Isn't it written right there? Uchiha Fugaku?" The voice escalated. "Uchiha Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku? Are you unwell?" Obito rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Haven't I already mentioned it? Do you not find that name familiar? Do you know who authored it?" Shikamaru casually sipped his milk tea, speaking leisurely. "Have you heard of my Konoha, my Hokage? That sounds quite familiar." Obito pondered momentarily. "Where have I heard that before?" Suddenly, he was struck with realization, shuddering involuntarily. "Asking him is futile," Asuma remarked, casually picking his nose. "This guy has never passed this subject." Shikamaru silently regarded Asuma. "Do you have the right to say that? Have you even scored? Don't look at me like that. I indeed scored 2 points on that major question. Did you get the first question right?" Yes, indeed. I am Uchiha Shurgen. Once, I had the honor of witnessing the formidable yet affable first Hokage and followed the unparalleled Uchiha legend Madara. Now, as time has worn on, I have become the elder of the Uchiha clan. Leaning on my cane, I walk without the former pride I once possessed, even needing assistance to visit the restroom at night. My greatest yearning now is to see the Uchiha clan regain its former glory. Alas, the promising youths I once had high hopes for have ended up venturing into commerce. Early one morning, Uchiha Shurgen donned a simple disguise and stealthily followed a group of elderly Uchiha clan members to a flat clearing in the outskirts. Observing the bustling, jovial old fellows, he internally scoffed. Waste. Such tremendous waste. An absolute waste. What purpose does it serve to squander money here? Can it truly yield another genius for the Uchiha clan? Can the Uchiha clan regain its former glory? He repeatedly questioned himself internally, only to dismiss the thought without hesitation. His initial optimism regarding Uchiha Fugaku had begun to wane. Wouldn't it be far more advantageous to utilize that wealth for training Uchiha ninjas? With an annual budget of 100 or 200 million. Just imagine the possibilities that could unfold for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shurgen let out a profound sigh, filled with indignation and dissatisfaction. This young Fugaku truly lacked understanding. After all, he had once opposed the decision to extract his eyes. Why hadn't he consulted this esteemed elder before deciding to fund the Uchiha clan? Such a lack of discernment was utterly bewildering. At that moment, a young lady leading the group clapped her hands and called out, "Please line up. Everyone, count off." She instructed those who had just arrived to stand at the back, assuring them that she would make arrangements for them shortly. Turning to a stout man with bushy eyebrows and bright eyes clad in green, she said, "Thank you for your assistance, Dai-senpai." "Not a problem," Mato Dai replied, a flicker of a smile gracing his lips as he gave a thumbs up. In an instant, he dashed forward, creating several identical figures in the eyes of ordinary onlookers. "Sir, please line up over here. Is this for the Hyuga clan? Can I take this spot?" Uchiha Shurien felt a twitch in his eye. He knew this individual. In some ways, he was quite renowned within Konoha, a useless taijutsu ninja. Although his speed was impressive, should he encounter the Uchiha Sharingan, well, it would be merely inconsequential. With another sigh, he muttered to himself, "I never anticipated that Fuyou would have fallen so low as to recruit such inept individuals." Just as he was about to turn away in disgust and seek a serious discussion with Uchiha Fuyou, Mato Dai appeared beside him, urging, "Sir, please move ahead a little." Upon noticing the clan emblem on Shurien's attire, Dai understood the situation. Most members of the Uchiha clan were stoic and struggled with communication, often appearing arrogant. Patience was essential. As the owner of the establishment had once advised him, a sentiment he remembered distinctly. However, Uchiha Shurien, with a haughty snort and a disdainful expression, intended to mock this inept individual before departing. Just then, a chilling voice from an elderly woman interrupted him. "At your age, Shurien, you still possess that insufferable attitude." The voice was elegant, composed, and tinged with a hint of familiarity. Uchiha Shurien abruptly looked up to see a silver-haired woman with a meticulously arranged hairstyle and a face lined with wrinkles. Her eyes exhibiting the unique yet slightly clouded Byakugan characteristic of the Hyuga clan. He paused, momentarily astonished, and asked, "Baiwa, what brings you here?" Hyuga Baiwa's aged visage broke into a subtle smile, revealing the elegance she once possessed as a gracious woman in her youth. Out of sheer boredom, she had come to observe, having been here for several days, never anticipating the unfolding events. Casting a glance at Uchiha Shurien, she remarked, "You stubborn old fool have also graced us with your presence." Uchiha Shurien retorted, "The obstinacy of the Uchiha clan pales in comparison to that of your Hyuga family." Baiwa, unfazed, smiled slightly and responded, "Your junior, Uchiha Fuyou, quite commendable." With her words, Shurien seemed momentarily speechless, feeling as though he had been subtly mocked regarding the Uchiha's former prodigy, now a source of shame. Just as anger surged within him, ready to counter with a reference to the darkness surrounding the Hyuga's existence, the team leader approached with a smile, inquiring, "Is this a familiar face to you, Baiwa-senpai?" "Not particularly," Baiwa replied with a coy smile and a nod. Before Shurien could speak, the leader continued, "Might I trouble you, Baiwa-senpai, to guide this esteemed elder?" "Certainly." After a brief exchange, the leader departed, leaving Uchiha Shurien furrowing his brows in silent contemplation. Ignoring his discontent, he turned to leave when Baiwa's voice interjected, "Halt. Look up. How tedious. I shall not engage with you all," she began, but before she could finish, she drew closer to Shurien, grasping his hands. With her murky Byakugan, she scrutinized him. "At your age, still acting so childish? Raise your hands and observe my movements." Uchiha Shurien, taken aback, stared blankly at her aged face and the sensation of her grasp, involuntarily moving in sync with Baiwa. His eyes, once clouded, regained their clarity as he glimpsed the enchanting elegance of her youth. At that moment, Baiwa ceased her demonstration and scrutinized the bewildered Shurien. "Have you comprehended, old man?" Why the dazed expression? Shurien snapped back to reality, snorting coldly, "I do not grasp what your nonsensical display is about. Repeat it. What of your Sharingan? Old and ineffective." With a light chuckle, Baiwa acknowledged, "Indeed, age has caught up with us. You must see clearly this time." Once again, the hand gently guided Shurien, who, captivated by the elegant and serene movements before him, felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his lips, fleeting and almost imperceptible. If one were not attentive, it would easily go unnoticed. However, the thought struck him, what is the purpose of my presence here? It felt as though some significant matter had slipped his mind. Just then, a sharp reprimand from Hinata Baiwa broke his reverie, urging him to focus and observe closely. Cast aside were the inner uncertainties, and with a firm expression, Uchiha Shurien mused, to have forgotten such trivialities, it must indeed be of little consequence. Since it was of no pressing importance, he dismissed it. What mattered now was to ensure that the old-timers of the Hyuga clan comprehended that no one could rival the Uchiha family. Meanwhile, after a brief registration with the gatekeepers of Konoha, he departed the village under the guise of a merchant engaging in business activities. Following a polite farewell to Suzune, who regarded him with a gentle smile, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by 2 guards, leisurely exited the village. The guards, trusted confidants, were registered within Konoha and permitted to accompany him in and out of the village, albeit their prowess was rather mundane. After all, excessive strength would curtail such freedoms. Upon leaving Konoha, just beyond its borders, a group awaited his arrival. As twilight approached, he finally stepped beyond the confines of the village, entering a serene forest. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than several figures cloaked in black emerged, standing directly before Uchiha Fugaku. "Boss, the great Buddha." Fugaku smiled slightly, greeting. "Ah, you have come this time?" "Haha." The great Buddha chuckled heartily. "I was bored, so I came." "Are we heading back now?" "Wait." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, turning to glance behind him, a smirk forming on his lips. "First, let's deal with a few pesky rodents lurking about." Discovered. The 3 ninjas, donned in animal masks, exchanged astonished glances, their surprise evident in their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, the prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, had long since abandoned the path of the shinobi after graduating from the academy to pursue commerce, amassing years in the business world. It was indeed said that a genius is deserving of the title. Within a mere few years, he had established branches across most of the Fire Country, causing even their specially trained ninjas to hesitate at the entrance of his establishments, contemplating whether to indulge in his offerings. Initially, they speculated whether his milk tea contained some extraordinary substance. However, upon further analysis, it was merely a cup of pleasantly flavored tea. Thus, without a doubt, Uchiha Fugaku was a business savant. Yet, after all these years, they found it hard to believe that a merchant who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and squandered so many years could uncover their hidden presence. Was it his guards who informed him? Impossible. The 3 ninjas clad in dark attire swiftly dismissed the situation. They had just witnessed it. Uchiha Fugaku had discovered them before his own guards. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku harbored more secrets than anticipated. The leader, a cat-faced ninja crouching low, spoke in a hushed tone. "To have detected us, his strength must be formidable. Perhaps it's due to the Sharingan? The ability to perceive us without engaging in any ninja tasks. Regardless, we must report this to Lord Danzo. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku has other ninjas from different villages outside the village. Does he distrust his own village? This is a grave taboo, especially for a member of the Uchiha clan. They are well aware of the clans standing within the village. What should we do now, since we have been discovered?" He cast a glance at the 5 individuals surrounding Uchiha Fugaku, noting that 2 were merely guards brought from the village, posing little threat, while the identities of the other 3 remained uncertain. "Let us take them back to the village for interrogation. If we cannot prevail, we shall gather intelligence and retreat swiftly." With that, after a brief exchange, the 3 ninjas revealed themselves, addressing Uchiha Fugaku. "Uchiha Fugaku, we request that you accompany us. The Hokage wishes to see you." "The Hokage?" "That must be Danzo." The root ninjas, accustomed to operating from the shadows, typically executed their tasks under the auspices of the Umbu, thus invoking the Hokage's authority. Although the previous night he had heard from Yano that Danzo seemed to have his sights set on his wealth, the naive, affluent villagers were merely pawns in Danzo's scheme. Hence, he had paid little heed, intending to discuss investment matters with Danzo later, only to find himself unexpectedly pursued by 3 root ninjas as he left the village. Uchiha Fugaku quickly grasped the implications. That old man intended to recruit him into the roots, transforming him into a mere financial asset, or perhaps even to inherit his tea business in the Land of Fire. The immediate benefits were not what they sought. They were intent on claiming it all. Little did they know, should he meet his demise, they would merely be left with a pile of ruins. Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly, gazing at the 3 ninjas. And as they anticipated his inquiry regarding the Hokage's summons, Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted. He calmly declared, "Make your move. None shall leave." At this juncture, he had no intention of allowing these individuals to return. Whether it pertained to their strength or the matters concerning Daibutsu, it was imperative that nothing be exposed. He was merely an unremarkable merchant from Ikura with a modest fortune. As for how Danzo would react to his absence, he would think whatever he pleased, as long as he remains a merchant of Aitsuin, regardless of his thoughts. He is not an outsider merchant from another village in Konohagakure who could be easily labeled as a spy without any evidence to justify such suspicion. Does he truly believe that losing several hundred million is a trivial matter? boldly robbing others. Is he not concerned about the discontent it may sow among other clans in the village? Hence, 3 root ninjas have gone missing after shadowing him? Apologies. But he remains oblivious. Moreover, he is merely a discarded ninja turned merchant. Why would root ninjas stealthily follow him? Upon Uchiha Fuyou's declaration, the formidable figure of Defo charged forward with a sinister grin. The root ninjas exchanged glances and quickly prepared to defend themselves. Uchiha Fuyou, openly defying the Hokage's orders. Does the Uchiha clan seek to betray the village? What defiance against the Hokage's directives? Uchiha Fuyou proclaimed with righteous indignation, "You think you can deceive me, an Itsuan merchant, under the guise of the Hokage? Do you truly believe that my losses amounting to several hundred million each year are inconsequential?" The third Hokage, known for his benevolence and wisdom, would never resort to such treachery. His eyes narrowed, seemingly imbued with divine insight. He believed it to be a disguise of the enemy village, intending to eliminate him, an Itsuan merchant, to disrupt the unity of Konoha and seize his wealth. Upon hearing this, the root ninjas were momentarily rendered speechless. They are the shadows of Konoha, silently safeguarding the village from the darkness, and thus, Danzo's orders were tantamount to the Hokage's. Yet, they could not simply agree, admitting they had come to rob him. With a thunderous roar, Defo unleashed his assault without mercy, wielding his staff to execute the water release, water prison technique. Unfortunately, ninjas capable of infiltrating the root are not ordinary. In fact, Danzo does not even regard typical ninjas. Earth release, earth wall. With swift hand signs, a wall of earth materialized before them, effectively blocking the towering water sphere. And the 3 ninjas promptly vanished from their original spot. Then, another ninja formed hand signs and calmly declared, "Body flicker technique." Truly, they were deserving of their elite status, as their coordination ensnared Defo, the wandering ninja. However, Defo was not alone in this battle, though the other 2 were slightly weaker. They possessed the strength of Nin and swiftly interrupted the assault. In the blink of an eye, Defo regained his mobility. Alas, the Nin is still a Nin. Their intervention led them into a trap, as 2 figures emerged behind them, prepared to subdue them. Suddenly, 2 kunai flew through the air. Uchiha's throwing technique. The 2 root ninjas were compelled to halt their attack and quickly retreated a step to evade the strike. They stared in astonishment at Uchiha Fuyou, who stood there with a benevolent smile. That recent display of throwing this individual possesses remarkable timing. He does not resemble a mere student who has undergone the basic ninja education. The 3 once again gathered together, exchanged glances, and retreated. The Uchiha clan conceals its formidable power and recruits ninjas from outside villages. Given the clan's precarious situation, it is evident that they are plotting something significant, which must be reported to Danzo. However, Uchiha Fuyou would never allow anyone to leave. He is determined to keep his secrets hidden. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson, and the 3 Tomo began to rotate within his gaze. The 3 root ninjas widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of those scarlet eyes. The Sharingan? Or rather, the Meijiki Sharingan. Time was of the essence. This must come to an end. Uchiha Fuyou, with an air of affability, regarded them, his wealth amounting to hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Retreat. The 3 made a swift decision, concealing their strength, refusing to become ninjas of Konoha, and recruiting outsiders. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly scheming something. It was imperative to convey this intelligence to Danzo. However, it was already too late. Once the Sharingan was activated, their fate was sealed. Escape was no longer an option. Although merely the 3 Tomo, it was sufficient to signify that his power was not to be trifled with, especially when augmented by his wealth and abilities. Utilizing surprise, he unleashed a combination of Genjutsu and Ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the Great Buddha advanced to intercept. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. The Uchiha clan was renowned not only for its mastery of Genjutsu, but also for its prowess in fire release. The extraordinary chakra produced a qualitative transformation, and 3 colossal dragons erupted forth, lunging towards the trio in their astonished state. A powerful J-Ni. Yet, this was not the end. Money release, sky of exploding tags. He hurled a multitude of explosive tags, instantly blanketing the area around the root ninjas. The continuous cacophony of explosions, coupled with the fiery dragons, engulfed them, causing the great Buddha to grimace and retreat while urgently calling out, "Boss, no more. They are surely doomed." This extravagant technique of explosive tags. For just 3 adversaries, what ninja would dare to employ such tactics? Only a wealthy individual like Fuyou would be audacious enough. Moreover, such recklessness could very well lead to their own demise. As the dust settled, the great Buddha and Fuyou withdrew their defensive techniques, observing the three ninjas, who had formed a triangle back-to-back. By this point, their bodies were in tatters, clothes shredded, blood oozing, and two of them missing limbs, while beneath their feet lay a vast and grotesque crater. The outcome was foreordained. Uchiha Fugaku. The lead root ninja lowered his voice, gazing intently at Uchiha Fugaku. You must not. His words were cut short. Money release. What was he babbling about? As the shuriken was extracted from the neck of the last gasping enemy, everything was incinerated. Let us deal with the surrounding area as well. Interrogating a ninja can yield valuable intelligence from the corpses. Yes, boss. The great Buddha nodded in acknowledgement. A twitch at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the boss, thinking, this battle lacks any thrill. After assigning the ninjas to clean up, he hesitated. Did the boss kill the leaf ninja with the intent to defect to the land of rain? What leaf ninja? What are you talking about? Uchiha Fugaku looked at the great Buddha in confusion, asking who was killed. Let us go. We must depart. The great Buddha nodded in understanding. Indeed. They had not killed anyone. However, Uchiha Fugaku paused after taking a few steps, narrowing his eyes as he leisurely addressed the great Buddha. By the way, later, issue a bounty on the black market for me. Who are you placing a bounty on? Why complicate things with a bounty? Can't we just send someone to assassinate those who have offended the boss? A few days later, in a dark, eerie cave somewhere within the Leaf Village. Have the three of them not returned yet? Danzo, bound in bandages, sat on a central stone bench, his face grim as he surveyed the root ninjas below. How can it take so long for a mere merchant? Truly a bunch of useless fools. Root does not require such incompetence. Initially, he had intended to recruit that individual into the Root organization. Although Uchiha Fugaku possessed considerable talent, he had squandered so many years. What good is talent if it cannot be harnessed? He had long since lost the potential to be a powerful ninja. Thus, he planned to have him serve as a merchant for the Root, financing their operations. Given his ability to establish such a vast business in a short time, his commercial acumen was undoubtedly impressive. If he could be utilized for Root's purposes, then those resources wasted on the likes of Hyzen and squandered on trivial matters, such as funding for the elderly activity group, could be redirected towards Root, enabling them to better protect the leaf. That individual was truly a waste. He had failed to allocate funds where they were truly needed. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing down at the Root ninjas kneeling before him. Their heads bowed in deference. Have you received any response? None, Lord Danzo. One of the Root ninjas replied respectfully. We lost contact with the three of them after the first day they departed, coupled with the traces left at the forest's edge outside the leaf. I suspect they may have already perished. With this, he lowered his head once again. Danzo furrowed his brow, his expression darkening ominously. Do you know who did this? The scene was too chaotic, with traces of earth style, water style, fire style, and numerous explosive tags scattered about. The ninja paused before responding. It is still unknown. A bunch of useless fools. Danzo snorted coldly, yet his face remained grave. He dispatched ninjas to shadow Uchiha Fugaku in order to conceal his actions from Hisashi, intending to bring that individual under his command. The three ninjas who disappeared were also lost while tracking Uchiha Fugaku. Is there a connection between these two events? Yet, a mere merchant who has never executed a mission, lacks proficiency in ninjutsu, and has never been taught by a J-nin. Could this be plausible? Furthermore, in the event of an unforeseen incident, the Root ninjas would act under the auspices of the Hokage's elite unit, the Umbu. Would a mere merchant dare to confront the Umbu of Konoha? No amount of wealth could shield him. Toanzo pondered for a moment. Does he know where that individual has ventured? According to his records, he was ostensibly organizing matters related to tea shops within the Land of Fire while also exploring new industries. Within the Land of Fire, how many branches has he opened? Toanzo furrowed his brow, tapping the floor, lost in thought, and murmured, It seems I must personally intervene to track his whereabouts, and then, before he could finish his thought, a Root ninja burst in, panic-stricken. Report. Lord Toanzo. Humph. Toanzo scoffed, casting a wary glance at the frantic ninja. What has transpired? A bounty has appeared in the black market for Lord Toanzo. Toanzo was taken aback, having remained out of sight for so long within the village. Who could possibly place a bounty on him? Yet, he was unconcerned. Which renowned ninja has not had a bounty placed upon them? The issue is not significant. Do you know who placed it? It might be from the mist-hidden village, or perhaps the rock, cloud, sand, or rain-hidden villages. Are the Root ninjas so incompetent that they cannot ascertain the origin of this bounty? Before Toanzo could reprimand the glum-faced ninja, the latter continued. Bounties have been issued from black markets across various regions, ranging from 100,000 Rio to 10 million, 30 million, 50 million. The numbers escalated, causing Toanzo's eyelids to twitch. Have I committed any acts of wrath that would incite such outrage during this time? The total amounts to 350 million Rio. The ninja lowered his head even further, nearly burying it into the ground, as he ranked first on the bounty list. Moreover, it may still be rising. Toanzo's lips twitched. This price rivals that of a tailed beast. Even during the time of Lord Hashirama, such a bounty was unheard of. What enmity could warrant this? Furthermore, he has been preoccupied with war and village affairs, having not ventured to so many places. I understand. Arrange for someone to investigate the party responsible for the bounty. Additionally, you may all withdraw. Yes. The ninjas complied. However, just as he finished speaking, another ninja interjected. I shall immediately arrange for Lord Toanzo to personally investigate the matter concerning Uchiha Fugaku. With a subtle nod, Danzo tapped the armrest several times, seemingly lost in contemplation. Find him and bring him here. There are numerous matters in Konoha that require my attention. For the time being, I cannot leave the village, he declared, rising to his feet. Now, you may all withdraw. His expression remained impassive as he strode towards the exit. Who issued the bounty, anyway? Of course it was I. But I shall remain silent. It is merely a game. Just one Asuma has driven Kakuzu to take risks, directly confronting the third Hokage's son. What if there were 10 or even 100 Asumas? How dare they send a mere ninja to confront him and attempt to seize his wealth? Do they not fear that in due time Suchi might unleash his wrath upon them, annihilating their entire clan? Hence, it is indisputable. Matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. It is time for the shinobi to witness the terrifying power of wealth. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to discreetly place a bounty on Shimura Danzo, incrementally increasing it over time. Gradually, he aimed to elevate Danzo into a veritable walking gold coin. Then we shall see if he dares to sneak out of the village again. I imagine that upon his appearance, others would fixate on him with eager eyes. One successful venture, and he could live in comfort for the rest of his life. It is quite possible that the ninjas within the village would feel an itch to claim his head, should funds run short in the village. He could even offer his own head as a substantial contribution to the community, were it not for the recent expenditures causing some concern about a potential financial shortfall. He would have raised the bounty to a staggering billion by now. Danzo ought to pray that the third great ninja war does not escalate too fiercely. Otherwise, to restore the economy of Konoha, someone might indeed call upon him to embody the true will of fire. After days of winding paths and deliberate obfuscation of his route, today, he finally stealthily crossed the borders of the land of fire, arriving in the land of rain, a nation perpetually shrouded in drizzle. Gazing at the misty rain before him, Uchiha Fugaku, now adorned in the garb of a traveling merchant, stretched luxuriously, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, I have arrived. Today, the weather was splendid, with clear skies and gentle breezes. Although chaos reigned outside the ninja village, peace prevailed within its confines. I am Uchiha Itachi, 2 years of age. Recently, my uncle, whom I had never seen since birth, unexpectedly appeared before me, unveiling the fact that I have an uncle. Yet, I cannot discern when this change began. It feels as though something has shifted. My father, who had always been stoic, now seems rather talkative, reminding me daily not to squander money and not to emulate some prodigal son, asserting that ninjas are the future of the Uchiha clan. This newfound verbosity from my usually taciturn father is quite disconcerting for a 2-year-old like me. Why does he incessantly speak of such things without reason? Every few days, a sister with eyes unlike mine visits, bringing me money. Although it is not as substantial as the sum given by the uncle initially, it is still a thick stack, surpassing the allowance provided by my mother. Each time she touches it, the money slips from her hands. Of course, she does not mind, as she has no need for it herself. Giving it to my mother is also a kind gesture. For instance, today, after the sister delivered the money, she politely declined my mother's insistence to stay, and as soon as she departed, my mother approached. Uchiha Itachi, clutching the money in his hands, lifted his chubby head to behold his mother's warm, maternal smile. Itachi, you are still young and cannot hold so much money. It is too dangerous. Come, hand it over to me, Uchiha Makoto said gently, stroking his head. Do not worry. Mother will not misuse it. I will save it for you until you grow up and marry. All right. Little Itachi readily agreed and unhesitatingly offered the money to his mother, who accepted it without qualm. What a dutiful child. Makoto smiled and nodded. However, it is indeed rather exasperating that wealth continually arrives, She glanced at her husband, who stood with crossed arms and a stern expression, and it seemed that upon seeing the money in her hands, a palpable relief washed over his face. Makoto's heart understood immediately. If Itachi were to follow in the footsteps of the affluent and not become a ninja, Fugaku would undoubtedly be heartbroken. At that moment, Itachi suddenly spoke again. "Mother, Sister Suzune has been stopped by the second elder. Call her Aunt Suzune," Makoto replied, frowning as she followed Itachi's gaze outside the door, where indeed she spotted Suzune being detained by several Uchiha ninjas. What could the second elder be plotting? Today, the weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze and bright sunshine. The second elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ishizawa, was preparing to take advantage of the lovely weather for a stroll, to stretch his bones and clear his mind. A few days prior, his elder brother, the clan's leader, had resolutely ventured into the lion's den to redirect the wayward Uchiha Fugaku, risking his aged body to gather intelligence and prepare compelling arguments to guide Fugaku back to the path of a ninja, instilling in him the understanding that ninjas represent the future of the ninja world, hoping he would return to the righteous path. Unlike now, where has all the money gone? And why has it been foolishly given away? This is utterly ridiculous. Recently, his elder brother had been exceedingly weary. To infiltrate the enemy without raising suspicion and to uncover more genuine information, he had curtailed Fugaku's aspirations. Each morning, he donned the shameful attire that even ninjas found disgraceful, all to blend in with that group of fools, forcing a cheerful facade upon his face. Uchiha Shiai's could not help but gaze forlornly at his elder brother's departing figure. At his age, he still had to strive tirelessly for the sake of the unworthy descendants of the Uchiha clan. As night fell, he returned home, weary and worn. Despite his aching body, he felt compelled to wear a reassuring smile, putting on a facade of cheerfulness for the peace of mind of others. His elder brother was indeed making great efforts for the Uchiha family. However, what of the troublesome Uchiha Fugaku? Despite the elders of the Uchiha clan toiling so diligently, he remained oblivious and unrepentant. Recently, he had even left the village to evade them. What was this talk of conducting business activities? The milk tea shop was already running smoothly. What further business did he need to pursue? With ninjutsu rampant and war looming outside, was he truly wandering for commercial purposes? It was absurd. It was clear he was merely trying to avoid the elders who cared for the clan. Just like last time, he decided on a multi-million funding initiative without even consulting the elders. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, should prioritize the clan above all else. How could he squander money on frivolities? Uchiha Shiai sighed deeply, reflecting on how his elder brother, despite his age, had to feign foolishness among a group of simpletons. Were it not for the fear of being criticized by the village, he would have called upon the Konoha guard to apprehend him for questioning. He lifted his gaze and was taken aback to see a pair of Byakugan eyes within the Uchiha compound, furrowing his brow in confusion. Who was this companion? Returning elder. Lady Suzune was sent here on the orders of Lord Fuyou, said the Uchiha ninja, bowing his head. The financial assistance from the clan was being managed by Lord Fuyou. He explained. This absurd funding was being handled by an outsider? Uchiha Shiai was momentarily stunned, his aged face creasing with concern as he scrutinized the girl with Byakugan. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and shook his head. It was truly foolish. To entrust such a significant amount of money to a foreign woman was laughable. With his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve, he finally scoffed and commanded her to come forward. Yes, having fulfilled Lord Fuyu's arrangements, Suzune prepared to return to her ongoing tasks. The new establishment was a barbecue restaurant, its location already chosen, conveniently situated just a street away from the milk tea shop. She needed to check on the progress and ensure that construction adhered to their specifications. This barbecue restaurant was somewhat larger, and given Lord Fuyu's emphasis on it, once stability returned to the village, it would expand into branches throughout the Land of Fire, much like the milk tea shop. Though she was uncertain why the affluent individual required her to deliver funds to his nephew, the weasel, at regular intervals and directly into his hands, she resolved to fulfill the request as he had instructed. Hinata Suzune's lips curled slightly as she held the documents, murmuring softly to herself that in a month, the affluent one would return. Just as she finished speaking, a stern voice interrupted her. Hinata's young lady. Startled, Hinata Suzune turned around, clutching the documents, and beheld the elderly Uchiha behind her. His demeanor suggested he was an elder of the Uchiha clan, similar to the elders of the Hyuga clan. She hesitated before addressing him. Sir, the affairs of the Uchiha clan do not require the management of an outsider, especially not one from the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Ishizawa stated bluntly, his tone frosty. I shall arrange for someone to come and transfer the funds and matters to the Uchiha. Hinata Susan furrowed her brow at this, yet inhaled deeply, responding earnestly, I apologize, but this task was assigned to me by Lord Fuyou. Without his explicit command, I cannot hand it over to anyone else. Coming from a prominent family herself, Susan could surmise the underlying implications. Nonetheless, she steadfastly resolved that without Fuyou's consent, she would not relinquish her hold. I shall speak with Fuyou personally, Uchiha Ishizawa retorted dismissively. Do you truly believe that a mere girl from the branch of the Hyuga clan can manage the affairs of the Uchiha? Forgive me, young lady. Do not presume that just because of Fuyou's favor, I would refrain from taking action. Forgive me, he continued, his expression hardening. Seize her. Before he could finish his command, a voice interrupted. What is happening here? What is going on? Nothing, nothing. Young lady of the Hinata clan, do not overthink it. Please return. I shall have a word with this stubborn old man shortly. Thank you, elder. Brother. Uchiha Ishizawa looked at the departing figure, puzzled, and inquired of the elder beside him. Why did you allow her to leave? We could have taken care of everything while we had the chance. Foolish, foolish. Uchiha Shuriken sighed, patting Ishizawa's shoulder. Do you think that such coercion will yield results? The funds belong to Fuyou, and he has already been expelled from the Uchiha clan. But, no buts. This is how it must be. Uchiha Shuriken shook his head, his murky eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. He raised his gaze and spoke gravely. Do you comprehend how many families are involved here? Ishizawa, we are no longer young. We are prone to confusion. Heed your elder brother's counsel. The waters here are too deep for you to navigate. Let your brother handle it. Do not wade into this murky water. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he patted Ishizawa's shoulder once more, then, without further words, shook his head and, with a wistful expression, leaned on his cane as he departed. Today, it appears that an influx of newcomers necessitates a rearrangement of the team. Thus, a day of rest is in order. Uchiha Fuyou truly embodies a sense of wealth. Since the decision has been made, it is imperative to commit fully. What kind of individuals have been arranged? Such a small number of people cannot be managed properly. The location is also less than ideal, surrounded by rocky terrain and difficult paths. What were they thinking? It is utterly shameful. Uchiha Shuriken furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself that upon his return, he must have a serious discussion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shiai silently observed the retreating figure of his elder brother, feeling a profound sense of stoop and helplessness. His elder brother, still as he always was, quietly safeguarding the Uchiha clan from behind the scenes. Is the situation truly that dire? For his brother to express such sentiments indicates that it must be a matter of considerable complexity. No wonder his brother has been so busy and exhausted these past few days. Rising early and returning late, he would come home, dragging his weary body, and collapse into sleep. It truly evokes a sense of pity. However, since his brother has spoken, how could he possibly go against his wishes? Yet, within Uchiha Shiai's heart, a silent vow emerged, his murky gaze fixed upon the direction in which his brother had departed. It seems he must have a serious conversation with Uchiha Fuyou. This is nothing short of a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Achu. Uchiha Fuyou rubbed his nose, slightly furrowing his brow. Has the continuous rain over the past few days caused discomfort? Managing the land of rain is essential. After all, it is connected to several nations, including 3 major powers. If the land of rain can be opened up, it will undoubtedly become a commercial hub once peace is established, bringing him substantial profits. Moreover, this place can be considered his secret base. If Itachi fails to live up to expectations, they may have to find a new location for the Uchiha clan. Thus, he wonders how the mental youth money corruption plan is progressing. However, Fuyou suspects that it is not faring well. After all, the allure within the village is currently quite scant. As a young master of the Uchiha clan, he has no worries about food or clothing. At most, he spends a little on bubble tea or a bowl of ramen, with little else to spend on, unlike the future Kakashi, who will have developed various hobbies. Therefore, he must devise some enticing schemes for the younger generation, provide them with money, and later, reclaim the funds. Simultaneously, during this period, he has instructed the Land of Rain to produce shurikens and explosive tags, as well as engage in some research. For instance, various studies on bloodline abilities. Of course, he is currently focused on the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Intense emotional fluctuations can awaken a dark chakra that enhances the Uchiha bloodline and promotes the evolution of the Sharingan. This is the outcome of the second Hokage's research. But what, precisely, is this malevolent chakra? Is it truly only the malevolent chakra that can facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan? Perhaps he should eliminate his elder brother to prevent a tragic family drama from unfolding once more. Initially, he contemplated collaborating with Orochimaru. Yet now that the latter has become an idol of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, the notion of a mere unremarkable merchant partnering with him to research the Uchiha bloodline would undoubtedly raise suspicions not only from Danzo, but also from the Uchiha clan regarding his true intentions. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided it prudent to discreetly arrange for research on his own accord. Uchiha Fuyou pondered for a moment. At that moment, several figures approached. Brother Fuyou. The foremost figure, with vibrant orange hair and a confident smile reminiscent of Minato, was Yahiko. Upon seeing Fuyou, he appeared particularly elated. Everyone was quite thrilled to hear you were coming. Thank you for your efforts, Fuyou replied with a smile and a nod, observing their successful endeavors. Thanks to your guidance. Brother Fuyou, Yahiko cheerfully responded. Without you, the three of us would still be huddled in a cave, not having this many people to assist us. That is a testament to your own merits. Uchiha Fuyou recalled his initial strategies for managing the Land of Rain. He had not anticipated arriving too early, as the three little ones had only just begun to gather some children, living from meal to meal, and had yet to establish the Akatsuki. Therefore, he took action, providing funds, guidance, and assistance. Build high walls, accumulate grain, and delay the claim to power. There was no need to concern himself with the so-called deity of the ninja world. He could quietly develop at his own pace. It appeared to be progressing well. As if recalling something, Uchiha Fuyou inquired, by the way, how is that demigod of the ninja world faring? Has he taken any action? We followed your advice and did not encroach upon his territory, merely occupying the areas he deemed unnecessary. Yahiko replied with a smile, adding, We have gathered the refugees of the Land of Rain. According to your guidance, we are currently recuperating and developing, so he has paid us no mind. Excellent. Uchiha Fuyou expressed his satisfaction, patting Yahiko on the shoulder earnestly. However, we must remain vigilant. That individual. But never mind. I shall see if I can resolve it with finances. Let us keep an eye on him for now and not concern ourselves with him. Since his old age, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, had succumbed to a hedonistic lifestyle, struggling to prolong his existence without any semblance of his former grandeur. Otherwise, he would not have heeded Danzo's plans, losing faith in his own strength and collaborating with unscrupulous individuals. Thus, if Danzo were to remain incapacitated, it might be a viable option. He was quite adept at wielding financial influence. Gazing at the gentle, red-haired woman beside him, who wore a warm smile akin to that of an older sister, he nodded toward Uzumaki Kanai. After she returned a subtle smile, he turned his attention to the nearby violet-haired girl. How is the production of the explosive tags and shuriken that I requested you to expedite coming along? I plan to take some back with me. During times of war, arms sales flourish, and one might wonder if there's an opportunity to profit from it. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later. However, the young Konan nodded in agreement. After Fuya Uchiha spoke, we have been diligently working on our preparations. Currently, we have accumulated approximately 10,000 explosive tags and around 20,000 kunai and shuriken. Upon these words, Fuya Uchiha pondered for a moment, shaking his head with a hint of discontent. This arsenal felt insufficient. Such limited firepower left him somewhat anxious. Konan looked at Fuya with an expression of disbelief. 10,000 explosive tags. Is that not ample? Is the intention to amass 1,000,000? Which ninja would recklessly throw away 1,000,000 explosive tags? Do they possess a mine at home? Losing 100 at a time would be painfully regrettable. With a tone of resignation, she remarked on their efforts, noting how everyone rose before dawn to labor, returning late to rest. How could they possibly sleep at their age? Oh, it's nothing, Fuya Uchiha replied, shaking his head. His gaze filled with nostalgia. With a sigh, he looked upwards at a 45-degree angle, his voice tinged with weariness. Konan, have you ever witnessed the scenery of the ninja world at 4 in the morning? Of course, came her instinctive and puzzled response. What is the point of asking that? Konan gazed at Fuya Uchiha in confusion. Back when Nagato, Yahiko, and I were wandering, we saw it every day. Sometimes we would go several days without sleep. Indeed, that is the difference, Fuya Uchiha remarked with a sudden air of reflection. Even in a life of comfort and ease, one must not forget the diligence of past struggles. My point is, regardless of how life unfolds, one must always remember the hardships endured in pursuit of a better existence. We ought not to indulge in hedonism simply because life has improved. Observing Yahiko deep in thought, and Konan looking somewhat bewildered, He worried that he had overspilled his motivational fervor and swiftly changed the subject. Where's Nagato? Why isn't he here? Has he begun to indulge? He went with Jay-Zu to excavate a tunnel yesterday and returned late. So he is still resting, Yahiko responded with a wry smile. Then, his excitement surged as he said, Fuya taught us a jutsu, the no-seal technique, pit-digging sphere. It is incredibly useful. It allows us to rapidly create large pits, even remotely controlled, greatly reducing our workload. If only we could lessen its power a bit. With that, he sighed again. As Fuya Uchiha had mentioned, during the Sage of Six Paths era, ninjutsu was used for world transformation, yet it is perplexing how it has devolved into a means of destruction. Yahiko is simply too sentimental. He is not yet a successful capitalist. Fuyo gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Therefore, you must guide everyone back onto the right path. To manage the land of rain, we cannot do without the labor of workers. Let all ninjas apply their jutsu in a proper manner. I will, Fuyo and I. Yahiko confidently replied, assuring him that he would not disappoint. No disappointment, no disappointment. As long as there is work to be done. Uchiha Fuyo glanced at the land of rain that Yahiko and his companions were overseeing, although their territory was small and largely situated in low-lying areas prone to flooding. The situation was not dire. At least Hanzo the salamander showed little interest in them. Moreover, many refugees had arrived. If factories could be established here, it would be splendid. With low wages and abundant workers, costs would be minimal, though the chaotic conditions made transportation perilous, leading to exorbitant delivery expenses. As a businessman, Fuyo had to set his plans aside for the time being. After a leisurely stroll, he collected his explosive tags and kunai, and the group arrived at the base of Yahiko and his comrades, where Nagato had just awakened. Reflecting on the trio, he thought of the hardships they faced as orphans, wandering the land of rain until they became disciples of Jeriah, acquiring skills to fend for themselves. Yet, their leader had perished, the second brother was crippled, and the youngest sister had lost her dreams, succumbing to the delusions of Nagato, who had become mentally unstable due to his disability. This illustrates just how crucial parental guidance is. It is imperative to instill correct values during childhood. The notion of achieving peace through the annihilation of the world certainly seems more plausible than the beliefs of the God of Shinobi. If everyone were to perish, would that not bring about peace? It is a rather misguided ideology, influenced by madness. In the Uchiha clan, aside from him, Fuyo, the others seemed to possess a peculiar lack of sanity. With a sigh, Uchiha Fuyo patted Nagato, who was getting up for breakfast. Nagato, in the future, keep your distance from the insane. You must have your own opinions. Upon hearing this, Nagato silently picked up a bun, glanced at Fuyo, pondered for a moment, then nodded and seated himself across the table. This boy certainly has a cheeky side. It seems he is not adept at reading people. Fuyo took a seat as well and began his lunch, prepared by Uzumaki Kanai. The meal was quite delectable, featuring local specialties such as the tender and juicy mountain pepper fish, alongside delightful fish soup and barbecue. However, this dish was poisonous, akin to pufferfish. Without proper expertise, one could easily risk their life. Uzumaki Kanai. Before the Third Great Ninja War had commenced, he had brought her from the land of grass, where he encountered a wandering woman from the Uzumaki clan, deciding to bring her to the land of rain to be with the trio. It appeared she was faring quite well, as Nagato now had a sister, which brought a spark of liveliness to his demeanor. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from using those eyes too frequently, Uchiha Fuyo mused, considering the considerable burden on his chakra. At such a tender age, any lapse in vigilance could lead to overexertion, necessitating the arrangement of a wheelchair for him. It would be prudent to explore other ninjutsu and cultivate a positive and optimistic mindset. The Rinnegan, indeed, is a testament to the evolution of the Sharingan. Its power amplifies in moments of anger. Uchiha Fuyo speculated that Nagato's later extremism might also be linked to these very eyes. Thus, could it be that the Sharingan is the source of the Uchiha clan's madness? And since the Sharingan derives from the God Tree, it is worth recalling that there were speculations regarding Akatsuki Kagaya's transformation from a goddess to an extremist, not merely due to childbirth or the trials of menopause, but perhaps also due to an infection from the Rinnegan. The madness within the Uchiha family appears to be hereditary. I understand, Nagato nodded. These eyes they are indeed peculiar. When activated, they imbue a certain vitality, yet they can easily incite impulsive actions. At the moment, such behavior may seem inconsequential, but upon reflection, a ninja's inability to maintain composure is quite perilous. Sister Kanai examined me, in moments of excitement. A chakra akin to that of the Uchiha Sharingan would manifest within my eyes, making me susceptible to inner turmoil. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled softly. Indeed. The psychological well-being of the Uchiha clan warrants significant attention. After their meal, he and Uzumaki Kanai descended to the underground laboratory that he had constructed at great expense. Alas, the number of researchers was insufficient, and the experimental samples were scant. Please, Lord Fuyo, Kanai, clad in a white lab coat, smiled gently, gesturing towards a surgical bed. This will only require a simple examination. Herein lay the majority of data concerning his Sharingan and chakra. Unlike other Uchihas who awakened their eyes through emotional trauma from witnessing the demise of loved ones, he had activated his Sharingan upon graduating elementary school and embarking on his journey to earn money. The first upgrade had led to his awakening. Subsequent awakenings were a natural result of system upgrades and attribute enhancements. Perhaps the thrill of earning had stirred a certain emotion within him. Uchiha Fuyo gazed intently at Uzumaki Kanai as she cautiously approached to examine his eyes, her striking red hair contrasting with the gentleness reminiscent of his sister Kushina, yet distinctively soothing. Unlike his sweet childhood friend Suzune, she bore an uncanny resemblance to his elder sister, Yano, exuding a nurturing aura. After a brief moment, Kanai softly inquired, "Will you truly not remain in the land of rain? Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all hope that you will stay. Just wait a moment. I still have funds to acquire. How could I possibly leave?" Uchiha Fuyo smiled, shaking his head. "It would be unwise to let others discover my presence in the land of rain." Kanna understood. The whirlpool Kanna smiled subtly, her eyes fluttering for a moment, and after a brief silence, she expressed her gratitude. Before the affluent Uchiha could utter a word, she continued with a smile, mentioning that her ocular prowess had enhanced, though little else had changed. With that, she tucked away her plastic gloves, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her gaze somewhat dreamy. She extended her delicate fingers, reminiscent of green onions, towards Uchiha Fuyo, saying, "Master, please." In truth, she felt the urge to bite her wrist. "Master, please. Thank you for your hospitality." Observing the smiling Kanna, Uchiha Fuyo took her slender, pale index finger into his mouth, gently biting it. Instantly, a warmth akin to liquid flooded his mouth, enveloping him as if he were quenching a thirst that had persisted for days, fervently absorbing the energy that flowed from Kanna. A soft moan escaped his lips within the confines of the laboratory. Uchiha Fuyo intended to withdraw, yet her finger remained in his mouth, as if it were playfully teasing him. Meanwhile, in a somewhat lavish residence in the land of rain, a figure donned in a heavy gas mask scrutinized the intelligence laid out on the table, murmuring to himself, "Have those youngsters made any peculiar movements today?" So far, there were no other reports. "Is that so?" Hanzo of the Salamander closed the documents, pausing in silence. His aged body and shattered ambitions made this once revered demigod of the ninja world begin to fear the newcomers. Perhaps it was the legendary eyes that instilled fear in everyone. He worried that everything he currently possessed could shatter like fragile bubbles, and that he, the demigod of the ninja world, might ultimately be slain by a mere child. How laughable. Thus, it was the chaotic land of rain that desperately needed a demigod of the ninja world, and he, as the demigod, also required the tumult of the land of rain. This was the reason he had remained an observer, indifferent to the internal strife, as long as no other ninja intruded. He would remain the demigod of the land of rain. Time passed, and Hanzo of the Salamander lifted his head, recalling a secret letter he had received some time ago. Once the opportunity arose, he would resolve the troubles of the land of rain. But the legendary eyes must be surrendered to him. In truth, it mattered little. The significance of those so-called legendary eyes was trivial to him at that moment. After pondering briefly, he raised his head and spoke indifferently to his trusted aide. "Have there been any messages from that side recently?" "None, my lord." The Rain Village ninja shook his head, but after a moment's hesitation, added, "It's just." "Just what?" Hanzo of the Salamander frowned in displeasure. Rain hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Nevertheless, he retrieved a bounty notice from his ninja pouch and respectfully placed it upon the table of Hanzo of the Salamander, stating, "This is the latest bounty from the black market. I have heard. It is still on the rise. What is the meaning of presenting this bounty to me without cause?" Hanzo of the Salamander inquired, momentarily taken aback as he lowered his gaze to examine the notice. Bounty, Shimura Danzo, Strength, XXX, Specialized Ninjutsu, XXX, Evaluation, an exceptionally formidable ninja. Bounty amount, 350 million Ryo, ranked first on the bounty list. There was also a stern portrait of Danzo, arms crossed, prominently displayed. Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly. He fell silent, intently observing the bounty notice laid before him. After a series of checks, Uchiha Fugaku donned his merchant attire. It was evident that excessive use of the Sharingan could impose a significant strain on the body. Kunai diligently recorded the data and, upon thorough inspection, solemnly remarked, "My chakra can potentially restore this portion of the loss. However, I am uncertain if it can fully recover in severe circumstances, so Lord Fugaku must exercise caution." "Understood," Fugaku replied, adjusting his clothing and wiping his mouth, nodding in affirmation. "What of the evolution of the Sharingan? Surely it cannot be as simplistic as initially conceived. Otherwise, shall I nurture beloved friends and brethren?" In truth, he held great respect for the third Hokage and for Danzo, who silently safeguarded Konoha. Furthermore, the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan's abilities is intrinsically linked to one's desires and convictions. Initially, his aspiration was to become the new god of the ninja world. But upon acquiring wealth, Uchiha Fugaku found himself adrift, devoid of dreams. With a deep sigh, he reflected upon this. "What troubles you, Lord Fugaku?" Kunai inquired. Her gaze filled with curiosity. Yet upon seeing Fuyu's nonchalant expression, she softened her tone, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize. I have yet to devise a solution." "Not to worry. If plan A fails, I still have plan B," Uchiha Fugaku casually remarked, stretching his limbs. Each time he absorbed Kunai's chakra, he felt a remarkable sense of relief wash over him. As he spoke, Kunai nodded seriously, acknowledging her own findings. She produced a stack of fluctuation graphs. "The unique chakra generated by the Sharingan seems to blend with my chakra, rendering it less ominous, though it appears to vanish in an instant. I cannot comprehend this," he mused, "but it might be the fusion of yin and yang release chakra." Reflecting on his spirited nephew who remained vibrant even after prolonged absorption, Uchiha Fugaku decided to dismiss his earlier concerns. Only through the interstice can Sasuke and Madara's eyes evolve into the Rinnegan. I wonder if Naruto is capable of such a transformation as well. Uchiha Fugaku conducted an inspection and found no other alterations in his physique. Yet he felt notably more spirited. As for the graph, it was utterly incomprehensible to him. With a system at his disposal, the operational profits were presented in a straightforward manner, clear and concise. "Is that so?" Kunai pondered for a moment, then smiled gently. "Perhaps it is a fortuitous development? I shall continue to research diligently." "You need not worry, Kunai, for I owe much gratitude to Lord Fugaku. It was thanks to Fugaku that she was able to arrive here and reunite with her kin." A thought seemed to cross Kunai's mind, causing her to furrow her brow. Nagato's Rinnegan bore some resemblance to the Sharingan, yet she pondered what the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, the Mangeki, truly entailed. It is a lineage system. For instance, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki all stem from a common ancestor. Naturally, Fugaku did not elaborate. After Kunai gently drew some blood and collected tissue samples, the two returned above. At that moment, the house was occupied solely by Yahiko. Nagato had ventured out to dig a hole, and Conan had already begun crafting explosive tags. Such earnest young individuals they are. Inquiring about the matters at hand, Yahiko appeared momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze and furrowing his brow. "Resting time? Tired, we shall rest when night falls. As for holidays, there are none to speak of, for there are too many pressing matters to attend to, and thus, our numbers are insufficient. The land of rain, already sparse due to war and climate, has even fewer inhabitants, particularly ninjas. Furthermore, with their current limited territory, the population is even smaller, nonetheless. Yahiko firmly believes in a brighter future." Noticing Fugaku suddenly clutching his chest, Yahiko inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you, Fugaku?" "It is nothing," came the reply. "Merely a sudden pang of conscience. A conscience that remains intact. He is not yet a qualified capitalist." Uchiha Fugaku sighed. "I owe much to you, Yahiko." "No. It is thanks to your guidance, Fugaku. I have merely accomplished trivial tasks, earning only a modest sum." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged the impending war. While it may currently be on a small scale, it would inevitably intensify. Therefore, Yahiko, you must prepare for defense. Avoid unnecessary outings so we may endure war. Yahiko sighed, seemingly recalling something, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Another war sweeping across the entire ninja world? Indeed. Nagato, Conan. "And I will safeguard this place," Yahiko replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, Fugaku, protecting oneself is of utmost importance." Fugaku gently patted Yahiko's shoulder, suggesting that during this period, he should accumulate some explosive tags and purchase any available outside. If possible, avoid engaging directly, and instead use the explosive tags for combat. But, Brother Fuyou, that seems rather wasteful. What ninja engages in battle like that? However, with a carefree demeanor, Fuyou reassured Yahiko, "It's fine. Spend liberally. Rest assured. The chain barbecue restaurant will be launched soon." In the following days, matters in the Land of Rain were not particularly pressing. The primary purpose of his visit was to check on his health, leave some blood and tissue for Konan, and practice some ninjutsu. Within Konoha, he could only utilize simple techniques such as the body replacement technique and kunai throwing, especially the renowned Uchiha kunai throwing technique. As a once prominent Uchiha blessed with the will of fire, he excelled in kunai throwing, so tossing some throwing darts in the shop was met with no objections. However, for his ancestral fire release in genjutsu, he would need to find a different location to practice. Apologies, I am Uchiha Fuyou, a prosperous merchant of Konoha. By day, I am an unremarkable wealthy individual, but by night, I possess formidable strength. The abundance of iron mines in the Land of Rain was crucial, otherwise, they would not have been able to construct such grand underground drainage systems. After spending over a month here, Uchiha Fuyou was preparing to return to the village. Having been away for nearly 2 months, the atmosphere in the ninja world had grown increasingly heavy. Following his counsel, Yahiko decisively sealed off the surrounding area to avoid the impending chaos. As for Hanzo the Salamander, he had recently borrowed Yahiko's name, intending to invite the prominent figures of the Land of Rain for a meal before his departure, hoping to explore potential collaboration for mutual prosperity. He was a legitimate businessman, never resorting to underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, Hanzo ultimately did not appear. Indeed, it was naive to think that seasoned warlords would easily venture into another's territory based solely on a letter. They typically remain securely in their strongholds, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Meeting in person? That would require you to come to my domain. Thus, after imparting a few more final reminders to Yahiko and the others, Uchiha Fuyou prepared to depart. "Are you truly not staying, Brother Fuyou? We need you." Yahiko grasped Uchiha Fuyou's hand earnestly, eyes filled with reluctance. "The country needs you. Should matters arise, I shall send word. I am merely next door," Uchiha Fuyou replied impassively, withdrawing his hand. "For now, I cannot linger. It is up to you to manage things here." He had defected from the village. Tomorrow, this group would have to join the Great Ninja War. Is it really necessary to be so sentimental? The pillars of the Land of Rain, indeed. The Land of Fire is a vast market. And should it venture into the Land of Rain, it is likely that the bubble tea shops would face closure. Remember, it is prudent to avoid the territory of Hanzo the Salamander unless absolutely necessary. If you must go, take along a stack of explosive tags and a group of companions. You're ninjas. There is no need to adhere to any moral code. When confronted by foes, stand shoulder to shoulder and engage directly. At this juncture, he sharply smacked the yawning Nagato beside him, expressing his frustration, particularly towards him. Stay calm in the face of adversity. If there is a chance to survive, seize it. If ambush is possible, do not engage head-on. If explosive tags can be used, then obliterate the enemy without hesitation. Do not foolishly rush in when provoked. Should you end up with a leg blown to pieces by your own explosives, I wonder how you would manage then. Do you still remember the incantation I taught you? Nagato shot him a glance, indicating his disinterest in further discussion, urging him to leave promptly. In response, Uchiha Fuyou, frustrated by his lack of seriousness, tapped his head, insisting he recite it once more. Indeed, leveraging his seniority, Pain felt entitled to reprimand him. Surely, he would not dare to send him off to carry rice now, would he? With a serious gaze fixed on Nagato, he felt helpless. Nagato could only twitch the corner of his mouth and mutter, "Kunai dipped in excrement, a god among ninjas." What follows? Empty-handed, one retrieves eggs, the 6 paths face peril. Explosive tags kill the rear, tailed beasts suffer. Striking below the belt leads to agonized cries. Spitting in the mouth, a celestial descends. Do not speak too much. Victory is assured. His voice dwindled with each utterance. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fuyou was quite satisfied and nodded. "So, do you still consider yourself a god? It seems you have retained it well." "No, I would rather have never heard it at all." However, Uchiha Fuyou cast a glance at the peculiar expressions surrounding him, clenched his right fist beneath his chin, coughed lightly, and earnestly declared, "In truth, I do not intend for you to literally engage in such acts. Rather, I wish for you to understand that when faced with difficulties, do not panic. Solutions are always more abundant than the challenges. Do not fall into traps due to momentary impulsiveness. Crude expressions are merely to foster a resilient spirit within you. Truly, it is all for your own good. With that said, apart from Nagato, who rolled his eyes, and Conan, who stifled a giggle, the others nodded in a daze, hastily committing Fuyou's life philosophy to memory. Next, Fuyou turned to Conan, paused for a moment, and sighed. Girls should take care to rest properly. Understood, Fuyou. Conan nodded, then handed him a paper flower she had folded, cheerfully saying, please take care too. Fuyou. Yes, you as well. Do not wander about carelessly, lest you find yourself in trouble. A girl should remain at home. Fuyou offered a few more words of caution, then turned to Conan with a gentle smile. I appreciate your help. With that, Conan replied, please rest assured, Fuyou-sama, bending slightly at the waist with a warm smile. And so farewell, everyone. Uchiha Fuyou waved with a smile, accompanied by his 2 guards, as they discreetly departed for Konoha. It is likely that upon his return, the barbecue restaurant arranged by Swearin would be completed, thus marking another step forward for the Fuyou group. Meanwhile, the other sister Kanai, it is time for us to return. Nagato yawned and said, do not worry, Fuyou will be fine, cough cough. Noting the gentle gaze fixed upon him, filled with warmth, he offered a sheepish grin, confident that such a clever individual would certainly be unharmed. Indeed, Conan chimed in with a smile, nodding her head. Sister Kanai, there is no need for concern. Although we cannot go to see Fuyou, if you write to him, he will undoubtedly come. You little chatterbox. Kanai chuckled helplessly, ruffling Conan's hair. Remember what Lord Fuyou said. Do not wander off too much. I won tea. However, just as the two were happily conversing, Nagato suddenly furrowed his brow, murmuring, I overheard those guards mentioning that Fuyou was with a girl from the Hyuga clan in Konoha Uchiha clan. Hyuga clan Fuyou might be before he could finish. A sudden chill ran through him as cold raindrops began to fall. Nagato lifted his head, exclaiming in exasperation, not again, it's raining, and there's thunder too. It seems rather intense. Wait a moment. Yahiko, why are you pulling me? Enough chatter. Let us hurry and dig the pit. Jay-Z is waiting for you. Yahiko looked at his foolish younger brother in disbelief. What kind of talk is that? Next time we return, do you believe Fuyou will make you dig for 3 days and nights? Meanwhile, in Konoha, a rare rain began to fall. The tension that had permeated the atmosphere due to the war seemed to ease considerably, and the village fell silent, with many villagers quietly watching the gentle rain descend from the sky. A woman with white eyes smiled slightly, her gaze curving as she looked at the flickering neon lights spelling Fuyou barbecue. She softly murmured, Fuyou must be returning soon. Just then, a commotion arose, as the villagers joyfully looked towards the village entrance. Lord Jeriah has returned. Lord Jeriah has returned. A figure riding a massive toad appeared before everyone, bearing a lewd grin and waving enthusiastically at the villagers. The legendary Sannin, Jeriah. Is it true? I returned upon hearing the news from the old man. Is war looming again? The 3rd Kazakage of Sunagakure has gone missing. Recently, Sunagakure has been quite active, and everyone was puzzled as to why. But it has now been revealed war is unavoidable. What a headache. Jeriah sighed upon seeing the equally exasperated elder before him, then playfully asked, by the way, where is Tsunade? Concerned about unforeseen circumstances, she was promptly dispatched to the battlefield for safeguarding her fear of blood. Rest assured. The 3rd Hokage removed the cigarette from his lips, gazing at Jeriah, stating, I have stationed her in the rear. She shall be safe. With a sigh, he continued, I hope those children mature swiftly. If all is well, I shall take my leave for a rest. Jeriah appeared disinterested in the musings of an elder, absent-mindedly clearing his ears as he replied, let me know how you wish to arrange things when the time comes. Without waiting for the 3rd to respond, he turned and departed. However, upon reaching the door, he abruptly halted, as if recalling something, and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, tossing it over. Oh, and this, I stumbled upon something intriguing outside. With that, a light sheet of paper fluttered down onto the table, unfolding before the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the paper, momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, furrowed his brow. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and murmured, Shimura Danzo? Why has he not received such an important bounty until now? How did the intelligence agents outside manage this? Or was it intercepted? The 3rd pondered, troubled, then lowered his gaze to the amount inscribed above, and a smile crept upon his face as he muttered, quite substantial indeed. 360 million ryo. Alas! As the 3rd Hokage of Konohagakure, he would not stoop to exchanging his dear friend for money. A mere 360 million ryo was trivial in his eyes. as the leader of the strongest village in the shinobi world. Such a sum was of little consequence. Jeriah observed the milk tea shop before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He shook his head and murmured, "I never imagined that within just a few short years he would establish this." He recalled that little rascal, so amusing and sensible. Unlike the typical Uchiha who perpetually wore a scowl, this boy was always cheerful, optimistic, and imbued with the indomitable spirit of fire. His talent was commendable, just a notch below that of Jeriah himself, and he had the potential to become Jeriah's disciple. However, on the day of graduation, he had chosen to venture into business. What a pity! Yet, for some inexplicable reason, every time he passed by this milk tea shop, he found himself pausing, yearning to step inside for a taste. Initially, he thought he might have fallen under a genjutsu, but that was not the case. It was merely a genuine desire to indulge. With a long, wistful sigh, just as Jeriah was about to enter, a familiar voice called from behind, "Teacher Jeriah." He chuckled heartily and turned around, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Minato. "You're in the village, Minato," he exclaimed, then glanced at the red-haired woman beside him. "Ah, Kushina, you've become even more beautiful." "Humph." Kushina responded with a displeased huff, raising her fist. "Perverted sage, if you dare lead Minato astray, I shall teach you a lesson." "You have misunderstood me, Kushina. I am not that kind of person. Tsunade once mentioned that she interrupted you at that time." "Kushina." Minato helplessly tugged at her hand, glancing at the sheepish grin of Jeriah. "Welcome back, Jeriah-sensei. I have now taken on the role of a leading instructor, and my subordinates are executing their tasks right here." "Is that so? Already with your own subordinates?" "Time certainly flies," Jeriah remarked, nodding contemplatively and casting a glance behind him. "Executing tasks here? Selling milk tea?" "No, it is merely running errands," Minato chuckled lightly. "Thanks to the affluent, our village boasts a plethora of D-rank missions. Freshly graduated ninjas must undertake these tedious tasks, not only to foster camaraderie among the new recruits, but also to instill a sense of seriousness, patience, and responsibility towards every mission." During this period of delivering takeout, Obito gained much. At least he could calm down while running errands, avoiding his previous impulsiveness. Of course, he could not remain here indefinitely. In a few days, he planned to accept a C-rank escort mission or perhaps a bandit extermination task, allowing Obito to accompany Rin to witness a different facet of being a ninja. As for Kakashi, he had already seen it all. Leading Kushina and Jeriah into a milk tea shop, he ordered a cup of QQ9i tea for both himself and Kushina. What a tongue-twisting name. He had mentioned it to the affluent more than once, even proposing his own name, Waveball First Style Bubble Tea. What a splendid name. When a new version is released, he could simply change first to second. Unfortunately, it was rejected. It sounded delightful. Nonetheless, he did not leave empty-handed. He drew inspiration from the translucent pearls, leading to a breakthrough in his previously stagnant ninjutsu research. Why not craft a pellet resembling a pearl? Let us call it Pearl Pill. Never mind, that name lacks charm. Minato had a premonition that the ninjutsu he had been studying for a long time was on the verge of success. Perhaps this time, with his teacher's return, assistance would be at hand? Once they had placed their orders, he confidently urged Jeriah-sensei to order freely, as today, Minato Namikaze was treating. Taro pudding, cheese, coconut jelly. All topped up, thank you. Jeriah skillfully placed his order as well, then found a spot nearby to sit with Minato and Kushina. Upon hearing Minato's idea, Jeriah paused. Nodding seriously, it could indeed be feasible. The art of ninjutsu without seals, is it finally coming to fruition? He gazed at Minato with excitement. Minato, you are truly a genius. No, this is all thanks to your guidance, sensei. Ha. No need to say more. I cannot be of assistance here. Jeriah, the Toad Sage, would never stoop to pilfering the achievements of his own students. After a moment's contemplation, he mused that such a feat might require formidable chakra control. If only he could catch a glimpse of the milk tea preparation room to see how those plump pearls were crafted, perhaps inspiration would strike. I share your sentiment. Alas, Fuyou has yet to return. Minato sighed with a sense of nostalgia. While he could certainly convey this to Rin, he believed that such a significant matter warranted a personal discussion with Fuyou. Indeed, Jeriah nodded in agreement, pondering Fuyou's whereabouts. It seemed that, given the increasingly tense atmosphere in the ninja world, he had chosen to visit the branch store to arrange some affairs, though he should be back shortly. Fuyou's bakery had finally been completed, and it was anticipated to open soon. Truly, he was an impressive young man. When he first expressed his desire to abandon the path of a ninja, many mocked him and awaited his failure. Yet, He had indeed succeeded. Jeriah picked up the freshly prepared milk tea, laughing heartily, then, with a mischievous glint, lowered his voice and said, "Tonight." His words trailed off as he caught sight of Kushina's disapproving gaze, instantly aware that his intentions had been uncovered. With a sheepish grin, he inquired whether they would accompany their teacher to the nearby forest to discuss new jutsu. Not at all. Minato chuckled, rubbing his waist. With Jiraiya-sensei just back, tonight should be a time for rest. As he spoke, Kushina seemed to recollect something, her eyes narrowing slightly as she cheerfully remarked, "By the way, you lecherous sage, if you intend to learn jutsu, you should avoid that place. It has transformed into a dance venue for the daughters of various clans, clad in tight-fitting attire. It would be quite inappropriate for others to witness." Jiraiya's ears perked up in surprise, his expression turning serious as he looked at Kushina. "When did this happen? How could I be unaware? After leaving Konoha for several years, what have I missed?" Faced with her scornful gaze, he quickly asserted, "Kushina, tell me where it is." "I promise I won't go." "Jiraiya-sensei." Minato interjected, "Don't inform him. You will undoubtedly sneak off." Kushina shot a disdainful glance at him, while her small hand discreetly pinched Minato's waist, compelling him to silence. "I am not that sort of person," Jeriah protested, shaking his head. "I merely wish to know where it is, so I can avoid any misunderstandings." "The Toad Sage never tells a lie." "Really?" Kushina eyed him skeptically. "Indeed," Jeriah affirmed earnestly. "Very well, I shall tell you, but you must swear not to go." The great Toad Sage swears. "Then it is located." As soon as Kushina mysteriously finished her words, Jeriah stood up with renewed vigor, holding a cup of milk tea, and solemnly remarked that he had forgotten to report back to the old man and would step away for a moment. With that, he vanished with a swift motion under their gazes. Minato fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, he frowned slightly and lowered his voice, expressing his concern about Kushina deceiving Jiraiya-sensei in such a manner. Before he could finish his thought, Kushina stifled a giggle, mischievously blinking her eyes, and whispered, "Did I deceive him? Not at all. Everything I said was the truth." Meanwhile, on another front, Jeriah hastened to the location Kushina had mentioned. Upon hearing the melodious singing and synchronized footsteps emanating from the forest, he was taken aback, running his fingers through his hair. With a charming smile that embodied the essence of the legendary three ninjas from Konoha, he began to saunter towards the source of the song. Initially, Jeriah had presumed that Konoha would have grown more open in his absence, but he was astonished by how shockingly liberated it had become. At that moment, the image of tight-fitting training attire resembling the will of fire flickered before him, with shadows of figures sweeping through his mind, indelibly etched in his memory, urging him to replay the recollections amassed over the years. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What on earth were the elders of Konoha up to, gathering together to dance? How leisurely, and donning tight ninja attire akin to the old man's, but in different colors? Jeriah raised his head at a 45-degree angle, exhaling a long sigh. Realizing that he had likely been deceived by that mischievous girl, Kushina, he felt ensnared. It seemed he was destined to waste time tonight gathering material to replace the vivid scene that had been imprinted in his mind. In a fleeting moment, he could still vividly recall that form-fitting attire representing the will of fire. He had intended to return to the village to relax and prepare for the impending turbulence in the ninja world, but now, his plans had been upended, and he found himself needing to gather material seriously once again. It was evident that it was not his desire to forego rest, but rather, he truly had no opportunity for it. With a deep sigh, he resolved to have a word with Minato about how his wife could deceive even her master. He was not engaged in anything wrong. All of this was for the sake of art. He had done nothing amiss. Well, it seemed he would have to cleanse his eyes now. However, just as he finished his thoughts and turned to discreetly leave, a flash of green light zipped past him. As one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, his reflexes were remarkably sharp. He swiftly turned back, crossing his arms to shield himself. Although his arms were jolted and ached slightly, he quickly distanced himself from the source. Jeriah gazed in surprise at the man before him, adorned in his distinctive attire, but soon reverted to his usual playful demeanor. "I merely passed by and had no intention of intruding, so I shall take my leave." Before he could finish his sentence, "Lord Jeriah?" boomed Mike Guy, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He stood at attention, bowing respectfully. "My apologies. I thought someone was lurking about." Enough of that. Enough of that." Jeriah's face turned a shade of green as he noticed the curious gazes of the elderly around him. He forced a chuckle, attempting to lighten the mood. "I just returned to the village. I was merely intending to practice some ninjutsu, but but I didn't expect anyone to be here. Is that so? Might Guy nodded earnestly. If you wish to practice ninjutsu, the riverbank over there is preferable. Also, he hesitated, glancing at Jeriah with concern. Lord Jeriah, your eyes seem quite red. Have you been rubbing them? At this, Jeriah let out a hearty laugh, scratching his head. Oh, it's nothing. Just too many matters on my plate, and too little sleep. My eyes are a tad uncomfortable. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a response from Might Guy, he swiftly turned and dashed away, seemingly eager to escape. Those piercing gazes were simply too intimidating. Jeriah feared that if the man continued speaking, he would be wrongly accused of peeping, even if he had not done so. However, unbeknownst to him, his notorious reputation for lurking in women's baths had already sparked whispers among the gossiping crowd. Is that really Jeriah, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? I've heard he is not a respectable person. My child mentioned that he always encountered Lord Jeriah during his leisure time. Your child isn't exactly a paragon of virtue either. He only goes to unwind. How does that make him a bad person? Thus, rumors began to take root. A few days later, after completing numerous D-rank missions, Minato's team was finally assigned their first official outdoor task. It seemed that this specific mission had been designated for him. Namake's Minato. Compared to peacetime, the operation was somewhat hastened, and it appeared a bit advanced for novice ninjas. But during these times of war, special circumstances warranted special treatment. With AJ Nin leading the way, it was likely that there would be no significant issues. Minato glanced at Kakashi and Rin before offering a resigned smile. Has Obito arrived late again? Kakashi leaned against a tree, casting a sidelong glance but saying nothing, his gaze drifting towards the sky. He had grown accustomed to this. During this period, Obito had amassed the most complaints regarding his delivery, to the point that Uncle Sato had ceased to respond. What could be done? After all, that fellow might one day become Uncle Sato's heir. As for Rin, she offered a gentle smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment, softly remarking that Obito might have encountered someone in need of assistance again. Haha, indeed, Minato replied, unconcerned, as there was still some time before leaving the village. After a hearty laugh, he gazed somewhat helplessly at the village of Konoha. The rumors circulating these past few days, even Jiraiya-sensei must be having a tough time. It had been several days since he last saw Jiraiya-sensei after their meeting that day. Minato sighed, murmuring to himself that he must take Kushina to apologize to the teacher upon their return. Perhaps the barbecue restaurant will have opened by then. He would treat the teacher to a lavish meal with the reward he earned. He wasn't particularly worried about the teacher's anger. Such rumors were trivial in comparison to Jiraiya-sensei, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a renowned ninja in the shinobi world. At that moment, Minato-sensei, Obito rushed over, a sheepish grin on his face as he looked into the 3 pairs of eyes. Haha, I'm sorry. I'm late. It's all right, we just arrived. Minato replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. Suddenly, he looked at Obito with a serious expression, but Obito, punctuality is also a ninja's duty. Look at Kakashi. He has never been late, no matter the circumstances. I understand, Minato-sensei, Obito acknowledged, bowing his head to accept the lesson, even though he had heard it many times before. In truth, he did not wish to be late. However, during this period, he had to assist an elderly lady across the street, prepare his own lunch, and clean, which left him quite fatigued. Ever since the grandmother began dancing, his daily responsibilities had increased significantly. But as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Moreover, the grandmother had seemed much more spirited lately. Seeing that Obito had already reflected on his actions, Minato did not dwell on it further, affectionately ruffling his hair. Now, has everyone prepared what they need? At that moment, Kakashi's voice chimed in. Yes, I'm ready. Rin softly added, I'm ready too. Then, all 3 turned their attention to Obito, who gently wiped his nose, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident thumbs up. I was ready last night. All right then. Minato inhaled deeply, raising his hand to passionately signal the Minato team to set off, when suddenly, a luxurious carriage approached slowly. As everyone looked on in confusion, a handsome head peeked out from within, seemingly surprised. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the boy in the Minato team wearing goggles. Isn't this a coincidence? Fuyuhiko, you have returned, Minato remarked, observing Fuyuhiko descend leisurely from the carriage with the assistance of his guards, feeling a twinge of sentiment, thinking to himself. Fuyuhiko is indeed drifting further away from the life of a ninja. Indeed, every individual possesses their own path, akin to a ninja with a unique way of perseverance. Although it is regrettable, He felt it was not his place to comment further. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased that Uchiha Fugaku had returned. The chaos outside was overwhelming, prompting him to return after managing his affairs. Uchiha Fugaku smiled gently, a refined and elegant smile, observing Team Minato. Are you preparing to embark on a mission? Indeed. They have received their training, and it is time for them to undertake their first task. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku sighed thoughtfully, then extended his hand with a paternal smile, ruffling Obito's hair. It is quite tumultuous outside. Children must prioritize their safety and not cause their father any worry. Who is your son? Obito exclaimed indignantly. He loathed this man more than Kakashi, feeling deceived from the very beginning and repulsed by the notion of him wanting to be a father. You are hardly older than I am. Age is but a number. Is that the crux of the matter? You scoundrel. Yet, despite Obito's protests, Uchiha Fugaku, embodying the essence of a father, remained unperturbed. He earnestly advised, remember, you are not devoid of support. Even if you do not become a ninja, you have a vast inheritance from your father to rely upon. Thus, do not fret about failing your mission. Should danger arise, it is permissible to flee, though I may only be a few years your senior. And even if you were to perish, I might still be alive. It does not deter me from considering you my son and granting you the opportunity to inherit. You scoundrel. I aspire to become Hokage, Obito retorted, pulling out his kunai in frustration, but as a ninja, he could not unjustly harm the villagers, for that would violate the ninja code. If I become Hokage, I shall prohibit the establishment of bubble tea shops in Konoha. Let us see how he manages then. Fugaku, however, elicited a resigned smile from Minato, who shook his head. Do not tease Obito. I speak from the heart. Is that truly what you meant? Minato replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet he addressed Obito and the others. Indeed, remember Fuyo's words. Prioritize your safety in the face of danger. The two nodded in acknowledgement, while Kakashi, arms crossed, remained silent. Reflecting on it, it was indeed ironic. Now, when someone told him that bonds were paramount, who would believe it? With a father lost in his youth, friends and mentors perishing in succession, one might think that without the comfort of a warm paradise to release one's emotions, Kakashi would have succumbed to darkness. As for Obito, he was different. He possessed a heart inclined towards altruism, devoid of other interests or hobbies. Unable to find a means to express his feelings, the death of his first love left him in despair over the world. Thus, it is clear, harboring emotions is detrimental. Cultivating a passion or hobby is of utmost importance. In pursuit of peace within the ninja world, Uchiha Fugaku, keen on conducting business, patted Obito's shoulder and suggested, cultivate a hobby when you have the time. If things become overwhelming, confide in your father. I'll take you out for some fun. Obito, however, wore a face marked by exasperation. Undeterred, Uchiha Fugaku produced a stack of explosive tags from his robe, likely numbering in the thousands, and thrust them into Obito's hands, declaring, here. Take these. Should you encounter an adversary, don't hesitate to unleash them. Avoid recklessly charging into battle. Who wants these? Obito retorted. And don't go around claiming me as your son, you rascal. Nearby, Minato and Kakashi exchanged bemused glances. Which ninja would require such an abundance of explosive tags? Typically, one would manage with just 4 or 5, at most, a dozen or 20 for setting traps. The sheer quantity seemed extravagant. Was he not concerned about the cost? Don't feel embarrassed. Fugaku insisted, stuffing the tags into Obito's hands. He then bid farewell to Minato, stating, I shan't intrude any further. There are numerous matters in the village awaiting my attention. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, he departed with his escorts towards the storefront. Minato observed Fuyo's retreating figure with a resigned smile, shaking his head. Glancing at the pile of explosive tags in Obito's hands, he remarked, Your father is quite generous. Sensei. Obito chuckled, I was merely jesting. After a hearty laugh, Minato continued, Take good care of those tags. Recently, someone has been hoarding them, causing their prices to soar severalfold. One tag now costs nearly as much as a bowl of ramen with extra char siu. Looking down at the explosive tags, he mused. Could it be that Fuyo is behind this? After his routine of collecting suns, Fuyo strolled along the streets of Konoha. If not for the fact that Fugaku was his brother, he might have considered adopting Itachi, or any other wayward soul, as his offspring. Envisioning them inheriting his legacy and embracing a life of extravagance, an aspiration to nurture them into prodigal heirs. Though, perhaps they would perish before he himself did. Yet that would not hinder him from assuming the role of their father. Alas, taking Itachi under his wing and fostering him into a spendthrift would likely incite his brother's wrath, possibly culminating in a fiery confrontation. Arriving at Fuyo's barbecue establishment, He surveyed the expansive premises, 3 times the size of a typical tea shop, and nodded in satisfaction before heading towards the milk tea counter. Upon entering, he spotted Uncle Sato bustling about. "The boss has returned," Uncle Sato exclaimed with delight. "Indeed," Fuyou replied with a faint smile, observing Sato's evident busyness. "Things have been quite hectic. Due to the war, tensions are rising outside, and many ninjas returning home seek a cup of milk tea to unwind," Uncle Sato lamented. "Recently, with the rotation, quite a few ninjas have returned, hence the increased orders these past few days. Of course, the average daily orders have seen a slight decline. Alas, the specter of war looms." Uchiha Fugaku let out a heavy sigh, questioning whether one could still conduct business under such circumstances. Just as his words hung in the air, a cheerful voice called out, "Fugaku." It was Susan, who rushed over, her face aglow with excitement. "You're back." "Indeed," Fugaku replied, observing her hands laden with documents, and the unmistakable pride of the Hyuga clan reflected in her demeanor. "Has anything of note transpired recently?" "Nothing at all," Susan replied with a gentle smile. "Everything is proceeding as per your instructions, and the barbecue shop is ready for operation. We are merely awaiting your return." "Is that so? Then let us inaugurate the shop in a week's time." Given his current stature, a grand opening was in order. Were it not for the ongoing conflict, he would have invited the third Hokage to partake in the ceremony, to embody his identity as a merchant of the will of fire. If that proved impossible, he would have to settle for inviting the Hokage's wife, Saratobi Bawako, though their interactions had been limited. He recalled a time in their youth when he penned an essay titled On the Nobility of the Third Hokage and the Elegance of the Hokage's Wife. According to his sister Kushina, the Hokage's wife had developed quite a fondness for him. Of course, the opening event required meticulous planning. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment when he noticed a shadowy figure lurking at the entrance, wrapped in obscurity. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Jeriah-sensei, you." Before he could complete his sentence, a hand clamped over his mouth. Jeriah had been enduring his own share of troubles lately. The dancers, the elderly men and women, were of no ordinary lineage. Many had numerous descendants. Thus, during their leisurely meals, gossip would inevitably circulate among sons and grandsons. "Goodness, the village is so small." Consequently, by the following day, nearly the entire village was abuzz with the news. What of my mother or grandmother? They were once the talk of the town, though now they have aged. Who would have thought that Lord Jeriah would? Naturally, Jeriah paid little heed to such rumors. They were merely fleeting whispers. What could they do? It was all for the sake of inspiration. After all, he was the legendary sage of the Toads, a student of the third Hokage. One of the legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha, a titan in the current shinobi world, peering at old ladies dancing. It was enough to drive him to despair. Jeriah sighed deeply, casting a glance at the barely contained laughter of Fugaku. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh," he urged. "Rest assured, I am a professional." Fugaku smiled back at Jeriah. Under normal circumstances, I would refrain from laughter. To his surprise, after a period of absence, Jeriah-sensei had become so brazen. Impressive. Regarding his own qualifications to call Jeriah his teacher, it was a testament to Jeriah's unwavering dedication to the philosophies of the first Hokage, the practical applications of the second. And under the leadership of the third, his commitment to the flourishing of Konoha through diligent study. Handsome and steadfast in thought, endowed with remarkable talent, he possesses an exceptional grasp of the will of fire. In all the years since the establishment of Konoha, no one has emerged quite like him. Naturally, he caught the attention of the creator of the will of fire theory, the third Hokage. Initially, he aspired to become Tsunade's apprentice, with Kushina facilitating the connection, hoping to master the art of medical ninjutsu, not merely because of her physical attributes or bold demeanor. Alas, the Uchiha clan, descended from Indra, is endowed with formidable yin release, while their yang release, though present, falls short of Tsunade's standards for discipleship. Lacking the patience to pursue medical ninjutsu, he reluctantly abandoned this aspiration due to inherent limitations. After all, the relationship of mentorship is a mutual endeavor. The clan hoped for him to become Orochimaru's disciple, especially given Orochimaru's rising reputation as a favored candidate for Hokage. Should he be chosen, the Uchiha clan would surely ascend to prominence. However, the thought of one day lying on Orochimaru's operating table troubled him, especially after Orochimaru's eventual defection, which would only serve as a leverage point against the Uchiha. Hence, seeking a reliable mentor led him to Jeriah, only to discover that Jeriah had chosen to pursue a career in business post-graduation. Fate can be cruel. Ultimately, The mentorship did not materialize, yet Jeriah remained unperturbed, allowing him to refer to him as Teacher Jeriah just as Minato did. Unbeknownst to Jeriah, his dream mentor was Tsunade. Had it not been for Jeriah's entrepreneurial pursuits, he might have nearly become a medical ninja. Rumors cease with the wise, and Teacher Jeriah need not worry, perhaps in time. Everyone will realize he is not of that ilk. One can only hope. Jeriah nodded contemplatively, reached for the tea that Rin had poured, and decided to lay low for a few days. As the atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly tense, it might be prudent to prepare for an early departure. Konoha. Perhaps it is best not to linger. Were it not for the 3-year term having expired and the old man summoning him back, he would have had no desire to return. So, when Teacher Jeriah sought him out today, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, knowing that regardless, Jeriah would be heading to Konoha for the impending conflict, so whether it was sooner or later mattered little. Before he could finish his thought, Jeriah burst into hearty laughter, exuding confidence as he exclaimed that he had come specifically upon seeing him return to the village. With that, he produced a thick stack of paper from his pocket, akin to a manuscript, and handed it over with a slight smirk, declaring it a confident creation, which Minato had also praised. Here, take a look and offer your suggestions. A new work? Is it the soon-to-be-renowned Paradise of Affection? Uchiha Fugaku paused, accepting the manuscript. Under the expectant gaze of Teacher Jeriah, he began to read it carefully. Instantly, the office's reception area fell into silence as time passed slowly. It was unclear how long it had been. Uchiha Fugaku's lips curled slightly as he closed the book. This story felt oddly familiar. It narrated the tale of a prodigious youth hailing from a remote ninja village, Ushin Village, who, for reasons unknown, suddenly found himself unable to perform jutsu. His chakra flowed sluggishly and dwindled with each passing moment, rendering him powerless, leading to his fiancée calling off their engagement. Then, through the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, he solidified his resolve as a ninja and sought to uncover the reason behind his vanishing chakra. It turned out that a legendary ninja from the Warring States period was devouring his chakra. Before long, the village was annihilated by enemies, prompting him to embark on a journey of vengeance, where, under the tutelage of the unparalleled ninja, he transformed into a formidable warrior. Uchiha Fugaku silently picked up the warm tea beside him, gazing at the self-assured Jeriah. After a moment of hesitation, he thought to himself, Teacher Jeriah, plagiarism is not good. He recalled that when he had explained the concept of a feel-good story to Jeriah, he had mentioned something similar. How could one call the author's work plagiarism? It was merely a reference. It made sense. Teacher Jeriah was only writing within the same genre, with slight similarities. How could that be deemed as copying? The characters were entirely different. His protagonist was Uzumaki-en. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his gaze to glance at the title, The Tale of Ninja Perseverance. It had been altered so drastically, yet it still bore such a name. Impressive indeed. After a moment's contemplation, he thought, why not call it Ninja Breaking the Sky? But that might not be appropriate. Jeriah fidgeted, rubbing his hands together. Changing the title felt somewhat like an act of imitation. Nevertheless, it would be titled The Tale of Ninja Perseverance. By the way, what do you think of this book? A splendid read. It surely has the potential to achieve legendary status, though the female lead. Of course, I want them all. This book is meant for enjoyment. After all, what a silly notion to send it back and forth. Teacher Jeriah, it's been a while since we last met. I never expected your writing skills to have improved so much. Not too bad. Haha. Jeriah laughed bashfully. Well then, I shall handle the publishing of this book. I am quite familiar with the publishers in the Land of Fire. Fugaku nodded with a smile, reassuring him that he wouldn't let Teacher Jeriah suffer any losses. Thank you for your help. Thus, Jeriah's confident work, The Tale of Ninja Perseverance, was entrusted to Fugaku, who left with a cheerful demeanor, as if even the act of walking had become breezy. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to recall something. By the way, the barbecue restaurant is opening in a few days. Will you be coming, Teacher Jeriah? No problem. Upon receiving Jeriah's response, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and shook his head. Having one of the legendary 3 as a guest star should provide a significant boost. Stretching lazily, he accepted the tea handed to him by Hinata Susan, took a gentle sip, and inquired, is there anything amiss on the Uchiha side? The sound of the bell paused momentarily. Then a faint smile graced her lips as she shook her head, assuring that all was well. The elder was indeed very supportive of the bell's endeavors. Elder? Uchiha Fugaku blinked in surprise. That old stubborn man? I am Uchiha Shurden. The elder Uchiha, who had been silently observing the Uchiha clan's development from the shadows, now harbored a dream of witnessing the resurgence of their former glory. Having toiled throughout the morning, Uchiha Shurien, weary and worn, settled onto a nearby rock. Age had taken its toll. A mere twist would now lead to aches in his back and waist. It was well known that in their prime, the Uchiha clan's martial arts could contend with the Senju clan for extended periods, and his ascension to the position of elder was a testament to his strength. Alas, time was relentless. With a deep sigh, he reached for a cup beside him, snorted softly, and drank it in one gulp. He acknowledged that he had misjudged. There were indeed reasons for Fuyou to enlist a ninja specialized in physical techniques, for an ordinary person could not transport such a heavy load of water. Nonetheless, a useless individual remained useless. No matter what, it could not conceal the fact that he was a ninja incapable of even accepting missions. Just then, a stately elderly woman with murky eyes approached him, and he had just looked down upon her. It's a blessing someone is pouring you water. Yet you show such disdain, Hinata Baiwa remarked with a cold smile. Is this the quality of the Uchiha clan? Far inferior to the Hinata clan. Uchiha Shurien, unwilling to back down, retorted, our Uchiha clan does not have as many trivial matters as the Hinata clan. With your old limbs, why don't you just fall over? Likewise, Uchiha Shurien laughed heartily, dismissing the matter as mere old age. With these eyes of mine, pointing to his eyes, a single glance is all it takes to learn. Plagiarism. No one can compare to the Uchiha. However, contrary to his expectations, Hinata Baiwa did not respond with anger. Instead, she regarded him with her dull, murky eyes and remarked, at your age, still so childish. Indeed, she was still herself, the once proud Baiwa of the Hinata clan. Though now diminutive and lined with wrinkles, still exuded the elegance of an orchid clad in a white kimono. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shurien was no longer the Uchiha Shurien of yore. He disdainfully tapped his cane against the ground and scoffed, I do not believe it, since you doubt me. He pulled out 2 dining vouchers for Fuyou's barbecue from his pocket and coldly declared, dare you accompany me tomorrow? Let me show you the profundities of the Uchiha clan. Boring. Hinata Baiwa gazed at the barbecue establishment in his hand, rolling her eyes with a scoff. You wish for me to help that young Fuyou garner some popularity? After all, she is a prominent figure of the Hyuga clan. Should she make an appearance on the day of Uchiha Fuyou's grand opening, it would indeed carry a different significance. She immediately discerned his intentions. Upon saying this, she turned to Uchiha Shurien and remarked, you crafty old man. Following her words, Uchiha Shurien fell silent for a moment, then sighed with a sense of resignation. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from you, Hyuga Baiwa. It is true. This is precisely what I had in mind. Are you daring enough to go? What do I have to fear? Grand opening. Grand opening. For every purchase exceeding 3,000 taels, enjoy complimentary beer, along with a special appetizer on the house. Recharge now. And the first 100 customers who spend 10,000 will receive 5,000 bonus, while those who spend 20,000 will receive 10,000. With a free upgrade to VIP status at Fuyou Dining. Every expenditure at Fuyou Dining will enjoy a generous discount of 15 for every 1,000 spent. Receive a 100 taels voucher, limited to 1 voucher per 1,000 spent. Hurry and seize this opportunity. Tomorrow, Fuyou Barbecue will officially open, and children holding flyers can be seen bustling through the streets. These are children who have come from the orphanage to work part-time, as Uchiha Fuyou often provides assistance and job opportunities to sustain the orphanage. With their youthful cries, many villagers paused to take a glance, for they were well aware of Fuyou Barbecue. Just a couple of days prior, an inexplicable urge to enter and dine had overtaken them as they passed by. But it had not yet opened. To their surprise, it would open tomorrow, and the promotional activities were indeed grand. Truly, the esteemed Lord Fuyou is remarkable. Lord Fuyou, wealthy and generous, is known for his benevolence, never haggling over prices, and purchasing in bulk, earning the fondness of many shopkeepers. It is said that Fuyou hails from the Uchiha clan, a prodigious ninja who once nearly became a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Jeriah. Such claims are nothing short of absurd. Who would refuse the opportunity to become a ninja? And as for Uchiha, let us not jest. Those who always wear a stern expression, as if they were owed a fortune, miserly and tight-fisted? How could such a generous and affluent individual emerge from the Uchiha clan? As for becoming a disciple of the Sannin, although Jeriah's recent peculiarities have been the talk of the town, he is nonetheless a renowned ninja in the shinobi world. Would he ever take a merchant as his pupil? It is simply laughable. This must be a rumor spread by rival merchants to undermine Lord Fuyou's reputation. It is better to heed such tales lightly and instead hurry to line up tomorrow morning, hoping to be among the first 100 to enjoy the offer of 10,000 for 5,000. What an incredible deal! Truly, Lord Fuyou is extraordinary. Many felt a wave of nostalgia, convinced that this time, Lord Fuyou would surely be losing money to gain attention. But who could deny the pleasure of seizing a bargain? Meanwhile, wealthy, are you truly at a loss? Jeriah gazed at the discount coupon in his hand. Spend 1,000, receive an additional 100. Spend 3,000, and enjoy unlimited beer. If Tsunade were to find out, could you imagine her drinking you under the table? Although her tolerance for alcohol may not surpass that of the great toad sage, her capacity is unmatched by ordinary individuals. There are rumors that she learned to gamble and drink at the tender age of 6, subtly influenced by the first Hokage, which explains her formidable reputation. Truly, one must tread carefully. Uchiha Fuyou sighed deeply while savoring his tea, lamenting his losses. What a tremendous loss. A devastating blow. Yet, for the sake of my family, I shall bear the expense myself. I am grateful for their unwavering support. Perhaps I should contribute 100,000. That would yield a total of 150,000. What a tragedy. At this rate, I might only afford a Ferrari. Oh, but there are no Ferraris here. He patted his chest grandly and proclaimed, consider it a gesture of gratitude to Konoha for nurturing me. Do not hold back. Spend generously. Isn't that a bit excessive? With wealth comes indulgence. We are all family, so there is no need for formality. Uchiha Fuyou declared without hesitation. How about 1,000,000? Let us make it happen. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fuyou fell silent. Jeriah looked at him with uncertainty. Is that too much? Perhaps 10,000 would suffice? Not at all. What do you mean by too much? It's all for you, sensei. Let us go big, 1,000,000 it is. No need to be modest. What a disaster. If this continues, I might end up losing enough to buy a Rolls-Royce. Oh, but there are none of those here either. Nevertheless, Fuyou expressed. Remember to inform our other good friends. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. It's all for family. You may feel you've profited. But I shall never be at a loss. That is the essence of business. If only the timing were right, I could even advertise at the Chunin exams. Alas, there is still some time before the exam. Once the first barbecue establishment successfully opens and achieves the required revenue, I can activate this barbecue module and take the current funds to establish a branch elsewhere. The initial revenue must reach 80 million Rio at this rate. I would need at least 80 more Jeriahs to achieve that. And there can be no cheating. Using personal funds to invite others to inflate the numbers is strictly forbidden. The system has its own algorithms, and any deceit will be detected. It's futile. As for how it calculates, Uchiha Fuyou admitted he was unsure. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the opening day. At that moment, the entrance of Fuyou's barbecue was adorned with red ribbons and a specially crafted grand red arch. To seize the benefits of being among the first 100 customers, eager patrons began lining up early in the morning. Uchiha Fuyou, clad in a formal suit with hair slicked back by wax, stood at the entrance. This marked his second enterprise within Konoha, and he felt a wave of nostalgia. The first venture had been a bubble tea shop, which, due to his expulsion from the Uchiha clan, had been met with skepticism, forcing him to patiently await the shop's minimum revenue threshold. The trials of entrepreneurship were indeed arduous. However, now Fuyou had acquired wealth. Which prominent family would dare to disregard him? Having been expelled from the Uchiha clan and renouncing his role as a shinobi, cultivating alliances posed no risk of raising suspicions among the higher-ups. For instance, not far off, a gentleman with Byakugan, Hyuga Hisashi, the current clan leader of the Hyuga family and the biological father of the future princess, approached. Uchiha Fuyou cast a glance at his companion, Hinata Swearin, who was also dressed formally and bore a tranquil expression. Upon seeing Hyuga Hisashi, Fuyou burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Welcome, clan leader Hyuga, now a businessman." He understood the essence of maintaining a merchant's demeanor. The shinobi world had evolved from his era. The more vehemently one was criticized, the more prosperous the establishment became. It was perplexing to the average person why so many sought out scorn. Were they truly masochistic? After being berated, they would still cheerfully exclaim, "Boss, you are so straightforward. We adore it." Was this not a form of masochism? Here, berating customers could lead to a severe beating by a shinobi, resulting in immediate closure the following day. Hyuga Hisashi, upon noticing Uchiha Fuyou, managed a faint smile, instructing his attendant to present a floral arrangement adorned with congratulatory messages. "Congratulations, Boss Fuyou," he remarked with a gentle smile, clad in the traditional attire of the Hyuga clan, nodding with approval. Same joy to you. After ushering Hisashi and his wife inside, Fuyou sighed, recognizing that respect is indeed reciprocal. Perhaps Hisashi felt gratitude for the modest gift he had given to Suiren during the wedding ceremony. At the time, it was merely a token sum, yet it seemed to have left a favorable impression. Next came the branch family of the Hyuga, Suiren's elder brother. Their camaraderie was evident. And Hyuga Hayashi was a gentle soul. After exchanging simple greetings, Fuyou arranged for them to be seated at a somewhat distant table, ensuring a more relaxed dining experience for them. The hierarchical structure between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was fraught with complications. In comparison, the Uchiha clan, despite its fair share of eccentricities, particularly those prone to annihilating the entire clan over trivial disputes, had its merits. At least those with awakened eyes could be recognized as members of the Uchiha clan, while those without could still coexist within its ranks. Though he intended to delegate the remaining tasks to Suiren and have her accompany her brother, she declined, choosing instead to remain by his side to greet guests. Time flowed unceasingly. Representatives from various esteemed clans have arrived, each uttering phrases of wealth and prosperity. The guests are in high spirits. After all, Uchiha Fuyou is well connected. Shortly thereafter, Master Jeriah also made his entrance, letting out a hearty laugh as he offered his congratulations before stepping inside. Meanwhile, the young Asuma, along with his companions and the leading instructors of different teams, seized the opportunity to attend the grand opening event. Unfortunately, the Minato team had not yet returned from their mission, thus they did not encounter them. At this moment, the establishment commenced operations, with numerous patrons taking their seats to indulge in grilled delicacies. Fresh meat sizzled on the charcoal grill, and soon, a tantalizing aroma enveloped the surroundings. Products from the system guarantee exceptional quality. Not only are the ingredients enhanced, but the culinary skills are also amplified, allowing even those with modest talent to produce delectable grilled dishes when paired with the system's secret sauces. Furthermore, professional grill chefs have been stationed nearby, ready to assist any customers in need without charge. After a week of dedicated training, they are now fully capable of fulfilling this role. Everything is progressing smoothly, and the revenue is steadily climbing. At this juncture, a familiar family of 3, or perhaps 4, approached. His brother, his sister-in-law, his nephew, and who is this youthful figure? Fair of face and gazing at him with admiration. Uchiha Shursui. Meichin seemed to sense Fuyu's confusion and smiled as she explained. Many in the clan believe he resembles you. Fuyou. He possesses considerable talent and shares your passion for literature. We encountered him on our way out, and he decided to join us. Ah, so it is you. This traitor. It is ironic that while it was Danzo who took your eyes, you chose to direct your vengeance not at your enemies but at your parents, exclaiming that the Uchiha clan is beyond salvation. Is that not absurd? It is akin to having your phone stolen, and instead of reporting it, you return home to pilfer your parents' hard-earned money, berating them for their poverty. How heartless. Uchiha Fuyu's lips twitched as he regarded the evidently excited Uchiha Shursui. What is his intention? Does he aspire to learn the art of commerce from him? Senior Fuyou, I have perused your masterpieces, including the youth of Konoha, my Hokage, what is the will of fire, and perseverance of the will of fire. Each reading has bestowed upon me a fresh understanding and insight into the will of fire. Uchiha Shursui proclaimed with admiration. Truly, you are a remarkable senior, Fuyou. Your profound grasp of the will of fire is utterly commendable. However, I personally believe that your essay on the admiration for Hokage and the grace of his lady lacks the exquisite flair of your other works. It feels somewhat contrived. Child, you are treading a narrow path. That essay is of utmost importance. The others are merely for casual listening. As gazed at the adoring expressions around him, his eyes fell upon the faintly satisfied visage of, and he felt a twinge in his stomach. With a sigh, he lowered his head and earnestly addressed, my child. An opportunity to become the wealthiest in the ninja world lies before you. All you need to do is call me father. Before he could finish his sentence, S' face darkened. Get lost. He retreated indoors with his wife and child. The foolish only intensified S' desire to deliver a good thrashing. Watching their departing figures, sighed in resignation, acknowledging the long road ahead. He seemed oblivious to his peculiar gaze, turning his attention back to the front. Suddenly, he froze. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, was slowly approaching alongside an elderly woman dressed in Hyuga family attire. The elder has come as well. The presence of the elder and the Hyuga matron hinted at a significant connection between them. In that moment, chose not to greet the various families lingering at the door, but quietly followed into the establishment, seeking a secluded spot to observe. However, he pondered, are the elderly truly here to grill? Can they even manage to bite into the food? It seemed more sensible to visit a karaoke bar than to come here. Oh, but right, he had yet to open the karaoke venue. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed had already begun grilling. Under his gaze, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness, and feeling a bit peckish, she inquired, would you like some? Indeed, after such a lengthy endeavor, he too felt hunger pangs. Nodding, he smiled and replied, thank you. Upon hearing's desire to partake, beamed with joy and busied herself further. Considering his appetite, discreetly signaled a waiter to bring forth more food. Ensuring nourishment was appropriately distributed to the right areas, he felt reassured. Meanwhile, he glanced towards the elder, who had begun grilling himself. The elder, with his wrinkled face etched with the pride characteristic of the Uchiha clan, seemed particularly infuriating. His mouth moved animatedly, as if boasting about his offspring's commendable achievements, while gesturing towards the grilled meat on the charcoal grill. Before long, the elder had finished grilling and, with a haughty huff, offered some to the wide-eyed matron. Exuding an air of, my generosity in sharing this with you is a favor. A typical display of Uchiha pride, the Hyuga matron appeared unfazed, her lips curling into an elegant, cold smile as she gracefully picked up a piece of meat and savored it slowly. After a brief moment, she nodded lightly, seemingly satisfied. The grand elder, increasingly proud and somewhat haughty, lifted his chin with a self-satisfied smile at a 45-degree angle. Observing this, Uchiha Fuyou couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The nature of their relationship was indeed unusual. Even without activating the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could smell the foul stench emanating from the situation. His stomach twisted slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice, akin to flowing water, broke the silence. Fuyou, look. He snapped back to reality, glancing at the pile of grilled meat on his plate, momentarily taken aback. Without uttering a word, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece, his eyes lighting up instantly. It was delicious. Although the establishment had a reputation for enhancements, his own recent attempts at grilling had not yielded such exquisite results. Is that true? Lin-Yin appeared genuinely delighted, her hands gripping the meat tongs as she tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. That's wonderful. You should eat too. Uchiha Fuyou, holding his plate, continued to eat while observing the grand elder, eager to discern what the old stubborn Uchiha intended to do. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, without turning his head, Lin-Yin, that elderly lady is from the Hyuga clans, main family elder, right? Yes. Lin-Yin, not visible to Fuyou, swiftly devoured the meat before her, her face slightly flushed. However, upon noticing that Fuyou had not observed her actions, she sighed in relief and quietly added, Granny Baihua holds a very esteemed position in the main family. No wonder. The ability to engage in conversation with the grand elder suggested a long-standing acquaintance, likely with a significant bond. Uchiha Fuyou shifted his posture, resting his right knee on the sofa, continuing to eat while watching. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he would never finish the meat on his plate. Turning back in confusion, he was surprised to see Lin-Yin replenishing his serving. Is something wrong? She asked, her cheeks slightly reddening. Do you not like it? No, I do, he replied, shoving another piece into his mouth while casting a glance at the grand elder. At this point, it was no longer the grand elder grilling. Rather, it was the elderly Hyuga Baihua who had taken over the task. Her murky eyes seemed to harbor a hint of disdain, despite sharing the same Byakugan. Fuyou had grown quite familiar with the unique traits of the Byakugan after spending time with Lin-Yin. Meanwhile, the grand elder wore an expression of indignation, defiantly raising his head, embodying the attitude of I refuse to argue with an old woman like you. The dynamics between them were truly intriguing. What was their relationship? Unfortunately, being too close might draw attention. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before asking, still without turning, does Lin-Yin know what their relationship is? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin-Yin replied, Elder Baihua and the Grand Elder were once enemies. Uchiha Fuyou was taken aback. The mundane voice instantly conjured an image of a stoic face in his mind. Unable to resist, he turned around and indeed spotted his elder brother, sister-in-law, his eldest nephew, and the young admirer, Uchiha Shursui, alongside the couple from the Hyuga branch family. How did they all come here? Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the slightly blushing Kagami, who was grilling meat alongside his sister-in-law, and then at Uchiha Fugaku, who was munching on grilled meat with the same stoic expression. What brings you here? He inquired, as he had no intention of intruding upon his brother's family, yet they had come to him instead. Interesting, Uchiha Fugaku remarked nonchalantly. I merely came to take a look. The nearby Hinata also nodded with a smile, acknowledging that it was indeed a matter of the main family, hence his presence. It was indeed quite intriguing. Despite his elder brother's perpetually expressionless demeanor, as if the world owed him a fortune, he still possessed a certain curiosity. As for Hinata, it was reasonable for the branch family to observe the main family. However, the head of the clan, Hinata Hizashi, was notably absent. This individual bore a significant burden as the clan leader and likely could not afford such leisure until the changes brought about by Naruto liberated his true nature. Yet, regarding what Fugaku had just mentioned, enemies, Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Fugaku, subsequently turning to observe the two elderly men. Are they truly enemies? During the Warring States period, the various ninja clans were predominantly adversaries. Fugaku wiped his mouth and replied in a flat tone. It was only after the first Hokage ended the Warring States and established the hidden villages that the relationships among the clans began to ease considerably. Ah, I see. Uchiha Shursui mused, beginning to grasp the concept. It must be a poignant tale of love born amidst the ravages of war. A love that could not be realized until old age allowed them to share a meal of grilled meat together. The elder was not to be underestimated. With a sigh of reflection, Uchiha Shursui prepared a generous bowl of greasy meat for Itachi and Shursui, donning a benevolent smile of an elder. Come now. You young ones are still growing. Eat more. Let us not waste anything. If he could not indulge in reckless spending, then he would raise them to be plump homebodies instead. Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance but refrained from comment this time. Eating well was indeed beneficial. He picked up a piece of meat, observing Uchiha Shursui and the joyfully grilling Hinata Kagami, and remarked in a subdued tone. The girls of the Hyuga clan do not marry outside their family. If they gain acceptance, they can only be adopted into the family, especially those from the branch family, who must also be regulated. Moreover, the Uchiha clan cannot adopt either. Perhaps it is the deaths caused by war that have influenced the elder's perspective so. As his words settled, a heavy silence enveloped the surroundings. Hinata Kagami's hand trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her smile, continuing to grill the meat with her head bowed. At long last, they departed. Uchiha Fuyou gazed at the two departing groups, shaking his head in contemplation. Turning to the disheartened Rin, he inquired with curiosity. What troubles you? Nothing, Rin replied with a smile, though it was evident that something was amiss. Otherwise, why have you left several plates of meat untouched? This is uncharacteristic of your appetite. Fuyou surmised the cause of her distress. It was likely due to Fuyue's earlier remarks regarding the Hyuga clan's insidious dealings. The branch family had devoted their existence to protecting the main family, their lives hanging in the balance of the clan's whims, leading to a profound lack of freedom, let alone any semblance of autonomy. The solution to this predicament was straightforward. Sheer strength was the key. If Hinata were to marry outside the clan, would the Hyuga family dare to confine her and her children like caged birds? When such thoughts first crossed Naruto's mind, he exclaimed, Sasuke, someone intends to cage my wife and children. Sasuke queried, what will you do about it? Naruto reminisced. Do you recall the bloodshed during that fateful night of the Uchiha clan? The Hyuga clan might very well face a similar fate as the Uchihas. Fuyou gently tousled her hair, smiling as he reassured her, do not worry. You are under my protection, and nothing will happen to you. Who would dare to challenge me? Uchiha Fuyou, have you seen the fate that befell Danzo? He has become increasingly reclusive ever since establishing the route, consumed by paranoia. With the bounty on his head, he probably believes that everyone around him covets his life. Perhaps even his closest friends wish to turn him in for a reward. Consequently, he has kept a low profile. And since his return, the strange occurrences in Konoha have dwindled. Rin, upon hearing Fuyou's words, felt a familiar warmth wash over her, causing her cheeks to flush as she recalled a moment from the past when she sat quietly, enviously watching others. A small boy had approached her, cheerfully asking, would you like to play with us? Her heart felt lighter, and she nodded, softly responding, I'm fine. Have you eaten your fill? If you're satisfied. Fuyou began, but Rin interrupted, looking down shyly, her voice a gentle whisper, I'm still a bit hungry. Fuyou observed her towering stack of plates in silence, then chuckled, saying not at all. Where's the excess? I am still hungry myself. Come, let us continue eating. As time slipped away, the gathering began to disperse. Even Jeriah, inebriated, stumbled out, cheerfully inviting Fuyou to join him for the next revelry, much to Rin's watchful dismay. That old rascal. Uchiha Fuyou was certainly not the type to indulge in such frivolity. After inquiring about the location, He prepared himself to confront the lecherous old man on the next occasion, promptly kicking him out. How dare he extend an invitation to that affluent elder? Such a slight against Uchiha Fugaku was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, the elder and the elderly woman from the Hyuga clan departed quietly, arriving and leaving without causing a stir. Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated a discussion regarding the funding of the Uchiha clan with the elder, but to his surprise, the elder was merely accompanying the old woman for a barbecue. What an underestimation. After their meal, the night fell. For many, this was the moment of revelry, resulting in a constant stream of patrons entering and exiting the bustling establishment. Uchiha Fugaku marveled once more at Suerin's hearty appetite, feeling overly stuffed himself. Thus, he accompanied her for a leisurely stroll back, serving as a means of digestion. Simultaneously, two simply dressed elderly men appeared at the entrance of Fugaku Barbecue. One held a pipe, smiling as he surveyed his surroundings, while beside him stood a bandaged man, equally vigilant, scanning the area with an air of caution, as though anticipating a thief among the diners. "Greetings, gentlemen. Please, this way." At the behest of the waiter, they chose a somewhat secluded corner to sit. The decor was quite pleasant. After a brief disguise, Sarutobi Hisashi nodded, picking up the menu and remarked with a smile about the variety of dishes, acknowledging that the young man truly possessed a knack for business. Afterward, observing the ever-watchful Danzo before him, he sighed in resignation. "Rest assured, no one in Konoha will harm you." "Humph. A ninja must remain ever vigilant." Danzo dismissed Hisashi's words, snorting disdainfully before sipping the hot tea presented by the server, his expression turning serious as he stated, "Hisashi, you are truly aging. Still stubborn, I see." Sarutobi Hisashi chuckled helplessly and reopened the menu. "What do you wish to eat?" "I'll eat whatever. Let us finish quickly. I must return." This is a sheer waste of time. Although he was currently in Konoha, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he perceived everyone as potentially malevolent. In the past, he had felt this way, but it was not as severe as it was now. Indeed, under Hisashi's management, Konoha had deteriorated significantly, causing even Shimura Danzo to feel uneasy. Suddenly, Danzo noticed someone glancing in their direction repeatedly for the past 3 minutes, causing his heart to tense. Is that a hunter fixating on me? The prolonged gaze, coupled with the reluctance to meet his eyes, suggested furtive intentions. Perhaps they were after his life? Where are the root? Where are they? Hurry, someone come. However, his peculiar actions caught the attention of Sarutobi Hisashi, who was placing an order. "What is the matter? Is someone targeting me? We must swiftly dispatch a ninja to apprehend them. There may be other schemes afoot." "What? A spy?" Hisashi's demeanor grew serious. However, upon seeing the direction pointed out by Danzo, he was left speechless. It turned out to be merely a group of ordinary folks, just the family running the bathhouse at the village entrance. Indeed, it appeared that Danzo had been overly anxious lately. Wouldn't the Hokage, who constantly monitored all matters in Konoha through his crystal ball, be aware of any spies? As for why he was observing Danzo, it was likely due to the latter's oddly bundled trench coat, which drew the gaze of several passers-by. Shaking his head in exasperation, Hisashi closed the menu, placed his order, and called over a waiter. Once the waiter had moved a distance away, he reassured, "No need to be tense. We're merely out to relax today." A mere 360 million ryo shouldn't compel anyone to take risks in Konoha. Before he could finish his thought, a commotion erupted nearby. A group of Konoha ninjas was animatedly discussing, "Have you heard? A historic bounty has appeared in the black market, surpassing even the first Hokages." "I've heard. It seems to be continuously rising. It's now reached 370 million. That's exorbitant. Who is it? Should we band together for a heist? Such a high bounty must belong to someone extraordinary, far beyond the likes of the first Hokage. Let us not jest. We are merely genin. Perhaps it's feasible? Let us not forget the wise words of the affluent lord. One must dare to dream, for who knows when it may come to fruition. Indeed. Hence, our ambition is to take him down and claim the highest bounty." With that declaration, cheers erupted, dreams were spoken aloud, and cups clinked in celebration. "Didn't they say there would be no danger?" Danzo, with a furrowed brow, turned to Hisashi, who was silently observing him. His expression shifted, unease washing over him. "Hisashi, it's nothing. Do not worry. It's merely 370 million. Hisashi replied with a smile, gazing affectionately at Danzo. "You know I would never harm a former dear friend." At that moment, a portion of meat was served, prompting Hisashi to cheerfully beckon Danzo. Come, let us eat. Would you care for some beer? If we spend over 3,000 ryo, drinks are complimentary." It's a rare chance to relax, shall we? Not leave until we're inebriated? 370 million Ryo. You underestimate the bond between Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo, he thought, confident that even if Danzo were to drink himself into a stupor beside the third Hokage, he would not lay a finger on his cherished friend. Just 370 million Ryo. However, Danzo resolutely rejected the idea. Ninjas should not indulge in alcohol. It leads to errors. I intend to abstain starting today. Yet he pondered. Who are these people daring to place a bounty on my head? If I discover who they are. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. As the deep autumn arrived, the nights in the Hidden Leaf village bore a certain chill. At this moment, after escorting Hinata to her home, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at her retreating figure with a smile, shaking his head in contemplation before turning to walk towards his own house. Suddenly, he paused. Squinting at the solitary silhouette illuminated by the night, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Are you back already? I am Uchiha Obito, a self-proclaimed genius ninja of the leaf, destined to be the future Hokage, or so I believe. Presently, there are two individuals in the village whom I detest most. One is the self-righteous Kakashi, and the other is this insufferable fellow. So, did the mission fail?" Uchiha Fugaku observed Obito, who initially appeared somewhat dejected, but seemed to have a hint of mischief upon seeing him. Naturally, he was unfazed. It was quite normal for a 12 or 13-year-old to be a bit of a troublemaker. Completed. Obito retorted indignantly, when I take charge. How can a mission remain unfulfilled? Was it a heartbreak then? My father says, there are plenty of fish in the sea, just find another. There's no need to be a lovesick fool. If you really must, why not take a page from a certain someone's book? Being a lovesick fool while indulging in distractions? The joy here is simply irresistible. He is currently in the village. Shall I arrange for him to take you out for some fun? Don't worry, I'll cover the expenses. Is that even something a person would say? Obito stared at Uchiha Fugaku in disbelief, even disregarding the fact that he insisted on being called father. Who could be so repugnant? The world is vast, and there are always a few oddballs, such as those who would seek to destroy the world simply because they lost a girlfriend. However, none of that truly matters. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, shaking his head as he looked at Obito. So, although the mission was accomplished, you've certainly embarrassed yourself, haven't you? As for Obito, prior to his descent into darkness, he would invariably fail when challenging anyone. It wasn't that he lacked strength, he was quite capable. But unexpected events would always transpire. After embracing the darkness, things had alleviated considerably, perhaps due to his transformation from a spirited youth to a rather erratic individual. The strength of the Uchiha clan is quite peculiar. In the beginning, one may appear to be inept, but once the eyes are awakened, one becomes an elite of their tier. For instance, even a low-ranking ninja would be deemed an elite low-ranking ninja, should the stimulation be too intense. Well, even if one started as a useless individual, once the Manjiki Sharingan is activated, one becomes a formidable figure in the ninja world. Of course, this does not apply to his second nephew. Whether his eyes are opened or not, he continues to be pummeled, even in the era of tattoos. As long as he attempts to show off, the inevitable outcome is simply more beatings. That fellow must be cursed. Was it a fire-style technique that choked him? Or perhaps a kunai that pierced through? Or did he see an enemy so frightened they wet themselves? Your speech is quite obnoxious. However, Uchiha Fugaku, despite being wealthy, paid no heed to the agitated Obito, who was visibly furious. Instead, he spoke with earnestness. You must remember, you are not devoid of everything. If you cannot continue as a ninja, you can always return to inherit your father's legacy. Who are you calling your son? Obito retorted, frustration etched across his face. I aspire to become Hokage. If he were a true ninja, he would ensure that everyone recognized the prowess of the genius ninja, Uchiha Obito. With a disdainful snort, he reflected on his return, initially seeking solace, only to find himself increasingly vexed and eager to challenge that arrogant individual, to make him understand that this mission was merely a favor to him. With a huff, Uchiha Obito shoved his hands into his pockets, tossing his head back. I'm leaving. This is boring. Oh, still trying to act aloof? Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing as if struck by a thought. He then playfully pressed down on Obito's head. Do you wish to grow stronger? He had a firm grip on Obito's head. As the younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of duty to nurture the emotional well-being of these orphans. He aimed to help them establish a proper worldview, value system, an understanding that though the world harbors darkness, it also possesses light. One must learn to face their inner sorrow to prevent the tragedies of the Uchiha clan from repeating. If you're interested, I can teach you. Uchiha Obito rolled his eyes, his gaze filled with disdain as he regarded Uchiha Fuyou, as if to say, you? An ordinary person? Underestimating me? After all, I was a genius ninja who graduated even before Kakashi. I merely chose to refuse. Uchiha Fuyou, with an air of wisdom, responded. But teaching you is certainly within my capacity. No need. Obito snapped, irritation in his tone as he turned to leave. Are you still troubled by your failures? Are you saddened by your inability to defeat your rival? Are you lost in your attempts to capture the attention of the girl you adore? If you simply pause for a few moments and patiently listen to my guidance, all your worries, sorrow, and confusion will vanish. Uchiha Fuyou's voice was laden with allure. Gently coaxing, what are you waiting for? This opportunity is singular, and it requires no financial investment on your part. Merely listening is a gain. Come quickly. Upon hearing this, Obito's shoulders trembled slightly, and he halted, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. After all, he too desired strength, wished to surpass Kakashi, and sought to attract Rin's attention. Yet, he felt an ominous premonition at the thought of stopping. Indeed, this fellow was quite irritating. Just as Obito grappled with his inner conflict, Uchiha Fuyou's mellifluous voice drifted back to him. You are intrigued. Trust me, I was once a genius ninja as well. Uchiha Obito fell silent, taking a deep breath before turning to Uchiha Fuyou with earnestness. You truly will not deceive me? Of course, Uchiha Fuyou replied, revealing a merchant's genial smile. As a businessman, integrity has always been my guiding principle. Then tell me, what shall you teach me? Do not rush. First, you must familiarize yourself with the ninja theories formulated by a certain great ninja. This I discovered among the ruins of the Uchiha clan, and upon first seeing it, I was utterly astounded. Such transcendent theories could not possibly be penned by an ordinary individual, which leads me to suspect they were handed down from that legendary strongest ninja of yore. You mean? Obito was taken aback. Being an Uchiha, he certainly knew who that ninja was. The realization that this was not merely the work of a commoner, but rather the secret tome left by the mightiest of the Uchiha, intensified his excitement. However, Fuyou covered his mouth and earnestly shushed him, stating, Now, please allow me to explain slowly. Once he saw Obito adopt a serious demeanor, he released him. Speaking in a tone as steady as a pine tree, with gravitas, a kunai soiled with excrement, the god of ninjas in the world, empty-handed extracting an egg. The 6 paths in peril, explosive death from behind, tailed beasts suffering, provoking their lower regions, collapsing in anguish, spitting from the mouth, the celestial deity descends. Do not engage in excessive chatter, victory is assured. He spoke in one breath. Then, satisfied with Obito's stunned expression, he inquired, Did you note that down? Obito, snapping back to reality, wore a face full of disbelief as he brushed Fuyou's hand away. How could I be so foolish as to trust your words? The legendary ninja could never utter such nonsense. That was a being capable of contending with the God of Shinobi, the first Hokage. Such trifling words could not possibly emanate from him. This is undoubtedly a deception. I am leaving. Do not disbelieve. That truly is the secret art left behind by a formidable ninja. It was this very knowledge that enabled me to emerge as a genius ninja. You simply cannot grasp the profound meaning contained within just yet. All you need to do is remember. One day, you will comprehend its essence and become a genius ninja like me. However, Fuyou was not about to let him go easily. If he could not cultivate him into a spendthrift, he would instead mold him into a rogue. As long as he maintained a resilient mindset, he would not crumble in the face of despair. With heartfelt earnestness, he continued. In addition, he left behind an unparalleled forbidden technique, but its lethality is extreme. To be used sparingly. The alluring voice resonated once more. Do you wish to learn? If you desire to learn, I shall teach you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito indeed halted his steps, gazing at Fuyou with a mixture of skepticism and longing. After a moment of silence, he asked, Is it true? Indeed. I can teach you. But you must remember, do not use it lightly. Very well. Such gravity implies it may not be a deception. Under the expectant gaze of Obito, Uchiha Fuyou clasped his hands together, intertwining his fingers. Then, with remarkable swiftness, he extended his index and middle fingers, with his thumb overlapping them. The Yin seal, this I remember. A powerful ninjutsu's initial form. Obito was exhilarated. It is indeed true. Fuyou nodded in satisfaction, affirming that the youth is worth teaching. With that said, his tone shifted to one of gravity, emphasizing the importance of remembering this clearly. As he spoke, Obito fixed his earnest gaze upon him. Subsequently, Uchiha Fugaku formed the Ein seal with his hands and swiftly thrust them upwards before retracting them, smiling at Obito and asking, "Have you learned it?" "What am I learning? A turtle." Days later, Team Minato set out once more. During this period, the situation in the ninja world grew increasingly tense, with most ninjas in the village undertaking external missions. Meanwhile, Jeriah had been reveling for a few days before departing for the battlefield. It could be said that the village had grown considerably quieter. Rumors circulated that the ninjas of the Iwagakure were acting suspiciously, seemingly up to something unusual. Furthermore, spies from Kumogakure reported a surge of activity within their ranks. Consequently, upon receiving this intelligence, Konoha promptly began fortifying its defenses. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he continued to live his life in tranquility. His business had flourished, earning him an upgrade reward. With his body and spirit significantly strengthened, he was now able to consider opening a branch in the Land of Fire. Although the war had led to economic downturns and low consumer spending across various regions, there was still a baseline of stability, making early openings advantageous. Moreover, regarding the wars between ninjas, aside from the surprise attacks from the Kurogakure, none had ever reached the territory of the Land of Fire. Battles were primarily conducted in other nations or at the borders. Thus, the Land of Fire remained relatively serene. In the present day, the milk tea shop within Konoha was still managed by Uncle Sato, while the barbecue shop was temporarily overseen by a civilian from the Uchiha clan who lacked insight. He had deliberately chosen a person without mental illness, possessing a relatively calm demeanor. It is known that Uchiha mental conditions manifest in two forms. One type appears friendly and genial, resembling a good person, yet, when afflicted, their behavior becomes extraordinarily exaggerated, leading to self-harm or even the annihilation of their clan and the world. The other type exhibits a stoic demeanor, displaying disdain for everything with an air of arrogance. Fortunately, when affected, they merely put on a facade, causing little trouble. Therefore, to avoid future conflicts, the stationing manager must be carefully selected. Naturally, the Uchiha approach their tasks with a serious demeanor, exhibiting a peculiar form of obsessive-compulsive behavior, perhaps stemming from underlying mental conditions. Consequently, their strict adherence to rules resembled that of urban management officers, lacking humane enforcement, which earned them the ire of the populace. Moreover, following the tumultuous Ninetales incident, a surge of rumors erupted, igniting long-standing conflicts and providing Danzo with a pretext to act. This situation underscores the terrifying nature of rumors, compounded by the fact that those in authority often deny any opportunity for refutation. As she relished the soothing techniques of Suerin's gentle fist, a soft moan escaped her lips, a testament to the prowess of the Hyuga clan's art. Yet, just as the sound left her mouth, the door swung open. The carefree Kushina appeared at the threshold, and upon catching sight of the flushed and dazed Suerin, she froze momentarily before hastily shutting the door. "My apologies for the interruption," she stammered. "What are you apologizing for?" "It's merely a massage. Is it truly such a spectacle?" Uchiha Suerin maintained his composure as he adjusted his attire, observing Suerin, who was also tidying herself, her cheeks still tinged with pink. "What are you fussing over your clothes for?" He shook his head in exasperation, reopening the door to find Kushina peeking in curiously. "No need to spy. We are merely discussing business. Is it so peculiar for a boss and a secretary to converse in the office? What brings you here?" With Minato gone, the atmosphere had grown dull. I had no inclination to dine alone at the barbecue. That troublesome Ninetales has been causing a ruckus, making it impossible to catch a nap. I suggested using a shadow clone to entertain it with the card game you taught, but it refused. Thus, I came to check if you were free. 2 against 1. I wouldn't consent to that either. Have some dignity. Suerin sighed in resignation. You, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, constantly seek me out. Are you not concerned about the Hokage coming after me? Relax. Kushina playfully patted Suerin's shoulder. You're not a ninja, so what is there to fear? What do you want from me then? A game of cards? No, let Minato save a little money. It's not easy for him. Kushina shot him a glare. Do you think I'm like Tsunade, addicted to gambling? How about a round of Pai-Gao? Too quick, lacks excitement. Suerin stroked his chin. Pondering, let us play Mahjong instead. It can be played in smaller increments, and each round lasts a good while. We have just the right number with one beast involved. Is Suerin coming too? Aye, it's nothing. He shook his head, extending his 3-tomo Sharingan with a smile directed at Suerin. Remember to keep this between us. Both Minato and Kushina were aware of the Uchiha clan's matters, and since he referred to Kushina as sister, they agreed to maintain confidentiality. If not, Kushina would give him a good thrashing. With that, they ensured the door was securely shut and ventured forth into a damp, dimly lit space. Stunned, Lingen gazed around her, then regained her composure and nodded earnestly, whispering beside Fuyou, "I won't tell anyone." Fuyou, however, did not embody the wealthy persona he projected. Though uncertain of the reasons behind this, Lingen chose to place her trust in him. At that moment, a deep voice echoed, "The brat from the Uchiha clan." Were more peculiar individuals arriving? For figures appeared, with one additional presence. Today, there would be no playing doujinshi. With a decisive wave of his hand, Fuyou conjured a mahjong set and table before him, observing the nine tails confined within the cage. He recalled the jest he once shared with Kushina about fostering a good relationship with the beast, never expecting her to succeed. Through their interactions, they had become comrades in gaming. Moreover, in a bid to secretly study the nine tails chakra, he too had joined the ranks of players. "We're playing mahjong." "Mahjong. You'll find out soon enough." "Humph. Boring. I've lived so long. What haven tea I seen? I'm merely curious." The aloof nine tails scoffed, her disdainful gaze frequently darting toward the mahjong table. Had it not been for her overwhelming strength, causing Hashirama Senju to harbor fear within, she would have battled him for 300 rounds. Ultimately, through despicable tactics and in the midst of a gathering of ninjas, a moment of inattention led to her sealing. Otherwise, you ninjas would have been at my mercy. Indeed. Although this version of the nine tails differed from the one he envisioned, where 999 hands would grasp him like a duckling, Fuyou did not interrupt her boastfulness. "Are you still betting chakra today? Otherwise, should you lose, will Kushina pay your debts?" He harbored a dream, to play mahjong alongside the nine tails. "Aye." Before the nine tails could finish her sentence, Kushina promptly interjected, "No money." Then, invigorated by Fuyou's earlier explanation, she eagerly reached for the mahjong tiles. "Come on, let us begin." "Humph." The nine tails' expression stiffened for a moment before she coldly retorted, "Come. I possess ample chakra." She bore the demeanor of a proud fox, akin to someone boasting of their wealth. Then, the sounds of tiles clattering filled the air as the first game of mahjong in the ninja world commenced within the ceiling space. Meanwhile, the Minato team found themselves in peril. Obito, wielding a kunai, stood alongside Kakashi, vigilantly guarding Rin while keeping a watchful eye on their adversaries. After undertaking numerous missions, he had matured, facing foes with far less trepidation than at the outset. Yet now, with Minato-sensei drawing the enemies away, they were faced with an unexpected threat, 2 Nin from an enemy village. It was vital to remember that they were merely genin, and the situation was dire. What should they do now? No one responded to him. Now, in the face of the enemy, words were utterly futile. Obito was aware that his trembling hand gripped the kunai, his mind racing with thoughts of potential strategies. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark mass behind the Earth Ninja, something that did not seem humanly possible to produce. He paused momentarily, recalling that night, the words of that detestable individual. 3 mere children, aspiring to undertake a reconnaissance mission? It was nothing short of a jest. Their fate had been sealed the moment their Nin leader was lured away. Alas, with the current tension in the air, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he, the esteemed Iwagakure elder, would have relished the opportunity to toy with these adorable youngsters. A sinister grin spread across Iwagakure's face as he regarded the black-haired boy in goggles before him, particularly noting the fan emblazoned on his attire. A child of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? How intriguing. With that thought, he stepped forward, revealing his menacing smile, licking his lips, seemingly eager to claim your corpse. Cold sweat dripped down Obito's forehead. With Minato-sensei drawn away, it appeared that rescue was not forthcoming. Thus, they had to rely solely on themselves. Just a Nin. A Nin from Iwagakure. Under normal circumstances, their trio stood little chance of vanquishing him. However, if Kakashi were here, a glance at Kakashi suggested, he should be able to make his escape alone. That rascal constantly spouted his mantra of mission first. Surely, he would flee on his own. Casting his gaze towards Rin, who remained equally vigilant, Obito recognized he could not continue down this path. He recalled the words from that day, and with gritted teeth, he resolved to fight back. With that declaration, under the disdainful gaze of Iwagakure, Obito initiated the assault, darting around the Nin, employing the Uchiha clan's distinctive throwing technique, launching kunai with reckless abandon. In an instant, a flurry of kunai flew erratically toward Iwagakure. In the blink of an eye, they clattered against the ground and trees. Where are the outlines? The scene fell into silence, and Kakashi let out a resigned sigh. A blend of inevitability and exasperation. Ha ha ha, is this the Uchiha throwing technique? The Wagakure snapped out of his stupor, erupting into laughter. Is this all they've got? In that moment, the expression of another Wagakure ninja, who was confronting Kakashi, shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Not good. It's an explosive tag." Indeed, Obito had wrapped explosive tags around the kunai, a commonly employed tactic among ninjas. However, upon hearing his comrade's warning, a Wagakure's alertness kicked in, and he mentally screamed, "I have underestimated them." Only to see the kunai at a considerable distance, his face froze. What use was it from so far away? As he carelessly attempted to distance himself and evade the explosion's radius, the explosive tag detonated. However, he paid no heed, as he remarked, "From such a distance to the epicenter of the explosion, the aftershocks could only bring him a slight impact, incapable of inflicting any real harm." Yensha erupted into laughter, mocking the young Uchiha, suggesting he should return to the ninja academy. His words remained unfinished. Apart from Obito, none noticed the ominous mass, exuding a peculiar stench, hurtling directly towards him. In the blink of an eye, it struck his eyes, mouth, and nose, covering his entire visage. Everyone was momentarily stunned, gazing at the repulsive substance cascading from the sky like rain. Even Kakashi wore a grim expression, hastily evading the blast radius. Yet, the range of the firecracker explosion was not so easily escaped. He remained within the attack zone, merely at the mercy of the size and potency of the assault. While others dodged, one individual stood resolute, under the gaze of all, akin to a hero, bravely confronting the challenge, his face smeared with the repugnant substance yet remaining unperturbed. His mind only recalled the teachings from that fateful night as he charged towards the enemy. Physical techniques? Ineffective. Ninjutsu? Also futile. Thus, there was only one recourse left, the forbidden technique spoken of by that individual, a legacy of the legendary Uchiha ninja. However, Obito found the situation somewhat revolting, and thus resolved to substitute with a kunai. With a devout expression, he grasped the kunai firmly, disregarding the swirling black substance, and swiftly approached Yensha from behind. As a seasoned jonin, Yensha was not merely a name. Though disgusted and wanting to vomit from the foul substance, the time for battle was upon him. Regrettably, his eyes, now encrusted, were not easily cleared. Just as he prepared to turn, Obito had already arrived at his back in a flash, feet positioned in a bow stance. Recalling the posture taught to him that day, gripping the kunai tightly, he inhaled deeply, his countenance hardening, and thrust forward. In an instant, a scream pierced the air, and a figure stood resolute amidst the swirling filth, embodying the essence of a true man, gripping a bloodied kunai, gazing at the crouching rock ninja. With a hint of crimson trickling from his rear, a smirk crept upon his lips. He had triumphed. Under the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and his own intellect, he had bested a jonin from an enemy village. The onlookers were left in awe of Lord Obito. At that moment, Obito felt an indescribable sensation within. It was the exhilarating accomplishment of defeating an opponent of a higher rank. Truly, the forbidden technique left behind by the legendary Uchiha, capable of contending with the gods of the ninja world, proved invaluable. With a nonchalant toss of his head, he glanced at the equally astonished Kakashi, a smirk forming on his lips, ready to deliver a mocking remark. Suddenly, a clump of black matter flew towards him. With a resounding slap, it struck directly into his mouth. What happened? Well, nothing much. Perhaps I played for too long and suddenly feel a bit nauseous. Uchiha Fuyou involuntarily shivered, discarding a tile and gazing at the pair of crimson fox eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he pondered whether to conclude the game for today. After all, it was only natural to feel some discomfort after entering with chakra and spirit. A little gambling brings joy, while excessive gambling leads to harm. Moderation is key. However, this esteemed gentleman had merely just begun. After losing several rounds consecutively, the irritable Ninetails, having been dealt a poor hand, rejected Fuyou's suggestion, questioning whether he intended to flee after a victory. Let us continue. Indeed, this fellow had been cooped up here, seemingly going mad. Each time gambling commenced, he appeared frenzied, particularly after enduring multiple losses, his eyes appearing almost bloodshot. Uchiha Fuyou cast a glance at the Ninetails, noting its somewhat thin tails, balding, in the ceiling space. The flow of chakra was restricted, thus, having been solely focused on one tail, it had diminished considerably. With a sigh, he shook his head. reminding himself that a little gambling is merely for enjoyment. If he continued losing, he might transform into the Eight Tails. Humph. A mere brat of the Uchiha clan dares to be so arrogant? The Nine Tails felt belittled, its chakra formed fur bristling. It was merely a small amount of chakra. Have you seen my tails? Looking at Uchiha Fugaku with disdain, it boasted, 9 tails. They will regenerate. Up until now. You have only managed to win a trivial amount from me, and you dare to gloat? All right, it's your choice. A gambler cannot be dissuaded. Now, it harbored some concerns. If Naruto truly became a Jinchuriki in the future, that innocent, kind-hearted lad might turn into a gambling addict. How delightful that would be. 3 generations of gamblers would ensure the prosperity of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku sighed contemplatively, nodding in agreement. Let us go. Let us go. Meanwhile, beside him, Susan remained in a daze, numbly manipulating the mahjong tiles, staring at the 9 tails, which had extended 2 fingers through the ceiling bars, utterly transfixed. This is the 9 tails? The 9 tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts. Even the first Hokage, a ninja of immense strength, had declared the 9 tails to be truly terrifying. Its fearsome nature was well documented in the annals of Konoha's history, ultimately necessitating the first Hokage's wife to seal it personally. One can only imagine how dreadful the 9 tails truly was. Yet now, it lay sprawled on the ground, one hand scratching its head while the other delicately touched the mahjong tiles, its fearsome fox visage appearing somewhat distressed. Is this truly the 9 tails? Surely it has fallen victim to Fuyo's Jinjutsu. Recalling the sight of Fuyo's eyes moments ago. Indeed, he was a prodigy, even without becoming a ninja. He had awakened the Sharingan. As for the reasons behind his secrecy, Susan did not dwell on it. Since Fuyo wished to keep it confidential, she would assuredly respect that. And at that moment, the 9 tails unleashed its fury once more, doubling its power and leaving the fox visibly agitated. Kushina felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. After all, the chakra of the 9 tails was formidable, and a moment's lapse could lead to her losing herself entirely as the Jinchuriki. Thus, she decided that today would come to a close. Uchiha Fugaku utilized the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to confine a portion of the 9 tails chakra. This technique was not learned from Kushina, but rather from Kanai. Kushina was aware that she had 2 other relatives, though she yearned to meet them. Considering her status and the current circumstances in Konoha, it was prudent to feign ignorance. Indeed, Kanai's unique constitution was noteworthy, and Nagato's eyes were even more extraordinary. If they were to arrive in Konoha amidst the ongoing war, it would undoubtedly draw attention to the will of fire. Kanai was gentle by nature and could be easily persuaded, but Nagato was a different story. Konoha was the enemy responsible for his parents' deaths, and should he unleash Shinra Tensei, chaos would surely ensue. Therefore, it was best that Konoha remained oblivious. Perhaps they would engage in battle another day. They might even consider opening a mahjong parlor or hosting a mahjong tournament. However, given the war and the lack of a structured system, there were no guarantees or protections, making it too perilous to pursue at this moment. Uchiha's clan should not blame me for the warning. The 9 tails withdrew its claws, huffing in indignation, exhibiting an air of arrogance as if it had not just unleashed its power. Though it was unclear what Fuyo intended to do with its chakra, controlling the chakra of a tailed beast was no simple task, and should it go berserk, it would not be my fault. Rest assured, I am merely conducting a minor investigation. This is the complete 9 tails, possessing yin-yang chakra, whose research value is second only to the cells of the God of Shinobi. Next time, it could be presented to Kanai for study. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, suggesting they proceed. However, before he could finish, the 9 tails interjected, wait. Uchiha Fugaku looked at it with confusion. What is it? Next time, remember to make the mahjong larger. The 9 tails said, playfully tilting its head. This time, I merely dipped my toes in. Next time, I shall ensure you do not have it so easily. Meanwhile, on another front, Minato returned swiftly to find his team unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. Especially when Obito boasted about his rather overwhelming victory and the rather undignified rock ninja he had defeated, Minato was taken aback. That was a jonin. He had actually managed to take one down. With a slight smile, he nodded approvingly. Well done, Obito. A true ninja utilizes any useful resources at their disposal to vanquish their enemies. Although the method was a bit extreme, it was not entirely incomprehensible. Observing Obito's pride, with not only his face but his entire being smeared with a dark substance, Minato couldn't help but grimace. He can now vividly imagine how intense the battle was at that time, far exceeding his expectations. The unseemly posture of the rock ninja, along with the scabs on his backside, prompted an involuntary sigh from within him, reflecting, it seems they had their struggles too. He then lowered his gaze to Obito, suggesting, perhaps you should take a shower first? Obito, momentarily stunned, snapped back from his thoughts of single-handedly defeating a J-nin, and upon observing his own disheveled state, was immediately overwhelmed and retched against a tree, much to the dismay of Minato and Kakashi, who could only exchange exasperated glances. Could it be that he hadn't noticed until now? Rin contemplated stepping forward to assist, but felt a twinge of nausea, rendering her hesitant, especially as the earlier scene replayed in her mind. Obito had charged into battle like a hero, executing a technique that she found somewhat embarrassing to acknowledge. Blood had been spilled. He stood triumphantly behind the rock ninja, oblivious to Rin's growing discomfort. She realized she could no longer view the pure-hearted, kind Obito in the same light. She felt as though she hardly recognized him anymore. Amidst the grim expressions of those around, Obito had begun to recover, though the remnants of his earlier upheaval left him looking quite unkempt. A wave of discomfort rippled through their stomachs. No worries, Obito said, a slight smirk forming on his lips, flashing a thumbs up, though his teeth, stained in peculiar hues, were enough to turn anyone's stomach. I was just a bit dizzy from the intensity of the fight. Minato hesitated, then with a wry smile remarked, Obito, if possible, it's best to refrain from using such techniques in the future. If all ninjas resorted to such methods, the imagery was too unsettling to contemplate. What would ninjutsu become? It would contradict the very essence of being a ninja. As the words settled, Obito gazed at his teacher in confusion. Why not? This is a powerful forbidden technique left by the legendary Uchiha. The destructive power is too great, Minato responded solemnly, as a realization dawned upon him. It must not be used lightly. I understand. Obito quickly grasped the weight of Minato's words, ready to nod in agreement when, idiot. Kakashi, unable to contain himself, rolled his eyes. Fuming, Obito exclaimed, I single-handedly defeated a J-nin. Idiot. Kakashi retorted dismissively. Geez. Obito huffed, irritated by Kakashi's demeanor. Fueled by annoyance, he issued a challenge. How about we settle this with a fight right now? And thus, the stage was set for their next encounter. Kakashi, unlike before, hesitated and couldn't help but tighten his thighs, stating with a hint of disinterest, how dull. Ha ha ha. You dare not. Obito laughed heartily. Kakashi, you actually lack the courage. Minato, with a sigh, rubbed his forehead, suggesting, why not take a shower first? These two youngsters indeed shared a remarkable camaraderie. However, teacher, don't interfere. This time, I shall show this arrogant brat my true prowess. Obito smirked, brimming with confidence. Dare you, Kakashi? If you do not, remember to address me as Lord Obito from now on. Upon uttering these words, Kakashi halted, turning to cast a dismissive glance at Obito, saying, we'll discuss it after you're done with your shower. With that, he dashed away, oblivious to the dire consequences that would soon unfold. Days later, the weather was splendid, with a clear autumn sky. Despite the somber atmosphere in the village due to the ongoing war, it was still a rather pleasant day. The prosperous Uchiha Fugaku enjoyed a bowl of ramen at the Ichiraku ramen shop, engaging in a discussion about business philosophies with the owner. Although Ichiraku ramen was not as grand as his tea and barbecue establishments, sharing insights into business practices was beneficial. After all, he was Uchiha Fugaku, the legendary merchant of Konoha. In just a few short years, he had built a vast commercial empire through his innate abilities, and it continued to thrive, promising a bright future. To many, Uchiha Fugaku was nothing short of a commercial icon. Perhaps, in due time, his business treatises would sell like hotcakes. As for the source of his expertise, his system, did it truly matter? As long as he achieved success, even a dose of cynical wisdom would earn applause. Just like now. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen, filled with admiration, remarked on how Uchiha Fugaku had become a genius among the wealthy merchants of Konoha in just a few years. His VIP recharge concept was indeed eye-opening. Mutual exchange. Mutual exchange. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled, finishing his soup and wiping his mouth clean. I finished my meal, so I won't trouble you any longer, Ichiraka-san. He mused, perhaps one day, they might offer a free bowl after a month of visits. Or a promotion of 100 for 50. It was conceivable that the Ichiraku ramen chain might expand in the future, gently declining the owner's insistence to stay. Uchiha Fugaku ambled towards the tea shop. During this period, apart from the need to construct various branch stores, he had little else to occupy him. Moreover, With ninjas frequently entering the village lately, it seemed the outside world was rather perilous. Therefore, he decided to remain safely within the village for the time being. In a few days, I shall return to the Uchiha clan and bring some high-calorie snacks for my nephew. After all, he is a doting uncle. I sincerely hope that Itachi can grow plump and healthy. Upon hearing his name called, Uchiha Fugaku paused in astonishment and turned around, only to behold the returning Team Minato. However, what was this? Why was the typically aloof Hatake Kakashi being carried by Minato? Even Obito appeared unscathed, yet Kakashi had sustained injuries? Unthinkable. Back already? Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly, hesitating before inquiring, what happened to Kakashi? His words trailed off as he noticed Lin's flushed face, Obito's downcast eyes, and Kakashi's averted gaze, which suggested a reluctance to explain. Minato, chuckling awkwardly, seemed equally disinclined to elaborate. What transpired? Fugaku pressed. It's just a minor injury from a mission. Minato replied with a serious demeanor, eager to escort Kakashi to the medical department. On the surface, it doesn't seem too severe, Fugaku mused. And isn't Lin a medical ninja? How serious could it be if he requires hospitalization? Fuyo's curiosity about the future 6th Hokage intensified. Where exactly is he injured? Ha ha ha. Minato laughed lightly, his gaze somewhat evasive, before hastily running forward with Kakashi on his back. Apologies, Fugaku, we shall converse later. Kakashi's injuries are quite serious. He must be taken to the medical department promptly. While it was difficult to discern the severity of Kakashi's condition, his typically cold expression bore an air of grievance. Fugaku stroked his chin, observing Team Minato as they dashed away, and then glanced at Obito, who remained behind. Your dear friend is injured, and you do not accompany him? What kind of injury did he sustain? We'll visit later. Obito replied with a sheepish grin, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. He planned to purchase a cup of milk tea before visiting Kakashi. Is that so? Truly, a devoted friend. Who is his dear friend? Obito, with characteristic Uchiha pride, lifted his chin defiantly. I merely felt pity for him. That's why I'm buying it. Indeed. That's precisely it. Apologizing merely to apologize? What transgression have you committed against him? Why does that sound rather odd? Obito gazed at this irritating fellow in silence for a moment before hesitating. That technique you taught, was it truly taught by the legendary Uchiha ninja? Could I deceive you? Uchiha Fugaku asserted with conviction. What? You still doubt me? As he recalled Kakashi's woeful expression, Fugaku stared at the somewhat guilty Obito. You haven't used it on Kakashi, have you? His sentence went uncompleted. Absolutely not. Obito vehemently denied, laughing awkwardly while his gaze wandered. How could I, Uchiha Obito, engage in such acts? Let me tell you. No. Do not be agitated. Fugaku gently patted his shoulder, shaking his head with a sigh. I merely wish to remind you that this technique possesses overwhelming lethality. It should not be employed lightly. The tale of Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi unfolds. A tragic fate indeed. Could it be that in the future, Kakashi sees Obito's shadow in Naruto and takes action? With a tone laden with gravity, he continued, you must understand the nature of that legendary ninja. He is unparalleled in might, having deliberately concealed a forbidden technique of great complexity. How could such a power be wielded carelessly? I certainly understand. Obito raised his chin defiantly, responding with a hint of arrogance. I was merely inquiring. Remember the incantation bequeathed by that fabled ninja? Fugaku reiterated solemnly, Kanai stained with filth. The ninja god walks among us, barehanded, one extracts from the egg, the sage encounters tribulation, explosive demise befalls the unworthy, tailed beasts suffer, provoke his lower regions. And hear the lamentations of the fallen. Spitting forth from the mouth, the celestial deity descends, refrain from idle chatter, victory is assured when the heart is devoid of women. For the essence of ninjutsu lies within the divine. What dreadful words. Why is there an extra line? Last time, I simply had not finished speaking. Surely you jest. How could that be? What is wrong with having a girlfriend? Consider the legendary ninja. Did he ever have a romantic partner before his demise? Fugaku raised his gaze at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with reminiscence. It was precisely for this reason that I forsook the path of a ninja. Then what about me? Obito stammered, flustered. The path of a ninja is profound and vast. Women will only impede the swiftness of your ninjutsu. If you cannot wholly devote yourself to your training, how can you aspire to be a formidable ninja? But the first Hokage had a wife. The third Hokage had a lady as well. Consider this. Did the first Hokage spend more time with his wife or with that legendary ninja? According to the records of Konoha, not long after he departed, the first Hokage also left us, such as the bond. Was it not said that the first Hokage succumbed to a lingering illness? That was merely a ruse to mislead others. The god of the ninja, in sage mode. With such formidable vitality, would he perish so easily? Obito stared, wide-eyed and speechless. Is it truly so? Do not deceive me. Perhaps the shock of his own revelations rendered him dazed. Upon entering the shop, Obito still bore a bewildered expression. Fuyou, too, was astonished that his casual musings were taken to heart by this fellow. Unlike Nagato, who was utterly unappealing. If Obito were to encounter Madara, what a splendid scene that would be. One could only wonder if Madara, driven by public opinion, would be so enraged as to vomit blood. The shop was quite busy today, with Asuma and his group of young ones present as well. Wealthy boss. Upon his entrance, Kai was the first to greet him, for he too had once delivered takeout to support his family. Although he now had a team and was tasked with missions outside, he remained immensely grateful. But when he saw Obito, the crowd glanced around. Where is Kakashi? Kakashi, he has been hospitalized. Obito's gaze wandered, as if uncertain how to explain. Indeed, in the heat of the moment, he had been somewhat arrogant, and upon reflection, it felt rather embarrassing to have displayed such martial arts techniques in front of Rin. After hearing the wealthy man's words, Obito made a resolution. He vowed never to use those techniques again. For he, Uchiha Obito, was destined to become Hokage. A mere technique was of no consequence to his quest for strength. As he finished speaking, someone interjected. Is your mission particularly dangerous this time? The flamboyant second generation, Asuma, sipped his milk tea while observing Obito. Even Kakashi had been injured. Yet you emerged unscathed? Such a feat is unthinkable. Obito raised an eyebrow, retorting, I am quite powerful, you know. I single-handedly defeated a Jonin. Haha. Aside from Kai's astonishment, the others were expressions of disbelief. All right, since you've arrived, can you get today's drink at half price? Asuma teased, having not seen him for a while. Obito, are you really boasting about defeating a Jonin now? Who gave you such audacity? Rin? My father has long since passed. Obito, feeling slighted after a rare moment of bravado, was furious. I truly did defeat a Jonin. You can ask Teacher Minato. At this proclamation, the crowd was genuinely taken aback. After all, if he suggested they inquire with Minato, it couldn't possibly be true. Did you really kill a Jonin by yourself? Nara Shikaku, astonished, picked up the scattered shuriken that had fallen from the table. This can't be. Even if you randomly threw kunai this time and struck the enemy, it's still improbable. We've been classmates for years. We all know each other too well. For Obito to hit his target with a kunai without incident would be nothing short of a miracle. Humph. I am destined to become Hokage. A mere Jonin is nothing. Obito declared proudly, lifting his chin, as if he had effortlessly slain the opponent. Indeed, he was still the same Obito thus. They remained skeptical. Only Might Guy, brimming with fervor and clenching his fists, exclaimed, I never expected you to have grown so strong. Obito, I shall challenge you. He believed. Originally, he had intended to challenge Kakashi, but now, Obito had become formidable. Thus, he would first challenge Obito and later Kakashi, who would undoubtedly be even stronger. All right, Kai. It seems that Obito is merely an unexpected occurrence. Asuma wrapped his arm around Kai's shoulder, suggesting that they should refrain from bullying him and instead let him treat them to some bubble tea. This remark caused Obito, who was initially inclined to refuse, to raise an eyebrow and proudly declare, I accept your challenge. It is time for you to witness the prowess of the future Hokage. Are we really going to fight? Many stared at Obito in astonishment. Perhaps we should reconsider. It's rare for everyone to be together again, and we could just enjoy some bubble tea. Getting injured would be unfortunate. How could a mere Jonin like me possibly get hurt? Obito insisted, urging everyone to the training ground. We are concerned for your well-being. However, it seemed that their worries could not deter him. The space behind is quite ample. A cheerful spectator remarked, we can move to the back, and if Obito wins, you all treat. If not, I shall cover the expenses. Truly, it was commendable of Obito. Cough. It was indeed admirable of the affluent senior. Asuma decided against further provoking the already irate Obito. Let the fight commence. It is not as if lives are at stake. Before long, the group arrived at the courtyard. On the left stood Kai, and on the right, Obito, both locking eyes. Then, let us begin. With that, the referee, Nara Shikamaru, casually announced the start. A collective shout erupted from both participants, reminiscent of children in a playful scuffle, as they charged at one another. Halfway through his run, Obito abruptly halted, forming hand seals. And the spectators quickly understood. It is the great fireball technique. They gazed at Obito in astonishment, wondering if he had indeed mastered such a formidable jutsu. Before they could voice their thoughts, Obito's face turned crimson, as though his throat had been constricted, and at that moment, Kai had already closed the distance. With a shout, he leaped into the air, extending his right foot with all his might, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he delivered a powerful kick directly to Obito's face. With a resounding thud, Obito was sent flying. The crowd gasped in disbelief. A moment of silence ensued. A gentle breeze sweeping through, yet it could not dispel the awkwardness. Still the same, huh? Asuma remarked with irritation. That Jainin. Could he possibly be a child named after a Jainin? It's plausible. Enough with the chatter. Hong interjected helplessly. Let us see how Obito is faring. However, just as everyone was about to check on him, they witnessed Obito rising valiantly, swiftly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Humph. I didn't expect you to grow stronger, Kai. I was merely letting you have your moment. With that, he challenged. Let us go again. Are you serious? The crowd was left speechless. This is what youth embodies. Kai, filled with excitement, charged forward before anyone could stop him. Obito, you have truly grown stronger. In the past, he could hardly rise after a fall, yet now he stands tall. This is the essence of strength. With a sudden burst of energy, however, this time Obito refrains from unleashing a fireball, instead hurling shurikens indiscriminately through the air. The unexpected barrage of shurikens briefly halts Kai's speed. In a moment of distraction, Obito, having grown accustomed to such situations, swiftly closed the distance, positioning himself behind Guy with astonishing swiftness. With legs poised like a bow and his upper body erect, he formed a hand sign and thrust forward with a fierce determination. Before anyone could react, and amidst Uchiha's astonished gaze, a chilling scream erupted. Guy collapsed, clutching his rear. His face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity as he trembled, pointing at Obito, exclaiming, You lack the spirit of a ninja. As the reality of the situation dawned upon everyone, they gazed in horror at the proud figure standing tall, their bodies trembling, then at Guy, urging, Quick! Where are the medical ninjas? As the sun descended, casting its golden rays across Konoha, it appeared as though the very sky was ablaze. At this moment, within the medical department of Konoha, in a particular ward, Kakashi gazed wistfully out at the sunset, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. He contemplated requesting a transfer from the Hokage, realizing that being by Obito's side rendered him incapable of experiencing the bonds that Minato-sensei had spoken of. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a familiar figure was wheeled in on a hospital bed, hunched over, with his rear end raised. Kakashi's lips twitched as he recognized the scene. Was it possible that the youth of today engaged in such flamboyant antics? Indeed, he felt the weight of age upon him. The medical ninja shook his head, stating that one could only lie down after an hour of rest. If there were any uncertainties, he advised to consult the person beside him, who had arrived first. No, don't ask me. I don't understand. I want to be discharged. Just as Kakashi felt a pang of discomfort in his stomach and longed to return home, Guy turned his head, and upon recognizing Kakashi, exclaimed joyfully, What a surprise to see you, Kakashi. Could it be that, before he could finish, Kakashi interrupted with a furious shout, No, I am not, as he rolled over, pulling the covers over him. Indeed, a change of team is necessary. Later that day, upon returning to the Uchiha clan's grounds, it was evident that the Uchiha family had yet to be forced into a secluded area, for their estate remained quite expansive, aptly described as a village within a village. Among the three great clans of Konoha, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju, due to their large populations, they predominantly resided in a familial manner, forming a village-like structure. However, as time progressed, the clan of the Thousand Hands has faded away for various reasons, leaving behind only a multitude of empty residences. Had Tsunade not sold them, they might have remained until the era of Boruto, turning her into a landlord. Unlike the Uchiha, whose properties were confiscated, the sole heir of the Uchiha clan found himself burdened with mortgage payments. Truly, a prodigal heir. Yet, he is utterly devoid of any squanderous talents, which makes him want to deliver a sound thrashing to his elder brother's child every time he lays eyes upon him. Is there not a better way to resolve matters? Killing Shimura Danzo and betraying the village would have been far less catastrophic than the annihilation of his clan. As for the Sarutobi clan, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, they certainly made quite an impression, even outshining the only remaining prestigious family, the Hyuga clan. The more I ponder this, the more incensed I become, to the point of wanting to wring the neck of that little brat, who was merely 2 years old. At such a tender age, what business does he have becoming a ninja? Is this a role suited for him? Uchiha Fugaku, with his eyes slightly narrowed and a smile upon his lips, remarked, Itachi, Young children ought to consume more, at least 7 cups of milk tea, 6 bags of chips, and 5 hamburgers daily. Here, try these new snacks from the shop. Do not hesitate. I have arranged for someone to bring them to you every day. Just look at you, you've lost so much weight. Thank you, uncle, the innocent and unscathed Itachi replied, nodding as Fugaku ruffled his hair. He was simply aware that his uncle brought him delicious treats, albeit in excess. He remained blissfully ignorant of the harsh realities of the world. Much like some of his friends who thought, as long as you gain weight, it means I am losing it. How insidious. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been overlooked, raised an eyebrow and responded coolly, the Uchiha clan is not akin to the Akimichi clan. Even that little Akimichi wound tea consumes such quantities at this age. It's as if you were raising a pig. The Akimichi clan, indeed, consumes copious amounts of food, but they possess secret techniques to store energy, which, when coupled with special medicines, can unleash formidable power in an instant during perilous times. Thus, Fugaku crossed his arms, regarding Itachi with a fatherly seriousness, insisting that to become an exceptional ninja, one must adhere to a balanced diet. I understand. Itachi replied with the earnestness of a small adult, addressing his father. No wonder at 4 years old, he grasped the essence of peace upon witnessing war, and by 6, he was praised for possessing the mindset of a Hokage truly. It is concerning how precocious boys can be. Brother, you are clinging to outdated notions, Fugaku said, looking at him with grave intent. The current trend emphasizes a more relaxed approach to education, allowing children to develop freely. You cannot deny them even a few snacks. Brother, the longer you suppress them, the more likely issues will arise. Perhaps it would be better for me to take on the role of teaching him? He patted Itachi's back with a benevolent smile, assuring that he would nurture his dear nephew into a pillar of the Uchiha clan. With that, Fugaku emitted a dismissive snort, his expression radiating disdain. Yet he chose to remain silent. As for relaxed education, this is the ninja world. Only through the formidable force of life and death can one truly savor the essence of freedom. Without such strength, one is destined for a path of demise. Sipping delicately from a cup of warm tea, he cast a nonchalant glance at the affluent who had strayed from the right path, choosing not to utter another word. What significance does wealth hold in the face of inevitable exploitation? Uchiha Fuyou paid him no mind, instead handing Itachi a cup of milk tea and smiling as he observed him drink. At this moment, Itachi remained a mere child. Succumbing to the warmth of his uncle's friendly smile and the absence of paternal opposition, he too indulged in the milk tea. It was indeed quite delightful, though his father forbade him from indulging in it daily. As for those potato chips and hamburgers, their flavors were equally commendable. The little one was akin to a groundhog. Yet unlike other children, he managed to eat quietly without leaving a mess. One could not forget Obito, who still ate with the mannerisms of a child. The memory of Obito's antics from the previous day caused a slight twitch at the corner of Uchiha Fuyou's mouth. Uchiha Obito, what a ruthless individual. It had come to his attention that Kakashi and Guy had yet to be discharged from the hospital, estimating that the time was ripe. Uchiha Fuyou rose to his feet and addressed the young girl, Susan, who was engaged in conversation with Makoto, saying, "It is getting late. We should take our leave." With that, he recalled the clan meeting scheduled for that evening. Uchiha Fugaku set down his teacup, his expression stoic, yet furrowed as he gazed at him. "Will you not attend?" "No. I have been cast out from the Uchiha clan. What purpose would it serve to attend the clan meeting?" Uchiha Fuyou replied cheerfully. "Moreover, the bonfire gathering holds little appeal to me, so I shall refrain from mingling. The Uchiha clan holds a gathering every year to foster connections among the families. It typically involves venerating ancestors, dancing, and engaging in boastful chatter. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan's dance is rather captivating, exuding unparalleled charisma. However, as time progressed and the turmoil of the Ninetales incident ignited conflicts, these gatherings devolved into mere complaint sessions, with whispers of disparagement aimed at the third Hokage. Fortunately, such discontent had not yet reached this juncture. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha remained a formidable clan, a prestigious household in Konoha. Other ancient families also partake in similar clan ceremonies. For instance, the Hyuga clan. As Susan mentioned, they too hold gatherings periodically for discussions. And the main branch of the Hyuga hosts a grand celebration for their children's third birthdays, an event that is rarely impeded, of great significance indeed. With a dismissive grunt, Fugaku fell silent, lowering his head impassively while continuing to sip his tea. It was Makoto who, with a resigned smile, gently inquired, "Will you not stay for a meal?" "No, thank you," Fuyou replied with a cheerful shake of his head. He had merely returned to spend a moment. And then after greeting Lingen and expressing that he was about to take his leave, he suddenly recalled something, halted in his tracks, and pulled out a stack of money, placing it into Itachi's bewildered hands. Here, take this. It's your pocket money from your uncle. Spend it on whatever you wish. Don't mind your father. Fugaku's lips twitched. His eyelids lifted in surprise, and with a cold snort, he urged, hurry up and leave. All right. Fugaku, you should not frown all day. It is detrimental to your health. If you are feeling down, share it with me. Next time, I'll take you out to have some fun and unwind. Who would return to that place? Fugaku gazed speechlessly at the departing Fuyou, and after a moment, he shook his head helplessly, muttering, this little brat. He then cast a plain glance at Makoto beside him. Instantly, Makoto understood, offering a resigned smile. She rose and walked over to Itachi, gently stroking his head as he stared at the money in his hands, softly saying, Itachi, you're still young. Meanwhile, having exited the clan leader's quarters, Uchiha Fuyou and Lingen made their way outside, where they were greeted by shouts of Lord Fuyou from passers-by, which brought him considerable joy. Although he had been expelled from the Uchiha clan as the wealthy brother of the current clan leader, he still held significant esteem within the clan. However, not long after, Uchiha Fuyou suddenly grasped Lingen's hand and, smiling at the hunched elder before him, inquired, Elder, is there something you wish to discuss with Fuyou? Uchiha Ishizawa, the second elder of the Uchiha clan, was a staunch traditionalist, akin to the elder, yearning for the Uchiha's former glory. Yet, the elder had recently become inexplicably engrossed in dancing at the elderly square, making his appearances scarce. The power of love. Of course, he held little hope for this sunset romance, not to mention the ancestral reasons of the two great clans. It was likely that the higher-ups would not look favorably upon a union between Uchiha and Hyuga. In the past, he had received the second elder's favor. The elder devoted himself to the clan, thus treating talented children within the clan with great kindness, hoping for the emergence of another legend from the Uchiha. Unfortunately, while many talented Uchiha had arisen later, they were either indecisive or mentally unstable, ultimately leading to the clan's downfall. Fuyou, you are still a member of the Uchiha? Uchiha Ishizawa scoffed. Now that you've earned a bit of money, you think you can disregard the Uchiha and me? What do you mean by that? Uchiha Fuyou looked at him in confusion. Are you implying that a poor relative has come seeking assistance? Before he could open his mouth to inquire, Uchiha Ishizawa let out a cold snort and remarked, how can you waste money on such trivial matters? Do you not realize that for your sake? The elder has to rise early each day, laboring tirelessly until dusk, just to manage the mess you create? The more he speaks, the darker his tone becomes. Do you know how old the elder is now? Yet he is compelled to drag his weary body around, all because of the troubles you, this insolent boy, have caused. So, what exactly happened? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Wasn't the elder enjoying himself quite well? Uchiha Fuyou appeared bewildered. Second elder. Before he could finish, a weathered voice emerged from behind, tinged with urgency. Everyone froze momentarily, and upon turning, they indeed beheld the hunched figure, leaning on a cane. The elder? The elder cheerfully inquired, Fuyou, are you here for the clan meeting? Fuyou shook his head. I just came back to see Itachi. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and glanced at the elder, the second elder mentioned. Before he could complete his sentence, the elder covered his mouth. I didn't see that coming. At your age, you still move quite swiftly. But why cover my mouth? Fuyou protested, prying the elder's hand away. Frowning. Elder, what are you doing? The elder replied, I understand. With a sigh, he continued, if you do not wish to attend the clan meeting today, then do not. Spare us the unnecessary chatter. You have your own matters to attend to. I was not. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. The elder calmly regarded Uchiha Fuyou. Do you understand? Fuyou nodded. I understand. The issue does not lie with him, but rather with this proud and shameless old man. Thus, he stated earnestly, I suddenly recalled that there are some business matters I must attend to. After speaking, he grasped Lingen's hand and dashed forward. Go on. The elder nodded in satisfaction. This clever boy was not so dim-witted after all, and the strength he displayed earlier was not that of an ordinary person. Watching Uchiha Fuyou exit the clan grounds, Uchiha Shurien sighed and shook his head. The second elder. The elder furrowed his brow at Uchiha Shurien, his face revealing hesitation, as if he wished to say something, but before he could utter a word. Do not underestimate the affluent. Wealth often accompanies wisdom and independent thoughts. The elder spoke earnestly, stooping slightly as he patted his shoulder, remarking, It is said that the waters here run deep. With a sigh of melancholy, he prepared himself for the upcoming clan meeting. aware that this year the shinobi world was far from tranquil. Do not engage in any unnecessary actions, he concluded, turning away from Uchiha Shiai's without further acknowledgement, making his way inside. Having returned early for the clan gathering, Uchiha Fuyou's lips curved into a subtle smirk, thinking to himself, without my cooperation, that old hag must be in quite the fluster. Humph. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shiai stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the elder's retreating figure, so hunched and unsteady. He sighed deeply, his gaze lost in the setting sun, pondering. Are the waters truly deep? Indeed, profoundly deep. As Uchiha Fuyou ambled along, shaking his head, he realized the truth. The true jesters were he and the second elder, Fuyou. The nearby citizen noticed his demeanor, perplexed by his sudden outburst. What troubles you? Nothing much, Fuyou replied, shaking his head, yet he sighed again, lifting his gaze to the dusky horizon. What do you see from there? Citizen paused, contemplating the sun that had already dipped halfway below the horizon. Is it time for dinner already? Indeed, it is rather late, Fuyou acknowledged, then continued with a wistful tone. It is merely the fleeting youth, the crimson sunset. Oh, the proud old rascal. Come, let us dine. What would you like to eat, Citizen? Ramen. Citizen beamed with a gentle smile, a touch of shyness in her voice. It feels like ages since we last shared ramen together. I suddenly have a craving for it. Very well, then let us indulge in ramen today. Meanwhile, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Minato observed Kakashi, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Although his gait seemed somewhat unsteady, with a few more days of rest he would likely be fine. And that guy? It seems he will also be discharged tomorrow. Truly a cause for celebration. Minato smiled softly, attempting to exude warmth. Shall we enjoy some ramen? Today. It's on me. I had intended to treat you three to barbecue at Fuyu's place, but the doctor advised that you cannot eat spicy food just yet. Noticing Kakashi's forlorn expression, he chuckled heartily. Come now. Order whatever you wish. Today, it's my treat. Even an extra serving of char siu is no problem. However, Kakashi did not place his order immediately. He had hurried over the moment he was discharged, without pausing even for a quarter of an hour. For he had something of great importance to discuss with his teacher, Minato. Thus, he gazed earnestly at teacher Minato, simultaneously producing a carefully prepared piece of paper, which he handed to Minato. Teacher, I request a transfer. Minato fell silent, accepting the paper and scrutinizing the transfer request. He then regarded Kakashi with a serious expression. Have you thought this through? You must understand that team transfers are not undertaken lightly. Moreover, Obito did not act with malice. He will apologize to you. And there will not be a second occurrence. Yesterday, Kai slept beside me, Kakashi replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked at Minato. Haha. Minato chuckled awkwardly. Come, let us eat some noodles first. I will later consult with Lord Hokage. You may wish to reconsider. As he spoke, he observed Kakashi struggling to sit on the chair, and a pang of sympathy surged within him. How unfortunate. Is that so? Yes, Lord Hokage. It seemed Kakashi had been wronged. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and fell into silence. It was his first encounter with such a situation, and he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he resignedly removed the cigarette from his lips, sighed deeply, and shook his head. How is Kakashi faring now? The injury was not severe, yet being the first incident, it had left him somewhat unsettled. Upon witnessing Lord Hokage's demeanor, Minato chuckled awkwardly. As the team leader, he felt a sense of guilt. Do not worry, Lord Hokage. It is my failure to have properly guided Obito. It is regrettable that the once kind-hearted child has become this way. Indeed, Sarutobi nodded, reflecting. Obito is a fine young man. I had hoped that being with Obito would allow Kakashi to forge significant bonds, yet I never anticipated such an event. What truly transpired to cause the once helpful and optimistic youth to commit such a shocking act? Could it be love? He pondered for a moment before looking at Minato. What do you think? Should we agree to Kakashi's transfer? I believe we should contemplate it further. Minato mused, then revealed a radiant smile. In truth, they had already become the most vital of partners, a realization that Kakashi also understood. Otherwise, how could he have accepted Obito's challenge? The development of events had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. It was truly an unfortunate twist of fate. I will also diligently guide Obito, ensuring he refrains from misusing that. Watergate, you have become a competent teacher, and Jeriah would surely be pleased. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, gazing at Watergate with a benevolent smile. In truth, my opinion would be to wait a little longer. As he spoke, he sighed heavily, taking a puff from his pipe. The current state of the ninja world is somewhat tense, with Iwagakure and Kumogakure secretly mobilizing their shinobi, just as everyone has speculated. A new ninja world war is on the horizon, and at this time, hasty exchanges of teams would be quite unwise, as it would disrupt the harmony. Lord Hokage. Watergate began to speak, but was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I know what you wish to convey. Do not worry. The Chunin exams are approaching, and it is unlikely that a large-scale war will erupt during this period, or perhaps there will be no war at all. It is merely the overthinking of an old man. Ha ha ha. The reassuring laughter resonated, bringing a sense of calm to Watergate's heart. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a piece of paper from the table, stating, "There is also a mission here, specifically designated for you, Watergate." After a brief pause, seemingly hesitant, he added, "If Kakashi has not yet recovered, please allow him a few more days of rest." Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Watergate. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Watergate's departing figure. And once the door closed, he sighed and shook his head. Kakashi must be cautious. Danzo has had his eyes on him from the beginning. He harbors darkness within him. I initially hoped to guide Kakashi onto the right path with Obito's optimistic mindset, but now, it has become direct confrontation. I hope Kakashi does not allow more darkness to take root in his heart. The focus now shifts to preparations for war. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up another document. A faint smile gracing his lips. The feudal lord's office had been surprisingly generous. The funding had arrived with remarkable swiftness. Could it be that they sensed the unusual atmosphere in the ninja world? Of course, as long as the money arrives. The rest is not a concern for me as Hokage. Casting a glance at the bounty notice nearby, he fell into a brief silence before smiling gently, dismissing it from his mind as he continued to handle state affairs. A mere 370 million ryo, after all. He would never turn against his dear friends over such a trivial sum. They had been companions since childhood, steadfastly protecting Konoha. Therefore, in a sense, Danzo is indeed among his closest friends, his brothers. How could I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ever betray my companions for a paltry amount of money? Absurd. Danzo. Danzo trembled slightly, snapping back to reality, as he regarded his respectful subordinates below and calmly inquired, "Have you discovered who dares to place a bounty on me?" Ever since the bounty was issued, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, sensing that everyone looked at him with ill intentions, especially just now. For some unknown reason, he felt a sudden chill and a flutter of anxiety. Indeed, without a doubt, there are those who covet his physique. Thus, it is imperative to unveil the shadowy figure orchestrating this. Naturally, he harbors suspicions regarding whether this individual is indeed the one behind the bounty. On that fateful day, a root ninja vanished without a trace, only to resurface shortly after with news of the bounty on him. Consequently, Danzo's doubts are quite substantial. However, he has yet to find an opportune moment or justification to act, especially since the man has remained within the village, generously donating considerable sums over the years and abstaining from any other transgressions. Should he act recklessly, it would undoubtedly instill unease in the other clans, leading them to believe he was indiscriminately slaughtering merchants for greed, which would be detrimental to the prosperity of Konoha, particularly now when the ninja world is far from tranquil. Other matters must be set aside for the time being. After a moment of silence, observing the silent and bowed root ninja, Danzo discerned the unfolding situation. With a faint utterance, he regarded them as worthless. He then fell into deep contemplation, as this bounty had indeed delayed many of his plans. His desire to investigate the legendary Rinnegan in the Land of Rain has been thwarted. That demigod of the ninja realm is not one to be trifled with. The once mighty Hanzo of the Salamander has now devolved into this state, causing Danzo considerable unease. He fears that this individual might directly breach their agreement and oppose his actions. Danzo sighed inwardly, yet maintained an outward calm as he surveyed his subordinates below. Here, they felt secure. Through meticulous indoctrination, these individuals have become Danzo's esteemed followers. Thus a mere sum of money would not incite rebellion against him. However, scarcely had this thought settled within him when, with a swift motion, a root ninja rushed in. Respectfully kneeling and seemingly hesitating as he spoke, "Lord Danzo." "What is it?" Danzo raised an eyebrow, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Upon speaking, the root ninja reverently produced a bounty notice from his robe, adorned with a familiar description, a recognizable photograph, and Danzo's lips twitched, his face turning a shade of deep crimson as he beheld the sum listed. 10, 2 zeros aside from the initial 4-character prefix, the rest were all zeros. For 100 million. How dare they mock me in such a manner? Shouldn't it have increased by a mere 10 million? Now, that enigmatic figure behind the bounty must be eliminated. What shall be done with the newfound wealth? Why, a celebration is in order. Thus, he decided to increase the bounty slightly. Moreover, considering the minor difference, he thought it prudent to save time and round it off. Surely, Danzo would be exceedingly pleased. It is worth noting that even the God of Shinobi had not enjoyed such a privilege. He might still be reveling in surpassing the God of Shinobi. Yet, this morning, why are there so many masked ninjas lurking about? Uchiha Fugaku, having brushed his teeth, opened the window to revel in the gentle caress of the morning breeze. He remained indifferent to the hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows, feigning ignorance of their presence. After all, he had committed no wrongdoing. He merely engaged in business and amused children. Surely, they wouldn't dare apprehend him, would they? As for the bounty, that was issued by other regions and had no bearing on him, a mere affluent resident of Konoha. He knew nothing, just an ordinary wealthy individual. After changing his attire, he stepped out of his apartment. Reflecting on the time he had rented this place, he recalled how he had ventured into entrepreneurship right after graduation, enduring hardships and unable to return to his family estate. Thus, to conserve his startup capital, he opted for a modest apartment. Now, however, this small dwelling felt unworthy of his current status. Naturally, any construction plans would have to wait until the ninja world regained its tranquility. The timing was not opportune. Once outside, he strolled along the streets. The village had grown notably quieter in recent days, as numerous missions to cleanse the village had been issued, likely in preparation for the upcoming CH-9 exams. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense, the CH-9 exams would proceed, serving multiple purposes. Firstly, to assess the strength of various ninja villages. Secondly, to showcase their prowess. And thirdly, to foster inter-village communication. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, the exams would generally persist. Some ninja villages, eager to demonstrate their future potential, would have their prodigious ninjas, already elevated to CH-9 or J-9, conceal their true abilities and participate in the exams. Yet, given the current unrest, particularly with the increasing activity from Sunagakure, it appeared that various villages were secretly harboring their own agendas. Overall, Fugaku felt sufficiently developed and ready to make a mark, though it remained uncertain how many villages would participate in this CH-9 exam. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from promoting his offerings to the ninjas of other villages, hoping that when peace returned, his milk tea could seamlessly penetrate their territories. Thus, he planned to visit Mito minions soon. Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's team being somewhat ineffectual in their old age, they still held significant positions. As for why he did not approach the Hokage, it was a matter of discretion. It was wiser to seek assistance from someone of lower stature to avoid potential gossip or accusations of favoritism. As he admired the fresh fruits in Konoha, the wealthy Uchiha Fugaku sampled one, savoring its delightful, juicy sweetness. With a grand gesture, he instructed the vendor, "Pack up those 2 boxes for me." "Certainly, Lord Fugaku. We are familiar faces here, especially with you being such a generous patron. Unlike other affluent customers who haggle over a few apples, you are known for your lavishness." The vendor replied, rushing to accommodate him. "Shall I arrange for someone to deliver them?" "No need. I'll carry them myself." He thought it unnecessary to have someone deliver a simple gift box. Moreover, how could the matter of circumventing the proper channels ever be known to others? After settling the payment, Uchiha Fugaku proceeded towards the Hokage building. Before long, he arrived at the office of Mito Gaiden. After the ninja announced his arrival, Uchiha Fugaku entered directly, firmly closing the door behind him. He placed 2 boxes of exquisite fruit upon the desk without uttering a single word, and simply took a seat. Mito Gaiden raised an eyebrow, glancing at the expensive fruits before turning his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku, stating in a measured tone that he was already aware of Fuyu's intentions. "Take these back. Do you think a mere offering of fruit could sway me? I am held in high regard by the Hokage, and I would never act against his trust." His tone was righteous and forthright. Furthermore, attempting to advertise during the Chunin exam is utterly impossible. Do you take this venue for a place of frivolity? In front of so many esteemed guests? If we allowed you to act recklessly, what would become of our village's dignity? Upon finishing his remarks, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, pulling out a substantial envelope and placing it atop the fruit box. However, Mito Gaiden merely cast a fleeting glance at it, his expression turning cold. "Are you attempting to insult me? You believe a trifling offering of fruit and money could lead me to betray my principles?" Indeed, the gift was rather lacking. It was hardly clever. Uchiha Fugaku felt a shiver run through him. With a tone of earnestness, and under the slight twitch of Mito Gaiden's brow, he retracted the envelope and said, "Lord Mito, you misunderstand. I merely hold great admiration for your character and the unwavering dedication with which you safeguard the integrity of Konoha. As a member of this village, I only wish to offer you some fruit for your health. After all, should you fall ill, it would be a tremendous loss for Konoha. There was no ulterior motive. Then why did you retract the money?" Mito Gaiden coughed lightly, gesturing towards the door. "If there's nothing else, kindly take your leave, Uchiha Fugaku." His resolve was firm, and his tone had shifted markedly. Alas, Fuyou had also undertaken studies in the realm of commerce. Thus, he disregarded Mito Gaiden's words, donning a cheerful expression, lowering his voice, and inquiring, "I heard that Lord Mito recently received an original painting by the first Hokage. I have long revered the first Hokage. Might you allow me to see it? To pay my respects?" Upon hearing this, Mito Gaiden raised an eyebrow once more. "How do you know of this?" "Just something I happened to hear." "Truly? Do you wish to see it?" "Indeed." Given the circumstances, Mito Minyan pondered for a moment, seemingly arriving at a significant decision. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "For the sake of your admiration for the first Hokage, I shall allow you a glimpse, but remember, you are to observe only and refrain from any meddling." With that, he opened the drawer, and under the expectant gaze of Uchiha Fugaku, he retrieved a piece of paper, unfurling it upon the table. The paper was blank, a pristine expanse devoid of any markings. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku gazed upon it with rapture, utterly entranced, as if that blank canvas held a masterpiece beyond compare. Such artistry! The first Hokage truly excels not only in ninjutsu, but in artistry unmatched within the ninja realm. Is it truly so remarkable? Mito Minyan furrowed his brow, rubbing his hands together, seemingly proud of his collection being revealed. "Indeed, it is extraordinarily vivid," Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile, adding, "It is worth at least 500,000 ryo, a thought that stirs my heart with desire. I wonder might Lord Mito be willing to part with it? Could there be another opportunity for me?" As his words settled, another stack of envelopes appeared on the table. Nearby, in a small grove close to the land of Earth, Watergate reflected upon the figure before him, having just vanquished an enemy. He gazed at the motionless adversary, their posture quite undignified, recalling the brutal scene from moments prior. A chill creeping down his spine. What had become of Obito? A conversation with him was imperative. With a sigh, Watergate clapped his hands, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Come, everyone, gather around. I have something to share." The three young ones approached with curiosity, though Kakashi instinctively distanced himself from Obito. "What is it, Watergate-sensei? Is there an update regarding our next mission?" "Not quite," Watergate replied with a reassuring shake of his head. "No need to be anxious. The CHNIN exams are approaching in a few days, and I wanted to inquire if you intend to participate. I respect your choices." Upon hearing this, Kakashi appeared indifferent. Rin looked surprised, while Obito raised his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "Has the moment finally arrived? I shall definitely become a CHNI." He gazed steadfastly at Watergate, declaring, "I want to participate." Watergate raised an eyebrow, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. He quickly forced a smile. "I believe you may need further training. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider for now. Really, this time, I will heed my teacher's advice." As the date of the CHNIN exams drew ever closer, the village commenced its preparations, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. In anticipation of successfully hosting the event, Hiruzen Sarutobi convened a small meeting just before the exams. At that moment, Hiruzen and his team gathered in a modest conference room. Certainly, for various reasons, their close friend Shimura Danzo did not attend this meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, gazing at the new bounty notice inscribed with 400 million and feeling a tinge of melancholy. He took a drag from his pipe, pondering the implications of Danzo's absence. Was this not a sign of mistrust towards him? It was indeed disheartening. "Do not speak of it. If I were to see my bounty notice displayed on your desk daily, I too would harbor doubts," he mused. Of course, as a dear friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gaiden could not voice such sentiments aloud. He sighed in agreement, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. It had only been a short while, and the bounty had escalated to such an outrageous figure. Moreover, it continued to rise, inevitably enticing wandering or assassin ninjas, while the village remained relatively secure. One could never predict the unforeseen. Perhaps there were reckless souls lurking, fixated on Danzo's head. Mito Gaiden contemplated the matter, aware that the bounty originated from multiple locations. What had Danzo done to provoke such widespread notoriety? "Enough," remarked the nearby Tsurugi Kamachi, shaking her head in resignation. "Regardless, this bounty has already impacted our operations. We must ascertain which ninja village or individual has deemed it necessary to offer such a hefty reward for Danzo. The initial Hokage had not encountered such extravagance even during his dealings with tailed beasts, and one could only wonder how high the bounty might climb. Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she continued, however, we must prioritize the impending Chunin exams. Ha 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 indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully tucked away the bounty notice, his brow furrowed as he regarded his old friend. As you have observed, various ninja villages have been exhibiting peculiar activities of late. Thus, we must ensure the village's security during the Chunin exams. Let the security team collaborate with the Umbu. Tsurugi Kamachi seemed to have anticipated this, stating calmly, the Sharingan is quite useful in this regard. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest and convene the heads of the other clans shortly, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile, while the village's reception. That matter has already been arranged, Mito gate and interjected, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression. Uchiha Fugaku, though once a member of the Uchiha clan, has been expelled. Yet, even outside the realm of ninjas, he has demonstrated remarkable business acumen by successfully establishing a bubble tea franchise throughout the Fire Country in a brief period. Moreover, in recent years, he has exhibited a profound love for Konoha, a generous spirit, and a willingness to contribute. Recently, he approached me with the desire to alleviate some burdens from the village, offering to assist in receiving outside ninjas and aiding in the organization of the Chunin exams. I hold high hopes for him. A mere merchant's involvement in the affairs of ninjas. T-Rune Kamaru furrowed her brow, pondering deeply. It was indeed inappropriate. Undoubtedly so. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, nodding in agreement. He had not been a ninja for many years. Furthermore, this was a significant Nin event. Before he could finish his thought, he agreed to provide meals, drinking water, and sunshades for all ninja villages during the Nin exams, along with proper village entry guidance. Additionally, he expressed hope for the successful execution of the exams, preparing to make a private donation of 50 million ryo, contingent upon their agreement to facilitate the arrangements, with funds to be transferred that very night. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. And even T-Rune Kamaru sank into contemplation. No ninja would ever reject an abundance of wealth, after all. Each additional 10 million ryo would enable the village to accomplish even more. Moreover, his intention was not to meddle in the Nin exams, but simply to contribute his part. What an admirable citizen of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with relief, sensing the fervent spirit of love for Konoha, the Hokage, and the villagers emanating from this affluent individual. Hiruzen realized that since he had expressed such earnestness, it would be remiss of him to disregard his sincere intentions, though it was essential to send ninjas to oversee the process. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression still radiating contentment. Evidently pleased with the noble actions of the benefactor. Now that we have come to an agreement, let us summon the clan leaders and the remaining Nin in Konoha. He paused momentarily, adding, and also send someone to notify Danzo. Gazing at the 400 million ryo bounty nearby, he maintained a benevolent smile. For that was indeed an important ally. Very well, Mito Gate Inazuma and T-Rune Kamaru nodded in acknowledgement, rising to make arrangements. Once the duo departed and closed the door behind them, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to the documents on the table, falling into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, he incinerated the note with his pipe, exhaling a wistful sigh. The artwork left by the first Hokage? 500,000 ryo. With that, he looked up, gazing at the white light of the ceiling. Inazuma, you must not make any principled errors. Remain true to our original aspirations, and remember the dreams we once harbored. As the errand-running ninjas relayed the message, the clan leaders received the third Hokage's summons and wasted no time hastening toward the Hokage Tower for the meeting. Naturally, the majority of discussions revolved around tasks proposed by the Hokage's advisory council, with clan leaders nodding in agreement, only raising their hands to inquire if anything was unclear. Uchiha Fugaku, as the leader of the Uchiha clan and head of the Konoha Guard, was also present. Thus, as darkness descended, he returned home after the meeting concluded. I'm back, he announced in a neutral tone. Has Fugaku returned? Upon seeing Fugaku's arrival, Uchiha Makoto's face lit up with a smile. Dinner is ready. Let me just heat it up. Please wait a moment. Fugaku nodded, handing his removed ninja vest to Makoto, feeling a sense of relief as he settled down. There truly is no place like home. Glancing at Itachi, who was quietly sipping milk tea, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. That Fugaku is quite something. It left him at a loss for words. Truly a man of his word. Just recently, He had mentioned sending milk tea and snacks, and starting the very next day, he had been delivering them in abundance. It seemed wasteful to discard them. But they were merely junk food, and too much of it would not be beneficial. With a sigh, Fugaku maintained a stern expression as he looked at Itachi, gently advising, "Do not indulge in these too much." "Understood, father." Itachi nodded obediently, having only consumed them after checking with his mother to avoid waste. He intended to share them with others tomorrow, but before he could finish his thought, Fugaku's eyes seemed to sense something, and he furrowed his brow, calling out gravely, "Come here, father." Itachi approached, puzzled. Then, Fugaku lifted his child, his gaze still serious. After weighing him in his hands for a moment, he solemnly remarked, "Itachi, have you gained a little weight?" The 2-year-old looked at his father in utter confusion. What difference does it make if a little child is slightly plump? Fugaku truly could not comprehend why his elder brother had come with a frown over such a trivial matter. Would it not be better to spend that time at home with the child? With a sigh, he reflected on the irresponsibility of the Uchiha clan leader. Indeed, children should not consume so much of that kind of food. Rin made a light smile, softly commenting, "Fugaku, how could you act like this?" Fugaku sometimes displayed such bewildering behavior. "I merely wish for them to have a joyful and complete childhood," he said, spreading his hands and shrugging. Fugaku was too prideful, caring for his children, yet failing to express his feelings. He would not voice his concerns nor discipline them, which made him genuinely worried about Itachi's healthy growth. Those nearby understood, but Rin looked at him in confusion. "If that's the case, why would you discipline a child? It's all for their benefit." Fugaku's thoughts were sometimes beyond her comprehension. With a resigned smile, she chose not to pursue the matter further. After a moment of contemplation, she shifted the topic, saying, "The preparations you requested are all complete. What shall we do next? All set?" Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Stretching his arms, he inquired, "By the way, has the flyer been prepared as well?" "The preparations have been made, and as per your request. A significant discount for the CH9 exams has been implemented. Ninjas from various villages may enjoy a 20% discount upon presenting their headbands. However, given that the establishment has only recently opened, one cannot help but wonder if this will lead to financial losses. Fear not, for such a fate is unlikely." Uchiha Fuyou, with a slight squint, rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Let us now proceed to take a look." "Certainly. To facilitate this venture, he has invested a considerable sum. Thus it is imperative to advertise in every possible location. Were it not for the necessity of displaying the welcoming message of Konoha at the entrance, he might have even contemplated draping a grand banner across the gate. Regrettably, that notion must be set aside for the time being. Nevertheless, he has adorned every corner of Konoha, as well as the nearby shops and residences, with eye-catching advertisements for his barbecue and milk tea establishment. He has even placed advertisements on free napkins, chairs, tables, and public restrooms. Upon reviewing everything, one must concede that money indeed possesses its own merits. With the approval of the third Hokage, he proceeded to the Hokage Tower to issue several D-rank missions, ensuring that diligent ninjas would undertake their completion. The credibility of ninjas in this era remains commendable, particularly among those from the 5 great shinobi countries. Provided the tasks are reasonable, they will strive to fulfill their commitments. Consequently, after inspecting the arrangements to his satisfaction, Fuyou graciously invited them to enjoy a meal at his barbecue establishment. As the preparations neared completion, all that remained was to await the arrival of the CH9 exams. Following dinner, the time had come. As a conscientious and amiable proprietor, Uchiha Fuyou was now escorting his secretary home. The two walked side by side in the moonlight, a serene silence enveloping them. Lingyin occasionally glanced at Fuyou, who was lost in thought, her lips curving into a faint smile. Suddenly, Uchiha Fuyou came to a halt, a pained expression crossing his face as he gazed ahead, prompting Lingyin to pause in concern. "What is the matter?" As she raised her gaze to the distance, she noticed a young boy, his fists clenched in sorrow, staring intently ahead. Those eyes have awakened. The Sharingan? Uchiha Obito? But why does Fuyou appear to be in such distress? Let us shift the timeline slightly forward to the evening. The team led by Minato has returned to the village after completing their mission. "I will handle the mission report. You three should take some time to rest," Minato said with a resigned smile as he gazed at the eager trio. Since their participation in the CH9 exams could not be hindered, he, as their teacher, could only offer them encouragement. "That's wonderful, Minato-sensei. Please take care of yourself as well." Indeed, after the 3 young ones joyfully responded, Minato felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Hesitating for a moment, He gazed at Obito's departing silhouette and suddenly called out, "Obito, wait a moment." "What is it, sensei?" Obito seemed somewhat impatient as he turned around and hurried back, having just invited Rin for a cup of milk tea. Just like the banner he had seen earlier that read, "I only wish to hold you in my hands." What a beautiful advertisement. An impulse surged within him to ask Rin out for milk tea alone. However, why were there so many milk tea advertisements upon his return? Oh, there were also barbecue ads. What on earth was happening in Konoha? Why were advertisements plastered everywhere? That guy, how utterly infuriating. Obito sighed helplessly, then curiously regarded Minato. Did he have something he needed Obito to do? "It's nothing much," Minato replied, smiling as he observed the youthful camaraderie of his students. Did Rin agree? No. Obito said dejectedly, feeling that Rin had changed over the past while. She used to always hang out with him. Hee, your ninjutsu girls would surely be frightened. Minato chuckled awkwardly, but said no more. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Obito and spoke earnestly, "If possible, please refrain from using that ninjutsu during the CHNIN exams." "Huh? Why?" Obito asked, puzzled. "It could have a negative impact." Minato sighed, patting Obito on the shoulder. "That ninjutsu isn't proper. It's better if you avoid using it." "I find," Obito nodded. In truth, he shared the same sentiment. Although he inherited the legacy of the legendary Uchiha, it certainly didn't resemble any conventional ninjutsu and occasionally left him with a foul odor and dirt all over. Moreover, since that incident with Guy, he realized that while he had gained respect, he seemed to have lost some friends as well. People no longer joked with him as they once did. Therefore, if he didn't have to use it, he wouldn't with a sense of pride. Obito raised his head and smiled, declaring, "I am destined to become Hokage. A mere ninjutsu is nothing to me, so I can do without it. I believe in you." "Obito." Minato smiled and nodded. "You will surely become an extraordinary ninja." With Obito's assurance, Minato felt a sense of relief. After all, during the CHNIN exams, if Obito acted recklessly, it would reflect poorly on him as the leading teacher. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Obito, do your best." With that, he vanished in an instant before Obito's eyes. Obito shrugged, saying nothing more, a smile gracing his lips as he stretched and murmured, "Since Rin isn't going, I might as well head home. It's been a while since I last saw Grandma. I wonder how she is doing. Does he still dance every day?" Turning around, he joyfully ran home. However, after a short distance, he suddenly halted, staring blankly ahead. Rin and Kakashi. The two had entered a ramen shop together. Why did Rin refuse to accompany him for milk tea, but chose to eat ramen with Kakashi? He could have enjoyed ramen too. Why had she rejected him moments ago? He stood there in a daze, gazing into the distance. The autumn breeze gently brushed past, caressing his bewildered figure as he fixated on the Ichiraka ramen stall. Under the watchful eyes of passers-by, this somewhat youthful silhouette appeared particularly desolate. Why? Pain etched across Obito's face, tears welling uncontrollably at the corners of his eyes. He murmured softly, "Why? Why?" The trifecta of life's inquiries. Suddenly, he recalled Rin's recent distance from him. Was it already destined to be? A wave of sorrow washed over him, and his eyes stung painfully. Hastily, he covered his eyes. Yet he continued to gaze at the Ichiraka ramen stall. He stood there quietly. In that moment, it seemed as if he had an epiphany. Without a woman in my heart, my jutsu is divine. Let me share this. Writing fanfiction can be quite challenging. The timeline of Naruto is already a convoluted maze, filled with multiple versions that intertwine chaotically, resulting in various interpretations and fan works. This often leads some readers, overly familiar with one version, to mistakenly regard it as the definitive timeline, resulting in immediate criticism of new fanfics. However, this is not the crux of the matter. I simply wish to clarify. When Obito graduated from the Ninja Academy, Itachi was likely just born, around 2 years old. Obito faked his death during the Third Great Ninja War, while Itachi, at the age of 4, had already accompanied Fugaku to the battlefield, aspiring to protect peace. Thus, Itachi was born during the Third War and participated in it, while Obito also took part in and faked his death during the same conflict. Obito once sought to join Akatsuki. He was initially rejected by Yahiko, but later deceived the elders and was accepted by Nagato. Therefore, it is presumed that towards the end of the Third War, he witnessed Rin's demise. Let us not dwell on the fact that Itachi was born and Obito faked his death. As previously mentioned, this is not of paramount importance. I never intended to follow the plot strictly, but rather to craft a light-hearted narrative from the onset. Imagining a scenario where Obito wields Kamui while employing the 1,000-year kill technique is simply unfathomable. Such a scene would be too exquisite to behold. Perhaps only the harem technique of Six Paths Naruto could rival it. Hence, this is a light-hearted tale. I hope everyone finds it enjoyable enough to lend their support. Frankly, the reception has not been favorable. After achieving a recommended position, the votes have not increased, and I remain uncertain of the criteria for such rankings. Therefore, I kindly ask for your support, dear readers, and to spare a few votes for me. The anxiety stemming from unsatisfactory results is palpable, especially with only 2 days remaining until the CHNIN exams. At this juncture, a multitude of ninjas have returned, preparing to partake in the forthcoming assessments. Particularly among the new generation of Konoha, most of Kakashi's contemporaries, who possess considerable talent, have had their names submitted by their respective instructors to participate in the upcoming CHNIN exams. Even Kakashi, who has long since ascended to the rank of CHNIN, has been urged by the village's higher-ups to join the exams once more, in a bid to showcase the vitality and vigor of Konoha's new generation before the dignitaries of other ninja villages and esteemed spectators. Consequently, the village has seen a significant influx of both returning ninjas and visitors from other villages. The flourishing business opportunities are truly remarkable. Minato gazes at the plethora of advertisements plastered around, reflecting on the astonishing reality that even the venue for the CHNIN exams is adorned with such promotions. How many times has Konoha hosted the CHNIN exams? This is the first occurrence. Many returning ninjas appear bewildered and incredulous upon witnessing this. How did you achieve this? They inquire. With love, Uchiha Fugaku asserts with conviction. My profound affection for the spirit of Konoha's will have fire-moved Lord Hokage, which is why I was granted this opportunity. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Truly, there are no corrupt dealings involved. Minato chuckles awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate further. As those who understand. Suddenly recalling something, he extends his hand, exuding excitement and joy. By the way, my ninjutsu has been completed, thanks to your previous visit to the kitchen. As he speaks, a surge of chakra flows, distorting the air around him, and in the blink of an eye, a delicate, light blue chakra sphere resembling exquisite crystal materializes in his grasp. Uchiha Fugaku observes in silence. The last time Minato sought his counsel, he wished to learn how to prepare the pearls and taro balls to refine his ninjutsu. Ultimately, it seemed he gleaned some insight from the rapidly rolling taro balls, culminating in the creation of the future shockwave of the ninja world, the first version of the Rasengan. This method of enlightenment. One might ponder whether Naruto will one day master the Rasengan without having to manipulate water spheres, but rather by needing taro balls instead. Of course, the manner of enlightenment is inconsequential. At this moment, the spotlight is firmly on Minato, overshadowing even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Furthermore, he refrains from disclosing to Minato that long ago, a young, handsome, wealthy individual had already developed this ninjutsu and disseminated it within the Land of Rain. Ultimately, it is of little concern. There are no worthless ninjutsu, only incompetent ninjas. The same technique can yield vastly different results in the hands of different practitioners. For instance, there is Obito. Rumor has it he has been quite active lately. The tales surrounding him are steeped in blood and filth, prompting an awkward chuckle from Minato each time the subject arises. In a moment of profound silence, Minato believed it was his own ninjutsu that left him astonished. And with a wistful sigh, he lamented that he was no longer a ninja. Otherwise, he might have been able to learn it. He paused briefly, as if recalling something, a spark of anticipation and excitement igniting within him. This ninjutsu was derived from his understanding of the taro balls. Don't you think it resembles a large blue taro ball? Moreover, Kushina also enjoys eating taro balls, thus I have named it Vortex Azure Taro Ball 0. What do you think? Not impressive. I prefer Digger Ball, really, discarding a 3-word name for one with 8? Uchiha Fugaku twitched his mouth in disbelief and sighed in exasperation, suggesting they should consider a different name. He could hardly imagine the moment when Minato would perform the technique, exclaiming Vortex Azure Taro Ball 0. How utterly embarrassing. Isn't it unappealing? Minato scratched his head, frowning, for this was a name he was quite proud of. Too long. It won't do. Is it too lengthy? Others have commented similarly, but I think it's quite acceptable. Pondering, Minato stroked his chin and considered. What about simply calling it Taro Ball? Or perhaps Pearl Ball? Kushina suggested that Bobo Ball sounded rather pleasant as well. A splendid name. Uchiha Fugaku gasped, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Spiral Ball. Let it be known as Spiral Ball, a ninjutsu formed by the rotation of chakra. If we keep naming it, what about Ultimate Taro Ball? Giant Taro Ball? Wind Release? Taro Ball? The ninja world is beyond saving. It might as well be called Digger Ball. Just as he finished speaking, Minato paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Spiral Ball? That name indeed has a certain appeal. It sounds incredibly fitting. For some reason, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he smiled as he lifted his head. Later, I shall consult with Kushina and Master Jeriah. With that, he sighed again, feeling a tinge of regret, as he thought Vortex Azure Taro Ball Zero was quite melodious. It would be a pity not to use it. Perhaps for the next ninjutsu? A good name should be saved for last. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his admiration, hastily shifting the conversation. By the way, what has been happening with Obito lately? He recalled a few nights ago, the desolate figure, the defiant fists, and the piercing crimson eyes, resembling a dog. The development seemed rather different now as he awakened his Sharingan. If this continues, Kakashi might end up unlocking the 3 Tomo, marrying Rin, and producing offspring with the Rinnegan? How incredible, a Uchiha prodigy. The fury of the backup. I can only imagine how bewildered Madara would be upon witnessing this. Truly, he has chosen a remarkable representative. Emotions run high, and perhaps to nurture Obito's growth, Madara might even arrange for Kakashi and Rin to share a room. Tobirama? Minato was taken aback, furrowing his brows in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Just a few days prior, he had observed a notable maturation in Tobirama's demeanor. Could it be that his previous words had inspired such a transformation, prompting him to relinquish that jutsu and attain growth? What has transpired? Mature? This resembles the early symptoms of a mental breakdown. At that moment, Minato, with a sense of helplessness, remarked that he was unsure who had imparted such martial arts to Tobirama. Once a promising youth, now, alas, it was fortunate he had turned back in time. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced disdain from the shinobi world. Indeed, that fellow is truly detestable. Uchiha Fugaku quickly clarified, speaking earnestly about the absurd ninjutsu being taught to children. Such teachings deserve a proper reprimand. This was imparted by a legendary Uchiha ninja. Truly, Tobirama himself spoke thus. By the way, did Tobirama, pause for a moment, also participate in this Chunin exam? Yes. Minato's lips twitched, yet despite his exasperation, he managed to muster a semblance of a reassuring smile. Tobirama and Rin are both exceptional. Yet, for some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, Tobirama had promised not to employ that jutsu during the exam. Taking a deep breath, Minato donned a bright smile once more, believing that they would surely excel. Before he could finish his sentence, a distressed voice interrupted. Minato-sensei. It's bad. Both turned to see Rin rushing towards them, her expression fraught with panic. What is it? Minato frowned, approaching with concern. Do not panic. Rin, what has happened? Why did he feel another wave of unease? As Rin inhaled deeply, her gaze remained frantic as she hastily reported, Tobirama and the others, they're fighting with the ninja from the Cloud Village. An hour ago, although Rin had invited him out, and he felt elated, the sight of Kakashi's arrival pierced his heart with pain. Even though he had unexpectedly awakened his Sharingan, he could not forget. Memories of their student life with Rin flooded back. She had bandaged his wounds, comforted him in failure, and encouraged him when he was mocked. And Rin, when she was thirsty, he had stood in line for an afternoon to buy her milk tea. How beautiful those moments were. Why had he shared milk tea with her that night? Tobirama clenched his fists, staring at Kakashi's back, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an uncontrollable impulse. This intense gaze did not escape Kakashi, the talented ninja of Konoha, who felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. This sensation was utterly dreadful. He took a step back, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Obito. Is something the matter? Why do you keep staring at me? However, Obito merely shook his head nonchalantly, replying, It's nothing. Yet, to Rin and Kakashi, this scene did not appear to be one of indifference. After all, such a cold expression was uncharacteristic of Obito. Obito, what troubles you? Rin asked with concern, her eyes searching his. Has something happened? You can share it with us. Perhaps we can help. The genuine worry reflected in her eyes momentarily stirred something within Obito, causing him to raise an eyebrow. But ultimately, he responded flatly, it's nothing. He had come to terms with it. With a sigh of resignation, Rin decided to let it go for now, though curiosity lingered in her heart about what had transpired. Striving to calm her thoughts, she smiled brightly and suggested, how about we visit the milk tea shop? We might run into Asuma and Kurenai. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she surveyed the bustling surroundings. There are so many people today. Suddenly, Rin froze, her gaze fixed on a group gathered ahead. Is that Asuma and the others? What is happening? At the entrance of the barbecue shop, a staff member stood nearby, awkwardly apologizing, yet neither side paid him any heed. Among them, a cloud ninja had even drawn his sword, appearing to be of similar age, likely here for the Chunin exams. What could have transpired? The three exchanged glances and hurried forward. Hey, we found this place first, so why are you cutting in line? Asuma said, nose-picking, exhibiting the swagger of a local. Get out of the way. We're going in. You've already left. How can you still claim to be in line? Scoffed a boy with light yellow hair from the cloud side, disdain evident in his voice. Is this the standard of the Leaf Ninjas? Cutting in line, even in your own village? For reasons unknown, as he passed by the barbecue shop, an inexplicable urge to taste the offering struck him. Having just received a discount coupon at the entrance, coupled with the rumor that all ninjas could receive a discount, he decided to indulge. However, it must be said, the Leaf Village had indeed declined, inundated with chaotic advertisements. Step aside and do not disturb our meal. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude, shouted the Cloud Ninja. Do you really think your turn will come just because you're in line? Do you see this paper? Asuma sneered. This is our queue number. It's our turn. It is you who lack manners. And do you see this card? He brandished a bright red VIP card embossed with a leaf design. We are VIPs. Do you know what that means? At this, the Cloud Ninjas were immediately displeased, feeling ridiculed. What are you leaf monkeys talking about? They had never before endured such humiliation from the Leaf Village. I must inform you. Today, this position is surely destined for my cloud-hidden village. Oh dear. Please refrain from quarreling. Just wait a little longer, and there shall be a place available. However, despite the persistent calls of the nearby attendant, none heeded his pleas. At this juncture, the matter transcended mere positioning. Especially concerning Asuma, his hair may be somewhat unruly, yet he bears no resemblance to a monkey. His fury seemed to elevate his hair even further. After all, this is Konoha. Such arrogance could lead to a reckoning. A reckoning? What a jest. Do you dare to strike? The Cloud Ninja, disregarding his companion's attempts to intervene, scoffed, come on. Strike me. You make the first move. Go ahead, hit me. Do you take me for a fool? Konoha is a village of etiquette. We generally refrain from violence. Asuma let out a cold laugh. Is this the measure of the Cloud Ninja? Afraid to act, they should swiftly retreat. In the presence of Lord Asuma, maintain your distance. You are all merely talk. What do you call yourself? Stinky monkey. Who are you calling a monkey? What will you do about it? If you have the courage, strike me. A nearby group observed with exasperation. Even their leading teacher refrained from intervening, for earlier, Sarutobi, Asuma's son of the third Hokage, was taking this opportunity to gauge the temperament of the Hokage's offspring, particularly during this visit to Konoha, where advertisements abounded. It was evident that Konoha had indeed fallen from grace. Just as the third Reikage had stated, the future of Cloud Hidden Village had arrived. After all, the two factions were merely exchanging barbs. How could they possibly come to blows? This presented a fine chance to gather intelligence. Yet, the leader of the Cloud Ninja misjudged the impetuous youth. Upon Asuma's taunt of, if you have the guts, hit me, he promptly retaliated with a punch. Having never encountered such a challenge, Asuma regarded the astonished Cloud Ninja, whose face bore the imprint of his fist, and cheerfully stated, Dear Asuma, shall grant you this. Konoha typically refrains from initiating conflict unless provoked. The Cloud Ninja, momentarily stunned, regained his composure, his grip on the blade trembling in fury. You scoundrel! Upon uttering these words, Kakashi and Obito advanced, while the exasperated Shiranui Gunma and red-haired Kurenai rose to their feet. Meanwhile, Rin had been discreetly signaled by Kakashi to seek out Konoha's Jonin. However, with only 5 ninjas on this side, the opposing team boasted 3 squads. A total of 9 ninjas, not to mention the leader of the Cloud Ninja. They quickly encircled them. Yet, contrary to the Cloud Ninja's expectations, the Konoha contingent appeared disinterested in combat. As Kakashi and his team approached, Asuma and Shiranui Ginma trembled and then instinctively embraced Obito. You need not intervene, Lord Obito. We can handle this. A mere handful of Cloud Ninja does not warrant your involvement. Simply observe. If you engage, it may not reflect well given the multitude present. What happened? Yunrin paused momentarily, gazing at the bizarre scene before him. His attention then shifted to the youth clad in Uchiha attire. Could he possibly possess formidable strength? Curiosity swelled within him, and with a mocking sneer, he taunted, Are you afraid? The Leaf Village is truly a collection of cowards. Why not kneel and apologize to me? I shall grant you forgiveness for your own good. Asuma cast a glance at the now more composed Obito. His heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed by an ominous feeling. This is not the Obito I know, he thought. Then addressing Yunrin, he urged, worry not for your safety. You should take your leave at once. Upon hearing this, Yunrin, who had initially feigned indifference, felt his temper flare at Asuma's arrogant demeanor. Enough of this pretense. Let's show them the might of Yunrin. How bold of you to make a move. Wait, Obito, allow us. Asuma interjected, trying to restrain the serious-looking Obito. The leaf has gone too far. I wish to see what the Uchiha is truly capable of. In an instant, Asuma and his companions were halted as a brown-haired Yunrin girl stepped forward to confront Obito, launching an attack. Recently heartbroken and eager to vent his frustrations, Obito was indifferent to the girl. Uchiha shuriken technique, he declared, but all his efforts were evaded. Meow meow claw. The girl descended with a swift strike, sending Obito's shuriken flying as she charged forward. Reacting hastily, Obito had yet to activate his Sharingan when another Yunrin appeared from behind, delivering a powerful kick. The two struck in unison. Is that all? The Yunrin wielding a blade mused, observing the airborne Obito, who landed unsteadily. I had expected more. I could take on two of you myself. Indeed, the leaf seemed to have fallen from grace, for even with such meager skills, they were still fearful. Even the observing Yunrin Jonin, who was documenting the encounter, appeared taken aback by the apparent weakness displayed. Too weak. Amui, why did you interfere? The girl chastised, her expression serious. He is my opponent. My apologies. I thought he was strong. Amui shrugged, unimpressed by the lackluster display. Just then, unexpectedly, Obito rose again from the dust. His countenance grave and resolute, resembling a stubborn warrior as he coldly regarded Yunrin. Asuma and Nara Shikaka's expressions shifted dramatically. Stop. Obito, leave him to us. We will handle this. Sadly, Obito was in no mood to heed their words, feeling the sting of humiliation. After all, he was an Uchiha who had awakened his Sharingan. Come at me together, he stated coolly. With those words, he formed hand seals, summoning shadow clones that surged forward, executing another series of hand signs. Tiger Seal. Ninjutsu. However, the Cloud Shinobi remained unfazed, having discerned moments ago that this individual possessed merely average strength. Stop him. Asuma felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead. Hurry. Do not let him close the distance. Humph. With such meager prowess, we Cloud Shinobi need not evade. Before he could finish his thought, Obito appeared before him, while another leapt from above to encircle him. Upon witnessing the hand seals, though unfamiliar with the jutsu, a sudden chill surged within him, particularly from the gaze of those crimson eyes fixated upon him. Just as he prepared to pivot and defend with his blade, it was too late. Amidst the astonishment and confusion of the onlookers, Obito merely crouched down. Yet, at that moment, smack, a figure emerged between them, halting the encounter. This is as far as it goes, remarked a ninja with hair like sunlight, helplessly grasping Obito's hand. Did you not say you would refrain from using this? And the Sharingan. At this juncture, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding intensify within him. Following the arrival of the Konoha Jonin, the farce came to a close. The leader of the Cloud Shinobi chastised his subordinates to cease hostilities and exchanged pleasantries with Minato, largely trivial banter, after which they proceeded, leading their team into the barbecue establishment. No seats available? After the peculiar young man with dark hair made his entrance, the waiter promptly cleared a space. However, was Uchiha affluent? Were there members of the Uchiha clan lacking in shinobi aptitude who had ventured into commerce? Yet, through recent intelligence gathering, they comprehended the nature of those banner advertisements. To advertise during such a critical period, that individual was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that he was leveraging the Uchiha clan's renown? It seemed evident. Such a ninja clan engaging in business was a blatant dereliction of duty. Even the prestigious Uchiha clan had succumbed to decadence. It appeared that after 2 successive victories in the ninja world wars, Konoha had grown arrogant and had begun to indulge in luxuries. This time, perhaps it was truly an opportunity for our cloud-hidden village. It should be noted that after suffering multiple defeats by Konoha, their esteemed Reikage had begun to work diligently, secretly developing their shinobi village and enhancing the training of the Cloud Shinobi. With this ebb and flow, victory for the Cloud Shinobi was assured. Minato Namikaze. The Cloud Shinobi leader muttered gravely, what incredible speed. Moments ago, he had hardly noticed the appearance of Minato. Rumored to be a ninja who had mastered the space-time ninjutsu of the second Hokage, known as Minato Namikaze. And that Uchiha brat was his student. From the expressions of the child of the Hokage and other ninjas of Konoha, It is evident that the Uchiha boy must possess exceedingly fearsome ninjutsu. Or perhaps his strength is truly extraordinary. Yet, considering the recent encounter with Aomui and the two wooden figures, he appeared rather ordinary. What could be the reason behind this? Is he concealing his true power, or is he a genius of ninjutsu? Although the leader of the Cloud Ninja is uncertain about his assumptions, there is no doubt that Konoha has birthed another genius ninja. After all, just moments ago, the renowned Minato Namikaze gazed gravely at his subordinates, as if the use of that jutsu would incite some dreadful calamity. That scene was far from normal. Even the Genin appeared solemn. A genius, indeed. Undoubtedly a remarkable one. Moreover, with the illustrious Hatake lineage represented by Kakashi and the child of the Hokage, Konoha truly deserves its reputation as the cradle of geniuses. It seems that during this Nin exam, Konoha has resolved to showcase its strength and the promise of its future before the other hidden villages. After analyzing the information at hand, the leader of the Cloud Ninja's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. He finally sighed with a sense of melancholy, shaking his head, affirming that Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. Huh, what genius? Aomui scoffed, curling his lip. With such strength, how can he be called a genius? Are you joking? Is this the extent of Konoha's ninjas? Just trying to save face. Enough. The Cloud Ninja leader rebuked sharply, casting a serious gaze at Aomui. Then at the other Cloud Ninjas who shared his disdain, frowning slightly. Do you all feel the same way? Teacher Gray, is that not correct? Aomui stared at his suddenly serious instructor, recalling that even the ninja they feared the most had been easily dispatched by him. As for the others, if you all maintain such beliefs, you will surely suffer greatly when the time comes. Foolish. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas sneered, observing the blank expressions of his subordinates. He took a deep breath and continued solemnly, do you remember that Konoha Genin from earlier? When the Uchiha boy attempted to perform his jutsu, even the Genin of Konoha wore a serious expression. Therefore, that boy is undoubtedly hiding a very formidable ninjutsu. At that moment, the Cloud Genin regained their senses. Recalling the earlier scene, the Konoha ninjas indeed seemed genuinely apprehensive about what the boy might unleash. Could it be he truly concealed his strength? Aomui also furrowed his brow, for at that moment, he seemed to recall those crimson eyes. At that time, he too felt a surge of fear. A chill ran down his spine, as if something dreadful were about to transpire. Contemplating this, Aomui muttered to himself in a daze, what could such a terrifying ninjutsu be? Insufficient intelligence. The teacher is unaware as well. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas shook his head, then gazed solemnly at his subordinates, who were deep in thought, and earnestly stated, there is no doubt that it is an extraordinarily terrifying ninjutsu, at least of A rank or higher, and it is highly likely to be a forbidden technique. To master such formidable ninjutsu at that tender age is undoubtedly the mark of a genius. Teacher, the lower ninjas participating in the exam grew serious. Do not worry. Noticing the concern among his subordinates, the leader of the Cloud Ninjas smiled reassuringly. Now that we are aware, he can no longer catch us off guard. The prodigy from Konoha, there are many ninja villages watching. Tomorrow, you must take the initiative together, leaving him no chance to unleash his ninjutsu. If the opportunity arises, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Eliminate him. A genius? Only the genius who survives can truly be deemed a genius. Moreover, we possess a secret weapon. The leader of the Cloud Ninjas cast a glance at the girl with chestnut-colored hair, then with a profound gaze. He stared at the roasting furnace, murmuring, the genius of Konoha. Uchiha Obito? Obito, have you awakened your Sharingan? Minato observed Obito before him with a sense of relief. He appeared significantly more composed. Was it due to his maturation? However, did I not instruct you to refrain from using that ninjutsu if there was no danger? Minato looked sternly at Obito. Why did you use it again? With so many people watching, including ninja from other villages, if you were to reveal it, especially against the female ninja from the Cloud Village, do you comprehend the severity of the consequences? Yet, Obito fell silent, offering no explanation or answer. At that moment, all he desired was victory. If he were a genius like Kakashi, would Rin accompany him for milk tea? No, I am no longer the same, he resolved himself, recalling a philosophical saying, but soon his thoughts drifted back to Rin's sweet smile, plunging him into turmoil. Women? Ninjutsu? He began to feel lost. Was it true that his resolve was not yet firm enough? However, this demeanor appeared particularly conflicted and helpless to others. Even Minato, who initially intended to have a serious talk, felt his heart soften, gently asking, Obito, Have you encountered any troubles? If you cannot resolve them, please speak up. I will assist you. Indeed, Obito. At that moment, Rin grasped Obito's hand earnestly, stating, if you are troubled, please be sure to share. We will support you. Their concern only deepened Obito's inner conflict. In that instant, it seemed as though the determination brought by the Sharingan was fading. Indeed, Rin still holds a place for me in her heart. Warmth flooded his heart, and a foolish smile crept upon his face. Just as he was about to seize the moment to confess, Rin, the words remained unspoken. Smack! A sudden slap struck the back of his head. The voice of that despicable fellow emerged unexpectedly, questioning why a young person would indulge in such sentimental musings. Feeling displeased, he thought to himself, Father, let us go have some fun. If that fails, your teacher, Minato, is quite familiar with the scene. Let him take you out to unwind. Indeed, the issues within Uchiha's heart must be addressed. What a foolish boy, having merely awakened a single Sharingan, yet he pretends to be profound. How absurd. With that said, upon noticing everyone staring at him in silence, Minato couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, stating, I am unaware of anything. Meanwhile, Obito exclaimed, You scoundrel. It took me considerable resolve to reach this decision. The familiar Obito had returned, frantically raking his fingers through his hair, glaring at Uchiha Minato. I shall remember this. The day I become Hokage shall be the day you face bankruptcy. Soon after, aside from Sunagakure, which did not participate in this Chunin exam for various reasons, all other ninja villages had sent their representatives, including even the smaller villages like Hoshigakure and Kusagakure. Consequently, the crowd was large. And as they passed by bubble tea shops and barbecue restaurants, cravings arose. Minato seized this opportunity to earn a substantial profit and simultaneously enhance his reputation. Envisioning the possibility of expanding his business to other nations during this economically undeveloped era. Furthermore, he was on the verge of upgrading his operations. With revenues significantly boosted by the barbecue restaurant, he pondered what the next phase of his enterprise would entail. Today marked the commencement of the joint Chunin exam. The morning's intelligence, cheating, examination had concluded, and now, under the guidance of the Leaf Village examiners, the ninjas were being led to the infamous death forest of the ninja world. After some explanations, Obito realized that that night had merely involved a simple ramen meal. It was only because he had expressed a desire for bubble tea that Rin had refrained from calling him. Thus, it was all a misunderstanding. He had failed to convey to Rin that what he truly desired was her company, rather than any specific food or drink. If it were not for Rin, he would not want that detestable fellow to profit even a single penny from him. Uchiha Obito. At that moment, a round of applause erupted, capturing the attention of the ninjas who had been boasting about how effortlessly they had passed the previous exam with their eyes closed. I am Orochimaru, the chief examiner for the second round of the examination. With that declaration, the attending lower-ranked ninjas were left in awe, gazing at the androgynous figure before them. The legendary figure of the ninja world, one of the legendary three of Konoha, Lord Orochimaru. Even Asuma and the previously arrogant Obito were taken aback. Lord Orochimaru? What brings him here? Was he not stationed elsewhere? However, Orochimaru did not take the time to explain to this group of lower ninjas why he had returned at this moment. Instead, he licked his lips and, with a serpentine smile, proclaimed that the examination was exceedingly simple. All they needed to do was traverse this forest within 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. It sounded far too easy. Yet, he continued, nevertheless, some of you have complained that this task is too simple. Therefore, you should all be aware that I possess a summoned beast known as Manda. At the mention of Manda, a shiver ran through the crowd. After all, this formidable summoned beast was renowned as one of the 3 legendary sanctuaries, capable of devouring even the smallest of children. Do not be alarmed. I do not require you to conquer Manda, though I would be quite pleased if you could. Orochimaru said with a gentle smile, observing the now quiet ninjas. He continued, I have placed 22 stone tablets with Manda. Indeed, as you may surmise, if you can retrieve a tablet from Manda and exit the forest, you will pass. Thus, licking his lips, he added, out of the 44 teams, only 22 will succeed. He disregarded the visibly distressed ninjas and cheerfully declared, now, those who consent to participate in the examination should come forward to sign the death waiver. If you are frightened, you may withdraw while there is still time. Silence enveloped the area. Upon hearing the name Manda, some ninjas began to hesitate. After all, it was a matter of life and death. However, at that moment, a black-haired boy clad in the Uchiha clan's emblem stepped forward. Do not jest. I aspire to become Hokage. How could I possibly abandon my ninja way here? Obito raised his fist, resolutely declaring, if I am afraid of this, how can I call myself a ninja? Where do I sign? Until I become Hokage. I refuse to perish. Instantly, the other ninjas from various villages seemed to be inspired by his audacity. Indeed, if one lacked the courage to participate in the examination, how could they call themselves a ninja? Only the weak would choose to flee. That fellow appeared foolish, yet he spoke with considerable conviction. Hey, who said that? Step forward if you dare challenge Obito. Fool, how dare you? Kakashi, come and fight me. The atmosphere became charged with enthusiasm, save for the Cloud Ninjas. Observing the transformed Obito from just days prior, they felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, we have all been deceived. Sharing a glance, they subtly nodded, seemingly having reached a resolution. From that point on, no one remained to voice any further objections. They signed the death waiver and, under the guidance of the Konoha ninjas, resolutely ventured into the Death Forest. Obito's team also parted ways with Asuma's squad. I shall undoubtedly prevail. Once again, the ever-optimistic Obito has returned to his foolish self, confidently gazing at Kakashi and asserting, just lie back, Kakashi. Fool. Kakashi rolled his eyes, dismissing the need for such theatrics. Do you believe I could manage with just one hand? However, at that moment, Kakashi's expression shifted, his demeanor turning grave as he scrutinized their surroundings. What is wrong, Kakashi? Obito inquired curiously. Are you afraid? Silence. Kakashi retorted, ignoring him as he continued to survey the area, lowering his voice to declare, we are surrounded. As these words fell, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Both Kakashi and Obito's expressions altered as they turned towards the source of the blast, which was a mere 3 meters away from Rin. Rin, they exclaimed in unison as Rin was propelled backward. Indeed, it seems the medical ninja has resolved the situation. Truly. You are remarkable, Hatake Kakashi. I have heard of your renown. A voice emerged from atop a tree, laced with amusement, compared to that fool. I believe you are the true genius. At this moment, Kakashi and Obito lifted their heads to gaze at the figure perched on the tree. Cloud Ninja. And it's you. Obito's eyes reddened, his expression contorted in rage as he glared at him. You scoundrel. What have you done? I shall kill you. The animosity was palpable. This was the same ninja who had ambushed him outside the barbecue restaurant, taking advantage of his moment of inattention. And Rin, she was injured, though not dead. She was wounded. Obito, I'm fine. Stay calm. Rin, her face pale and clutching her right arm, reassured them, it's just a minor injury, which has already been treated. However, Uchiha Obito, everyone claims you are a genius. The ninja, Omui, taunted, but I do not believe it. I had hoped to duel with you. But time is of the essence. I shan't indulge you any longer. Today, the genius of Konoha shall perish here. With that declaration, several figures emerged, encircling the three of them, over a dozen in total, including ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Stop wasting time, attack. Instantly, Obito's expression hardened. Kakashi stood back to back with the injured Rin, seething, damn it. Cloud ninjas, Miss Ninjas, I shall deliver a thorough beating upon you. Haha. Still putting on a brave front? We scoffed. Could it be that hidden jutsu of yours? I've heard you possess a formidable technique. Why not unleash it? As these words fell, the expressions of Kakashi and Rin shifted dramatically. Obito, you. But before she could finish, she noticed Obito's eyes had turned crimson, filled with fury as he fixated on the Cloud Ninja. In a hushed, somber tone, he murmured, Sensei, I am sorry. And with that, chaos ensued. Watergate, have you caught a cold? As the wealthy man glanced at Watergate's home, he received the 30,000 he had wagered. Today, his condition was not particularly enviable, unable to rival the Ninetales. Although the Ninetales had yet to manifest, it was manipulating Kushina, and together, they unleashed a barrage of attacks, driving her nearly to madness. However, the Ninetales was exceedingly noisy. If its wishes were not adhered to, it would annoy Kushina incessantly, whispering in her ear, proving to be quite bothersome. Truly a gluttonous beast, insatiable in its cravings. No, it was just that an unshakable gloom had suddenly settled within him. Perhaps from playing far too long. Watergate chuckled helplessly, stretched lazily, and gazed at the cards before him, a slight smile curling his lips. Wealthy. It seems this round is destined for my victory. As he spoke, he drew a card. Instantly, his eyes brightened, and he held his breath, just about to push his cards forward when suddenly, a ninja rushed in, panic etched across his face. Watergate, there you are? The Leaf Village Jainin, upon spotting Watergate, excitedly seized his hand and urged, "Quickly, come with me to the forest of death." "What's the matter? I'm off today." Watergate looked at the Janine in confusion. "Is someone in need of my assistance?" "No. Nobody has a problem." "No, no, no. It's you who has an issue." "Watergate, you have a situation?" "What situation could I possibly have? Did I lose too much money?" Amidst Watergate's bewilderment, the ninja dramatically exclaimed, "Your disciple has gone berserk. Watergate, he has gone mad." "Huh. The leaf has abandoned the virtue of the ninja. Shameless. Such outrageousness." As Watergate approached the forest of death, a grimace crossed his face. The wails, tinged with tremors, had already led him to discern the dire circumstances within. It must be a hellish scene of the ninja world. After all, this was not his first encounter with such chaos. Obito, how did it come to this? How did it come to this? Once a remarkably talented youth, the elders of the Leaf Village, upon hearing the news, could only give a thumbs up in approval. How had he devolved into this? Was it a failure in his guidance? Watergate felt profound guilt and regret for not steering Obito onto the right path. Yet, he took a deep breath, reminded himself that he was still Obito's teacher, and with a heavy heart, he stepped forward with determination. Before him lay a vast expanse of flat grass, with traces of explosive tags and discarded shurikens scattered about. On the ground, 6 lower ninjas lay groaning, their postures contorted, surrounded by a foul stench. This tactic, Watergate was quite familiar with. The explosive tags were a favorite ploy of Obito's to confound adversaries. The method yielded decent results, though it occasionally harmed the user, leading him, Rin, and Kakashi to sternly forbid Obito from employing it in their presence. Little did he expect. This time, Obito surprisingly took action. It seems that it was destined to be a battle rife with intensity and profound flavors. The crimson scab exposed from the center of that lifted backside assured him that within, it must be a gruesome sight. This situation appears rather perilous. Obito must have been exceedingly furious at that moment. Minato sighed, glancing at the medical ninja beside him, hesitating for a moment, wondering if they were all right. Upon hearing his words, the medical ninja raised his head, casting a peculiar glance at Minato. He was, of course, aware of this esteemed disciple of Lord Jeriah, the renowned genius Jonin of Konoha. Yet, one must ponder, how does one educate a child to engage in such actions at such a tender age? He fell silent for a moment before stating, "It's not a significant issue. I possess experience." Minato offered an awkward smile, sensing the trouble ahead. Indeed, experience was evident. However, Lord Minato still needed to guide the child, this kid. The medical ninja hesitated once more and remarked, "I suspect he may harbor some inner turmoil. What normal ninja would resort to such methods?" Precisely. This was undoubtedly a precarious predicament, yet which ninja would act so recklessly? If all ninjas behaved in such a manner, could they still be considered ninjas? Moreover, approaching a ninja from behind is not a simple feat. Speed, perception, and opportunity are all essential. As for that child, one could surmise the methods he employed merely from the foul, yellowish substances on the bodies of the fallen ninjas sprawled upon the ground. Is this something a typical ninja could conceive? As the team leader, one must not only impart ninjutsu to subordinates but also attend to their psychological development. I will be vigilant. Yet, this truly is an unforeseen circumstance. How Obito learned those techniques remains a mystery to him, but under the scrutiny of so many strange gazes, Minato could only let out a resigned sigh and nod. Had the Mist Ninja and Cloud Ninja joined forces? Minato paused, casting a glance at the 6 ninjas with raised backsides and the 2 who had succumbed into unconsciousness. Particularly fixating on one of the Mist Ninjas, he blinked in disbelief. Was he unharmed? His entire body was wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of eyes. What exactly had Obito done to him? Oh, you mean him? The medical ninja also looked over, noting that the bandages were indeed his own. Rest assured, aside from the injuries on his backside, there are no other significant wounds. Is that truly the case? Why does it sound so peculiar? Minato sighed, about to inquire with the nearby ninja regarding their next course of action when a graceful figure emerged. Lord Orochimaru had returned, and he was well aware of that. For it was said that Lord Orochimaru was the most likely candidate to succeed as the next Hokage. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to return temporarily to preside over the Chunin exams. Lord Orochimaru. Ah, it is the Watergate. I was equally astonished to learn that the little fellow's teacher was indeed Watergate. Orochimaru licked his lips, initially believing that this individual was yet another disciple of Jeriah. After all, the ability to perform such deeds is not something that anyone other than that lecherous fellow could accomplish. Hiki. Watergate chuckled awkwardly. He too was taken aback that the naive youth had managed to acquire such nefarious ninjutsu. Orochimaru-sama, what now? Do not be anxious, Orochimaru said, noticing Watergate's hesitance as he waved his hand and offered a gentle smile. This is the Chunin exam. Any unexpected occurrences may arise. Even if the leading ninjas from their respective villages were to learn of this, they would find it difficult to voice any objections. As he spoke, his gaze turned peculiar as he observed Watergate, who had visibly relaxed. With a resigned smile, he shook his head, yet felt compelled to remind that fellow, such jutsu should not be wielded recklessly, as it could easily lead to complications. Hehe, I am aware. Watergate replied sheepishly, thanking Orochimaru for the reminder. So, for now, the Chunin exam is not yet concluded. The primary reason for your presence is to offer this caution, Orochimaru said, shaking his head with a smile. As for the other ninja villages, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Do not concern yourself with them, and moreover, you must personally make a trip to the old man. Then they. Watergate gestured toward the group of ninjas with their posteriors raised. Of course, they have already been eliminated, Orochimaru replied. This is also part of the battle. I shall report to the Hokage-sama. Watergate nodded, his expression brightening again upon hearing that all was well. I leave the matter here to you, Orochimaru-sama. With that, Watergate departed, leaving Orochimaru smiling and nodding in response, watching the young man vanish from sight. Orochimaru then turned his attention with keen interest to the group of ninjas still bent over. After a couple of days of rest, you should be able to get up and move around, a medical ninja beside him remarked, adjusting his glasses. Many of your skin and muscles have suffered burns. It may be somewhat inconvenient to use the restroom in the coming days. Fortunately, there is no danger to life, but to regain normal functionality, you will require a significant period of recuperation. As he spoke, he glanced at the unsightly yellow stains and sighed helplessly. It seems that cleanliness is quite a hassle. I am tempted to throw in the towel and escape, he continued. Moreover, it appears this time the injuries are more severe than before, and there is that burning sensation. How did this happen? As he finished speaking, Orochimaru crouched down next to the injured individual, examining the scabbed area on the center of his posterior. His brow furrowed slightly as he paused, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Watergate has truly taken on an intriguing pupil. Chakra. There is actually a fluctuation of lightning attribute chakra present. Hey, what are you doing? The ninja, feeling the intensity of Orochimaru's gaze on his posterior, instinctively tightened his rear and gasped. What do you leaf ninjas intend to do with my backside? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gently patting his backside, licking his lips as he remarked, what a magnificent curve. The surrounding ninjas gazed at Orochimaru with expressions of sheer terror. Had the Leaf Village truly fallen into such depravity? It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, deep within the Forest of Death, in a dimly lit cave, Rin endured the foul stench as she bandaged Obito's hands. Glancing at his dirt-streaked face, she hesitated before saying, Obito, that jutsu of yours, the damage is too severe, perhaps it's best not to use it. Beside them, Kakashi instinctively clenched his cheeks, nodding vigorously, silently resolving never to entertain Obito's challenges again. That scene had been truly dreadful. Kakashi vaguely recalled the moment when Obito's eyes turned crimson. With the activation of his Sharingan, his speed and reflexes surged, transforming him into a veritable deity of the ninja world. Even against a dozen foes, he remained unyielding. Exploding onto the scene, he struck with such ferocity that the girls present were left pale and trembling, hurling invectives at the shameless Leaf ninjas before fleeing without a backward glance. Indeed, the initial throng of adversaries dwindled to fewer than 10 under Obito's onslaught, particularly as chaos reigned with his rapid maneuvers. The enemies, panic-stricken, scrambled to evade him. Yet Obito pressed on fearlessly. Ultimately, encircled by the three of them, they emerged victorious, especially against that Cloud Ninja. The tension was palpable as Obito, his expression grim, summoned forth a surge of lightning, darting about like a sprite of thunder, his speed intensifying, his Sharingan locking onto his target. In the blink of an eye, the enemy was vanquished, their screams more piercing than ever before. Kakashi hesitated, eyeing Obito. That jutsu. Oh, you mean that technique? Although my hands are temporarily incapacitated, I couldn't help but showcase my prowess before Rin. Obito beamed with confidence. It was a spur-of-the-moment creation inspired by the sweet potato ball technique developed by my teacher. I tried it out today and was astonished by its efficacy. Of course, it's still a work in progress, akin to 1,000 birds calling out. I've named it 1,000. Before he could finish, Kakashi felt an inexplicable urge to shout, "Shut up. What's wrong? Why are you shouting at me?" Obito furrowed his brow, perplexed. Are you jealous that I developed a jutsu? Jealous? Not in the slightest. Kakashi sighed, observing the increasingly boisterous Obito. You truly are a remarkable individual. Ha ha ha. I have proclaimed myself a genius. Amidst Obito's arrogant laughter, Kakashi replied with a complex expression. And the corner of your mouth appears somewhat dark. Upon hearing this, Obito leaped up in a panic, glancing at Rin who had turned her head away. I must go brush my teeth. This cannot continue. It certainly undermines his bravado. I must devise a means to conceal these blemishes. As Obito departed, Rin and Kakashi exchanged glances filled with complexity, eventually nodding seriously in agreement. This is a forbidden technique. We must inform Lord Minato, urging Obito not to misuse it. Achoo. Minato, you seem rather unwell. The sudden sneeze interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's contemplation, causing him to frown at Minato. Do you require a medical ninja? No need, Minato replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, his nose felt a bit itchy. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama, he added, albeit with a somewhat strained smile. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Minato's troubles. Sighing, he shook his head, dealing with Obito. It truly burdens you. It is my duty, Minato insisted. That child seems to have strayed onto the erroneous path of pursuing power. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, removing the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, gazing out the window. After all, it is natural for the youth to possess a competitive spirit. I hope you can guide him back onto the right path. Is it because of Kakashi? Indeed. Kakashi is also a prodigy. I shall do so. Minato nodded with a sheepish smile. I have heard he has awakened a Sharingan. Yes, truly a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed wistfully, observing Minato's bittersweet expression. Do not worry. Obito will surely understand. It is merely a misguided avenue. He simply caught us off guard. Should other ninjas become aware, they will certainly take precautions, and furthermore, it is not difficult. The limitations are too great, restricting his attack range. Hence, it is only effective when unexpected. Once it is known, it becomes quite simple to counteract. Seeing that Minato seemed to grasp his meaning, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, You may go. Do not worry, since Orochimaru has stated thus. It implies there is nothing to fear, especially since this occurred during the Ch-Nin exams. Understood, Hokage-sama. Minato sighed in relief, then respectfully bowed before turning to exit. Closing the door behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared genuinely unconcerned. After all, a mere boy with a single Tomo Sharingan playing a few tricks was of little significance to him. At this moment, his thoughts were more troubled by the potential collaboration between the Cloud and Mist villages, who had initially tested the waters by eliminating Konoha's ninjas. Should the two villages truly unite? Sarutobi Hizashi sighed with a sense of melancholy, shaking his head in contemplation. It was indeed a tumultuous season. He rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache, then turned his gaze towards the table, where a priceless artifact worth 400 million lay. A frown creased his brow. He could not fathom what Danzo had been up to lately. After all, Danzo had dispatched individuals to track him for several days. What could be the intention behind it? Glancing outside, he shook his head in resignation, reflecting on his status as merely an unremarkable wealthy individual. Internally, he resolved that it was time to raise his prices. Recently, rumors of a fierce conflict between the Leaf and Cloud ninjas over his barbecue establishment had surfaced, resulting in a surprisingly flourishing business. It felt akin to holding a grand festival. Thus, he had garnered a modest profit, particularly with the allure of his VIP offerings, enhanced by the system's unique features. He believed that the brand wealth would gradually gain acceptance. Much of the challenge that lay ahead involved finding an opportunity to expand his enterprise into other nations. Of course, it was still premature to entertain such thoughts. Moreover, he remained puzzled by Obito's cryptic claims of a murderous rampage. Could it be that Rin had encountered an unfortunate event, triggering the activation of her Manjiki Sharingan, compelling her to create a world that revolved around her? It seemed implausible. Recalling the recent rumors surrounding Obito's display of power, he couldn't help but grimace. Surely, Minato had informed him that it was merely a test and not to escalate matters unnecessarily. This predicament was overwhelming. He struggled to envision the chaos that could ensue if everything were to come to light. It appeared that Obito might be destined to follow a lonely path. much like his ancestor, forging a road recognized only through his own unique methods. With a sigh, he mused, Madara, the successor you chose is remarkably competent. There is no need for concern. At that moment, Kushina returned with the little fox, as she was indeed a Jinchuriki, and he, after all, was a Uchiha. Though he had yet to awaken his Sharingan, having lingered too long might lead some to suspect that this wealthy individual harbored ulterior motives. Shaking his head in despondency, he glanced at the side, where Susan stood, pondering whether they should attend the CH9 exams together in a few days. The first 2 rounds were not open to the public, but the subsequent one-on-one matches would be, attracting many visitors to Konoha eager to witness this unique spectacle of the ninja world. Susan paused, then gently nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, yes. Before long, the 3-day survival competition in the Death Forest concluded successfully. It was rumored that a remarkable ninja had emerged from Konoha, whose mere presence caused surrounding enemies to retreat, abandoning their ambitions to confront him. The leaders of various villages expressed understanding and refrained from placing blame upon their subordinates. It was indeed a curious scene. After a day of rest and a profitable venture for the affluent barbecue establishment, today dawned bright and breezy, marking the anticipated conclusion of the CH9 exams. Welcome to the CH9 Joint Examination, proudly sponsored by the esteemed brand Rich Milk Tea. Savor the milk tea, relish the competition, and cheer for the ninjas. Refreshingly invigorating, boundless vitality. Let us extend a warm welcome to the fortunate contenders advancing to the 3rd round. As the host's exuberant cheers filled the air, the audience sat in stunned silence. This was no ordinary CH9 exam, particularly for the leaders of the other ninja villages. Memories of the unjust treatment their competitors faced in the forest of death ignited a blaze of indignation within them. They were mere children. Why were they subjected to such harrowing experiences? As the recollection struck them, they trembled with fury, cold sweat drenching their brows, hands and feet icy with rage. The sight of their village's ninja, curled in anguish upon a hospital bed, gripping the sheets in a desperate attempt to contain their indescribable sorrow, only deepened their fury. Konoha has fallen. It was rumored that even the legendary Sannin had nearly turned their wrath upon them. Such a travesty was truly despicable. They were heroes, champions who sacrificed for their villages. The scars on their garments and the grime upon their bodies were emblems of their valor. A once great Konoha could no longer shoulder the future of the foremost ninja village. The likes of a Wagakure and Kirigakure would surely rise to take its place. Many from the outer villages smirked, mocking the absurdity before them, as the stench of avarice permeated the very air of Konoha. Was Konoha still a pure village of ninjas? They sighed, gazing at the free milk tea in their hands, emblazoned with the words rich milk tea, shaking their heads in dismay, muttering to themselves, Konoha has fallen. With a faint sip of the milk tea, a smirk lingered at the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the unusual opening ceremony elicited mixed reactions, with expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. How did that Uchiha Rich manage this? The Hokage had actually consented to such a spectacle? This was not the will of fire. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a somewhat strained smile in response to the spectators' gazes. He had anticipated Rich's involvement to be limited to a few banners. The vastness of the forest of death seemed ample for such displays. To his astonishment, even the host J-Neen had been orchestrated by Rich. Maintaining the serene smile of the village leader, he inwardly sighed. I have received too little in return. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Eat your fries, indulge in your fried chicken. Today is about relaxation. Do not contemplate anything else. Uchiha Fugaku, observing the jovial expression, fell into a moment of silence before his stoic demeanor broke. How did you manage this? What have you accomplished? Uchiha Fuyou was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in sudden realization, gazing earnestly at Fuyou. The wealth I possess today is solely the result of my own efforts alongside my partners. Not a single penny was taken from my family. I did not inquire about that, Fuyou replied, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Fuyou with an impassive expression. He pointed towards the banner, then at the host ninja below, pausing momentarily before asking, how did you manage that? It was one thing to have advertisements displayed, but to have the host ninja promoting him was utterly inconceivable. Would the 3rd Hokage ever consent to such a thing? Absolutely not. However, upon realizing that Fuyou's question pertained to this matter, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Uchiha Fuyou's lips. With a serene demeanor, he responded, through love. The Hokage sensed my will of fire and was moved by my fervent passion for Konoha, thus granting me this opportunity. My gratitude extends to the Hokage and all the ninjas of Konoha. Haha, I believe you not. Fuyou scoffed, disregarding Fuyou's words entirely. Nevertheless, there lingered a hint of complexity in his gaze towards Fuyou, the once charming and earnest Uchiha. So dedicated to learning and training, what had transformed him into such a smooth talker? What trials had he endured? It was essential to remember that the Uchiha clan had always been forthright and honorable. Before he could ponder further, the announcer's voice rang out. Now, we shall witness the duel between the Konoha ninja, Uchiha Obito, and the ninjas of the Grass Village. May both sides please come onto the stage. Fuyou's expression stiffened again, and he fell silent, watching the youth adorned in Uchiha clan insignia below with a gaze laced with complexity. He sighed softly, alas. A sigh echoed beside him. Uchiha Fuyou looked in surprise at the golden-haired youth, who approached alongside Kushina, wearing a peculiar sun mask. He hesitated before asking, "Brother Minato, what brings you here? Have you developed blemishes on your face?" Fuyou, Fuyou clan leader. Minato's voice remained as serene as ever, though it bore a hint of bitterness. "I apologize for the intrusion. We shall take our seats here." Fuyou nodded, acknowledging the greeting, though his eyes held a curious glimmer as he regarded Minato. Was it sympathy? Resignation? Irritation? How peculiar. Your subordinate is currently competing up there. As their guiding teacher, is it truly appropriate for you to remain here as an observer? Uchiha Fuyou questioned, perplexed at Minato's presence. Shouldn't you be up there watching over them? It is best for me to refrain from appearing for the time being. Minato replied, his voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Do not worry. I have arranged for other leading jonin to assist. His presence at this moment could incite chaos. Did you notice those other village ninjas perched on the railing? Indeed, just a few days ago, they were still confined to hospital beds. Well, I can somewhat surmise what transpired. Uchiha Fugaku revealed a courteous smile, falling into a brief silence, believing that days would only improve. After that, he perked up with excitement, retrieving the snacks prepared by Rin, and directly stuffed them into the hands of the two boys, Itachi and Shursui. Perhaps due to the passage of time, Itachi appeared noticeably thinner. Brother, have you been starving the child at home? Fugaku remarked discontentedly, ruffling Itachi's hair. Look, what have you done to the poor child? Come, eat more. In the future, if you crave anything, just come to your uncle. Starving like a ghost. Utter nonsense. Have you not seen Itachi's chubby cheeks? However, Fugaku said nothing more, continuing to fold his arms, his expression inscrutable as he gazed below. Meanwhile, Itachi hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and softly replied, Uncle, I have already eaten. I cannot have these. Nonsense. Snacks belong to another stomach. Don't mind your father. Children should eat more, growing plump and adorable. As your uncle, how could I harm you? Fugaku's face broke into a benevolent smile as he patted Itachi's head. What a sensible child. Why doesn't Fugaku allow you even a little snack? Look how cute you are now. How did you end up like that fool later? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. It's all right. Eat. Not eating would be disrespectful to your uncle. Itachi stared blankly at Fugaku, then glanced at his silent father, happily nodded, and said, Thank you, uncle. In truth, he quite enjoyed eating. As for Shursui, he gently declined, shaking his head with a warm smile, saying, I'll pass, Lord Fugaku. I am currently training and need to manage my diet. You should eat more for training. Why come to a match while still clinging to the will of fire theory? Little one, what are you trying to accomplish? Uchiha Fugaku's lips twitched, before continuing with kindness. Eat. You will grow stronger. Come, don't be shy. This is what we do at home. No more just eat. By the way, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to remember something. Pulling out a book titled The Tale of the Tenacious Ninja, he squinted slightly, smiling as he said, Shursui, you enjoy reading so much. I also have a book here. Written by the great literary master of the ninja world, one of the legendary three of Konoha, the inheritor of the will of fire, Lord Jeriah. It is filled with his insights on the will of fire. I believe you will certainly enjoy it. Young Shursui was momentarily stunned. But upon seeing the book, The Tale of the Tenacious Ninja, he inquired, written by Lord Jeriah? Indeed. With a smile, the wealthy individual nodded, deeply moved by the exchange. Believing that Shursui could also glean some wisdom from it. What value do those insipid books hold? They pale in comparison to these trivial reads. At least they provide some amusement. Much like Kakashi, it is precisely because of the companionship of the paradise of affection that he can indulge in solitude during the quiet hours of the night, thus avoiding any descent into darkness. Many thanks to Lord Fuyou. Shursui expressed his gratitude with a smile, vowing to cherish this moment. The works penned by Lord Jeriah, I must delve into them thoroughly. Splendid. Truly, Shursui is remarkable. With you and Itachi representing the Uchiha clan, the future of our lineage shines brightly indeed. Lord Fuyou chuckled heartily, sensing a tug on his sleeve. He turned, puzzled, to see Minato, wearing a peculiar mask adorned with a smiling sun. What is the matter? He inquired. Is it appropriate for such a young child to be reading Jiraiya-sensei's books? Minato lowered his voice, fully aware of the nature of Jiraiya's writings, which, despite their seemingly respectable titles, often contained rather risky content. Rest assured, this time it is a legitimate novel. Fuyou assured with a smile, I have reviewed it. It merely contains a hint of indescribable imagery, nothing too severe. The young ones in the ninja world mature rather quickly. By the age of 4 or 5, they begin contemplating world peace. What's wrong with exploring other literature? Perhaps chakra has a maturing effect? As he spoke, he produced another book from his pocket and handed it to Minato. Here, this one is reserved especially for you. Fuyou's bookstore printed a considerable number of copies. His enterprises now encompass a bubble tea shop, a bakery, and his own bookstore, along with a soon-to-be constructed mahjong parlor. The establishments he built independently lacked any modifications from the system, thus devoid of extraordinary capabilities. However, perhaps in the future they might intertwine with the system as ventures? In any case, these investments do not require substantial capital, and expanding his enterprises is certainly beneficial. Observing Minato's wide-eyed fascination with the book, his ears slightly flushed, Fuyou smiled. What do you think? Jiraiya-sensei's latest work is quite delightful. I assent it. As for his face obscured by the mask, it was difficult to discern his expression. Yes, indeed. The glimmer in his exposed eyes flickered momentarily as Minato glanced at Kushina beside him and nodded, speaking in a measured tone. Not bad. Jiraiya-sensei's writing has certainly improved. At such a tender age, he must firmly admonish any inappropriate conduct involving young girls, such as peeping during their baths. But can children truly read this material? At that moment, Obito and his opponent took the stage, and under the gaze of the crowd, his adversary slightly bowed before hastily retreating. The grass ninja surrendered, declaring the victor to be Kakashi Uchiha. The audience in the arena was momentarily taken aback. Why did that grass ninja surrender without a fight? Was he no longer a ninja? Furthermore, what was with his peculiar posture as he descended? Did he walk down with his rear clenched? It appeared that his body was still trembling. Could it be that this Uchiha Obito was an exceptionally formidable ninja? Some knowledgeable ninjas sighed, choosing to remain silent on the matter. There was no necessity to comment. After all, this was merely the Chunin joint examination. If one were to falter in public, it would lead to social death, wouldn't it? Thus, the next scene unfolded. As soon as Obito took the stage, the opposing ninja immediately surrendered without hesitation, clenching their rear as they exited, and even the Konoha ninjas followed suit. Many transitioned from bewilderment to astonishment. They gazed in disbelief at the proud black-haired Konoha ninja standing in the duel arena. A Konoha prodigy. Even the other Konoha genius, Kakashi, had surrendered. It seemed he was no ordinary talented ninja. Was he a genius akin to the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Indeed, Konoha was a cradle of geniuses. Many were compelled to exclaim in admiration. Kushina, who understood the situation, couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Minato beside her smirked awkwardly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet relieved, thinking, this is for the best. At least no unforeseen incidents will occur. He recalled what the medical ninja had said a few days prior, sighing inwardly and muttering to himself. Could it be that Obito truly has some inner turmoil? It seems I must find a time to have a serious talk with him. What is the matter? Has his family set their sights on him? Uchiha Fugaku, with a furrowed brow, watched Obito with a grave expression, preparing to nurture him. Upon realizing this, Fugaku cast a fleeting glance at his companion and then turned back, observing the scene below with a complex gaze, sighing and shaking his head. No. Why? Wasn't he the Uchiha clan keen on nurturing their young talents? For instance, the later Shursui and Itachi. Yet, they had encountered some unforeseen circumstances. With Obito now awakened, he was undoubtedly a prodigy among the Uchiha. However, Fugaku did not turn back, crossing his arms with a stoic expression and remarked, it's easy to offend people. Indeed, Uchiha Fuyou chuckled nervously, now somewhat concerned that Obito might follow a dreadful path similar to Uchiha Madara, misunderstood and alone. Madara, I shall create a world devoid of ninjas. Obito, I shall create a world where one can freely engage in conflict. The gravity of the situation seemed to diminish significantly. Silence enveloped the surroundings as they looked down. It seemed that after today, Obito had indeed gained notoriety. If one were to attain merit on the battlefield through their own skills, it is likely that this era would transform into one dominated by Uchiha Obito and his mentor, Minato Namikaze. Minato has indeed nurtured an extraordinary student. Casting a sidelong glance, Minato chuckled. Ah, this is certainly not a lesson I imparted. At that moment, it was Uchiha Obito's turn to face an opponent, two kunoichi from the Hidden Cloud Village. One of them, a youthful girl with chestnut hair, had been encountered previously at the barbecue shop's entrance. However, as everyone anticipated that this girl would cower before the prowess of the Uchiha genius, she defiantly shouted, "Shameless, despicable, pervert! I, the kunoichi of the Hidden Cloud, shall undoubtedly defeat you." This proclamation elicited a wave of cheers from the crowd. While others recoiled in fear, it was remarkable that a ninja dared to confront him. Even the Cloud Ninjas were taken aback. Despite Uchiha Obito's surprise at a girl possessing such courage to face him, his heart, preoccupied with thoughts of Rin, merely scoffed. "You're but a mere Cloud Ninja. I can defeat you with one hand." Upon uttering these words, the kunoichi's face flushed with indignation. "Shameless. Has the Leaf Ninja truly fallen so low? I shall never concede to someone like you." Meanwhile, Obito's companions from the Leaf began to panic. "Lord Obito, it's quite difficult to refrain from battling a girl. If it comes to that, let him use both hands." They worried that such an act in public, especially against a female opponent, would have dire consequences. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, glancing at the now silent Minato, then at his strikingly golden hair. He patted Minato's shoulder and hesitated before suggesting, "If it comes to that, perhaps dye your hair? Get lost." Asuma interjected, "What are you doing? Wear a hood." Asuma sported a makeshift hood fashioned from square scraps of leather, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. He scratched his nose, filled with resignation, and remarked, "After the ordeal in the Forest of Death, I anticipated this scenario, so I prepared accordingly." He sighed, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing melancholically at the ceiling. Realizing that this was indeed unavoidable, the surrounding companions fell into a solemn silence. Nara Shikamaru even set aside his sunbon, holding it in his hand, fearful that in a moment of anger, he might inadvertently prick his tongue. Observing Kakashi, who had been tightly wrapped since the beginning, he was momentarily taken aback and furrowed his brow. "Did you actually prepare for this?" "No, I have always been like this," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "It's just that the recent missions have been perilous, so I opted for thicker fabric." Inadvertently, an enigmatic substance had stained him, yet it did not adhere to his visage. Since embarking on missions alongside Obito, the perils encountered were unfathomable the most. Alas, it is perhaps best left unspoken, as the higher-ups were unwilling to reassign him. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru, observing Kakashi's melancholic expression, was suddenly reminded of that day filled with chaos. His lips twitching as he nodded in understanding, seemingly grasping the essence of the matter. However, at this moment, he too felt a twinge of confusion, after a brief hesitation. He inquired why Obito had transformed into his current state. He recalled, back in their days as classmates, Obito was merely carefree, a bit reckless, and prone to seeking the spotlight, with no apparent flaws. Moreover, he was a benevolent soul, always patiently aiding the elderly in their village, never uttering a complaint. How could it be that after such a short span since graduation, he had succumbed to such a fate? Nara Shikamaru sighed deeply, gazing at Obito, who was now locked in combat with the Cloud Ninja, and after a moment's pause, he asked, "What trials did you face after graduation that could alter a cheerful boy into this?" Yet Kakashi remained silent. Who could he query? Perhaps even Obito's father was oblivious. Such is the essence of youth. Beside them, Might Guy observed intently. Obito had indeed grown stronger, and he felt an urge to challenge him once more. Asuma, wearing a paper mask, approached, tapping his nose, pointing at the ninjas above who were engaged in battle, and with a face of shame and fury, remarked, "Does their current state not seem familiar to you?" Indeed, Obito had become formidable. He could wield kunai, unleash fireballs, and his observational prowess had notably improved. Yet, he had changed, no longer the innocent Obito of yore. With a heavy sigh, imbued with the weight of experience and insight, he mused that perhaps this is what adults refer to when they say one must sacrifice for what one gains. It is a necessary journey of growth. The others exchanged silent glances at Asuma's unexpected introspection. It was evident that his struggles and academic pursuits were justified. Meanwhile, the earnest Might Guy fell into a contemplative silence, then suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization, stating earnestly, "Youth encompasses not only brilliance but also conceals shadows. Asuma stared at Might Guy in shock, his eyes brimming with admiration for his boldness. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Might Guy proclaimed, "Darkness is not to be feared." A surge of passion coursed through him as he clenched his fists, resolutely asserting that one must confront darkness head-on, never turning their back upon it. Indeed, there was merit to his words. Asuma and the others regarded Guy with complex expressions. He too had transformed. He had grown wiser. At that moment, the unfolding narrative continued. As everyone pondered the enigmatic experiences of Obito, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through the arena. The crowd instinctively lifted their gazes, astonished, as they beheld the profound chakra. Powerful and tangible in its essence, the astute ninjas quickly deduced the source of this formidable energy. No wonder the Cloud Ninja Girl, undaunted by the fearsome genius of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, bravely chose to confront him. It was the chakra of a tailed beast. Beside her, Kushina's expression shifted, her brows knitting together as she lowered her voice, stating that this was the chakra of the two tails, as the nine tails had indicated, warning that Obito was in peril. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock as he stared at her, yet moments later, he dismissed it, opting instead to observe the match with a calm demeanor. Fugaku shrugged and continued watching, but soon, as if recalling something, he glanced at Minato and hesitated before softly advising, "Next time, perhaps consider a different hairstyle. If Obito employs that technique like Naruto does." "Oh dear, this is a woman." Confused, Minato looked at Fugaku, but noticing his silence, he refrained from inquiring further, turning his attention back to the match with growing concern. Initially worried that the Cloud Ninja Girl might sustain injuries, he was taken aback to discover she was a Jinchuriki akin to Kushina, apparently capable of controlling tailed beast chakra. Now, he found himself anxious about Obito's safety. His expression grew serious as he watched intently. Should any danger arise, he would act swiftly, for regardless of Obito's transformations, he remained a student. However, when Obito calmly produced a kunai and affixed an explosive tag to it, Minato's eyelids fluttered, and his mouth twitched. Surely he wouldn't. Before he could finish his thought, his expression shifted dramatically, and he dashed forward. The other Konoha ninjas, witnessing the unfolding scene, shared his alarm and followed suit. This guy is truly unbelievable. A few minutes earlier, on the stage, Obito gazed at the intimidating chakra, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Yet in his Sharingan's gaze, no adversary could conquer him. Thus, he inhaled deeply, evading the hastened assault of the Cloud Ninja. "Shameless, perverse lewd," roared the two tails, seemingly clad in a garment woven from chakra, emanating a ghostly blue light as it glared at Uchiha Obito. "I, the two tails, shall never yield to someone like you." With that declaration, it charged forward. In the face of such terrifying chakra, Obito showed no signs of retreat, unveiling his crimson Tomo Sharingan, boldly proclaiming, "The moment you confront these eyes, your defeat is already sealed." How should one confront that substantial chakra, even with the incomplete ninjutsu at his disposal? It seems unlikely to breach that defense, and that chakra appears to be growing ever stronger. In a moment of desperation, as he grasped the kunai at his waist, Obito recalled a technique he often employed against formidable foes and seemed to grasp a revelation. He swiftly drew the kunai along with an explosive tag. The two wooden figures, witnessing his actions, scoffed derisively, declaring that the explosive tag could not penetrate his current defenses. With that, they charged forward, extending their right hands, resembling the claws of a ferocious beast, exclaiming, "Claw the meow." "Is that so?" Obito Uchiha retreated a step, evading the attack, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Radiating confidence, he formed a hand seal and proclaimed, "I have stated before, once I unleash these eyes, your defeat is inevitable." With those words, he executed the shadow clone technique. Three Obito Uchiha surged forward. "Do not jest, you shameless wretch." The two wooden figures roared, instantly shattering one of the shadow clones. "How could I possibly lose to a freak like you?" Bang! One shadow clone disintegrated. Yet, Obito remained unfazed, coordinating with another clone. Seizing the opportunity, he captured one clone and hurled it skyward. In the blink of an eye, the two wooden figures reappeared before another Obito, while the airborne Obito employed the shadow clone technique once more, swiftly descending to manifest behind her. With his feet arched like a bow and his hands firmly gripping the kunai, Obito calmly declared, "You have already lost." Upon hearing this, the two wooden figures were rendered aghast, unable to turn in time. Obito took a deep breath, preparing to spring forth when, whoosh, as all present held their breath, Three figures suddenly materialized on the stage. One embraced Obito from behind, another snatched the kunai from his grasp, and the final figure, a masked Minato, with a twitch at the corner of his eye, stood between the two, gazing helplessly at the still stunned wooden figures, stating, "You have won, Cloud Ninja. Please retract your chakra." In response, bewilderment echoed, "Huh? X2, their faces a portrait of confusion, as well as that of many others on stage. What is happening? What? I lost?" Obito glared at the masked figure, recognizing the golden hair and voice that immediately revealed. It was his teacher, Minato. However, he protested, "But I did not lose. Let me tell you, even if you're a teacher Minato, you cannot make unfounded claims. With this explosive tag and kunai, I could take down even the Nine Tails. I refuse to believe that a mere girl can withstand it." Obito Uchiha held his head high with pride, asserting, "Teacher Minato, I will prevail. Is this truly a matter of your capability to win? The explosive tag combined with the shuriken, yet she remains a girl. Oh. Obito, how will the other girls perceive you? Have you not noticed Rin's pale complexion below?" Minato chuckled awkwardly, just about to speak when, "Bah, what a shameless scoundrel. You claim victory merely because you say so." The two Waimu ninjas, seemingly enlightened, also turned pale, taking a deep breath. One of them, brimming with youthful vigor, glared at Obito, seething with anger. "You scoundrel! How dare you? To me, to that place, you rogue." Such lewdness from a Konoha ninja. The three Jonin who came to assist wore amused expressions. "Little girl, how can you casually slander us?" sighed the pineapple-haired ninja, biting on a toothpick. "Little girl, refrain from reckless speech. Remember, if we hadn't intervened." He paused, choosing to shift the topic instead. "Moreover, there is nothing wrong with a ninja utilizing any advantageous means to secure victory. However, in the Death Forest, it was excessive. Especially in the third stage of the Nin exams, before so many eyes, to treat a girl in such a manner. If other despicable acts, such as throwing filth or spitting, were trivial, then combining explosive tags with shuriken, this Uchiha brat is too ruthless." The two Waimu ninjas were taken aback, their faces flushing with anger as they glared at the smug individual. "Shameless, despicable, lewd, scoundrel, pervert. Hey, if you dare, let's continue," they shouted. "Pervert, scoundrel, lewd, despicable, shameless." You can only utter these words. The two Waimu ninjas, fuming, bit their tongues. "Scoundrel, I don't need your pity. Lewd." They flung their hands down in frustration. "I concede, but next time, I will definitely kill you, you lewd scoundrel. Uchiha pervert. Who are you calling a pervert? I'm speaking of you. Lewd." Amidst their bickering, the battle came to an end. Minato and the others exchanged wry smiles, shaking their heads in resignation, yet felt a sense of relief. At least, it was managed in time. Meanwhile, the audience remained bewildered, watching the scene unfold. They only remembered that the Uchiha genius formed hand seals and circled behind the Cloud Ninja, catching him off guard, holding a shuriken, poised to act. Yet was halted by the three Konoha Jonin. Subsequently, the Konoha ninja declared the Cloud Ninja victorious, after which the Uchiha genius quarreled with him, and in the end, it seemed the Uchiha genius had won. What was going on? Was it a fixed match? And why was that girl who voluntarily conceded so furious? Why did the ninjas from the Cloud and Mist who were watching the match appear so enraged, as if they wished to devour that boy? It was truly incomprehensible. They turned their gaze toward the already departed prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and indeed, genius exudes pride. With an air of arrogance and an almost infuriating demeanor, he strode forth, resembling a fool. Yet, while the Uchiha genius appeared quite pleased, his companions seemed less than jubilant, their expressions laden with complexity. Had he been ostracized? Was it possible that the cradle of genius had begun to reject its own? Could it be true, as they had heard from other ninja villages, that Konoha was in decline? The subsequent matches lacked the fervor and excitement of the encounter between Obito and the Kunoichi from the Cloud Village, proceeding rather blandly. After several rounds, this year's Nin exams concluded satisfactorily. We extend our gratitude to the esteemed sponsor, Rich Milk Tea, for supporting the Nin joint exams. Enjoy milk tea while watching the competitions. Let us cheer for our ninjas. The Nin joint exams have successfully reached their conclusion. Let us offer a resounding round of applause for our ninjas. Rich milk tea. Adding some taro balls makes it even more delightful. As the announcer concluded, the audience began to disperse, especially after a final wave of advertisements. The names of Rich Milk Tea and Rich Barbecue had been ubiquitous over the past few days. piquing the curiosity of many who intended to indulge in a taste before the event's end. Meanwhile, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. The final match concluded unexpectedly smoothly, devoid of any irrevocable mishaps, prompting him to jovially invite everyone for a barbecue. On the way, Obito walked with his chest puffed out, hands swinging, exuding an irritating bravado. After a short distance, he spotted Rin behind him and cheerfully approached her, but before he could finish his sentence, she apologized, bending slightly and retreating behind Kakashi. Her gaze at Obito filled with intricate emotions. Please allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Right now, I am uncertain of how to perceive you. With that, she withdrew further. Obito stood frozen, extending his hand toward Rin, feeling a familiar pain in his eyes once more. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage of Konoha, donned his ceremonial robes and smiled amiably at the leaders of the various ninja villages, expressing gratitude for their participation in this year's Nin tournament. Truly, each village is teeming with talent. There is so much hope. However, this benevolent visage did not elicit smiles from the leaders of the Cloud and Mist villages. With a disdainful snort, they retorted, Konoha, you lack ninja ethics. May you reap what you sow. With that, they turned on their heels, leaving with their own ninjas. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer of light flickered within them. After taking a drag from his pipe, he sighed heavily. Is this conflict now unavoidable? No need to be upset, Hokage-sama, chuckled the leader of the Rock Village, a portly man. The Cloud and Mist villages have suffered a significant blow. It is only to be expected. The old man sighed, realizing he had not anticipated that young lad would master such ninjutsu. In truth, the child had once been quite kind-hearted. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a hint of remorse, acknowledging the boy's inherent goodness. However, inwardly, he felt a surge of frustration, for had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have remained oblivious to the unconventional application of explosive tags and kunai. To wield such tools against young women at such a tender age hardly befits a virtuous child. Yet, maintaining a facade of amiability, the leader of the Iwagakure shinobi smiled, affirming that the boy was indeed exceptional. He then inquired of the Hokage, might I pose a question? What do you wish to ask? Why is it that Lord Danzo is absent this time? Danzo, you say? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, taking a drag from his cigarette, contemplating for a moment. He has other matters to attend to. He is quite busy, thus he could not be present. What business do you have with him? Nothing significant, merely. I have long admired Lord Danzo's esteemed reputation. The Iwagakure leader scratched his head, his jovial demeanor faltering, as he had come to pay homage to the shadows of the ninja world, only to find himself disappointed. After a brief sigh of discontent, his round face broke into a warm smile once more. Well then, thank you for your hospitality, Konoha. We shall take our leave. Travel safely, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied kindly, waving them off. Once they had departed, his expression shifted to one of seriousness, his brow furrowing as he murmured, admiration? Do they think to deceive me? He sighed deeply, shaking his head. Do they not realize that Danzo is my blood brother? How dare they covet my kin? How despicable! Meanwhile, Danzo's countenance was grim as he crumpled a piece of paper in his hand, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he lifted his gaze to the bounty notice on the table. The image remained unchanged, the name unaltered, the description consistent. The only variation was the ever-increasing bounty amount. Bounty, 410 million. Indeed, has someone already set their sights on him? 400 million. Enough to wage a war. Especially given the current tensions among the nations, should one secure the head of this target. Bah. Danzo snorted disdainfully. Fire release. Technique of incinerating the bounty notice. In an instant, the notice was reduced to ashes, and he sat in silence upon his elevated seat. After a brief pause, he lowered his head, expressionless, casting a glance at the group of inept individuals below him. It had been quite some time. Yet they had failed to ascertain who dared to place such a bounty on his head, nor had they gleaned any valuable information from the affluent Uchiha. Truly, a collection of incompetence. However, he could not deny, this individual had indeed taken great precautions, issuing bounties from multiple sources. Danzo pondered for a moment, observing the group of root shinobi, who seemed eager to speak, and with a cold snort, he commanded, speak. The root ninja bowed respectfully and spoke. Message from the Umbu. To celebrate the impressive performance of Konoha in the Nin joint exam, Lord Hokage invites Lord Danzo, Lord Mito, and Lord Tika to a feast at the barbecue restaurant. Celebration? Has Hisashi begun to engage in such trivial matters? Although he had refrained from attending the matches due to the presence of ninjas from other villages, he was still well aware of the circumstances outside. Konoha had indeed performed adequately. Danzo pondered for a moment, recalling that he had not ventured out during his recent seclusion, having missed multiple squad meetings. Thus, despite the discomfort the bounty notice on Hizashi's table evoked in Shimura Danzo, he could not remain absent indefinitely. It was time to engage in discussions with them, especially with the rock-hidden village. Humph. Danzo let out another cold snort, his gaze sternly fixed on his subordinates below. Given the situation, he should inform the Hokage. Just as he was about to speak, a root ninja hurriedly rushed in. Danzo immediately halted. A flicker of annoyance at the corner of his mouth. A sense of foreboding washed over him. After all, this scene was all too familiar. Indeed. With his right eyelid twitching, he observed the ninja skillfully and respectfully produce a piece of paper from his robes, unfolding it directly before Lord Danzo. Danzo silently regarded the bounty notice, noticing the number 4 had transformed into 5. He slowly returned to his elevated seat, gazing at his subordinates below, his lips trembling slightly as he calmly stated, "Inform the Hokage. I have recently gained new insights into ninjutsu, and it is inconvenient for me to emerge from seclusion. I shall not attend today." With that, he tightened his grip on the new bounty notice, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "If I discover who it is, I, Shimura Danzo, shall surely slay them." How infuriating. Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his nose, uncertain if it was the onset of late autumn, as he had recently been feeling an unusual chill. Yet, the surroundings remained rather cool, especially with Hinata swearing beside him, her black mesh attire subtly revealing her form. Indeed, compared to other orthodox ninjas, he was merely an unremarkable wealthy man, so it was understandable if he felt somewhat fragile. Uchiha Fugaku lazily stretched, casually rubbing his body. With the conclusion of the Chunin exam, an all-out war was likely not far off. Lately, he had sensed a significant decline in the profits of various branches within the Land of Fire, barely maintaining a minimum operating threshold set by the system. The earnings. It seemed impossible to provide Danzo with any additional funds during this period. Moreover, ranked first on the bounty list, how was it that no one brave enough had infiltrated Konoha, especially a certain individual who, upon seeing the Konoha forehead protector, cannot help but boast about his past encounters with the deity of the ninja world? It is utterly unfathomable. Is Danzo not enticing enough at present? How can he possibly endure without making a move? Could it be that he is still awaiting further provocation? Uchiha Fugaku sighed with a sense of nostalgia, murmuring to himself, "How greedy." As he spoke, he abruptly halted, his lips twitching slightly, seemingly experiencing a twinge of stomach pain as he gazed ahead. Noticing Fuyo's sudden stop, Swearin also paused. Perplexed. "What is it, Fuyo?" Watching him stand there, staring blankly ahead, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over her, as if she had witnessed this scene just days prior. However, Fuyo offered no response. Curiously blinking, Swearin tilted her head and followed Fuyo's gaze. Before them, not far off, stood a boy with raven hair, adorned with the Uchiha clan insignia on his clothing. He bit his lower lip, clenching his fists tightly. A look of profound sorrow etched on his face, his crimson eyes appearing somewhat eerie in the night. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Had she seen him somewhere before? Swearin stared at the figure, momentarily taken aback, softly uttering, "Isn't that Obito? What is he doing there?" He appeared desolate, sorrowful, and enraged, like a forlorn dog. Suddenly, Swearin was jolted from her thoughts, feeling a chill on her face. In surprise, she extended her hand, observing the icy white flakes settling upon it, murmuring, "It's snowing." After their gathering, he had witnessed his goddess rejecting him to accompany the very person he despised to indulge in milk tea. What was he to do? Previously, when he invited her for milk tea, she had declined, claiming she was not in the mood for it lately. Thus, after enjoying barbecue, he had specially invited her to savor some Ichiraka ramen. Yet, she had rejected him once more. She hurried away to share milk tea with that scoundrel. Obito felt deceived. His heart, once brimming with affection, was now brutally shattered, as if his feelings had been toyed with. Rin. She had changed. She seemed almost unrecognizable. The Rin he once knew had been gentle, considerate, and warm. Why was she now deceiving him? Obito clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating between anger and despair, his gaze intensely fixed upon the two figures who laughed and chatted as they entered the milk tea shop, until they vanished from sight. At that moment, it felt as though a tangible black mist was emanating from him. In an instant, Obito let out a furious roar, abruptly clutching his eyes. pain. Yet, it was a strangely familiar sensation. Moments later, a chilling smile crept across his face, and he burst into laughter. The laughter grew louder and more uncontrollable, emitting an odd sound that drew the attention of passers-by, leaving them filled with curiosity. What is wrong with this guy? However, Uchiha Obito paid no heed to the peculiar gazes. With his right hand raked through his hair, he continued to laugh maniacally. Lifting his chin higher and arching his back further, his eyes shimmering with a fleeting crimson glow. Time seemed to elapse without notice. Lowering his head, a stern expression crossed his face, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he muttered to himself, "Is that so?" His pair of double tomo Sharingan fixated on the milk tea shop ahead, gazing with an unsettling calm. A cool breeze brushed against him, tousling his hair gently, as soft white flakes descended upon him, reminiscent of withered white hair. He, Uchiha Obito, appeared to have attained some enlightenment once more. Several days had passed since the conclusion of the Chunin exams, and various teams of ninjas had commenced their missions, thus restoring tranquility to the village. Particularly during these days, light snow continued to fall, causing the village's dance troupe to suspend their activities due to the weather, resulting in a noticeable silence. Moreover, one could occasionally spot the elder and an old woman at the barbecue shop. It was even rumored that he had ventured into the milk tea shop to purchase a drink. At his advanced age, one would wonder why he indulged in such sweet beverages, risking diabetes. Yet, the elderly man and the old woman were free to choose their desires, and he, a humble wealthy man, felt it inappropriate to comment. Today, he returned to the Uchiha household. After a long absence, he encountered Itachi, who seemed rather unwilling to see him, and Fugaku, whose face displayed a constant frown, lightening his heart considerably. Come, tea time. Stop. What do children drink? You must have milk tea. This is made with real milk, nutritious and delicious. He cheerfully shoved the prepared beverage into Itachi's hands, observing Fugaku's expression of exasperation. With a sigh, he remarked, "Brother, it is said that children must never be deprived of food. Look, it hasn't been long, and Itachi has grown thinner. Get lost." Fugaku muttered, his lips twitching slightly. He then picked up the hot tea from the table and took a gentle sip. Itachi will become an exceptional ninja, unlike you, who has succumbed to complacency. How have I succumbed to complacency? What's wrong with making money? Is earning a living a sign of complacency? Rest assured, the wealth I, Uchiha Fugaku, have amassed is entirely legitimate. With a resigned sigh, he spoke earnestly. We cannot force children, brother. You must respect their choices. At this, he disregarded Fugaku's twitching eyelids, which hinted at an urge to retaliate. He was accustomed to it. After all, Fugaku would never act on it. Turning his gaze to Itachi, who indeed appeared somewhat plump, he playfully pinched his cheek, donning an uncle-like, affectionate smile, and ruffled his hair. "Itachi, what do you wish to become when you grow up?" "A ninja," came the unwavering response. "What merit is there in being a ninja? Abandon such aspirations, for an opportunity lies before you. Simply call me, ahem." Habitually, Uchiha Fugaku caught a glimpse of his elder brother's disapproving gaze and offered a sheepish smile. Turning to the bewildered Itachi, he exclaimed, "Call me uncle. Whatever you wish for, I shall procure it for you." Itachi, still in a state of confusion, pondered Fuyo's words. Hadn't he always addressed him that way? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Uncle?" "Ah." Fuyo beamed with a benevolent smile, ruffling Itachi's hair. Then, with a serious demeanor, he turned to Fuyo and earnestly declared, "Brother, Itachi possesses a remarkable talent for business. He has expressed his desire to engage in trade with me. Get lost." Fuyo shot him a disdainful glance. "You believe that merely calling you uncle bestows him with an aptitude for commerce? Do you truly think I, Uchiha Fuyo, am blind to such matters? Enough of that." At this moment, Uchiha Makoto stepped in with a resigned smile, donning her apron. "Dinner is ready, Fuyo and Fuyo." These two brothers are truly, well, it makes sense. Fuyo has undergone quite the transformation. Once a child fervently devoted to ninjutsu, he would immerse himself daily in his studies. Fuyo would sometimes earnestly impart his knowledge to him, yet it is astonishing how he has evolved into this current state. Perhaps no one had anticipated such a shift. Observing Fuyo cheerfully stride toward the dining room, a question arose. Where is Susan? Why hasn't she come today? Oh, her? There are matters within the clan. A clan meeting is being held today. Fuyo casually remarked, "I've started dinner," and deftly placed a small portion of fatty meat onto Itachi's plate. "Eat more. If you grow plump and lethargic, you won't be burdened by excessive thoughts. Children ought to eat well." He then glanced at Fuyo, who sat quietly eating. It was likely related to the war. After all, Susan is a member of the Hyuga clan. Due to the second Hokage's policies, the Uchiha clan rarely ventured outside the village. However, as the conflict intensified, Fuyou led the Uchiha clan to participate in the war. It was during this tumultuous time that he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, while a certain 4-year-old began to exhibit signs of mental distress. Indeed, war is exceedingly harsh for children. Having read but a few books and lacking a fully developed worldview, witnessing such calamity and brutality can lead one to question life itself. After a moment's reflection, Fuyou inquired, "Will the Uchiha also partake in the war?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Fuyou's eyes. He pondered why Fuyou posed such a question, especially since the Uchiha clan, apart from a few engaged in missions, primarily served in the security detail. Naturally, it would be advantageous if they could venture out. Perhaps they could earn recognition through valor in battle, leading Konoha to once again accept the Uchiha. Alas, such hopes seem unlikely to materialize. With a stoic expression, he replied, "No yet." The words remained unvoiced. Fuyou gazed at him with a mixture of wealth and contemplation, letting out a sigh as he spoke. "If elder brother decides to go, there is no need for concern at home. I shall take good care of sister-in-law and Itachi." Although his words seemed sincere, Fuyou felt an unsettling urge to reprimand the audacious youth. The corner of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched as he regarded the earnest expression of Fuyou, retorting with irritation, "Get lost." Rest assured, Fuyou, engaged in commerce, had built a substantial enterprise based on the principle of integrity, always delivering on his promises to alleviate any worries. Fuyou smiled gently at Fugaku. Itachi wished to return to the battlefield? Apologies. It would be best for him to remain comfortably at home, enjoying good food and drink. As if recalling something, he turned to Makoto and said, "By the way, I recently opened a mahjong parlor in the village. If you find yourself bored, Makoto, you could come and play a few rounds. It is quite entertaining. Of course, Fugaku, you are welcome as well." With a resigned sigh, he added, "But with that perpetual scowl, you would likely just end up losing." Fugaku's eyelids twitched slightly as he calmly took a bite of his meal, responding, "I am too occupied. The guard squad has daily responsibilities to attend to." "Thank you, Fuyou." Makoto, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "Itachi is still young," and, casting a glance at Fugaku, she continued, "The household needs tending. How could I possibly go out to play?" "No worries," Fuyou said, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. "Leave Itachi to me. I will ensure he is well taken care of." Without a moment's hesitation, Fugaku retorted with another "Get lost." And his expression softened slightly as he raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Entrusting Itachi to this fellow would likely hinder his path to becoming a ninja. However, casting a glance at Makoto beside him, he hesitated momentarily. Mahjong? It was a form of gambling, akin to the previous card games, but this time designed for 4 players, allowing for camaraderie. Uchiha Fuyou remarked with a smile, "Many ladies from various clans attend, and even some clan heads come to partake. Perhaps in the future, as Mahjong gained popularity, he could even host a Ninja World Mahjong tournament once the war concluded. What grievances might arise could easily be settled over a game of Mahjong." Makoto, who toiled at home with household duties, could use a reprieve. And with no dancing opportunities lately, it would be a delightful diversion for her and those old men. Upon concluding this thought, he set down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and declared, "I am full. There are matters requiring my attention, so I shall take my leave." "Make haste," Fugaku said impatiently. Nevertheless, the daily rituals were not to be overlooked. Fuyou lovingly produced a stack of money and placed it in Itachi's hands, saying, "Here, take this. Buy whatever you wish." Ignoring Fugaku's twitching eyelids, he exited with a cheerful grin. This young man, Uchiha Fugaku, shook his head in resignation, hesitated for a moment, and then resumed his impassive demeanor, leisurely continuing his meal, remarking lightly, "Makoto, if you don't know, Itachi is still young." Makoto gently replied, shaking her head, "I will take good care of you and Itachi." Fugaku fell into a brief silence, saying nothing, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before he glanced at the stack of money in Itachi's hands, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, Makoto understood what she needed to do. With a similarly resigned smile, she approached Itachi, her expression warm and maternal. "Itachi, you are still young. Yet, the war in the ninja world had arrived." Not long after the Chunin exams concluded, the Hidden Cloud village launched an offensive from the north, citing Konoha's disregard for ninja ethics as their pretext for war. Soon after, the Hidden Mist village followed suit, declaring war across the seas for the same reason. How absurd. When have ninjas ever adhered to the so-called ethics of the ninja? A ninja who can accomplish missions is a good ninja. That Uchiha boy, though his jutsu may be somewhat unique, is ultimately unremarkable. It is merely taijutsu, and one should be aware that there are far more terrifying forbidden techniques. Therefore, this was merely an excuse for war. After all, could Konoha's insistence on the Uchiha boy's self-execution truly prevent the war? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Moreover, at this moment, news of the third Kazekage's disappearance inexplicably leaked throughout the ninja world, thrusting Konoha into the heart of this tumult. After all, the sudden and silent vanishing of Akage led many ninjas to suspect that Konoha was behind it all. Konoha possesses that kind of strength. Therefore, war became inevitable. Thus, the Konoha Hokage's team was convening for yet another meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his hands beneath his chin, his expression grave as he surveyed his trusted allies and friends. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "So, we are out of funds?" With that statement, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The two individuals sighed in resignation, while the one holding 500,010,000 raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he felt disinclined to continue the meeting, longing to retreat to his own lair. After a brief pause, Mito's door, feeling melancholy, nodded but then shook his head. It wasn't that they lacked money. Rather, it was due to someone covertly purchasing explosive tags and kunai over the past few years, causing the prices of these items to soar. Consequently, the funds allocated by the daimyo's estate were likely insufficient. Well then, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, it's hardly surprising. After all, explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken, the latter two are manageable, once used. As long as they remain undamaged, they can be recovered. However, explosive tags are one-time use items and are not inexpensive. Ninjas tend to use them sparingly during missions, opting to avoid them if possible, for otherwise, they risk not earning enough reward to adequately share among their team. Thus, the explosive tags had always been plentiful. Their price is stable. Moreover, with no wars in recent years, one would expect a significant accumulation. Yet, unexpectedly, they have vanished. Who could be so foolish? The other ninja villages? Would their feudal lords be willing to invest such considerable sums? Surely, they wouldn't risk depleting their village's operational funds, leaving the entire ninja community in dire straits. This war, from the outset, it appeared rather precarious. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, pondering briefly before turning to Mito Kazumi, inquiring about the current stock within the logistics department. Insufficient to meet the minimum allocation for each ninja, Mito Kazumi lamented. I have instructed my subordinates to commence the production of explosive tags with utmost urgency, yet at this rate, it may not last long. After all, we are in wartime. If this situation continues, there will hardly be any ninjas left in the village to produce explosive tags. As for procuring them from smaller ninja villages, those with resources who could quietly produce explosive tags without engaging in the conflict would charge a hefty price. Can we ascertain who is purchasing explosive tags and kunai in such large quantities? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow again, questioning whether this was the work of other villages. If so, it would pose a significant problem. They would possess ample explosive tags, whereas Konoha would not. It remains uncertain. Their activities are exceedingly clandestine. Mito Kazumi shook his head, adding that the purchasing had been ongoing in secret for several years, albeit starting from a minuscule amount and gradually increasing. Is there truly no other recourse? Launching an attack on the smaller ninja villages is out of the question. Tsunade shook her head, interrupting Mito Kazumi's words with a serious tone. To seek enemies over a handful of explosive tags? It is simply not worth the cost. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a wry smile, nodding in agreement. This approach contradicts Konoha's ideals of peace. After a moment's pause, he pondered, are there any alternative solutions? Perhaps we can identify the individual hoarding explosive tags, or procure them with financial means. Mito Kazumi sighed, stating that if all else fails, they would have to temporarily reduce the allocation of explosive tags for ninjas, sustaining it for a while and restoring it once stability is regained. But the funds? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. This situation was rather unexpected. The last financial support from the feudal lords was insufficient. Mito Kazumi hesitated, suggesting whether the feudal lord could be approached once more. His words trailed off. I shall write a letter to inquire later. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a bitter smile, taking another puff from his pipe, though he estimated it would be improbable. After all, it had not been long since. Initially, the funds had been adequate, yet the circumstances had taken an unexpected turn. Thus, alternative solutions must be sought. Upon this reflection, he momentarily paused, contemplating, and then raised his gaze to the unusually quiet Danzo, who seemed to have recalled something. Danzo, you. The sentence remained unfinished. Danzo arched an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the bounty notice resting on Hiruzen's desk, then coldly regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, uttering, "Silence, Hiruzen. Do not be tense, Danzo. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely, bah, you are merely lusting after my body. You vile creature. I am not. I did not mean that. You have misunderstood." Hiruzen protested, feeling wronged. "You have not misunderstood." Danzo, who had initially intended to remain unobtrusive, abruptly stood up and strode towards the door. "You shall regret this, Hiruzen." With that, he slammed the door behind him, leaving Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Seeing the door shut, Hiruzen managed a bitter smile and shook his head in resignation. A deep sigh escaped him, filled with a sense of helplessness and unacknowledged grievance. After a moment, he looked up at the two individuals across from him, who were gazing at the ceiling. "Is there something amiss with your necks?" Due to the strain of war, a sense of tension had plagued his sleep lately. "Me too," Mito Menju remarked, glancing at the expressionless Chunin, Kamachi. "Truly, she speaks well." "I genuinely did not mean it that way," Hiruzen said, offering a wry smile to the two. "Danzo is our comrade. How could I ever do such a thing? Both Mito and I trust you." They exchanged glances at the bounty notice on the table, nodding in agreement. "After all, Hiruzen, you are not the type to sacrifice your comrades for personal gain. Thank you for your understanding." Hiruzen felt a warmth in his heart, took a drag from his cigarette, and his smile returned. "I merely wished for Danzo's route to assist in investigating who was so brazenly acquiring explosive tags. I did not anticipate Danzo would misunderstand." With a sigh, he resolved to explain later. For now, prioritize the allocation of explosive tags to the areas facing the most severe situations while preparing for potential changes in the war. I will also draft a letter to the daimyo's residents to clarify the situation. For now, this is all we can do. Understood. Konoha shall never falter. I appreciate your help." Hiruzen watched as the two departed, and once the door closed, he let out a long sigh. Gazing at the bounty notice on the table, he took another drag from his cigarette, muttering to himself, "A mere 500 million. How could I ever stoop to such depths?" Danzo. He could not believe his closest friend would doubt him over such a trivial sum. Hiruzen pressed a hand to his chest, feeling an acute pain in his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Fugaku shivered slightly from an inexplicable chill, sipping the hot tea that Hyuga Susan had poured for him, and gazed excitedly at the interface before him. "Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned from a grassroots entrepreneur within the ninja realm to a novice in the world of business. The next phase of your entrepreneurial journey is now officially underway. He has finally leveled up. The wealthiest has arrived. Congratulations. You have become a well-known figure in the realm of commerce. As a novice entrepreneur, it is imperative to recognize that remaining solely within the domestic sphere will hinder your aspirations of establishing a top-tier enterprise. Therefore, I urge you to venture beyond borders, augmenting the influence of your enterprise. With this elevation in status, Uchiha Fugaku can feel a significant enhancement in his vitality and a deeper understanding of commerce. His chakra has increased, and his physical prowess has improved considerably. Strictly speaking, his abilities have seen substantial growth. Yet, despite this increase, the Sharingan remains unawakened. Could it be that he must endure a period of intense emotional turmoil? If so, it seems he will have to wait for bankruptcy to manifest. This is simply untenable. Otherwise, brother, I apologize. I will take good care of sister-in-law and Itachi. Enjoying a soothing massage from behind, he let out a soft mm. Oblivious to the slight smile curling at the corners of Lingyin's mouth. As she continued her gentle ministrations, Uchiha Fugaku cast his gaze downward, seemingly captivated by something. Had the research module loaded? If so, what followed next? Just as he was about to invest time into exploring its utility, a creak interrupted him. "Fugaku, Lingyin, are you in there?" A boisterous voice called out. The door swung open, revealing Fugaku, with his back turned, and Lingyin, who appeared somewhat flustered, staring at Kushina, who stood at the entrance, blinking in surprise. After a brief moment, Kushina exclaimed, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt." She bent slightly and was about to close the door when she added, "You can't be doing such things in the shop." "What things?" Fugaku retorted. "It's perfectly normal for a boss and a beautiful secretary to discuss business behind closed doors. There is nothing unusual about it. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Completely innocent. By the way, Lingyin, why are you organizing clothes?" I should be the one tidying up. Uchiha Fuyu, somewhat exasperated, donned his shirt and settled into the office chair. It felt as though he had been caught in some scandalous secret, and with his hands clasped under his chin, he declared with seriousness, "Come in. Are you ready?" Kushina cheerfully opened the door, then turned to Fuyu, looking at him earnestly as she said, "Fuyu, remember to lock the door in the future. Stop pretending. As a ninja, I'm sure you've seen plenty. Whether it's the upper body or even the whole form." Uchiha Fuyu rolled his eyes and reclined in the chair, taking a delicate sip of tea offered by his secretary. With a hint of resignation, he asked, "Sister Kushina, what brings you here in such haste?" "Ha ha ha. How utterly tedious. It's not that I have matters to attend to. It's the Nine Tails. This old gambling creature has been clamoring for a game of mahjong since dawn." Kushina smiled at Suzune, accepted the warm tea, and then, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "It's maddening. I can't find anyone else to play with. Moreover, when I play with others, I mustn't reveal the Nine Tails. Yet the Nine Tails is a mere novice with an insatiable appetite for the game, making it a frustrating experience. If I refuse to heed its incessant demands, it merely continues to create a ruckus, driving me to distraction. Indeed, it is quite dull." Uchiha Fuyu set down his teacup, gazing quizzically at Kushina, especially considering the ongoing war. The various ninja villages had plunged into chaos, rendering the situation in the ninja world increasingly tense. Consequently, all forms of entertainment within the village had come to a halt. Thus, the Nine Tails is indeed rather bothersome. Kushina lamented, "It's utterly irritating. It keeps on making noise, even reveling in misfortune. Isn't it quite natural to revel in misfortune?" She continued, "Once, I lived quite blissfully, only to be treated like a mere pet, mocked before my ceiling, and ultimately confined to a dark, damp abyss. What a grudge I bear. Two-tailed beasts have no sense of dignity. I suspect that if Konoha were to fall, they would laugh heartily." Recently, heavy snow had blanketed the village, causing the elders to cease their dances. However, one could occasionally spot the Grand Elder strolling with the Hyuga matriarch through the snow, the two exchanging jibes. Is this what one calls a twilight romance? Quite alarming. Uchiha Fuyu chuckled helplessly. He had little inclination for mahjong these days, for he was now a merchant of the village. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the system information he had yet to finish reading, suddenly taken aback, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Narrowing his eyes at the puzzled Kushina, he said, "Perhaps, in due time, there shall be merriment." Little did he anticipate that the next venture would be of such classic nature. As winter yielded to spring, nature awakened anew, and the animals prepared for their mating season. The air thick with the scent of hormones. The white snow had vanished, and the Uchiha clan's grounds were once more lush with verdant grass. Tender green buds sprouting on the trees, as the spring breeze, laced with the scent of earth, gently wafted through. Taking a deep breath, one felt a refreshing sensation. However, in the courtyard, an elderly man gazed melancholically at the damp earth before him. Rain had fallen yesterday, leaving the ground still wet. Uchiha Ishizawa let out a deep sigh, his cane gently tapping the ground. Age has a way of diminishing even the mightiest of ninjas. For instance, this past winter, he nearly succumbed to the cold. Moreover, last night's rain left him aching all over, causing him to awaken numerous times. Alas, they have aged, yet remain unable to rest, compelled to labor tirelessly for the Uchiha clan. What would become of their already precarious situation within the village if they were to vanish? Perhaps the Uchiha clan itself would fade into oblivion. Just look at his elder brother, Uchiha Shurgen. Having survived the formidable first Hokage and witnessed the overwhelming presence of Lord Madara, he endured through the first and second great ninja wars. Now, in his advanced years, he continues to toil daily for the sake of the younger generation. The elder has dedicated a significant portion of his life to the Uchiha clan's welfare. This winter, he must endure the biting cold while venturing out, yet the results are commendable. When the elder takes action, he is worth two. His relations with the elders of other clans have improved remarkably. One day, he even observed his brother laughing and conversing amiably with the elders from other clans. The elder truly dedicates himself silently for the Uchiha clan. In the winter, he watched his brother return, shivering from the cold, his weary frame a source of deep pain in his heart. He wished to share the burden, but his brother refused. After all, the matters at hand are intricate and entangled, beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, that wealthy one, oblivious to the elder's sacrifices, spends his days frivolously, mingling with a young girl from the Hyuga clan, reportedly busy with some new venture. Currently, with the great ninja villages advancing aggressively, It is a prime opportunity for the Uchiha clan to reclaim its former glory, yet that young man remains ignorant, squandering resources elsewhere. Such behavior is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shiai's tightened his grip on his cane, his stooped figure radiating a formidable resolve. With a heartfelt sigh, he reflected on how fortunate the Uchiha are to have Elder Shurjin among them, his voice as solid as rock, resonant and powerful. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, a gentle spring rain fell. An elderly man, sheltered under an umbrella, ambled alongside an old woman. "What brings you out on this rainy day, you old fool? Haven't you been inactive for a while?" she quipped. "Just out for a stroll, to stretch my legs, and check if you've kicked the bucket." "Huh, how childish." Hinata Baiwa scoffed, casting a glance at Uchiha Shurjin. The old man from the Uchiha clan still irked her. Yet, she said nothing further. Continuing her leisurely walk in her white Hinata kimono, they passed the Hokage Rock, meandered through a small grove, and eventually reached the bustling commercial district of Konoha. The spring rain fell softly, carrying with it a hint of winter's lingering chill, though it was not as frigid as the depths of winter. Hinata Baiwa surveyed the desolate streets and sighed deeply. The village had grown considerably quieter. Even the patrons of the bustling tea shop were noticeably fewer. After all, many ninjas have ventured out. Uchiha Shurjin nodded with a sense of nostalgia, marveling at the astonishing success of the bubble tea business. "It seems we shall have to wait until the war concludes before we can resume our activities." Gazing at the forlorn bubble tea shop, he asked, "Are you thirsty?" "I am parched. Would you care for a drink?" "If so, I shall procure one for you." "Humph. No need to thank me. You can buy your own." Hinata Baiwa regarded him coolly, finding his demeanor as insufferable as in their youth. Despite his age, he should refrain from indulging in excessive sweetness. "Humph." Suddenly, "I am no longer thirsty. I have lost my desire to drink." "This old fellow, is he unwell?" Hinata Baiwa chuckled helplessly, shaking her head, and chose to remain silent as they continued their walk. Before long, she found herself astonished at the sight of a shop still undergoing renovations. Is this a new establishment? Could it possibly belong to that insufferable brat? Indeed, it is that wretched child. Upon hearing mention of Uchiha Shurjin remarked, "I hear it is some sort of dance hall. That boy is utterly unambitious. He possesses great talent but chooses not to be a ninja, opting instead to pursue commerce. Who knows how much he has earned now? What does his earnings have to do with the Uchiha clan? That boy is no longer a Uchiha." Baiwa scoffed quietly, recognizing the old man's outward frustration masked a sense of pride before her. "He certainly deserves a reprimand." "What do you mean he is not part of the Uchiha?" "He bears the Uchiha name, and his brother is the clan leader." Uchiha Shurjin huffed, glaring. "If you doubt me, I shall call out to him, and you shall see if he responds. At his advanced age, his temper remains as fierce as ever. Be careful, or you may exhaust yourself. I wish to avoid further quarrels with you." Hinata Baiwa elegantly waved her sleeve and declared, "Let us go. It is raining. We must find shelter. Let us depart then." "Are you truly not thirsty? If you are, go buy your own." "Humph. I am not thirsty. Why does that bother you?" "How absurd." As the two of them departed, Uchiha Fuyou and Hinata Swearin exited the new shop, coincidentally spotting the pair. After a moment of astonishment, Uchiha Fuyou shook his head in resignation, commenting, "This elder is truly something. The second elder is nearly frantic, and here you are, leisurely accompanying a woman on a shopping excursion? How vulgar." However, upon hearing this, Swearin's lips curled into a slight smile, and she softly replied, "I think it is rather delightful." Her voice, gentle as a spring breeze, fell like a soft rain. Time swiftly passed. The war grew increasingly intense. Taking advantage of Konoha's inattention, Awagakure launched an invasion against Kusagakure. By the time Konoha responded, they were caught in a trap set by Sunagakure, ensnaring them within the confines of Kaiki Mountain. In that moment, Konoha found itself embroiled in a multifaceted conflict. Its military might stretch thin. At this juncture, on a battlefield somewhere within Konoha, Jeriah-sensei, "Ha ha ha, have you returned, Minato?" Jeriah chuckled heartily, wrapping his arm around Minato's shoulder. "I hear your latest endeavors have yielded considerable results." "Oh, Jeriah-sensei, still the same as ever." Naturally, with a myriad of chaotic matters at hand, if one didn't maintain a cheerful disposition, life would become quite unbearable. Jeriah sighed, looking fondly at Minato. "Well done. Thanks to you all, the situation has eased significantly." He then lowered his gaze to the three young ones. "You all have done well. Kakashi, truly deserving of the title. The genius of Konoha. And the little girl, Rin, if I'm not mistaken. Your medical ninjutsu is impressive. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult Tsunade. And then there's that Uchiha brat. At this point, he paused abruptly, eyeing the stoic figure of Obito, who bore a slight resemblance to Kakashi. With a forced chuckle, he exclaimed, "Splendid. Quite remarkable," striking fear into the hearts of enemies. He recalled the condition of the opposing ninjas during recent skirmishes. Unsurprisingly, they were left trembling, cowering on the ground, their expressions vacant. That lightning-release ninjutsu, swift and formidable. Without a doubt, this individual is a prodigy. A genius that even I, Jeriah, find astonishing. However, Obito merely scoffed, casting an indifferent glance at Jeriah, unaffected by the praise directed at the legendary Sannin, and promptly turned away. He certainly shares some traits with Kakashi. Ever since he underwent that profound realization, he has been like this. This has caused great concern for Rin and the others, as they remain completely unaware of what has transpired with Obito. "I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Obito has been grappling with numerous thoughts lately. "Ah, youth. So full of vigor, often lost in contemplation. I understand." Jeriah nodded knowingly, winking playfully, and confidently thumped his chest, proclaiming it is time for Jiraiya-sensei to offer him some guidance. "Rest assured, it will be fine." Obito is not that kind of person, Jiraiya-sensei. However, despite Minato's evident concern, Jeriah had already set off in the direction Obito had taken. Minato, in a last-ditch effort, refrained from intervening, letting out a resigned sigh, shaking his head, hoping that his teacher would be able to enlighten Obito. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Young man, trying to act tough, are we?" Jeriah cheerfully wrapped his arm around Obito's neck, beaming with delight. "Now, tell me, what has transpired? I heard from Minato that you used to be quite the cheerful child." As soon as the words left his mouth, Obito began to struggle. But Jeriah's grip was not easily shaken off. With a touch of annoyance, he retorted, "You don't understand. Is there something even I, the great sage of the toads, do not comprehend?" Jeriah playfully tapped Obito on the head, curling his lip in disdain. "Is it because of a girl you fancy?" Noticing Obito tense beneath his arm, Jeriah let out a cold laugh. "Is it that girl named Rin?" "You?" Obito gasped in surprise. It is all too evident. Still attempting to appear aloof. "Young lad. Humph. Such naivety of youth." Daito, however, held his head high and coldly declared, "I have attained enlightenment." After a brief pause, his expression turned sincere as he proclaimed, "My heart is devoid of women. Thus, my ninjutsu flourishes unimpeded. Women merely hinder the swiftness of my techniques." What has this young man encountered? At such a tender age, he has already begun to disdain women. Jeriah stared at Daito in astonishment. Without women, what purpose does life hold? What has befallen you? Come, confide in me, the sage of love, Frog Sage. Perhaps I can offer some guidance. The Frog Sage resolved to rectify this child's distorted worldview. A heart devoid of women? Such a malevolent and twisted notion. No wonder he devised such a technique. Jeriah, momentarily taken aback, lowered his gaze to meet Daito's unwavering stare. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, and he felt a tightening in his core. Could it be that this lad? He hastily released his grip and leaped back 2 paces, patting his arms and gravely stating, "Youngster, I am not that kind of person. Is that so?" Upon hearing Daito's words, Jeriah inexplicably felt an unusual sense of intimacy. Love, alas, cannot be. Jeriah melancholically lifted his gaze, casting it at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, as if speaking from the perspective of one who had experienced it all. With a slight smile, he sighed and remarked, "Heartbreak is not to be feared. As long as she finds happiness, that is sufficient. Upon our return to the village, I shall take you out for some merriment. Keep your affections close to your heart. When discontent arises, simply seek relaxation." Are these the words of a sage? Daito gazed at Jeriah in disbelief, his eyes suddenly flashing with a crimson glow as he replied expressionlessly, "Women will only impede my mastery of ninjutsu. To be candid, your techniques, whether performed with hand seals or not, are quite similar. Even that, the forbidden jutsu of lightning." Speaking of which, Jeriah felt a pang in his stomach. Indeed, a remarkable talent. Yet, forbidden techniques should not be utilized frequently. This is a forbidden jutsu, is it not? Initially, he found it amusing, but upon witnessing the numerous raised rears and the contorted faces of the victims, it was utterly terrifying. No wonder he faced heartbreak. Who would be attracted to such a display? The Frog Sage, at least, remains the dream of countless maidens, while this lad, should he employ such a technique, would become the nightmare of many. Moreover, Jeriah furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, seemingly muttering to himself, is it customary for the younger generation to possess such hearty appetites? Perhaps the young lady was simply too full at the time and merely did not wish to eat. As his words fell, Daido paused, a faint glimmer reappearing in his eyes. However, Jeriah, unfazed by the tumult around him, found himself rather occupied during these war-torn times. To be candid, his role as a romantic advisor had reached its limits. Any further discussions would have to await their return to the village. It was not a grave ailment. A few days of merriment would suffice for recovery. He patted Obito's shoulder, rising with a mischievous grin, and with a playful wink, he assured, I understand this matter well. Upon our return to the village, I shall teach you the art of relaxation. By the way, he paused, that forbidden technique, quite impressive. With that, he stretched lazily and ambled forward. Meanwhile, Obito appeared oblivious to Jeriah's words, lost in thought, murmuring, have I misunderstood again? As he spoke, a flicker of hope shone in his eyes, a glimmer that suggested a lingering belief in love. Simultaneously, the Cloud Ninjas, having long struggled without success, found themselves engulfed in frustration. At that moment, the grim faces of the Cloud Ninjas were cast upon the sight of their fallen comrades. The gentle spring rain fell upon the land. Mingling with their tears, anguish clouded their expressions as they clenched their fists. What a disgrace! An unimaginable humiliation. After years of battle, had they ever endured such indignity? The scabs of blood and the eyes filled with shame ignited a fire within many of the Cloud Ninjas, an anger that defied description, especially for the survivors, drenched in rain. Their foreheads pressed tightly against their forearms, fists pounding the sodden earth in frustration, sending splashes of muddy water into the air. The unspeakable shame and the profound humiliation permeated the very soil beneath them. Konoha, disregarding the principles of the shinobi. Such egregious behavior. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The rain gradually subsided. A medical ninja clad in white hesitated, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to the imposing figure of a muscular man with dark skin. Lowering his voice, Lord I, they were injured over there. With the rain falling, if that area becomes contaminated with water and mud. He paused, glancing at the spot that had turned crimson from the rain, gritting his teeth as he continued. It could lead to secondary injuries, risking inflammation and infection. Though EI maintained a stoic expression, the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his inner fury. He nodded and replied flatly, heal them. He sighed, reflecting on the shame endured for the sake of the hidden cloud village. Indeed, the medical ninja quickly acknowledged, swiftly organizing the remaining ninjas and medical personnel to carry the injured inside. Slowly, gently, please, do not lie down. Stay prone. Be careful. They're bleeding again. Easy now. We must not allow our heroes to suffer further harm. Comrade, this section has already been scorched. Perhaps we should cut it away. Instantly, the entire Cloud Ninja camp became a flurry of activity. With war comes death. As ninjas, they had prepared themselves for the inevitability of death from the very day they embraced their calling. Yet now, this humiliation is far more unbearable than death itself. Lord Ei, a Cloud Ninja, bent over with hands pressed against the muddy ground, gazed at Ei, who had crouched in response to his call. He tightened his grip on Ei's hand, tears welling in his eyes, a mix of sorrow and indignation as he implored, They have all perished. They are dead. Please, you must avenge us. I will. Ei responded, firmly grasping his hand, nodding earnestly, please take care of your injuries. As he spoke, a medical ninja interjected with gravity. Lord Ei, he must receive treatment immediately. The wound has begun to bleed again. I apologize for the inconvenience. No matter. Go ahead. Ei rose to his feet. His expression still calm, yet his grip remained steadfast. As he watched the blood entering the medical facility, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes, resolutely declaring, the disciple of Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha. With that proclamation, a rumble echoed, as if heralding his resolve amidst the spring rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A man beside him, donning sunglasses and carrying 7 blades, regarded Ei with hesitation, on the verge of speaking, brother, perhaps I should. Suddenly, a young Cloud Ninja rushed in, breathless with excitement. Lord Ei? Lord Bai? We have this. We have this. With this, our Cloud Ninjas need not fear that boy S. Lightning release ambush. At these words, both Ei and Bai were momentarily taken aback. Is there a solution? They quickly turned to see a figure entering. cradling an object resembling a ninja mesh armor. It appeared small yet oddly familiar. This is... Before Ei could finish, the ninja unfolded it with glee, exclaiming, "As long as we wear this, we can protect ourselves from the abilities of that Uchiha boy. He will pose no threat. Underwear mesh armor?" Ei took it in both hands, momentarily stunned as he held the mesh armor resembling square-cut underwear above his head, his eyes gleaming with sharp insight. "So that's it. Is it akin to the inner garment mesh armor? Truly a genius idea. But where did it come from?" Reporting to Lord Ei, the Cloud Ninja replied excitedly. "From the land of Rain. We obtained it from merchants there. They have plenty, and the more you buy, the cheaper it gets." The following day, kill, annihilate Konoha, eradicate the unjust, punish Konoha. Konoha disregards the ethics of ninjutsu. Yunrin launched another fierce attack, his face contorted with wrath and sorrow. The image of their fallen comrade, lying prostrate, ignited a tempest of fury within him. He longed to arrange that Konoha ninja in a similar position to exact vengeance. Uchiha Obito, adorned with an unusual hood, his left eye obscured by a distinctive ocular accessory, gazed at the Uchiha before him with admiration. Initially, he had thought Obito to be merely a fortunate individual with a modicum of cleverness, but witnessing his jutsu revealed him to be a true genius. Indeed, this young man had pioneered a technique of his own. Although the jutsu was somewhat disreputable, as a ninja, one ought not to concern oneself too much with such matters. Therefore, it was undeniable. Having awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, he had crafted a technique of considerable potency. This fellow truly deserved the title of Konoha's prodigy. Konoha, without a doubt, is the cradle of geniuses. However, Obito shook his head, observing the vigilant gaze of his opponent, and calmly declared, "You shall surely perish today. Otherwise, should you grow stronger, you will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary." At that moment, Obito, drenched in cold sweat, regarded the Cloud Ninja before him. An elite jonin. Certainly a seasoned and formidable one. Yesterday's realization suggested that perhaps he had been overly concerned. After all, he had not been outright rejected like Lord Jeriah. What did this signify? It indicated that Rin still harbored feelings for him. Thus, he had resolved he would never again employ that forbidden technique. Lord Jeriah had warned him of its dreadful nature, its propensity to inflict harm upon oneself, although he had only experienced discomfort in his fingers following its use. Jeriah's caution implied hidden dangers unknown to him. Hence, he would refrain from using it. Relying solely on the Sharingan and Uchiha's throwing techniques, combined with fire release, Uchiha Obito, remained a powerful ninja. It is worth noting that since his graduation, he was no longer the same Uchiha Obito. Now, the young friends in the village dared not speak loudly to him. Even upon hearing he intended to spar, they would immediately kneel and surrender. Thus, do you now comprehend my strength? Yet unexpectedly, today he encountered such a terrifying ninja. Obito gripped his kunai tightly. His double Tomo Sharingan unwaveringly focused on the Cloud Ninja before him. The kunai had failed. The fire release had faltered. Thus, he was left with only the physical techniques passed down through the legendary Uchiha. As he looked at his teacher being dragged by the Cloud Ninja alongside Lord Jeriah, he sighed deeply within. "Teacher, I am truly sorry." This scene evoked memories of that fateful day in the Forest of Death. Originally resolute, Uchiha Obito remained true to his word, yet reality persistently pressured him. He gripped the kunai tightly, his crimson eyes fixed upon Toby, and remarked calmly, "The moment I unleash these eyes, your defeat is inevitable." "Arrogant brat, are the young ones from Konoha all so conceited?" Toby retorted with a cold smirk, declaring, "Today, you shall perish by my hand." However, before he could finish his sentence, Obito was already in motion, weaving hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Numerous versions of Obito surged forward, sprinting while hurling kunai towards Toby. Toby refrained from acting recklessly. After all, the kunai were embedded with explosive tags. According to intelligence from the Cloud Ninja, this individual excelled at attaching explosive tags to kunai, particularly in ambushes, always catching others off guard. He was a ninja without any boundaries, and thus, caution was paramount. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A massive rock barrier emerged. As the explosive tags detonated, Toby furrowed his brow. There are too many explosive tags. Recalling the recent surge in the price of explosive tags, he seemed to grasp the situation. So that's it. Konoha has been stockpiling explosive tags. They preach peace while secretly hoarding explosives. How hypocritical. As Toby dispelled his Earth Style, he immediately spotted several Obitos charging towards him, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Pure physical techniques. They cannot compare to the Cloud Ninja. Toby gripped his kunai, striking down with precision, one slice for each shadow clone. Yet, even after dispatching several, the original was still nowhere to be seen, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The real body. A tremor ran through his heart as a realization dawned on him. In that fleeting moment, a kunai that had been embedded in the ground suddenly transformed into Obito's likeness. Toby understood immediately. Was it just now? A combination of shadow clone jutsu and transformation jutsu. Too bad. You have already lost. Obito sneered. His double tomo Sharingan spinning with confidence as he gazed at his target. He assumed a familiar stance, and under Toby's widened eyes, his hands crackled with lightning. Leaning forward abruptly, he began to summon, lightning style, 1000. However, before he could finish, the sound of thunderous fingers had already been unleashed. Yet, the familiar scene did not unfold. The enemy remained intact, lying on the ground. Instead, a crack echoed, a sound reminiscent of a bone fracturing. A sharp pain shot through Obito's fingers. And his expression shifted instantly as he felt an unexpected resistance, as if a barrier was firmly holding him back, like a membrane, steadfastly obstructing his path. The earth beneath them trembled as the foundation reacted swiftly, pivoting around, utilizing the power of his Sharingan. Obito discerned his opponent's movements and leaped back in the blink of an eye. Thud. The ground shook momentarily. As Obito retreated, he gazed into the gaping chasm before him, observing the grotesquely twisted fingers of his hand. Abruptly, he lifted his head, astonishment and disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the Cloud Ninja. What are you wearing on your backside? Shameless. Steel plates? Cloud Ninja. You lack the virtues of a shinobi. At that moment, a twitch flickered at the corner of the Foundation's eye. Who is the shameless one here? Not far off, in the shadows, a few figures were covertly observing the scene. Oh dear. This seems to diverge from our expectations. It has only been a short while since we last looked. Yet what kind of environment could transform that once innocent boy into this? Truly, he is worthy of being chosen by Lord Madara. Having already awakened the second Tomo. Yet this is not what Lord Madara envisioned. Should we inform him? Surely, he would be pleased. After all, the second Tomo has been activated, right? Several pale figures exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for what to do. They envisioned the scene upon their return. White Zetsu. Lord Madara, the boy you selected is truly a genius. Not only has he awakened a Sharingan, but he has also devised a formidable forbidden technique. The aged Madara, curiosity etched on his face, responded, What technique? Well, it's like this. Gesturing forward with a flourish. Madara. Given his advanced age, might he be overwhelmed by rage? The white Zetsus scratched their heads, troubled. Should we save him now? That boy seems to be at a disadvantage. One white Zetsu inquired. No need. No need. That silver-haired lad has already rushed in to assist, and it seems he has devised a plan. As the words fell, all the white Zetsus quickly turned to observe the unfolding scene. Suddenly, gasps filled the air, eyes widening in disbelief. Truly, the one chosen by Madara is an exceptional talent. Fearful. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi surged forward, causing Obito to momentarily freeze. The two figures exchanged a simple glance, seemingly understanding one another. Perhaps this is what it means to be bound by fate. Obito halted, drawing forth his kunai once more, furrowing his brow as he regarded the Cloud Ninja before him. Meanwhile, Kakashi charged ahead, employing the blade techniques of the Hatake clan to directly intercept the Cloud Ninja. Kakashi Hatake. Once again, the prodigy of Konoha. Toby couldn't help but sigh, a hint of admiration flickering within him, yet he showed no mercy in his assault. With a combination of taijutsu and ninjutsu, it became evident that Konoha was not as fallen as the returning Cloud Shinobi had claimed. Possessing such a promising future, how could they possibly be in decline? Kakashi adeptly evaded the attacks, but facing an elite jonin proved to be quite taxing. In an instant, he sustained numerous injuries. He was uncertain why he had rushed into battle. He despised this individual so much that he had contemplated quitting the team. Every glimpse of him brought a pang of pain to his heart. Yet, just like that, he charged forward. Kakashi disregarded Toby, focusing intently and cautiously on his adversary. At that moment, Toby's voice echoed, "Eliminate him, Kakashi." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, though no words were exchanged. It seemed he understood what he needed to do in that fleeting instant. His hands swiftly formed seals. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. He unleashed two consecutive ninjutsu techniques. Toby, now serious, remained vigilant against Toby behind him while utilizing his ninjutsu to shatter the earth flow wall. Aiming directly at the shadow clone, dust erupted, enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, a flash of lightning darted before him. A sense of danger surged within him, compelling him to form seals hastily. Earth-style, earth flow wall technique. As the words left his mouth, boom. It was an explosion tag. A multitude of explosion tags. Then came a roar. Now, two figures descended from the sky, and Toby, disregarding the earth flow wall, hurled two kunai that struck their target perfectly. However, the shadow clone, as a look of horror crossed his face, he sensed the imminent danger from both the front and the back. But it was too late. A flash of lightning streaked by. It was the ninjutsu he had just witnessed. Toby's gaze sharpened. At that moment, Kakashi and Toby charged from opposite sides, harmoniously racing toward the same destination. Lightning style, Chidori. This was the roar of youth. Toby gripped the kunai, chakra swirling around it, causing the kunai to spin rapidly. The lightning chakra propelled the kunai's high-speed rotation, enhancing its piercing capability. This was the strategy he had devised. With a slight smirk, his short hair danced in the wind as he gazed at the cloud shinobi, now paralyzed with fear. His Sharingan spun wildly as he calmly stated, "I told you. Once I activate these eyes, your defeat is inevitable." Ahem. It seems blood has spurted forth. The young silver-haired boy, whose blade was pressed against his abdomen, lowered his head, gazing at his adversary with astonishment in his eyes. He appeared to have realized his defeat. Truly, he was worthy of being hailed as Konoha's prodigy. I have lost. His downfall stemmed from carelessness. He failed to evade. Or perhaps, indeed, the prowess of lightning release was undeniable. The speed was astonishing. Both combatants had unleashed their lightning techniques, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, he fell victim. As the words lingered in the air, he collapsed onto the ground, under the watchful gaze of the two. At that moment, Kakashi and Obito stood frozen in place, observing the gruesome scene of the cloud ninja lying on the ground, bloodied and mangled. Kakashi's brow furrowed, and he quickly glanced at the crimson, steaming kunai. A flicker of alarm crossed his eyes as he turned to Obito, asking, "Has your ninjutsu grown even stronger?" Haha, having triumphed over his foe. Obito reveled in his arrogance. "Impressive, isn't it? This is a newly devised technique of mine. I directly infused Chidori into the kunai, and it worked splendidly." He then regarded Kakashi with curiosity. "Your technique earlier, it resembled mine." The sound was reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing. Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi interrupted, a smirk forming on his lips as he hastily employed the name his teacher Minato had suggested, Yu Amaru. "It has no connection to you whatsoever. Indeed, yours is round. Unlike mine." Obito laughed heartily, dismissing the matter. "No matter, we have one." Haha. Just as he was about to scratch his head, a sharp pain reminded him of his injured fingers. "I must seek Rin's healing now. This fellow." Kakashi sighed in relief internally. He would never admit that he drew inspiration from Obito's technique. Observing the cloud ninja around them, who stared at them in terror, and then glancing back at Obito, who appeared overly cheerful while nursing his hand, Kakashi furrowed his brow once more. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Obito, perhaps he truly is a genius. To create such a powerful technique, this talent is indeed formidable. Yet, the direction of that talent has taken a rather unexpected turn." Meanwhile, Konoha had signaled a retreat. The war had once again come to a halt. On the other side, the white Zetsu exchanged glances, scratched his head, and then vanished into the ground. It was time to return and report to Lord Madara. Uchiha Obito. What a terrifying individual. Truly suitable to be Madara's substitute. I believe he will surely instill fear throughout the entire shinobi world, just like Madara. At this moment, in Konoha, spring had already passed. The village seems to have come alive with the warmth of the season, no longer appearing desolate, and with the arrival of summer. The milk tea business appears to have flourished once more. It is only natural, as one passes by, curiosity stirs within, especially on a hot summer day. That curiosity is likely doubled. Today, the weather is splendid, with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. Uchiha Fugaku strides toward the Uchiha clan's territory, accompanied by his lovely secretary, Suzune. "Fugaku, do you really not need to prepare a gift?" Suzune inquired shyly, her cheeks flushed. "For Itachi's birthday, a ninja tool kit would suffice." "Really? It feels a bit awkward to go empty-handed." However, Fugaku promptly dismissed Suzune's impractical notion. "What kind of ninja tool should I give? 2 cups of milk tea would be far more delightful." He smiled lightly, exuding confidence. "No worries. I have a generous red envelope prepared." A substantial one. It's our gift together. What need have we for ninja tools? Those are toys for children. Let me share a secret with you. Itachi absolutely detests those chaotic ninja tools. Instead, he cherishes red envelopes and milk tea. Susan blinked in confusion, her eyes wide. Really? Absolutely. Trust me. Have I ever deceived you? Recently, there hadn't been any significant events. Things had been rather tranquil, and he had unexpectedly earned a little extra money. Thus, he decided to increase the reward for someone. Strangely enough, he had not seen the hidden root ninja around lately. They were likely recalled for their own protection. Currently, the bounty stands at 550 million. It is indeed a sum that could tempt others to take risks. Danzo, the top of the ninja world's bounty list, has realized his ambitions, surpassing all previous Hokage. He must be quite pleased at this moment. Before long, they entered the Uchiha clan grounds. Fuyou has returned, echoed the jubilant cheers. The atmosphere was lively as the clans celebrated the birthday of their young clan leader. However, given the current state of the Uchiha, there were not many friends to join in the festivities, so it was merely the clan members celebrating together. Fuyou and Suzune entered cheerfully, feeling at home. They casually found a spot to sit. Observing the previously stoic Fugaku, now frowning upon his arrival, Fuyou chuckled. Why the long face on Itachi's birthday, big brother? Come on. He pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it directly to the quietly seated Itachi. This is a birthday gift from Uncle and Susan. Take it and don't let father snatch it away. I never take them. They are always taken by Makoto. I'm saving them for the children. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, glancing at the red envelope but said nothing, maintaining his stoic expression as he gazed ahead, as if someone owed him several million. It is no wonder that there is little activity. Members of other clans do not come. The host's expression is unpleasant, leading one to believe they are trying to drive away guests. How vexing. Thus, this birthday celebration has essentially transformed into a modest family meeting. Before long, members of the Uchiha clan arrived. However, Fuyou could not help but twitch his mouth at the sight of Elder Shirien and Hinata Baiwa before him. What business do these two old fellows have here? The weather is splendid, yet they choose not to dance? After exchanging greetings with the elder, Fuyou observed the elder nodding with his cane and casually remarking that Lord Baiwa happened to pass by and decided to drop in for a visit. Fuyou, maintaining a stoic expression, performed a gesture of respect towards Hinata Baiwa as a junior. Those in the know understood the implications, while those who did not would remain oblivious. The stakes were too high, and discussing it would yield no benefit. All he could say was that the waters run deep. And even the second elder could not grasp it fully. Hence, those who understood remained silent, sitting quietly. Fuyou and Suzune exchanged greetings as well, particularly Suzune, who appeared somewhat shy when noticed by her elders. Is it so peculiar for a female secretary to accompany her boss to a family birthday celebration? It is quite normal. Why the apprehension? Blushing, Suzune addressed Lord Baiwa. Indeed, Baiwa nodded, aware of the arrangement wherein a female from the Hinata clan serves as a secretary for the Uchiha. Thus, while somewhat surprised, it was not entirely unexpected for Suzune to be present. Elder, the ballroom will soon be opening, and I have 2 lifetime free passes for you. Uchiha Fugaku whispered, producing the items he had prepared in advance and handing them to the elder, hoping for his support. I will personally design a stylish pair of bell-bottoms for you, ensuring you become the most dashing figure in the ballroom. Since no longer being a grassroots entrepreneur, revenue has become less significant. Influence and reach have taken precedence, particularly concerning the research institute. He plans to first establish the signal equipment, followed by the development of mobile phones and computers, ensuring that no one surpasses him in influence. Contemplating the peculiar trajectory of technology within the ninja world, he noted the advanced cloning and genetic technologies, not to mention the later development of chakra cannons and fortified structures. Yet, civilian technology would not emerge until much later, akin to the eventual appearance of personal computers, mobile phones, and vehicles reminiscent of trains, including handheld gaming consoles. Perhaps during Naruto's era, the technological prowess of the ninja world was not lacking. However, due to prolonged warfare, the focus remained on military advancements. It was only after the world of ninjas united to confront extraterrestrial threats that civilian technology experienced rapid progress. Thus, he resolved to expedite his plans. He intended to venture out to that tranquil small nation soon, as there might be opportunities for development there. Of course, given the ongoing conflict outside, one must tread carefully. Uchiha Shirien, with an expressionless demeanor, accepted the item with alacrity, discreetly placing it aside as if nothing had transpired. Truly, The Uchiha clan maintains its pride even in advanced years. He then affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair. The elder, being the son of the clan leader, greeted the elder with commendable poise. A fine child indeed. The future of the Uchiha clan. It was evident that he possessed a natural aptitude for becoming a ninja, destined to be a prodigious talent in the future. However, Uchiha Shiryu paused, furrowing his brow as he pinched Itachi's chubby cheek, pondering if the boy had gained a bit of weight during their time apart. At this moment, the atmosphere grew silent. Makoto offered a helpless smile, while Rin lowered her head, gazing at Fugaku with a smile. Fugaku, visibly displeased, glared at Fuyou. Who do you think is to blame? At this juncture, the elder's expression turned grave as he continued, asserting that the Uchiha clan need not adopt the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan. Under the Sharingan, any speed could be captured, and excess weight would hinder agility. With this, he glanced at Fugaku and Makoto, huffing, Fugaku, Makoto, you must not overly indulge the child, lest you raise a boy who has no desire to be a ninja. Fuyou felt slightly offended, rolling his eyes but saying nothing, gazing affectionately at Itachi, who was frowning and clutching his belly. It is good for the child to eat well. He is growing. It seems he is no longer as easily deceived as he was at 1 or 2 years old. As these words hung in the air, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. After Fuyou offered a sheepish grin, Uchiha Fugaku nodded seriously, affirming that he would nurture Itachi well. I trust you. Uchiha Shiryu replied, also nodding, casting another glance at Itachi. If there are tasks you cannot manage, you may entrust them to me. I will ensure Itachi is well guided. Jumping square dances? The image of an elder leading a child in a square dance was indeed heartwarming. Fuyou's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Fugaku, speaking in a concerned yet gentle tone. With the elder's guidance, learning the Uchiha clan's traditional dance, a form of physical training, it would aid in weight loss while strengthening the body. Does that not sound splendid? Brother, for the child's sake, you should acquiesce. Originally, he had intended to agree, but now he found himself hesitating, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yet, as Fuyou had mentioned, it truly seemed beneficial. Thus, Fugaku pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, understanding the implications. Suddenly, an Uchiha clansman approached, respectfully announcing, the head of the Hyuga clan, Lord Hisashi, and the branch family head, Lord Hayashi, have arrived. Everyone was taken aback. What brings the Hyuga clan here? The Uchiha clan's matters are not as significant as the traditional 3rd birthday celebrations of the Hyuga clan. Rich stared at Lingyin, who also wore a perplexed expression. Was it a return gift? The wedding? Rich seemed to have discerned something, nodding towards Fuyue, and was about to step out when, at that moment, Lord Yano came in, followed by Lady Kushina and another member of the Uchiha clan. Today marked Itachi's birthday, and then everything transformed into this. Rich gently patted the head of the seemingly forgotten protagonist of the day, Itachi. What had initially been a simple meeting of the clan's minor leaders had unexpectedly drawn a considerable crowd, including the orphanage director and the Jinchuriki of Konoha. At this moment, it was likely that many members of the Anbu were also watching the Jinchuriki outside. Yet, should it not be Itachi's birthday? What was happening? The clan leaders gathered around a table, particularly the stoic Uchiha clan leader and the expressionless Hyuga clan leader, both with their arms crossed, gazing forward, showcasing their collective authority. The atmosphere grew instantly solemn. Meanwhile, the womenfolk, after Kushina's arrival, eagerly whisked her away to play mahjong. This character. Could it be that she was bored outside and came specifically to find someone to play mahjong with? From her serious expression, it was evident that the Nine-Tails was likely engaged in the game. The stakes were high. Meanwhile, Makoto's initial confusion morphed into curiosity, which subsequently turned into exuberance. As she laughed heartily while playing, Rich raised an eyebrow, observing Itachi, who was eating voraciously under his guidance, resembling a plump hamster. Although his movements were graceful and quiet due to family etiquette, from the side, it was apparent that he had gained a little weight. With a resigned sigh, he thought, Itachi, if your mother forgets to cook while playing mahjong, come find your uncle. I promise to feed you until you are round and plump. At the mahjong table, on the other side sat Lingyin, who had been pulled over by Kushina, appearing somewhat flustered, as if she were cautious about playing mahjong, perhaps already sensing the Nine-Tails' presence, making her a bit anxious in the face of the beast. In contrast, Yano maintained a gentle smile, appearing considerably more serene, though his luck was rather poor. Having lost several rounds to Makoto, the situation was becoming increasingly clear, as Kushina, who had lost several games, was frantically tugging at her hair, likely cursing the Nine-Tails inwardly. The beast's appetite was insatiable. Yet, the most significant aspect remained the proud beast, lacking self-awareness, often boasting that it was merely helping others. Just like back in the day, had it not been for the shameless God of Shinobi surrounding it with 999 hands to gang up on it, it would have won long ago. After one round, both Lingyin and Yano seemed unaffected, perhaps even relieved. The real winner, however, was Mikoto, who was laughing heartily. It was done. Had she begun to relish the thrill of victory? Uchiha Rich rubbed his hands, oblivious to Itachi's bewilderment. Eat more, eat more. In the future, it may only be takeout for us. Glancing at the tranquil Shursui engrossed in his book, I nodded with satisfaction. This lad has arrived as well. Upon entering, he politely greeted the elders before taking his seat, sitting upright and gazing ahead. Yet, after a short while, he seemed somewhat uneasy and discreetly pulled out his book, evidently becoming absorbed in it. Indeed, children who possess a passion for learning are quite endearing. Observing the growth of Shursui and Itachi as their uncle, I felt a profound sense of pride. The future of the Uchiha clan holds great promise. Turning my gaze to the clan leader's table, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. After all this time, he still has his arms crossed. Can he indulge in a morsel of food? Moreover, the surrounding clansmen were eating very cautiously due to the leader's demeanor. As for the elder, how ostentatious. At his age, can he be a bit more genuine? With a deep sigh, I shifted my attention back to the four engaged in a game of mahjong. At that moment, Kushina's expression changed. It seemed they were indeed playing for real. Upon reflection, if the Nine Tails had been a bit more impressive, perhaps Kushina would have been the protagonist. In the era of the Sage of Six Paths, the mahjong deity, the Nine Tails, was inadvertently sealed away. Little did anyone expect that after a millennium, he would be awakened by a young girl, who, in pursuit of her lifelong aspiration, a touch of divinity, began to learn the art of mahjong from him. What a concept! Jeriah-sensei. A fresh narrative has emerged. Just as I was chuckling helplessly at this thought, a low, aged yet elegant voice interrupted me. Uchiha boy? Startled, Uchiha Fuyu lifted his head to see Hinata Hanabi, falling into a contemplative silence as he observed the stern expression of the elder beside him. What brings you two esteemed elders, who should be enjoying your meal to ease the tensions between Uchiha and Hyuga? To my humble abode as a benefactor looking after this child? Do not inquire, young man. The waters have grown too deep in recent years, you cannot navigate them. The elder cast him a casual glance before returning to his own affairs. At this moment, the elegant Hinata Hanabi, adorned in a white kimono, gracefully lifted her head to gaze at Suzune, remarking softly, "They are all splendid young ladies." Before Uchiha Fuyu could comprehend her meaning, Hinata Hanabi continued calmly, "Yaoshia now, a talented medical ninja." Hinata Suzune pausing momentarily, the girls of the Hinata clan are not easily won, especially by an Uchiha casting a subtle glance at the still smiling Uchiha Fuyu. She chose not to elaborate further, elegantly turning away as she declared, "I shall take my leave now. Humph. The esteemed members of the Hyuga clan have come to the Uchiha, and if I, Uchiha Shuriken, do not see them off, would it not suggest that our Uchiha family lacks decorum and that I am miserly, inviting scorn? The proud Uchiha Shuriken has made his entrance," Uchiha Fuyu observed, his lips twitching at the sight of the two departing figures. Though Hyuga Baihua's hair has turned white and her frame has become stooped, with a face etched in wrinkles, one can faintly discern that in her youth, she must have been a woman of calm disposition. It is no wonder that the elder had been out dancing day after day, returning home exhausted at night. However, the relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans is rather strained. One might suspect that the elder's pride contributed to this discord. Shaking his head in resignation, Fuyu sighed internally and turned back, suddenly feeling a searing gaze upon him. He paused momentarily, then turned to find the second elder regarding him with a serious expression. Could Elder Shiai's have misunderstood something again? Uchiha Fuyu's eyelids twitched, but he chose to ignore it, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed ahead. I trust that soon enough, the elder will clarify the depths of the situation to the second elder. At this moment, Uchiha Shiai's observed Fuyu's downcast eyes, filled with shame, and let out a huff. This young man possesses a modicum of self-awareness. The elder is no longer young, yet as a junior, he has burdened the elder with such labor. It is truly laughable, especially given the earlier scene where the elder of the Hyuga confronted Uchiha Fuyu, resulting in a displeasing departure. His elder brother had to personally smooth things over for the younger generation, ultimately suppressing his own irritation to see Hyuga Baiwa off. Witnessing his brother's impatient expression just moments ago, Uchiha Shiai's right hand clenched tightly around the table, leaving deep grooves in its surface. How he wished he could have said to his brother, "Brother, enough. There is no need to fear the Hyuga. The Uchiha are the strongest bloodline with the most powerful ocular techniques." Yet his brother cautioned, "The waters are deep. He could not grasp them." He urged him not to intervene. Moreover, the sight before him, the head of the Hyuga clan and other families, along with individual ninjas, had gathered to celebrate the birthday of the young Uchiha clan leader. Is this not a gesture of goodwill? Thus, the elder's efforts bear fruit. As the second elder of the Uchiha, should he act rashly, it might jeopardize what his brother has painstakingly achieved, and he would be left with a heavy heart. With a resigned sigh and a gaze filled with determination, he thought, "Brother, you have worked hard." Achu. Walking along the street, Uchiha Shurien suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion as he furrowed his brow. "How curious. Why do I suddenly feel a tickle in my nose? Have I caught a chill? Humph. Are you jesting with me?" The elder replied with a cold sneer, casting a disdainful glance at Hyuga Baiwa. "With this robust body of mine, how could I possibly catch a chill? Are you a fool?" Hyuga Baiwa merely shot him a fleeting glance, choosing not to respond as she continued her leisurely stroll. After a short while, a gentle night breeze caressed her silvery hair. Suddenly, her steps faltered, and she came to a halt, prompting Shiyue to look at her in confusion. She gracefully lifted her gaze to the starry sky of Konoha and remarked, "We have all grown old, haven't we?" Upon hearing this, the elder paused, his expression momentarily stunned. He then raised his gaze, his eyes clouded, and looked at the luminous moon. In a softened tone, he echoed, "Indeed. We are aging." Second elder humph. Jisue stared in bewilderment at the second elder, who had huffed dismissively and left with his attendant. After a brief hesitation, Jisue pondered what had transpired. Normally, while the second elder might not say much or smile, he would at least nod during greetings. What had changed today? The situation felt too intricate for him to comprehend. With a sigh, he shook his head, thinking it best not to dwell on it. Perhaps things would improve in a few days. The Uchiha clan could be categorized into three types: those who were sycophants, those who dote on their younger siblings, and those who idolize their older brothers. Yet, without a doubt, they all exhibited some degree of eccentricity, and they were not to be provoked. As the sole rational individual among the Uchiha, he felt quite helpless. Casting a puzzled glance at Jisue, he inquired, "What brings you to me?" "Apologies for interrupting you, Senior Fuyou." Though Fuyou wished to assume a paternal role, Jisue took it as a jest and did not take it to heart. His expression was somewhat awkward, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a well-worn book from his pocket. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, he lowered his voice, "Senior Fuyou, why isn't the next volume available?" Jisue had visited the bookstore, which only carried up to the current volume. Fuyou was taken aback for a moment, then lovingly patted his shoulder. "You dear child, it's commendable that you enjoy reading. Why be so bashful? You've already finished 3 volumes in such a short time. The protagonist has now joined the Yunlin Ninja Village. It seems you might not find time for those tedious books and should instead delve into these." "Indeed, a good child." However, Fuyou helplessly rubbed his forehead and added, "Unfortunately, Master Jeriah has yet to complete the next volume. It will likely take some time. He has drawn inspiration in ages, and with the war." "Is that so?" Jisue nodded dejectedly, then bowed respectfully, saying, "I apologize for the interruption, Senior Fuyou." With that, he turned and left with Itachi. Shortly thereafter, "What has happened to Jisue?" Ling Yin curiously approached, noticing the look of despondency on his face. Upon speaking, she cast a peculiar glance at Fuyou, wondering if he was once again longing for someone to call him father. Intrigued, she pondered why Fuyou had such a penchant for assuming the paternal role. Hesitating for a moment, she tentatively uttered, "Father?" Smack. Fuyou, exasperated, gave her a light flick on the forehead. "What on earth are you thinking, you little rascal? You are my secretary." Aye. Oh. Ling Yin's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she lowered her head, covering her forehead. Nearby, Yinao Yu and Zhou Xian Nai exchanged amused glances, stifling laughter at the sight of the two. "I shall take my leave now," Zhou Xian Nai announced, her spirits evidently lifted by an unseen force. Shaking her head with a grin, "Be careful tonight." The trio gazed in silence as Zhou Xian Nai walked away. "Thank you for the hospitality today," Yinao Yu offered with a faint smile, but hesitated, shaking her head slightly as she regarded Fuyou. "Thank you, and do be cautious on your way back." Fuyou, stroking his chin, watched Yinao Yu's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. It seemed as though Sister Yinao Yu was harboring some concerns. Ling Yin, observing the same scene, fell into contemplative silence, recalling that she had sensed something amiss during their mahjong game. Perhaps the orphanage was facing financial difficulties, and she felt too embarrassed to speak of it. Fuyou snapped back to reality with a wry smile, glancing once more at Yi Naoyu as she disappeared from view. Or could it be war? He had heard rumors that during the Chunin exams, Iwagakure had inquired about Danzo, though the specifics eluded him. Perhaps Danzo felt slighted and decided to dispatch his ace spy prematurely? Yet, where on earth was Toby hiding now? And the bounty? It was indeed far too meager. After all this time, no one had dared to make a move. Ling Yin looked at Fuyou curiously. What is too little? Nothing, Fuyou replied, regaining his composure with a faint smile. The hour grows late. We should return. Ling Yin nodded gently, a slight smile playing on her lips as they walked onward. However, after a short distance, Ling Yin suddenly inquired in a soft voice, Fuyou, are you preparing to go out again? Fuyou nodded in affirmation. The secretary understood her employer's schedule well and was not surprised. She had likely anticipated this. It was probably something in the business realm that required his attention soon. Yet, considering the current circumstances outside, do not worry, I am perfectly capable. Fuyou replied, winking playfully. I am quite strong. As the gentle sound of the bell resonated, Ling Yin gazed at the affluent smile, returning it with a subtle smile of her own and a nod, softly assuring, you possess great strength. I shall wait for your return. The following day, Fuyou visited the orphanage but did not encounter Yena. After a moment's hesitation, he informed the staff and departed. Subsequently, he retrieved the village exit application prepared by Ling Yin, ready to embark on his journey. Although the third Hokage expressed some curiosity regarding the businessman's ventures amidst the turmoil of the ninja world, Fuyou merely remarked, war brims with boundless opportunities, leading the Hokage to dismiss the matter. After all, he was now a merchant. It was relatively convenient for local merchants in Konoha to enter and exit the village. In the ninja world, merchants constituted a unique class in their own right. After entrusting his business to his secretary, Fuyou set forth with his guards. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Yahiko received a secret letter. Puzzled, he opened it, and upon reading, a smile crept upon his lips. Brother Fuyou will be visiting us in a few days. Really? Exclaimed Conan, jumping for joy. Sister Kana, that's wonderful. Brother Fuyou is coming again. Kana paused for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Conan's hair, nodding with a gentle smile akin to an elder sister's, replying, that's splendid. Afterward, as she gazed at the trio before her, warmth blossomed within her heart. She felt immense gratitude for her current life and for the wealth it had brought her. Truly, she was deeply thankful. Only Nagato, though his lips lifted slightly, yawned nonchalantly, recalling Fuyou's warning to keep a distance from madness. On another front, a strikingly handsome boy with crimson hair stared expressionlessly at the hazy rain falling upon the land of rain, murmuring, "Ah, the land of rain." After a brief pause, he lifted his foot and began to walk forward. I am Kakuzu, he introduced himself. Once, I faced off against the first Hokage, and the outcome was indecisive. Many events transpired thereafter, leading me to become a rogue ninja, now barely subsisting on bounties from the black market. As for how he had managed to survive for so long, it was all due to Takigakure's daimyo, Kakuzu. With only his green bean-like eyes exposed beneath a tightly wrapped cloak, gazed down at the bounty notice in his hands and remarked flatly, has it risen again? 510 million? How little time has passed. In less than a year, it has nearly doubled. He had heard of Shimura Danzo, a ninja of considerable strength from Konoha, who had been quite active during the First and Second Shinobi Wars. Over time, however, his reputation seemed to fade, with rumors suggesting he was the younger brother of the first Hokage and a student of the second Hokage. Certainly, he remained indifferent to all of that. Compared to the chaotic matters at hand, what truly preoccupied Kakuzu's mind was the glaring bounty posted above him. Each glance at it seemed to illuminate his gaze with a golden hue. What heinous acts had he committed to evoke such ire from the world? Multiple nations had issued bounties on him, and the reward only continued to escalate. Even the legendary god of the shinobi did not attract such exaggerated attention. At that moment, a voice broke through his reverie. Excuse me, esteemed guest, may I take your order? Kakuzu lifted his gaze, his expression unperturbed as he regarded the server, who appeared anxious and fearful. He paid no heed to their trepidation. He had grown accustomed to it. A summer special, sour plum juice, 2 cups at half price. The server hesitated, yet upon receiving the order, felt a wave of relief. During these times of war, although no foes had yet breached the borders of the land of fire, the prevailing tension was palpable and quite unnerving. Were it not for the manager's assurances, coupled with the attractive wages and prospects for promotion to manager, he might have chosen to resign and retreat to the countryside. However, the server regarded the solitary figure before him with confusion. You need 2 cups? Is it customary for one person to order 2? Kakuzu furrowed his brow and replied flatly. It does not state that it is prohibited. Indeed, there was no indication to the contrary. The server quickly bent down apologetically. My apologies. 1 moment, please. 2 cups of sour plum juice will be prepared for you right away. Kakuzu merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. 1 cup costs 10 coins. 2 cups cost 15 coins. Thus, he had managed to earn a simple 5 coins that day. He glanced around at the modest yet comfortable decor of the establishment, rich milk tea, which had rapidly spread throughout the affluent villages and towns of the Land of Fire within just a few short years. Strangely, each time he passed by, an inexplicable urge to enter and purchase a cup would arise within him, a peculiar itch. How curious. He had never particularly favored such frivolous beverages. To him, nothing surpassed the taste of fresh spring water. After a languid 5 minutes of waiting, he heard, "Hello, your summer special is ready." Kakuzu, maintaining his stoic demeanor, accepted the drinks and settled the payment before finding a quiet corner to sit. As he held the chilled cups of sour plum juice, the irritations of summer seemed to dissipate. He extracted a specially designed straw, plunged it into the drink, and took a sip. Instantly, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. Truly, it was worthy of the title summer special. Initially, he had wondered if he had fallen victim to an illusion, for there were whispers that the establishment's owner was of the Uchiha clan, known for their mastery of genjutsu. Perhaps they employed such tricks to entice customers. Yet, he soon realized that it was not the case. Perhaps, it was merely a simple desire for a drink. Kakuzu sipped on his sour plum juice while perusing the bounty notice in his hands. 500 million. He acknowledged that his heart was stirred. Yet, Konoha, he murmured softly. He had initially contemplated completing this mission and then treating himself to a delightful feast, surely indulging in the taro balls, pudding, and pearls he had never tasted before. Alas, infiltrating Konoha was no trivial task. It was fortified by a special barrier crafted by the first Hokage. Furthermore, to command such a staggering bounty, higher than that of the first Hokage himself, this individual named Shimura Danzo must possess formidable strength. When the bounty was first announced, he had deliberately lingered at the forest entrance of Konoha, hoping that the man might make an appearance. If he did, this endeavor could indeed be worthwhile. Especially now. 500 million. He was tempted to stealthily infiltrate Konoha for an assassination. Rumor had it that numerous ninjas and rogue ninjas were already eyeing that bounty. So time was of the essence. If someone else claimed it first, he would have no choice but to eliminate that individual and seize the prize. With this thought, after finishing his first cup, Kakuzu poured himself another, his demeanor growing serious. Danzo. Konoha, his gaze seemed to reflect a mixture of conflict. At that moment, the bounty had risen. Hearing a voice nearby, Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback and glanced at the similarly cloaked figure at the adjacent table. A rogue ninja? A competitor? And in his hands, what? 600 million. Kakuzu's pupils constricted as he noticed the new figures. It had increased again. Instantly, determination radiated from him. Could it be done? Meanwhile, Danzo involuntarily shivered, furrowing his brow as an ominous feeling washed over him. Could it be? But soon it dissipated, and he returned to examining the information in his hands. Had Uchiha Fugaku already left the village? Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja replied respectfully with his head bowed. Out at this time? Danzo knitted his brows, his expression darkening as he pondered. Do you know what he is out for? The outside world is far from tranquil. The root ninja continued, according to his request for leave. It seems to be related to business. Furthermore, during recent investigations, he discovered that the villages and towns he had previously abandoned had opened numerous bubble tea and barbecue shops. Perhaps in pursuit of expansion? Business-related? Danzo murmured to himself, then sighed inwardly in resignation. The matter of the bounty had halted many of his operations, particularly the gathering of intelligence from various villages. In this time of war, intelligence was of utmost importance to Konoha. If only I possessed formidable power. A flicker of fervor ignited in Danzo's eyes. If he were endowed with the strength of the first Hokage, what would it matter to venture out like this? He could vanquish any adversary. Why then must he cower in such a manner? As a thought crossed his mind, he recalled something, reaching for a piece of paper nearby. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at it. Written upon it were the words, Brother Danzo, for the sake of the friendship between the Rain Village and Konoha, I, your elder brother, have acquiesced to your request. The Rain Village is prepared. Should you come, We shall surely treat you to our specialty, spicy fish. I guarantee your satisfaction. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, eagerly await your arrival. A flicker of inner turmoil crossed Danzo's gaze, his emotions shifting like the weather. The legendary eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths, if I were to acquire them. At that moment, the ninjas below observed Danzo's demeanor. Uncertain of his thoughts, yet they dared not speak, maintaining a posture of utmost respect. Time passed, and Danzo let out a deep sigh, his expression transforming as if he had reached a resolution. With a sharp and resolute gaze, he addressed the subordinates below, summoned the Rain Village. Before he could finish his command, another ninja interrupted, rushing in with urgency. Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo! Danzo abruptly halted. A twitch at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the ninja kneeling before him, the bounty notice unfurled before them. 6. A string of zeros. He fell into silence once more. Recently, he seemed to be quite occupied. Hanzo, my friend, I am unavailable. Of course. This was not the exact wording of the letter. It was lengthy, but in essence, this was the sentiment. Hanzo of the Salamander sighed, crumpling the letter into a ball. Casting a glance at the 600 million on the table, murmuring to himself, I did not intend that. Just a few days prior, it seemed that group of young ones was stirring again, especially in this tumultuous period of war when their influence had notably expanded. He pondered, it might be wiser to negotiate and resolve matters collaboratively. Truly, he, Hanzo of the Salamander, swore by his spicy fish. He was not deceiving. A mere 600 million. Although it was an unexpected fortune, it was hardly enough to incite him to turn against his allies, only to be met with suspicion. Hanzo fell silent for a moment, glancing at the Rain Ninja. Had they ascertained what transpired there in recent days? Why did it seem more lively again? Upon hearing this, the Rain Ninja respectfully replied, returning to our leader, it appears that individual has returned recently. At this, Hanzo of the Salamander raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression growing grave. That mysterious figure? The weather in the land of rain was not excessively oppressive. Perhaps it is the prolonged rainfall that contributes to the refreshing chill in the air. This morning, the affluent individual, having risen a tad later than usual, stretched languidly and yawned before proceeding with his morning ablutions and descending the stairs. It has been over half a month since his arrival in the land of rain. Last night's examination took longer than anticipated, as it involved not only a physical checkup, but also the assessment of the significant chakra loss incurred during his recent gambling ventures with the Nine Tails, which he intended to entrust to Kanai for further research. The Uzumaki clan possesses considerable familiarity with tailed beasts, evident from the multitude of sealing techniques that are intricately linked to these creatures. The Sharingan, inherited from the divine tree, might also yield some unexpected insights. In jest, he mused, brother, rest assured I will take good care of sister-in-law and nephew. This thought brought a wry smile to his face, for he was merely indulging in humor. Even without the Sharingan, he was confident that his chakra would empower him immensely. After all, he knew that Fugaku was his own blood brother, presently brimming with chakra. He felt as if he could wield the great fireball technique with the same ease as Madara himself. In the shinobi world, an abundance of chakra indeed affords one the freedom to act as they please. However, once extraterrestrial beings arrive, physical prowess will become paramount. In preparation for the future, as a member of the shinobi realm, he had been diligently practicing elbow strikes, eager to see whose technique would prove superior when the time came. Good morning, Yahiko. He greeted, noticing Yahiko and Conan busy at work. A glance around revealed a query. Where was Nagato? As for Kanai, she was currently preparing breakfast. Upon hearing this, Yahiko looked up with a slight smile, replying that Nagato had already set out to fulfill his duties. So early? Surely he has tea overindulged in the chicken soup from 4 in the morning. The affluent individual expressed his astonishment, questioning the absence of breakfast. Yahiko shook his head helplessly, explaining that they had recently discovered infiltrating ninjas from outside. Their movements were stealthy, and their abilities appeared formidable. Thus far, they had been unsuccessful in apprehending them, leaving Nagato with no choice but to investigate. Ah, I see. He nodded in understanding. Perhaps it was due to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan that Nagato's sensing abilities were remarkably adept, making him well-suited for tracking individuals. At that moment, Kanai emerged, adorned in a light pink apron, bearing breakfast. This morning's fare consisted of noodle soup, simmered with fresh mountain pepper fish. Please enjoy, she said graciously. I shall not hesitate. As he savored the meal, he inquired about the situation in the land of rain. It was satisfactory, due to the ongoing war. Many weary ninjas and ordinary people seeking refuge had arrived in the land of rain, where they were welcomed by Yahiko. Meanwhile, recently, Jeriah had ventured out to sell undergarments, reaping considerable profits, as it seemed even the ninjas from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and other villages had made purchases. It was indeed a highly sought-after product. He inquired about his relationship with Uchiha Obito, wondering if their actions might pose any issues. Rest assured, as a younger member of the clan, I was expelled from the Uchiha clan long ago, so I am not particularly familiar with him. Fuyou shook his head and said earnestly, "We can sell it casually, no need for formality." This revelation brought a sigh of relief. Yahiko smiled sheepishly, recalling how startled he was upon receiving Fuyou's letter. Inner armor shorts? Is there even a demand for such a thing? To his surprise, they actually made a profit. Before long, I'm full, Conan remarked, wiping her mouth with a grin. I'll go deliver the meal to Nagato. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden loud bang echoed outside, causing the four of them to pause and exchange glances before hastily rushing outside. Has Nagato spotted an enemy? Scorpion, controlling his puppets, furrowed his brow as he regarded the similarly red-haired boy in front of him. He anticipated that this individual would possess such formidable strength. Initially, he had thought him merely a sensory-type ninja, believing he could easily dispatch him with the puppets he controlled, backed by the third Kazekage. Yet, he had miscalculated. With a grave expression, he looked at Nagato and said coolly, "What is your identity? Rain Ninja?" "No," Nagato replied. His interest piqued as he narrowed his eyes slightly and stroked his chin. "A puppeteer? From Sunagakure?" After a moment, as if recalling something, he asked, "How many puppets can you control? Does this guy have a screw loose? As a ninja, is it wise to so openly inquire about the enemy's intelligence? Who would divulge such information?" Scorpion continued to furrow his brow, glancing around, aware that he could not stay for long. The earlier commotion would surely have attracted the attention of any nearby ninjas. To his astonishment, besides the aging demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, there were other formidable foes he had not accounted for in his intelligence reports. Thus, a retreat was imperative. As for the enemy, he would deal with them once he completed his secret technique. However, at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared around them, deepening Scorpion's concern. Surrounded. Nagato. Yahiko rushed to Nagato's side. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Nagato replied, surprised by their presence but quickly regaining his composure. "What brings you here?" "The noise was too loud. We came when we heard it." "Is that so?" "My apologies," Nagato said sheepishly, chuckling. "I didn't realize it was so excessive." Upon hearing this, Yahiko sighed in relief, and after confirming that Nagato was indeed unharmed, he turned to the red-haired figure before them, who was frowning intently at them, particularly at the puppets behind him. He hesitated for a moment. "Sand ninja? Puppeteer?" "Puppeteer," Nagato affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, he is a puppet master." Xiaonan nodded in agreement. As a senior, Xiangnai also affirmed with a nod. It seemed they were all convinced that this fellow was indeed a sand ninja puppet master. Only Fuyou, stroking his chin, gazed curiously at Scorpion, likely surmising who this individual might be. Yet, he noted, he was quite handsome. As these words fell, 5 silent faces turned towards Fuyou. "Fuyou, what does that mean? With such good looks, it would be a pity for him not to mind." Fuyou murmured to himself, then raised his head, looking at them in surprise. "What is the matter? What do you think?" Yahiko chuckled helplessly, responding, "It's nothing." As expected, Fuyou is still Fuyou. Indeed, it was wise to keep a distance. Nagato rolled his eyes, and the previously solemn atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Only Scorpion furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the simple attire of the individual before him, coupled with his rather ordinary black hair. It was impossible to discern any useful information. Who could he be? Or rather, who were these individuals? Rain ninjas from the land of rain? In that fleeting moment, Scorpion mentally conducted an analysis of the intelligence at hand and ultimately resolved to execute his earlier decision. The information was insufficient. Retreat. As for mining, absurd. He was Scorpion of the Red Sand, a genius puppet master from the sand-hidden village. How could he stoop to such tasks? Now, Scorpion glanced at the individual with the peculiar eyes. This person, named Nagato, possessed considerable strength. If he could be leveraged. With my poison, perhaps I could. However, before he could finish his internal monologue, Fuyou suddenly spoke with gravity. "There is no need to discuss any moral obligations with these enemy ninjas. The strong command respect. We should all attack together, using our ultimate techniques. If he dies, it's just his misfortune." "Understood," they replied in unison. After Fuyou's words, Scorpion was taken aback as he watched the group charge forward. A thought lingered in his mind, uncertain if he should voice it. He had anticipated that they would turn him over to the sand-hidden village, but unexpectedly, they attacked directly. Pitfall technique. Paper shuriken. Water release. Water chaotic waves. As Scorpion maintained a solemn expression while controlling his puppets, it appeared escape was currently impossible. But who was that black-haired man? Why had he not made a move? Yet there was no time for further contemplation. His gaze remained fixed on the red-haired youth. Compared to the other three, this individual compelled his utmost caution. That ominous feeling. It could not be mistaken. This seemingly unremarkable individual possesses extraordinary strength. Especially that inexplicable explosion just now. Is it a visual technique? The immense chakra, coupled with the enigmatic ocular prowess, certainly warrants caution. At this moment, a serious voice rang out from the red-haired woman, warning everyone to be vigilant. Has she discovered something? Scorpion furrowed his brow, casting a contemplative glance at her. A medical ninja? After a brief hesitation, his gaze shifted to the dark-haired figure. This individual, after letting out a roar, had refrained from making a move. From the very beginning, there was something peculiar about him. The group of ninjas seemed to follow his orders implicitly. Were they his subordinates? What conspiracy lay beneath the surface? After a moment of contemplation, he took direct control of the third Kazekage's puppet, charging towards that direction. However, it was to no avail. Universal pull. A cold voice echoed. And to the astonishment of all present, the puppet was effortlessly drawn towards Nagato. This is. Scorpion's eyes widened, clearly astonished by this unique ninjutsu. Yet he maintained control over the puppet, enveloping it in a massive black sphere using magnetic release to withstand the assault. Meanwhile, the wealthy observer was taken aback. Noting Nagato's calm demeanor, realizing that he had already mastered the universal pull. Of course, he did not exude the same icy, formidable presence as the six paths of pain. It was indeed true that his powers had tripled with his dark transformation. At this juncture, bolstered by Nagato's vast chakra and the capabilities of the Rinnegan, Scorpion found himself under pressure. Nevertheless, one must commend the third Kazekage and the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Even without transforming himself into a puppet, his strength remained formidable. Naturally, the three young ones were still in the midst of their growth. The wealthy observer surveyed his surroundings. Currently, they were amidst a time of war. Although this region was somewhat remote, over time, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Moreover, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, was also keeping a close watch on this area. Therefore, a swift resolution was imperative. With a deep sigh, he withdrew a stack of explosive tags from his pocket. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the sight, and everyone involuntarily halted in their tracks. Especially Scorpion. His eyelids flickered as he beheld the thick bundle of explosive tags. A foreboding sensation stirring within him. Which ninja would be so reckless as to waste explosive tags in such a manner? One would likely struggle to earn them back, even with an S-rank mission. It was said that the second Hokage of Konoha had developed the forbidden technique of mutual explosive tags precisely because he ran out of them. Even a single explosive tag could trigger a chain reaction of explosions, albeit at the risk of self-destruction, thus categorizing it as a forbidden technique. Today, Scorpion felt a tremor within. So many explosive tags. An unspoken sensation lingered within, accompanied by a furrowed brow. Perhaps, as a rebellious child emerging from a life of poverty in the countryside, I was taken aback by the simplicity of the affluent lifestyle. Yet wealth was of no concern. It afforded one the luxury of indulgence, inviting the gaze of others without hesitation. This triad of shadows, the wealthy pondered with a thoughtful stroke of the chin. After all, it was a puppet crafted from the leaders of the 5 great hidden villages. Should I procure a bit more? With that thought, he retrieved a stack from his ninja tool pouch. At this moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Yahi wore a wry smile while Conan's eyes glimmered with empathy. Just how many steam buns could this multitude of explosive tags purchase? Only Nagato bore a furrowed brow, questioning the intentions of this individual. Was he contemplating their collective demise? Even Conan appeared helpless. After such an intimate and extensive examination, she too discerned the underlying flaw within the wealthy. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Although his strength was commendable, with an ample supply of explosive tags and kunai, he felt perpetually inadequate. Conan gazed at the wealthy, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. In Konoha, he must feel quite unsettled. Yet amidst the chaos of war, who could find peace? He consistently approached everyone with optimism, striving to alleviate their worries. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Everyone, clear out. Witness my monetary jutsu." Before he could finish, Nagato interjected with a fierce shout, invoking the universal pull. In a moment, Before anyone could react, he drew Scorpion closer. Without allowing Scorpion any time to respond, he unleashed the universal pull repeatedly. Should Scorpion dare to move, he would be slammed into the ground. Ultimately, Scorpion ceased all motion. "Stop. Enough," he exclaimed. It was only after Nagato, slightly out of breath, had drawn Scorpion near and pressed his head down that he forcefully slammed him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With a stoic expression, he lifted his gaze toward the wealthy, signaling, "All sorted." The wealthy's expression faltered, his hand clutching the explosive tag hanging in midair. Before he nodded in relief, Nagato had grown bold, mastering the art of interrupting others' bravado. In the aftermath, the wealthy, with heartfelt sincerity, patted Nagato on the shoulder, urging everyone to hasten their cleanup of the battlefield. With the restrained individual in tow, they prepared to return. Moments later, they arrived back. Thus, could this individual be the one responsible for the assassination of the third Kazekage, igniting the third Great Ninja War? Yahiko was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his gaze to the lifeless puppet sprawled on the ground, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "I had thought it was merely a peculiar puppet. Never would I have imagined it to be the third Kazekage." Although he had initially sensed something amiss upon witnessing a puppet wielding magnetic release, it was undeniable that the death of the third Kazekage had stirred considerable commotion. With the perpetrator suspected to be from Konoha, at that moment, a sand ninja controlling a puppet capable of magnetic release appeared before them, making it rather peculiar indeed. After all, that was magnetic release. A bloodline limit. Is it something that an ordinary individual could master? He hesitated internally, if not for. Before he could finish his thought, it was evident that this was no ordinary puppet. At this juncture, Conan let out a resigned sigh and spoke. "After my preliminary examination, it is highly likely that my earlier conjecture holds true. How shall I put it? It is astonishing, yet also quite terrifying." Upon her words, everyone exchanged glances, taken aback by the revelation that the third Kazekage, allegedly assassinated by Konoha, had actually fallen at the hands of a youth from their own village. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence, as if they were all momentarily stunned, unable to regain their composure. It must be noted that this was the third Kazekage, one of the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages. After a brief pause, Yahiko solemnly raised his head to look at Fuyou, asking, "What shall we do next, Fuyou?" "What else can we do?" Fuyou shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "We certainly cannot return the body to Sunagakure, can we? Even if Sunagakure would express gratitude, it would likely expose us. Therefore, it is unnecessary. We do not lack for the meager resources of Sunagakure. Besides, we are all ninjas, driven by our passions. As for the rest, that requires remuneration. Without a contract, ninjas do not engage in trivial matters. Regardless, the war shall not cease at present, or rather, from the very beginning. Even if the third Kazekage had not perished, this war would have been unavoidable. After all, the people of Yunin have managed to survive for so long. Believing themselves capable, how could they easily halt the conflict? Moreover, unexpectedly, this time, the war is being waged under the banner of Konoha's disregard for ninja ethics, entirely unrelated to the death of the third Kazekage. Upon hearing this, Yahiko pondered for a moment, gradually grasping the rationale behind this course of action, and nodded with a smile. "We merely apprehended a rogue ninja infiltrating the land of rain. We know nothing more." With that, Conan nodded, while Nagato yawned indifferently. For reasons unknown, he harbored an unsettling premonition ever since the war had come to a close. A strange feeling lingered within him. His anxiety over what might transpire was palpable. "Well, that scorpion," Yahiko mused, gazing at the unconscious scorpion. Its mouth gagged and suspended in an undignified manner, a wry smile gracing his lips. "What shall we do with it? This craftsmanship." It was tied up by the erudite and affluent brother. Mining indeed. Such a handsome creature, so fair-skinned. It would be a pity not to put it to work in the mines. The wealthy one chuckled, wrapping an arm around the yawning Nagato, who was startled into alertness. Come, Nagato. I didn't expect you to have mastered your Rinnegan to such a degree. Allow your affluent brother to assist you, and perhaps learn some advanced theories of wealth in the process." No. That won't be necessary," Nagato replied, his complexion paling. "Nagato, you've become complacent. Just because you possess some strength, you've begun to slack off. Skipping training? Is that what you've come to? This simply cannot stand. You must understand. This theory of wealth is a compilation of the teachings left behind by that legendary Uchiha warrior. Do not underestimate it. The affluent mentor admonished Nagato with a serious tone. Dedicating yourself to daily recitation will surely yield different results. May I refuse? No. Given your earnest desire to learn, I shall teach you an ancient Uchiha taijutsu, Uchiha dance. This technique will enhance your reflexes and agility. Do you know why the Uchiha's legendary ninjutsu is so formidable? It's because they learned this. I'm unsure if I should say this. No need for gratitude. As your affluent brother, there is no need for formality. In a few days, I'll be establishing a dance hall here. You're welcome to practice there whenever you wish. Damn it. Are you intrigued? Let us go. I shall teach you right away. Thus, despite the collective resignation of onlookers, the affluent one dragged Nagato out. Conan smiled faintly, shaking her head. The affluent one had not changed at all. Indeed, Yahiko and Conan exchanged resigned glances, both acknowledging the burden placed upon Nagato. Yet, it was beneficial to acquire additional knowledge. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the affluent dance hall had been open for several days and seemed to be bustling with activity. Passers-by could hear peculiar songs emanating from within, somewhat shocking, somewhat exhilarating. Unfortunately, prior to its opening, the affluent one had departed, and no grand inauguration ceremony was held. Consequently, the opening day did not witness the same throngs that had flocked to the affluent barbecue establishment. Thankfully, the system provided assistance. Many pedestrians would pause in curiosity, standing aside before eventually venturing inside. Of course, it was not the most opportune moment for a grand opening ceremony in the village, considering that most ninjas had departed. And hosting such a celebration could have adverse effects. On the first day of business, the elder of the Uchiha clan held a membership card, accompanied by Hinata Baiwa, who cast a curious glance. Quite impressive, indeed. The voice was quite resounding. Today, the weather was splendid, with clear skies and gentle breezes. Bored at home, the plump ferret, basking in the sun in the courtyard, encountered the elder and was promptly whisked away. The rationale was that children ought to be more active. Otherwise, they risked becoming overweight. The ferret, however, was indifferent. For his mother had gone to play mahjong with sister Lingyin, and his father was occupied with work, leaving him alone at home. It was rather dull. Accompanying the elder seemed far more enjoyable. Yet, the noise here was overwhelming. Sipping a cup of milk tea, he swung his feet while observing the elder in peculiar attire at the center of the hall. Those trousers, tight at the knees and loose at the ankles, resembling a morning glory in the corner. Quite strange indeed. He wondered where the elder had procured such garments, having never encountered anything like it before. But as he watched, it appeared rather entertaining, so he continued to gaze. Unbeknownst to him, nearby, a little girl rested her chin on her hands, blinking her sparkling eyes. A tear mole graced the corner of her right eye, adding a playful charm to her adorable visage. At that moment, she wiggled her tiny feet, curiously observing the chubby boy quietly sipping milk tea not far away. That boy looked plump, yet possessed an endearing quality. I am Izumi, the girl remarked. I'm not quite sure why, but some time ago, my mother suddenly brought me back to the Uchiha residence. Now, I am working here with her in this establishment. It's rather pleasant and not too exhausting. All I need to do is help turn on the lights and sound system when the time comes, and to fetch towels and drinks for customers in need, or step out to order milk tea from the nearby shop. Most of the patrons are elderly gentlemen and ladies, and they are quite amiable. Particularly the elderly gentleman currently in the center of the dance floor, dressed in an outlandish, colorful outfit, though his body was quite stooped. He danced remarkably well. It was quite amusing. He attracted many gazes. Especially with his peculiar clothing, it seemed numerous people had inquired about it moments ago. Izumi propped her chin on her hand, casting a curious glance at the proud old man twisting and stepping rhythmically on the dance floor. How intriguing it was. Despite his age, how could he still move so vigorously? Truly, the Uchiha clan lives up to its reputation. I have heard that Uchiha martial arts are exceptionally formidable. Perhaps that explains it. The center of attention, the most striking elder in the room, a dapper old gentleman, and that chubby boy. Izumi turned her head back, gazing at the only boy of a similar age nearby. Since entering, he had quietly sipped his milk tea while watching the dancers. Although he is somewhat rotund, he is indeed a quiet young man. From this angle, his chubby cheeks and the sight of his pudgy hands cradling a bubble tea cup truly resemble that of a plump little hamster. One could hardly resist the urge to pinch. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Why have I never seen him around the clan before? Izumi curiously blinked her eyes, swinging her small feet clad in black shoes, humming a little tune as she gazed at his chubby cheeks. At that moment, the music faded, and the dance floor fell silent. The tap of feet ceased, and Izumi turned her head, realizing it was time for her to work. She awaited their break to resume her duties of managing the sound and lighting. Lifting her gaze to the center of the dance floor, she observed the elder Uchiha surrounded by a throng, seemingly inquiring about his unusual attire. Indeed, that outfit was quite peculiar. It was a riot of colors that did not appeal to her. She favored purple garments. "Shurian, what an interesting outfit you have," an elderly gentleman approached with curiosity, clicking his tongue in wonder. Which esteemed designer from the land of fire crafted this? As he spoke, other elders chimed in, even reaching out to touch the fabric. Could this extraordinary garment have been created by the same artisan who made the ceremonial robes? Upon first glance, it resembled a morning glory, yet upon closer inspection, it was rather intriguing, especially when paired with the dance steps. Quite delightful. How much did this ensemble cost? Perhaps we should have a set made for ourselves. It would surely envious those women. Humph. Uchiha Shurian huffed, his pride unabated despite his advanced age, holding his head high. There exists only this one piece in all of Konoha, so refrain from any rough handling. What if it gets damaged? However, everyone had grown accustomed to Shurian's temperament and didn't dare to strike him, knowing that even if they did, they likely wouldn't prevail. Rumor has it that this elder possesses a notable lineage, possibly linked to the affluent and influential. Therefore, it is best not to take offense. Though the proud elder was undeniably insufferable, he twisted his body to allow them a closer look at the Uchiha's dance technique. One must recognize that the Uchiha clan's dance style was once employed by a legendary ninja to keep pace with the divine dance of the shinobi world. Truly impressive. Uchiha Shurian discreetly cast a glance at Hinata Baiwa, who was quietly sipping her tea, seemingly oblivious to his presence. After a moment's hesitation, he scoffed lightly and brushed past the gathering of elders with an air of indifference. "Could I have a cup as well? No desire to flaunt your attire anymore?" Hinata Baiwa looked up calmly, meeting Shurian's gaze before casually pouring him a cup. It must be said, the assortment here was quite complete. One could even brew their own tea. With an elegant sip of hot tea, she leisurely remarked, "But this place is quite pleasant. I must admit I still prefer the flat grassy fields. Alas, during wartime, that area remains relatively secluded, and many regions require careful oversight." Shurian settled down, expressionless as he took a sip of his tea. Ordinary folk are indeed fearful, hesitant to roam about freely, making this the optimal choice. Perhaps so. Baiwa nodded blandly, pouring another cup for Shurian while casting a glance at the peculiar loudspeaker, a remarkable piece of equipment indeed. Its immersive surround sound, thunderous bass, adjustable volume, and energy-efficient low functionality create an astonishing auditory experience. Shurian grunted, claiming it was crafted using their company's latest technological breakthroughs, currently unavailable for purchase. He regarded her with a look of pride typical of the Uchiha lineage. Baiwa cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing not to engage further, utterly disinterested in prolonging the conversation. After all, he had been expelled from the Uchiha clan. At his age, he still reveled in boasting. This pompous demeanor of his had remained unchanged. In the past, he too had been so self-satisfied, convinced of his superiority. A memory flickered in Baiwa's mind of that young boy, whose arrogance was as pronounced as his lofty aspirations. Her gaze grew hazy, and she ultimately shook her head in reflection. Time has a way of aging us all. "Hey, what is this old hag pondering? Shaking your head and sighing?" Uchiha Shurian waved his hand, observing Baiwa lost in her reverie. "What is on your mind? If you want something, just tell me. I can provide." Upon finishing, Baiwa took another sip of her hot tea, her aged face betraying no emotion as she regarded Shurian with disinterest. After a brief pause, she turned to the nearby chubby weasel. "Have you forgotten about the child? He has been sitting there all along." "The plump weasel?" Her expression remained frosty as she pinched him, finding his texture agreeable. A commendable little fellow, devoid of the arrogance typical of other Uchihas. At that moment, the chubby weasel looked up, bewildered as he gazed at the elderly woman accompanying the elder. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" However, the aloof old lady, after pinching him, disregarded him, continuing to sip her tea gracefully, while Uchiha Shurian, this old rascal, suddenly remembered he had brought the plump child basking in the sun in the courtyard today. Truly, age brings forgetfulness. Just then, the music resumed, and Uchiha Shurian patted the weasel's head, stating flatly, "Come, move. How can a child sit all day? If you don't know how, just follow my lead." Am I not here to watch the elder dance?" Upon hearing the words of the elder, Itachi gazed at him in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, his chubby little hand carefully set down the milk tea, and he rose to his feet. "I can do it. I seem to have grasped it after just a glance. With that, Uchiha Shurjin looked at Itachi in astonishment. After a brief pause, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, he truly embodies the essence of the Uchiha clan. It appeared that this child possessed remarkable talent, especially at such a tender age, displaying neither subservience nor arrogance in the presence of elders, indicative of a commendable character. The gathered elders, a lineup of venerable figures, began to move in unison, their actions synchronized. Meanwhile, behind them, a small, plump Itachi also swayed gracefully, effortlessly keeping pace with their movements despite his tender years. His motions were precise and orderly, to the extent that a resting Izumi gazed on in astonishment, her sparkling eyes wide with wonder at the sight of the chubby figure in the dance floor. So adorable, she murmured softly to herself. Though he appears plump, his movements are remarkably agile, much like a lively little hamster.